In the celestial realm, the 3-year-old observer, Youyou, found herself transmigrated. She became the true heiress, abandoned at birth by her scoundrel father and replaced by his illegitimate daughter. Tragically, her mother and 7 uncles met a fate that led to their family's ruin. Youyou lamented, "Oh my goodness, what a disaster. My mother's family is truly suffering. Good heavens! To think I am to perish just after birth. Mother, my scoundrel father intends to cast me away while raising his illegitimate daughter beside you." Awakening from her stupor, her mother trampled on the scoundrel father and tore apart the false heiress, reclaiming her status as the foremost socialite in the capital. Alas, the 7 uncles are too unfortunate, suffering broken limbs, falls from cliffs, drowning, starvation, freezing, and dying from being set up. Chapter 1. The Baby's Misery. Abandoned at birth. Youyou descended to the mortal realm. She spent her days in idleness, indulging in gossip while the celestial beings praised her extraordinary abilities, urging her to save the world. Then, her senior sister unceremoniously cast her down to the earthly realm. Upon opening her eyes, she felt herself immersed in warm, soft water, surrounded by a sensation of constriction. "Aze, I can't bear it any longer." Chu-Xian, drenched in sweat from pain, clutched tightly to Chu's sleeve. "Aze, take me to the hospital, I'm frightened." A flicker of disdain crossed Lin's eyes, yet his voice remained exceptionally gentle. Xian, do not fear. I have summoned a family doctor, all will be well." Youyou, propelled forward by the force of compression, faintly overheard these words. "Aze? Xian? Why do they sound so familiar?" Wasn't this dialogue from the book The False Heiress Shocks the Capital that her senior sister had recounted before she was cast down? "Aze, to the hospital." Chu-Xian struggled to articulate her pain. Xian, you are my wife. I wish to be by your side throughout the childbirth. You know that, in hospitals, family members are often asked to leave the delivery room. Rest assured, I will remember each of your sufferings and will treat you with double the kindness in the future. Indeed, it was the despicable Lin Zhe who deliberately allowed his wife, Chu-Xian, to give birth at home to facilitate his scheme of replacing the heiress. Meanwhile, Chu Xin's true daughter was destined to. Oh heavens, it appears she is that very daughter, and she is doomed. She is to perish the moment she is born. What to do? How can she avoid this fate? All right, Chu-Xian, moved, grasped Lin Zhe's hand tightly, oblivious to the disdain etched on his face. Xian, summon your strength, it is almost over. Lin Zhe continued, in a moment of distraction. You felt a force push her out, her little body chilled, and she began to wail. Xian, you have endured much. Take a moment to rest, I will care for the child. Lin Zhe's voice was magnetic and tender. Oh no, this is disastrous. Mother, please open your eyes and see. My scoundrel father intends to abandon me to freeze in the wilderness while he raises his illegitimate daughter. My dear mother, do not fall asleep, glance at me at least. Remember my face. Chu-Xian, utterly exhausted, faintly heard the sound of a small voice before succumbing to unconsciousness. Alas, it is over, sob. Lin Zhe instructed the maid to take Youyou out of the room before exiting himself. You know what to do, don't you? Lin Zhe queried. Yes, do not let anyone see, leave no traces. Lin Zhe replied coldly. Youyou ceased her cries, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Zhe. The scoundrel father donned gold-rimmed glasses, appearing refined and gentle, yet exuding an undeniable deception, a truly despicable character. Lin Zhe lowered his head, scrutinizing the infant. The baby's large, watery eyes and fair, delicate skin rendered her stunning, in stark contrast to his favored illegitimate daughter, who was rather unattractive. Suddenly, Lin Zhe reached out and yanked several strands of hair from Youyou's head. Youyou winced, unable to suppress her cries. How dare you pull my hair, scoundrel father? I will not forgive you, for safety's sake. Let us prepare more, considering she has 7 uncles. Lin Zhe pulled more hair. The infant, already fearful of pain, felt as though her scalp might tear away. Ah, scoundrel father, wait. I shall ensure you are left bald one day. Youyou protested, kicking and screaming. Enough, take her away. Lin Zhe waved his hand. The maid, holding Youyou, brushed past another maid cradling an infant. In a fleeting glance, Youyou spotted the swaddled infant in the other maid's arms. Here it comes, the false heiress, Lin Shimei, who would later replace her as the beloved one in the family. Furious, Youyou began to flail her arms and legs. According to the storyline, her mother, Chu Xian, would remain unconscious for an extended period. Chu Xian was the cherished daughter of the wealthy Chu family who had vanished for 3 years. 10 months prior, the scoundrel Lindsay, intoxicated, awakened to find the amnesiac Chu Xian beside him. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Xian suffered from mental illness, alternating between lucidity and episodes. By a twist of fate, Lindsay discovered her true identity and began to feign tenderness, meticulously plotting his scheme. Lindsay intended to abandon Chu Xin's child to the freezing wilderness, substituting Lin Shimei as his and Chu Xin's offspring, and deliberately revealing hints to lure the Chu family back. Thus, he openly entered their home, becoming the envy of all as the Chu family's favored son-in-law, rejuvenating his previously moribund business. Chu Xian believed Lin Shimei to be her biological daughter, lavishing her with affection, and naturally, the family adored this false heiress. Eventually, Lin Shimei, the novel's protagonist, seized the Chu family's fortune, rising among the elite, along with the despicable Lindsay, her brother, and mother, all becoming the focus of admiration. The fate of the entire Chu family, however, was grim, and Youyou's situation was even more tragic, as she, the true heiress, was merely a disposable character, destined to perish. In swaddling, alas. What was she to do? She was merely a baby, having been unceremoniously cast down from her previous life as a mere 3-year-old. She had yet to learn any divine powers. How could she assist her family? Sobbing, the maid drove Youyou to the desolate wilderness, blanketed in snow. Waaaaah! As soon as she was set down, Youyou felt the piercing cold and began to wail uncontrollably. Seeing the obedient, tearful Youyou, the maid's heart softened. Little one, please do not blame me. Your father commanded me to abandon you in the woods. I can only assist you this far. Fate is in your hands. The maid placed Youyou by the icy roadside and turned to leave. Youyou understood that crying would yield no results, so she waited silently for an opportunity. After all, there remained a glimmer of hope, didn't there? Snow continued to fall, soon covering her swaddling in a white layer. With silent prayers, Youyou finally heard the sound of a vehicle approaching before succumbing to the freezing cold. Someone is coming. Save me. Youyou summoned her strength, opened her mouth, and began to wail. Chu Tianyi, dozing in the back seat, suddenly jolted awake. Xiao Chen, did you hear something? Xiao Chen, focused on driving, replied, no wait, perhaps is that the sound of a baby crying? Wow, is there anyone? I'm freezing to death, sob. The cries, interspersed with a faint, childish voice, resonated clearly in Chu Tianyi's ears. Stop the car, Xiao Chen, startled, quickly slammed on the brakes. Without waiting for the vehicle to come to a complete halt, Chu Tianyi flung open the door and stepped out. All around him lay a blanket of white snow, and at last, he discerned the source of the infant's crisis-swaddled bundle, half buried in the snow. The baby's face was a chilling shade of blue, dusted with frost. Chu Tianyi hurriedly scooped the child into his arms, brushing away the snow from her face and body. Yay! Saved. The infant immediately ceased her wailing. One must admit, for a small baby, crying is indeed a tiring endeavor. Unbelievable, boss. There's actually a baby here. Who would abandon a child in this frigid weather? As Xiao Chen spoke, he hurriedly opened the door for Chu Tianyi. Chu Tianyi, however, was too mesmerized by the baby in his arms to register Xiao Chen's words. How could a baby speak? No, that's not right. She hadn't uttered a sound. Was he experiencing auditory hallucinations? Huh. Who is that person? Startled by the familiar voice, Chu Tianyi felt another jolt. This voice. It was indeed identical to the earlier cries of the infant. She had not spoken aloud, but could it be her thoughts? Her inner voice. Let me take a look. Oh my goodness, is that my legendary uncle? What? Still reeling from the earlier shock, Chu Tianyi was caught off guard again. Uncle? Whose uncle? He had only one sister, who had gone missing 3 years ago. Today, he had received a sliver of news indicating that his sister had once been seen here, prompting him to rush over. This baby referred to him as uncle. Could it mean? Emotions surged within Chu Tianyi, his breath quickening. Indeed, her features bore a striking resemblance to his sister's, her tiny mouth mirroring the likeness of his sister during infancy. My goodness, why is my uncle frozen in place? Am I too adorable? Hee hee. If that scoundrel of a father knew that I was alive, he wouldn't have discarded me in the wilderness, he would have taken me back and thrown me again. Mommy is still bedridden and unaware. I must devise a plan. I cannot allow uncle to take me to the police station. What, scoundrel father? Abandoned in the wilderness? The overwhelming influx of information left Chu Tianyi momentarily dazed. Mr. Chu, we should take this child to the police station. Who knows whose child has gone missing? It could drive them to despair. Xiao Chen remarked as he started the car. Please, no. Don't take me there. The baby began to wail, once more. To the hospital. Chu Tianyi insisted. Huh. Xiao Chen was taken aback. This tiny child has been out in the cold for too long. We must go to the hospital first. Understood. Xiao Chen promptly adjusted the navigation, accelerating slightly. The cries abruptly ceased. Phew, I've escaped a calamity. Uncle is formidable. Uncle is handsome. Uncle is the smartest in the world. The swaddling was slightly damp, and Chu Tianyi happened to have a small blanket in the car, which he used for resting. Clumsily, he unwrapped the baby, and his heart sank further with each glance. This was clearly a newborn. Perhaps it was the cold, or perhaps she had been mistreated from the moment she was born. The little one had bruises on her arms and legs, and her umbilical cord had been carelessly severed, leaving dried blood around her belly button. If this truly was his niece, then what had happened to his sister? What fate had befallen her? Could she have also suffered? Tears welled up in Chu Tianyi's eyes as he swiftly wrapped the little one snugly in the blanket. The baby's vision was not like that of an ordinary infant. She could see clearly, and inwardly she murmured, "How warm and comfortable. What's the matter with Uncle? Why does it seem like he's about to cry? I'm so hungry." The baby flexibly extended one small arm, waving it towards Chu Tianyi. Inside the car, the temperature was a comfortable 20 degrees, and the little one felt no chill. Xiao Chen, when we reach the hospital, please buy baby formula and supplies. I will take her for a checkup. Wow, Uncle is amazing. The baby joyfully blew a small bubble. I heard recently about a woman who lost her child and, in her anguish, took her own life. I wonder what fate awaits this child's mother? Chu Tianyi fixed his gaze intently on the infant, both hopeful and apprehensive about her unspoken thoughts. Huh. Are there many babies going missing nowadays? Thankfully, my mother is fine. That scoundrel father will take advantage of her unconsciousness to substitute his illegitimate daughter with my mother. Mother will raise his illegitimate child as her own. Alas, Chu Tianyi felt a jolt in his heart, nearly gasping for breath. Oh, if only this baby could speak, I would know where her family is. I could find her mother directly, and we wouldn't even need to go to the hospital. Chu Tianyi's words left Xiao Chen bewildered, and he dared not respond, opting instead to focus on driving. Alas, unfortunately, my mother has lost her memory and cannot recall her identity. But it's alright, soon my scoundrel father will deliberately leak information about her to the Chu family, and my second uncle will take people to find her. Huh. Why is my second uncle the one to go, when uncle is so close? Oh, I just remembered my uncle was in a car accident due to an avalanche on the mountain roads. The driver died, and my uncle was buried in the snow for too long, resulting in frostbite in both legs. Oh dear. How do I tell uncle about this? Chu Tianyi's face drained of color as he gazed at the encroaching mountainsides on either side of the road, suddenly shouting, "Stop the car!" Xiao Chen, startled, instinctively slammed on the brakes. At that moment, a series of cracking sounds erupted ahead, and suddenly, the mountainsides on either side of the road seemed to tilt dangerously, large chunks of snow cascading down. Xiao Chen stared in shock, trembling in fear. Chu Tianyi felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The road ahead was buried for hundreds of meters, with snow piled high, resembling a small hill. Had they driven any faster, or if they hadn't stopped to rescue the baby, they would have entered the buried area. Chapter 3. The misfortune of my second uncle. What's happening? Did something go wrong? Why did the car suddenly stop? I nearly got thrown out, thank goodness for Uncle's warm embrace. The avalanche ahead. If we hadn't delayed to save this little one, we might have been buried in the snow ourselves, Chu Tianyi explained, looking down into the baby's large eyes, offering both clarification and gratitude. Huh? Did saving me lead to this? How wonderful! I was just thinking of how to prevent Uncle from facing danger. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. This little one is truly a fortunate star. I've decided to adopt her. Xiao Chen, The road ahead is blocked. Let's turn back and find the nearest hospital, while also purchasing baby supplies.
Yay!
Is this my moment of glory? Am I about to reclaim my heritage? Wow, uncle is awesome, Youyou? Is that her name? Chu Tianyi's eyes softened. Xiao Chen. Did her parents consent to this? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts after all. His boss was the head of the company, and his boss was also the one making decisions. What about the young lady? Xiao Chen inquired. Chu Tianyi paused, then replied, I'll call my second uncle. Knowing that his sister was safe for the time being and that the man would provide clues, he felt a sense of relief. However, the thought of that deceitful, despicable man darkened Chu Tianyi's expression. Youyou had already drifted off to sleep. Her chubby little face was adorably irresistible. Chu Tianyi gently caressed Youyou's delicate little face, feeling quite fortunate for having braved the weather to arrive in this city. Youyou had awakened from hunger. Upon catching sight of her uncle, she began to make a fuss. Hungry, hungry, uncle, I'm starving. Baby's awake. It's time for a meal, Chu Tianyi exclaimed, his heart swelling with affection as he beheld his niece's large, glistening eyes. Little Chen handed him a warmed milk bottle. Chu Tianyi adeptly cradled Youyou and began to feed her, having learned the technique from the nurse earlier, so he managed quite proficiently. Youyou reached out her tiny hands to grasp her bowl, eagerly suckling from her mouth. Delicious. I was starving. This is my first meal since birth. Oh, first meal? Chu Tianyi felt a jolt of alarm, his anger rising uncontrollably. Indeed, to be discarded right after birth. Thankfully, this child was resilient. The doctor and nurses had been astonished during their examinations, chastising him while marveling at the child's robust health. Had it been another child, they would have succumbed to fever or frostbite. I'm so full. Youyou let out a soft burp, her eyelids beginning to droop once more. I wonder what time it is now. I hope uncle has discovered the news released by that scoundrel in Zhe. Once I can speak, I will certainly inform my uncles and mother that their treasure is me, not that wicked false daughter. Just as her thoughts settled, Chu Tianyi's phone rang. Seeing the contact on the screen that had been diligently gathering information for him, he answered. Boss Chu, I found it. Miss Chu is currently at the Lin family in Engshi, where you are now a low-ranking family, and it seems she is already married and given birth. Chu Tianyi remained calm throughout the conversation. Good. Send me the address. I'll transfer the funds to you shortly. Youyou ceased to pay attention to the conversation. Instead, her mind began to swirl again. It's true. Tomorrow my second uncle will go there. This time, uncle's leg is fine. He will definitely go. Oh, how vexing. The baby's mind is not quite functioning. Chu Tianyi composed a message for his second uncle, Chu Xinger, chuckling as he tapped Youyou's rosy little nose. Baby, I have a sister, but she is missing. You bear a striking resemblance to her as a child. From now on, you shall call me uncle. Youyou gazed at her uncle, known for his cold and ruthless demeanor, with wide, innocent eyes reminiscent of a wolfish grandmother from a fairy tale. Wow, am I entering a smooth sailing mode? Uncle actually wants me to call him uncle. Uncle found you through divine providence, so from now on, you shall be called Tianyu, with the nickname Youyou. Oh, it's the same name my senior sister gave me. My essence is Yutian stone, which once exploded, and my senior sister said it was the will of heaven. Thus I shall be blessed, so Tianyu is the perfect name. Hehe. Chu Tianyi, his niece seemed to have quite the extraordinary background. Your second uncle is here to handle some matters. You will meet him shortly. He will surely adore you. Indeed, he likes me, but he adores the false me. He has given the fake daughter so many gifts, just in pocket money. He has given away 1 billion, all of which has fallen into the hands of the scoundrel father. That's mine. Waaaaah, Chu Tianyi chuckled softly. A little money grub, boss. What has you so cheerful? Little Chun entered with the meals.
Oh.
What's that smell? It's divine, more fragrant than nectar. Youyou had long forgotten about the money, her little hands and legs starting to wiggle, her big eyes darting around. Give me a taste. What is that delightful aroma? Chu Tianyi laughed as he lifted Youyou, adjusting her position. She caught sight of Little Chen opening the food boxes one by one. Wow, it smells wonderful. Slurp. Yeah, I want to eat. I'm starving. Youyou began to squirm in Chu Tianyi's embrace. Chu Tianyi, amused yet exasperated, replied, Baby, you're still too young for solid food. How about this? When your second uncle arrives, I'll give you 2 billion. With that, You can buy countless delicious treats, far surpassing these. At the mention of the money, Youyou paused, her big eyes swirling as she pursed her little lips, seeming to ponder deeply. Boss, why do I feel like she understands what you're saying? What do you mean, understands?
What are you talking about?
The door to the hospital room swung open. Second young master, you've arrived. Little Chin exclaimed. Who? Second young master? Is that my foolish second uncle? Didn't he say he would arrive tomorrow? Why is he here now? Who? Who is speaking? Chu Xing'er hesitated, then began to look around. Chu Tianyi, upon noticing, guessed that he could also hear the baby's thoughts. Cough old two, come over here, let me introduce you to my newly recognized niece. Chu Tianyi chuckled, covering his mouth.
Niece?
Didn't he say he found his sister and niece? How did he acquire another niece? Chu Xing'er's gaze fell upon Chu Tianyi's arms. Oh, so it truly is the foolish second uncle. This second uncle is quite unfortunate. It's truly a pitiful sight. TSK. Chapter 4. Mother has disappeared. What a tragedy? No. Who is the one suffering? Second uncle? Second uncle stared blankly with wide eyes, clearly lacking intelligence. Which is why the false daughter took him for a fool. He was merely obsessed with money, avoiding marriage and children, solely focused on accumulating wealth. Yet, in the end, he lived frugally, giving all his earnings to that false daughter. As if that were not enough, he persuaded elder uncle to transfer all his assets to her as well. Ultimately, elder uncle was left penniless, incapacitated and unable to care for himself, dying a miserable death in loneliness. Second uncle ended up so poor that he was left with only a pair of underpants, stripped of his means to earn a living, and ultimately worked himself to death for the sake of that false daughter. How tragic indeed. Chu Tianyi narrowed his starry eyes, casting a venomous glare at Chu Xing'er, his gaze chilling her to the bone. He shook his head vigorously. No, this is not him. While he did have a penchant for wealth, he was not foolish. Moreover, what false daughter? The money he earned was solely for his sister. He would not part with it for anyone else. No, I must find my sister. Chu Xing'er could no longer remain still. A tragic conclusion? Earlier that day, elder brother merely informed him that his sister had been found and had already married and had children. He was determined to find her, regardless of the circumstances. Tomorrow would be a better time. The Lin family was quite a distance away, and with the recent heavy snowfall, driving at night was perilous. Chu Tianyi glanced down at the slumbering Youyou, whose eyes had already closed in sleep. His expression darkened. Youyou felt as though she had been fed 5 times and lifted by her little bottom 6 times before waking to a bright morning. As she opened her eyes, she found herself in Chu Tianyi's embrace, immediately spotting second uncle beside elder uncle. Upon seeing Youyou awake, Chu Xing'er beamed a broad smile at her. Youyou was taken aback. Goodness, has second uncle been possessed? Which baby understands this? A burly, handsome man showing a delicate smile is absolutely terrifying. Chu Xing'er. He merely gained a bit of weight. How is he a burly man? Besides, this little baby is his precious niece, and being so extraordinary. How could he not seek to please her? How could he not adore her? Mr. Chu, please follow me. The gentleman is waiting at the door. Who knows how mother is doing? This baby must seek vengeance. Elder uncle charged forward. Youyou's chubby little paw emerged from the blanket. Hiss, it's cold. Chu Tianyi chuckled softly, expertly grasping Youyou's tiny paw and tucking it back into the blanket, wrapping her snugly. Lin Zhe did not step out, pacing anxiously at the door. This madwoman had the audacity to disappear at such a crucial moment. Did you provoke her last night? How would she know that the child was not hers if you didn't say anything? I warned you, Zhou Wanjin, to not let the slightest hint slip, otherwise, you will not be allowed to stay near the child. Lin Zhe was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. It was his own fault for ensuring that no traces were left when swapping the child by turning off all the surveillance in the villa. Elder brother, second uncle. As Chu Tianyi and the others approached, Lin Zhe quickly donned a smile and stepped forward. Who is your elder brother? What nonsense are you spouting? Where is my sister? Hurry and take us to find her. Chu Xing'er snapped angrily. Apologies, gentlemen, Lin Zhe quickly amended, Xin must be unwell. She has gone missing. What did you say? Chu Xing'er furiously grasped Lin Zai's collar. His niece had only been born a day ago, and now his sister had vanished? He refused to believe it. Lin Zai had been inside the house, dressed lightly, and with his collar being yanked, the cold wind rushed in. He felt both cold and fearful, his body trembling. What do you mean? Mother is missing? No, this trajectory does not add up. Let this baby investigate. Mother truly is not in the house. Alas, if she goes any farther, I won't be able to sense her. I am too small. However, Youyou can feel that mother is safe and sound. Chu Tianyi's eyes darkened. He took out his phone and sent a message, instructing those waiting outside the Lin family gate to disperse and search for her. If his sister truly went missing once more, he would ensure Lin Zai regretted ever stepping foot in this world. Is it possible that the scoundrel father wishes to leverage mother against uncle? No, the scoundrel father is not foolish. Calm down, second brother. Finding Xin is our priority, Chu Tianyi reassured, patting Chu Xing'er on the shoulder. Chu Xing'er shoved Lin Zai aside and rushed inside. Although Youyou claimed mother was not in the house, he could not trust it without searching personally. Once Lin Zai regained his footing, he noticed that Chu Tianyi was cradling an infant in his arms. The blanket nearly concealed the baby's face, but through the gaps, Lin Zai could still discern that the infant wore a fluffy little hat, with delicate white skin, thick brows, and large eyes, exquisitely resembling a porcelain doll. Beautiful as a little fairy. This infant, why does it resemble the one he discarded? Lin Zai's heart raced, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Elder uncle. Mr. Chu, this child. My son, Chu Tianyi replied coolly, his expression detached and indifferent. Lin Zai exhaled sharply. Of course, sharing the Chu family bloodline. It was only natural for them to bear resemblance, especially in a boy. By the time Youyou was carried inside, Chu Xing'er had already ransacked several rooms in the villa, creating a cacophony throughout. Yes, smash it. Second uncle is amazing. Lin Zai's expression darkened, troubled, wanting to intervene but too fearful to do so. This madwoman chose the worst possible moment to create chaos. Chu Tianyi noticed the flicker of malevolence in Lin Zai's lowered gaze. Please do not mind, Mr. Lin. My younger brother has a notoriously volatile temper. Our sister, whom we have searched for 3 years, has gone missing again. He cannot bear this blow. Let him vent his frustrations. Lin Zai forced a smile, his facade betraying little warmth. It is all my fault. I spent the entire day and night with Xin yesterday, thinking of many matters regarding the company, and stepped out for just a moment, and now she has vanished. It is my fault, my failure to care for Xin. He despised mother, having never truly shared a bed with her. He was nothing but a deceiver. Elder uncle, please do not be fooled by him. Chapter 5. Do not gaze into her eyes. Chu Tianyi gently caressed Youyou's small hand with a semblance of a smile. I see there are quite a few cameras in Mr. Lin's household. How is it that the surveillance failed to capture my sister's presence? Or could it be that my sister is not here at all? The sister we have searched for over the past 3 years has been impersonated? No, there is absolutely no deception. Lin Zai interjected. President Chu, my child with Xin is still here, and the child must share a blood connection with you. We can conduct a DNA test. At that moment, the sound of a baby's cries echoed from upstairs. Uncle, don't believe him. Before he tossed Youyou aside, he yanked out so many of my hairs. It hurt this baby. Initially taken aback, Chu Tianyi quickly comprehended upon hearing Youyou's thoughts. This Lin Zai was indeed cunning. All right, bring the child down, he ordered. His brow furrowed as he tenderly brushed his fingers over Youyou's sparse hair. Just then, Chu Xing'er, who stood at the staircase, overheard Youyou's thoughts and felt his anger reignite. Clenching his fists, he descended the stairs and approached Chu Tianyi, gazing at the delicate Youyou with a twinge of compassion. His little niece, he couldn't bear to lay a finger on her. Why are uncle's eyes so red? Don't be upset. When Youyou grows up, she'll avenge you. Youyou is amazing. She can protect uncle and also mommy. Youyou, with her big, glistening eyes, waved her tiny arms at Chu Xing'er. A pang of emotion struck him, and he bent down, allowing Youyou to touch his stubbled face, which made her giggle. Seeing Chu Xing'er shower affection on the baby in Chu Tiany's arms, Lin Zai's expression darkened. He had not heard that Chu Tiany had welcomed another child. He was aware, however, that he had 2 twin sons. But that was of little concern, it was merely a son. He knew that the Chu family particularly favored daughters, and since his child was a girl, she would undoubtedly receive the family's adoration. Bring Wei over, Lin Zai instructed a maid with a wave of his hand. Lin Shiwei is here. The one blessed with the protagonist's halo. Oh no, uncle is going to spend a fortune. He will shower her with so many gifts, toys, gems, a lavish allowance. And even a family heirloom jade pendant. The baby won't be nice to him. Youyou, incensed, swiped at Chu Xing'er's face, leaving a red mark. He winced slightly. This little one changed her demeanor so swiftly, yet he found it endearing. Indeed. The items she mentioned were precisely what he had prepared for his sister's child before arriving. Not a single one was meant for any false heir. At that moment, Lin Zai seemed to tug on a few strands of hair from Lin Shiwei's head as he approached. If President Chu does not believe me, he can take these strands for testing. Those are fake. That hair is mine, Youyou exclaimed, flailing her arms and legs. Chu Xing'er comfortingly rubbed her tiny hand, smiling. Don't worry, little one. Uncle will seek justice for you. Mr. Lin, do you know how many times our Chu family has encountered impostors claiming to be my niece and nephew for DNA tests in a year? Many have even stolen strands of hair from my niece and nephew for verification, Chu Xing'er stated as he stepped closer to Lin Shiwei and suddenly yanked some hair from her head. Lin Shiwei began to wail in pain. Thus, I only trust the hair I find myself. Wow, Uncle is formidable. Uncle is awesome. Look who dares challenge me. Uncle will wave the banner for me. Roar! Youyou exclaimed joyfully, dancing about, leaving Chu Tiany both amused and exasperated. How could she have just said she wouldn't be nice to Uncle? But Lin Shiwei is the protagonist. And she possesses a powerful protagonist's halo. Yanking her hair means direct harm. Will it bring misfortune? Youyou pondered aloud. Just after she voiced her thoughts, an unfortunate slip caused Chu Xing'er to tumble to the ground. Chu Xing'er, Chu Tiany, isn't she a false heiress? Why does she also possess the protagonist's status and halo? The book states that those who directly harm the protagonist will face misfortune, while indirect harm is inconsequential. Alas, my poor uncle, Youyou lamented. If only she had mentioned this sooner. Chu Xing'er rose and dusted off his clothes, relieved that the hair he held remained intact. He shot Lin Zai a glare. Surely, you did not instruct the maid to make the floor this slippery? Do you harbor grievances against me? Lin Zai, wow, Uncle's tactic of diverting blame is commendable. Chu Xing'er puffed up with pride. If my daughter misbehaves, she shall answer to her father. But dear second young master Chu, it's likely the household staff, upon learning of Xinxin's disappearance, hastily left without tidying up. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Lin Zai apologized profusely. I recall there is a material appraisal agency in Angxi. Shaochen, send the hair for testing there and expedite the process, regardless of cost. We must obtain results swiftly, Chu Tiany instructed, tearing a few strands from his own head and handing them to Shaochen. Yes, sir, Shaochen replied, taking the hair and promptly exiting. Lin Zai maintained a facade of pleasantness, yet inwardly he was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. President Chu, second young master Chu, please rest for a moment. I am anxious to find Xinxin, who has not yet eaten breakfast and rushed out without taking anything. She must be starving. Observing Lin Zai's seemingly sincere yet pitiful demeanor, Youyou felt a wave of nausea. Ugh. Uncle, do not trust him. He is certainly not looking for mommy. He must be scheming at the appraisal agency. Chu Tiany gently soothed Youyou's small hand. Go ahead. We are unfamiliar with this place and do not know where to search. I entrust everything to you. Please find my sister promptly. All right. Lin Zai summoned the maid and instructed her to attend to Lin Shiwei before hurrying away. Mr. Chu, Please take a moment to rest while I tend to the young miss, the maid said to Chu Tianyi as she began to ascend the stairs. Wait, something is amiss. This maid, oh, she is actually Lin Shiwei's biological mother, Zhou Wanjin. My scoundrel father has allowed the mistress into the house. Indeed. The original text mentioned that the scoundrel Lin Zhe enjoyed the best of both worlds, with a decorative wife at home and a seductive mistress beside him. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Chu Tianyi halted his little niece's internal monologue. Please come here, he instructed the maid. Zhou Wanjin turned around, cradling Lin Shiwei. Her demeanor submissive and demure. A flicker of intrigue danced in Chu Tianyi's eyes. She was indeed the type of enchanting beauty, starkly different from his sister. Let me see the child. Zhou Wanjin, somewhat apprehensive, reluctantly handed Lin Shiwei over. The baby's skin was still somewhat wrinkled, her small face slightly flushed, not particularly beautiful or adorable. Especially when compared to Youyou. But those eyes. Uncle, do not gaze into her eyes. Chapter 6. The meeting gift. The female protagonist possesses an enigmatic charm. Those who gaze into her eyes find themselves irresistibly drawn to her, showering her with affection. However, with Youyou around, her uncle remains unaffected. Upon hearing Youyou's heartfelt thoughts, Chu Xing'er felt an involuntary tremor, instinctively retreating a few steps. Just moments ago, he seemed unable to resist the urge to embrace the infant. Chu Tianyi furrowed his brow slightly. He had observed clearly, those eyes did not resemble those of an ordinary infant. They appeared dark and profound, yet upon closer inspection, they were strikingly clear. In truth, neither of the uncles need to be overly concerned. The Chu family's ancestral jade pendant provides protection. Each uncle, along with their mother, possesses one, and all they need to do is wear it. Alas, as the book stated, the pendants have all been given to Lin Shiwei. Lin Shiwei began to wail once more. Chu Xing'er, evading her like one would a snake or scorpion, waved his hand at Zhou Wanjin, urging her to proceed. He resolved to retrieve the jade pendant from the car shortly. Zhou Wanjin, fearing exposure, hurriedly took Lin Shiwei and approached. The female protagonist could indeed be utilized. She seemed remarkably capable, occasionally able to pinpoint others' locations, though it remained uncertain whether she could locate their mother now. However, even if she could, it would be of little use, as she was still unable to speak. In truth, Youyou also possessed similar abilities, albeit being too young to do more than ascertain that their mother was safe. Chu Xing'er exchanged glances with Chu Tianyi. All settled? Chu Tianyi inquired. Yes. I have spoken with Lu Xiao, came the reply. Lu Xiao, whose real name was Lu Fong, was the owner of a material appraisal agency. And the Lu family shared a close bond with the Chu family. At that moment, Chu Tianyi's phone rang. Youyou, being the inquisitive little one, perked up her ears. With a playful smile, Chu Tianyi lightly tapped Youyou's small nose before answering the call. Chu Dage, Lin Zhe has bribed my subordinate, requesting a fraudulent paternity test report. Chu Tianyi was not surprised. He smiled faintly and agreed to let him use the Shangza Hotel for the exchange. However, upon ending the call, a shadow of despair crossed his features. Their younger sister, whom they had been searching for 3 years, was still missing. It was impossible not to feel anxious. Wow! Uncle actually knows that the scoundrel would alter the hair. Does that mean he is aware that Lin Shiwei is not their mother's child? But why would Uncle agree to the scoundrel's deceit? Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. My head feels so itchy. Sleepy. ZZZ. I apologize, Mr. Chu, but we have not located Xinshin. However, I have informed the police to assist in the search. Chu Tianyi nodded, surprisingly unperturbed. No matter. Let us first examine the appraisal report. Unsurprisingly, the report confirmed a biological relationship between Chu Tianyi and Lin Shiwei. Xiao Chen, please fetch the meeting gifts we prepared for the young lady from the car. Chu Tianyi gestured. Understood, boss. At that moment, Lin Zhe exhaled deeply, feeling that exchanging the hotel was not as unacceptable as he had initially thought. After all, once he gained the Chu family's approval, acquiring not just one, but 10 such fine hotels would be a trivial matter. Oh dear, uncle and second uncle are about to be duped out of their wealth. Chu Tianyi chuckled as he grasped Youyou's hand, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. It seemed not all relatives could hear Youyou's inner thoughts. Lin Zhe, her biological father, was oblivious. Soon, Xiaochen entered, carrying two ornate, antique boxes. These are treasures I and the second master acquired at an auction, meant for my niece. He presented the boxes to Lin Zhe. Mr. Lin, please take care of them. One contains an ancient jade piece that cost the boss 200 million as a family heirloom, while the other is a jade Buddha purchased at great expense from abroad, hoping to bless the young lady with happiness and health. Although Lin Zhe had some wealth, he had never encountered such exquisite items. Upon learning of their value, he was naturally overjoyed. Trembling slightly, he accepted the gifts, expressing his gratitude to his uncles. This time, neither Chu Tianyi nor Chu Xing'er contested his address, which brought him quiet joy. Oh my, so much money. I want a meeting gift too. Uncle, please give the scoundrel a meeting gift. Chu Xing'er swiftly scooped Youyou into her arms. Darling, come and meet your uncle. This is your first encounter with him. Indeed, it is time for an introduction. Wanjin, please prepare a generous red envelope for the little master. Chu Xing'er, tall and graceful, held Youyou high. As Lin Zhe locked eyes with Youyou, she unexpectedly reached out, tugging at his hair with surprising strength. Ouch! Ah! Lin Zhe instinctively recoiled, but he was unprepared for Youyou's might, resulting in a small tuft of hair being pulled out. Youyou giggled, delighted with her little trophy. This rascal is quite mischievous, Chu Xing'er remarked, smiling at Lin Zhe. Do not take it to heart. She has a surprising amount of strength. We have all been at her mercy. Not at all, not at all. Children are naturally energetic, Lin Zhe replied with a smile, stuffing the red envelope handed to him by Zhou Wanjin into Youyou's small bundle. The envelope contained only 50,000. Chu Xing'er scoffed slightly. That seemed rather paltry. Hardly enough for a meal. Second brother, we must not be rude. The conditions of sister-in-law's family do not permit more. This is already a substantial gesture, Chu Tianyi chided. Lin Zhe's face flushed with embarrassment, prompting him to ask Zhou Wanjin to prepare another 50,000. My sincere apologies, uncle and second uncle. I was unaware my nephew would be present and had not prepared accordingly. In the future, I will ensure he receives a proper gift. Youyou burst into joyful laughter, and Chu Xing'er shared in her delight. The gifts they presented were indeed acquired from an auction, yet the jade within was merely an imitation, obtained as compensation when they nearly fell victim to a scam. Thus, exchanging two wooden boxes for 100,000 was a rather advantageous deal. Having heard that mothers and daughters share a deep bond, perhaps this little niece could uncover Xinxin's whereabouts. Why not give it a try? Coincidentally, Lu Feng had sent the last known location of the sister at a hotel. Chu Tianyi was intrigued to test whether the so-called female protagonist truly possessed such uncanny abilities. If only a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. Chapter 7. This is our daughter. At that moment, Lin Shiwei uttered a few soft coos, her tiny hand seemingly pointing towards the north. As infants struggle to master their limbs, her little hand wobbled gently, the motion appearing rather innocuous. Lin Zhe and Zhou Wanjin were skeptical of the notion of a mother-daughter connection, thus they paid little heed to Lin Shiwei's subtle gestures. However, Chu Tianyi noticed. And so did Youyou. Let us take the child and search for her, he suggested. Once Xinxin awakens, she will most certainly wish to see her child. Indeed, the female protagonist possesses certain extraordinary abilities. It appears that this time, it is the maternal uncle who has discerned her uniqueness. Second uncle, let us follow them, Youyou urged, waving her tiny hands to prompt Chu Xing'er. Outside, the chill was biting and Lin Zhe was truly reluctant to venture out again, yet he could not refuse. Zhou Wanjin was even less inclined to allow her daughter to endure the cold, her frustration simmering beneath the surface. Chu Xian stood by the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the ground was blanketed in snow and the usually bustling streets lay eerily silent. She recalled the moment before she fainted after giving birth. When she had heard a small voice calling her mama, expressing fears that Lindsay would abandon her and favor the illegitimate child. It had been a nightmare. Filled with visions of a family, 5 elder brothers, 2 younger siblings, and parents, only to realize that the daughter she nurtured was not her own. Her brothers suffering tragic fates, her parents left to rot, and herself buried alive. The details of the dream were hazy, save for the mocking and disdainful face of Lindsay. Uncertain of the dream's veracity, upon awakening to find the infant beside her, she felt no profound connection. Thus, under the cover of night, she escaped. She ran for what felt like an eternity, even reaching the maternity ward of the hospital. Yet the small voice that had echoed in her mind remained elusive. She felt something slipping away from her, causing her heart to ache. Yet her memories were blank. Save for Lindsay. Uncle, Mama is indeed here. The female protagonist is truly formidable. A faint voice drifted into Chu Xin's ears. She shuddered. Yes, that was the voice. Without a second thought, she flung open the door and dashed outside. Xin. Lindsay and his companions stumbled into her line of sight. Xin. Chu Xing'er, holding Youyou, hurried forward, reaching out as if to embrace Chu Xin, but hesitating. Mama, I found you. Hug me, Mama. Youyou waved her chubby little hands, calling out excitedly. Chu Xin's gaze fixed on Youyou, her hands trembling slightly. Yes, this was her child. Her heart swelled with the joy of rediscovery as she held Youyou close. Xin, you have made a mistake. This is our daughter. And that is the son of your maternal uncle, Lindsay observed, believing Chu Xin was still unwell. This wicked scoundrel. Youyou is Mama's treasure. That child is his illegitimate daughter. That scoundrel has abandoned Youyou to let Mama raise his illegitimate child, all to seize the wealth of the maternal uncle's family. Mama, do not trust him. Xin, did you not suffer from amnesia? This is your maternal uncle and your second uncle. They have finally found us, Lindsay interjected. Noting her disregard for Chu Tianyi and Chu Xing'er, big brother, second brother? A whirlwind of emotions surged within Chu Xin, though her memories were clouded. The indistinct faces from her dreams overlapped with those of the 2 men before her. Xin, you must not run off again. You should always greet us. This time, both your big brother and second brother were quite worried. Lindsay's gentle gaze behind his glasses softened her heart. All right, let us return the child to your big brother. Our daughter must be missing her mother too. Mama, do not be deceived by that scoundrel. Do not let the eyes of that illegitimate child sway your judgment. That child is the mistress of that scoundrel, Youyou cautioned. Chu Xin glanced at Zhou Wanjin, who held Lin Shiwei, her heart sinking. Everything from her dream felt hauntingly real. She remembered how Lindsay's mistress had derided her, trampling her into the dust, ensuring that she was buried beneath the refuse, the most repulsive debris dumped upon her. Zay, this is my brother's child. How could 2 grown men possibly care for a child? Allow me to hold her. I implore you to hold our daughter. Chu Xin playfully teased Youyou in her arms, reluctant to let go. Lindsay felt a surge of discontent yet kept his composure. That night, Chu Tianyi and Chu Xing'er did not depart. To foster a connection with Chu Xin, the brothers engaged her in conversation for an extended period. Lindsay refrained from participating, feeling both guilty and resentful. He was uncertain about the nature of their discussion. However, by the following day, Chu Tianyi had left several bodyguards and sent over a few servants from the Chu family. Youyou was registered under Chu Xin's name, publicly announced as a twin birth. As soon as Chu Tianyi and Chu Xing'er departed, Lindsay's demeanor soured. Xin, what does this mean? He leaves his illegitimate child for us to rear. Along with so many attendants? Illegitimate child? A trace of irony flickered across Chu Xin's eyes. There is no way my brother and sister-in-law could know. Their bond is far too deep for such a revelation. Besides, all expenses will be covered by the Chu family. What is there to worry about? Moreover, I am merely strategizing for your sake. We shall not only care for this child, but also shower her with affection surpassing that of our daughter. If we do not please your brother, how will our Lin family rise? A wave of agitation washed over Lin Zhe as he recalled the hotel that had been seized due to Chu Xian's disappearance, deepening his frustration. This must remain a secret. My brother has warned that if my sister-in-law hears any rumors, they will all fall upon us. If that happens, our aspirations within the Chu family will be thwarted. Understood. Lin Zhe left in a huff, while Chu Xian smiled faintly, yet her heart was heavy with sorrow. Chapter 8: The Assault on the Mistress. She had no recollections of the past, with her memories beginning anew alongside Lin Zhe, who informed her that he was her fiancé. His gentle demeanor and understanding nature ensnared her completely, rendering him her entire world. Yet, the haunting nightmares, along with Youyou's heartfelt whispers and the words of her elder brothers, plunged her into a chilling abyss. Thoughts of divorce crossed her mind, but her heart was filled with reluctance. She was perplexed. As a member of the Chu family, why did she possess a separate household registration? The address on her household registration did not lead to the Chu residence in the capital, but rather to an apartment building in Engshi. The same address appeared on her identification card. She recalled that it was with this very household registration that she had wed Lin Zhe. She had amassed a considerable fortune, a portion of which was invested in establishing the Shangzi Hotel, another used to cover losses in Lin Zhe's company, and yet another portion was taken by Lin Zhe's mother. Aware of her occasional bouts of illness, she had registered the hotel under Lin Zhe's name, although she sometimes assisted in its management. She also possessed a jade pendant, which she had been unaware represented her identity and was deceitfully taken from her by her sister-in-law, Lin Xueqing. Most troubling was the absence of any memories prior to meeting Lin Zhe. She was determined to uncover the truth behind her amnesia and whether it was connected to Lin Zhe. Furthermore, there was the matter of the false heiress, who was far from ordinary. Since their family had suffered at the hands of this impostor, she resolved to keep the false heiress under close scrutiny, ever vigilant. Madam, it is time to feed the young lady, Zhou Wanjin said, cradling Lin Shiwei, her demeanor notably submissive. Lin Zhe had specifically instructed that Chu Xian personally feed Lin Shiwei to foster their mother-daughter bond. Indeed, Zhou Wanjin replied, reluctant to part with the child. Before exiting with Lin Shiwei in her arms, Ling Jia, follow her, Chu Xian quietly instructed the maid beside her. The maid had been brought from the Chu family and was previously responsible for Chu Xian's daily affairs, although Chu Xian no longer remembered her. An inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered. A hint of scorn flickered in Chu Xian's eyes, directed both at herself and that woman. The Lin family is truly despicable. Why should the young lady endure such humiliation? Humiliation? Chu Xian glanced at Youyou, who was peacefully sleeping with her tiny arms raised, and gently scratched her little hand. Perhaps there was indeed some injustice, but wouldn't he leaving this place simply grant them an easy victory? Keep a close watch on Youyou. Do not allow anyone from the Lin family to approach her, Chu Xian commanded darkly as she rose from the bed. Miss, you must rest more and not move about carelessly. It's fine. They have insulted me, and I cannot swallow this grievance. As Chu Xian left the room, she spotted Zhou Wanjin feeding Lin Shiwei in a nearby room. Audacious! What wretched creature dares to feed my daughter? Chu Xian approached and struck Zhou Wanjin across the face twice. Zhou Wanjin stood frozen in shock, while Lin Shiwei began to wail in fright. Come here! At Chu Xian's command, 2 bodyguards from the Chu family entered. Zhou Wanjin hurriedly adjusted her clothing. Madam, Chu Xian snatched Lin Shiwei from her arms. What filth dares to nourish my daughter? Strike her. Please, madam, spare me. I didn't mean to. The young lady was hungry. And I was too late. Zhou Wanjin's words were cut short as the bodyguards began to strike her. Other servants from the Lin family rushed in upon hearing the commotion, witnessing the spectacle. Chu Xian averted her gaze from Lin Shiwei. Though the jade pendant was not upon her, it did not hinder her from holding Lin Shiwei tightly. Oh, hit her! Strike this wicked woman. After taking over the Chu family, this vile woman has made my mother suffer over 20 slaps. Youyou, awakened, was held by Ling Jia. Upon hearing this, Chu Xin's fury surged. Her dreams had never been so vivid, only culminating in her family's ruin. Strike her, is it? Excellent. Hit her. Strike her fiercely. Is it a crime to hit someone? Huh. Chu Xin, fear not. I am certain this mistress will not dare to call the authorities. After approximately 20 slaps, Chu Xin finally called for a halt. From now on, you are responsible for cleaning the courtyard and must not go near the young lady. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Now leave. The Chu family's bodyguards wielded significant strength, leaving Zhou Wanjin's face swollen and bloodied, a frightening sight. Zhou Wanjin sobbed, filled with resentment, as she descended the stairs. Chu Xin pointed to a Lin family maid. You shall now care for the young lady and receive an additional 2,000 yuan monthly. Furthermore, that woman attempted to harm the young lady. She must never be allowed near her again. Do you understand? Understood, the maid replied, her spirits lifted as she hurriedly took Lin Shiwei from Chu Xin's arms. They were not afraid of Chu Xin. She had always treated them kindly, never taking on the airs of a mistress. However, the new maid, having been there only 2 days, arrogantly believed herself above the rest due to her role in caring for the young lady. Mommy is amazing. Mommy is strong. I cheer for Mommy. She dared not grow too affectionate with Youyou and would not hold Lin Shiwei too closely either. No one knew what Lin Shiwei truly was. If she discovered that the maid was nursing her instead of Youyou, she might deduce something. What is her identity? Has she been examined? Does she possess a health certificate? I would not dare to personally nurse her, fearing that my ailments might harm her, yet you have found such a dubious nanny for her. Where is the propriety in a maid nursing the family's child? Lin Zhe, are you so stingy that you cannot even buy formula for Shiwei? How can you face me? How can you face the child? Lin Zhe was rendered speechless. Ling Jia, standing nearby with a stern expression, remarked, Young master, this is excessive. This maid clearly harbors ill intentions. She must have given birth herself and, instead of nursing her own child, comes to nurse our young lady. It is already a favor to you that we have not reported her. Ling Jia, having come from the Chu family, held on to her pride, ungoverned by the Lin family, and showed no deference to Lin Zhe. Chapter 9 The old witch has arrived. Lin Zhe's expression was far from pleasant. The fact that even the servants of the Chu family dared to reprimand him left him in a foul mood. Wow, Mom is really putting on a show, Youyou exclaimed, dancing around. Lin Zhe's gaze flickered nervously. Xin, how could that be? Weren't you pregnant at the time? Besides, I'm worried she might report us. If she does, it would tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Chu Xin wiped away her tears defiantly. Dare she? If she reports, I will too. She took it upon herself to nurse Weiwei. Who knows what ill intentions she harbors? She could be carrying a virus. Make her undergo a thorough examination, including DNA and mitochondrial tests. What if she has some illness? Lin Zhe felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his irritation manifesting as he rubbed his temples. He sensed a change in Chu Xin. She had transformed from the gentle and obedient person he once knew into someone who would not hesitate to challenge him. Fine. I'll have her clean the courtyard. But we need to handle this quickly. It won't look good for the Lin family if word spreads that we mistreat our servants. And if it gets out that the Chu family is harsh on their staff, that would be even worse, Lin Zhe concluded. All right, I will follow as lead. Chu Xin replied, her tears ceasing. We can treat her later. I simply can't believe that woman can resist approaching her own biological daughter. With that, Lin Zhe stormed off. Chu Xin dried her eyes and glanced at Lin Shimi, who was quietly staring back with her dark, round eyes, and called for the maid. Take the little miss to the floor-to-ceiling window to bask in the sunlight. We must ensure she doesn't suffer from calcium deficiency. Yes, the maid replied softly, carrying Lin Shimi away. Once they were out of sight, Chu Xin instructed, Ling Jia, go find someone to keep an eye on Lin Zhe. Document everything he says and does, but ensure that no one notices. Rest assured, Miss, Ling Jia responded as she exited the room. Oh, how clever and formidable Mom is. Although Lin Shimi was merely an infant, she appeared to possess an uncanny awareness, making it necessary to remain cautious. Mom's considerations are truly thorough, Chu Xian thought, smiling as she embraced Youyou, playfully tapping her little nose, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Youyou truly was her little blessing. My uncle mentioned that Youyou looks just like Mom when she was young. He secretly had our DNA tested, and it turns out Youyou is indeed Mom's biological daughter. Oh! Now I understand why Mom treats me so well. She must have known all along. My uncle is quite astute. How wonderful! I shall no longer fear that Mom will be enchanted by Lin Shimi. Thank goodness her daughter remained safe, and the ominous visions from her dreams had yet to manifest. Chu Xian held Youyou close. Ling Jia re-entered the room. Mr. Lin has given Zhou Wanjin a holiday, seemingly offering her a substantial sum of money and comforting her for quite some time. Let him be, Chu Xian replied, a hint of sarcasm gracing her lips, tinged with a sense of loss and injury. She was the only one in his memories. An overwhelming hatred surged within her as she thought of divorce. After marrying Lin Zhe, she had moved her household registration to the Lin family. She sold her apartment in the city, pouring all her savings into the Lin family. The Lin family was in debt. If she divorced now, she would be left with nothing but his debts. Why was that fair? Most infuriatingly, he had nearly taken her child's life. She would not rest until she had her revenge. The old lady and young Miss of the Lin family have arrived. The newcomers were also maids transferred from the Chu family. Chu Xian frowned, handing Youyou to Ling Jia before covering herself with a blanket and reclining against the bed. Oh dear, the old witch and the little demoness have come. Youyou bubbled, her small hands and feet flailing about. Xin, you have truly worked hard. Your contribution to the Lin family is immense. Chu Xian's mother-in-law, Fan Xuelan, entered with her daughter, Lin Xueqing. Fan Xuelan, adorned in gold and silver, was in her 50s and not in the best shape, dressed in a bright red gown that accentuated her heavily powdered face and crimson lips, hardly resembling an old witch. Chu Xian bit her lip, stifling a laugh. As for Lin Xueqing, despite possessing a delicate, unpretentious beauty, she insisted on dressing in gaudy, ostentatious attire, swaying her body like a serpent, indeed resembling a little demoness. Ahem, Mom, Xiaoqing, please take a seat. I am in confinement and cannot rise to greet you. Please, do not get up. It is vital to rest during your confinement. A woman must not tire herself, Fan Xuelan admonished, patting Chu Xian's hand. Chu Xian felt a shiver run down her spine. Fan Xuelan had never treated her well, often ridiculing and berating her for her mental health issues, nearly driving her out of the family. Yet it was only due to her substantial fortune that she remained. Looking back, Chu Xian found it absurd how she had once been so infatuated with Lin Zhe. In retrospect, her feelings for him were hardly profound. He merely represented a solitary point of reliance on a blank canvas of memory. Sister-in-law, I never imagined you were the daughter of the Chu family in the capital. By the way, sister-in-law, have you regained your memory? Chu Xian was taken aback by the sudden sycophancy in Lin Xueqing's smile. Previously, she had acted like an arrogant rooster in her presence, brazenly taking her cherished jade pendant. Oh my, is this my little niece? She is truly beautiful. Just how long has it been since her birth? She is already exquisitely chiseled, so rosy and delicate, Lin Xueqing said, reaching out to embrace Youyou. Hey, little demoness. You shall not hold my baby. Youyou's protests were cut short as Lin Xueqing swiftly scooped her up. No. I instructed someone to take Wei to the window for sunlight, Chu Xian began, but was interrupted by Youyou's wail as she tugged at Lin Xueqing's hair. Ah, this is what you get for bullying my mother. You old witch took advantage of my mother's illness and made her kneel in the snow. And you even splashed cold water on her, causing her to suffer a high fever for days. You vile creature, I will pull you bald. A cold glint flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. Oh dear, Miss Lin, your hair is quite long. Our little ancestor has a penchant for tugging hair. Even our young master has fallen victim to her antics, Ling Jia interjected, fearing Lin Xueqing might drop Youyou. Oh dear, sister, your hands are far too swift. I hardly dare to hold this child, Chu Xian remarked, half in jest, half in admonition, leaving Lin Xueqing unable to muster any anger. Mother, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from holding her. This child is quite strong, and it would not bode well if she injured you. With this remark, Chu Xian effectively quashed any future attempts by them to ingratiate themselves with the Chu family by intentionally engaging with Youyou, for a woman's intuition was keen. If they were to discover that Youyou was a girl, it would spell trouble. Chapter 10. The pulling power of Youyou. Although Lin Xueqing no longer dared to treat Chu Xian as she once did, a surge of frustration simmered within her. Sister-in-law, you are truly something. The precious young master of the Chu family is so highly esteemed. Why not care for him in the Chu household? Yet you insist on bringing him to our home, and even claim to have given birth to twins. Fan Xuelan, observing her ungrateful daughter, promptly chastised her, urging her to exercise caution in her words and actions. Only then did Lin Xueqing remember the presence of the Chu family's maid nearby. Mother, little sister. Youyou is cherished at the Chu residence. How could I not treat her well? If we treat her kindly, our brothers might reciprocate and treat the Lin family with respect. Not to mention, my brothers look down upon A's and our humble Lin family. Given the recent troubles with the Lin family, I must find a way to enlist their assistance. Thus, she resolved to neglect Wei in favor of Youyou, as the Lin family's future depended on her. Moreover, if Youyou stayed with me, she would surely be closer to me than to my brothers. Wouldn't you agree? Xian, you understand reason well. But your sister is simply too naive and straightforward, devoid of any cunning. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Chu Xian's eyes. That old hag. Your daughter is nothing but a venomous little vixen, and she is innocent? Huh. Youyou, her cheeks puffed out, attempted to spit, but only managed to blow a large bubble. However, when the bubble burst, it splattered directly onto Fan Xuelan's face. Youyou kicked her little legs and giggled with delight. This little young master had quite the lively spirit. Fan Xuelan felt as if she had swallowed a fly, struggling to suppress her anger while managing a forced smile. Last time, A's gifted 100,000, and my second brother nearly lost his temper. How could they endure our disregard for Youyou? Fan Xuelan and Lin Xueqing exchanged glances, realizing they were there to take, not to give. Fine. I shall have someone prepare it shortly, Fan Xuelan replied with a sulky tone. Mother, little sister, why not go check on Wei? That child is truly obedient. Lin family's offspring are simply excellent. Chu Xian bit down hard on the last two words. Lin Xueqing and Lin Xueqing stormed out, their anger simmering within. Once their figures disappeared, Sister Ling could no longer contain her laughter. Miss, our little miss is truly remarkable. It seems she is avenging you. Indeed, is she not? Chu Xian smiled and gently tapped Youyou's nose, only to have Youyou's tiny paw wrap around her finger. With Youyou here, no one can bully my mommy. Don't be afraid. Mommy, Youyou will protect you. A warm sensation enveloped Chu Xian's heart, filling the long empty recesses of her memory with tender warmth, dispelling the void within her. Miss, I noticed that the jade pendant tied at Lin Miss's side seems to belong to you. Youyou waved her little hand, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Fan Xuelan and Lin Xueqing, after their visit with the sunlit Lin Shimi, prepared a generous gift of 200,000. They hesitated to purchase better gifts, as anything decent would cost over 1 million, so they simply opted for a red envelope. Chu Xian chuckled lightly and then said to Lin Xueqing, Little sister, brush your hair back and hold Youyou for a moment. I'll take a picture to send to my elder brother, showing him that our Lin family has not neglected Youyou. Upon hearing this, Lin Xueqing was delighted, quickly gathering her hair and adjusting her attire before checking her reflection. Satisfied with her appearance, except for the eldest and the fourth young masters of the Chu family, who are already married, The other young masters have yet to find a partner. If any of them were to take a liking to her, Lin Xueqing momentarily forgot her discomfort from Youyou tugging at her hair, happily taking Youyou from Sister Ling's arms. With a sudden rip, the fabric of the jade pendant's tie was yanked free by Youyou. Giggling, Youyou clutched the pendant tightly, her face beaming with joy. "Ah, my jade pendant," Lin Xueqing exclaimed, hopping in frustration, and immediately reached for Youyou's hand. Such audacity from Miss Lin. Sister Ling stepped back, clutching Youyou protectively, raising her voice. "That pendant is the heirloom of the Chu family. If the eldest young master learns that Mrs. Pendant is in your possession, the Lin family shall face dire consequences." Chu Xian quickly exchanged glances with Lin Xueqing. "Little sister, you see?" Lin Xueqing, already somewhat dim-witted, faltered under Sister Ling's imposing presence. Yes, little sister. I shall buy you even finer gemstone jewelry and clothes in the future. Just endure this for now." Chu Xian whispered a special comfort to Lin Xueqing. The anger that had briefly sparked within Lin Xueqing extinguished. "All right, a broken jade pendant in exchange for some jewelry and clothing is acceptable. After all, it is not particularly attractive and is not an antique. Mother, why not hold her once more? Just for a photo," Chu Xian suggested to Fan Xuelan. Hold. Youyou wants to pull the necklace from her neck. It must have been bought with my mommy's money," Youyou exclaimed excitedly, kicking her little legs. Fan Xuelan gazed at the delicate, pink, and pristine little bundle. A wave of unease washed over her. Why did she feel that this little creature was somewhat sinister? Sister Ling haughtily declared, "Holding you is a favor. Not just anyone can hold our young master of the Chu family." Fan Xuelan secretly rolled her eyes. "What young master of the Chu family? He is merely an illegitimate child. Mother, Youyou has something in her hands now. She likely won to pull on your clothes," Chu Xian reassured her. Reluctantly, due to the Chu family's stature, Fan Xuelan swallowed her apprehension and boldly cradled Youyou. However, before she could steady herself, a sharp pain shot through her neck. My necklace." Unbeknownst to her, Youyou had already let go and seized the necklace, while the jade pendant slipped down into her collar. Chapter 11, Better Off Than the Servants, roaring, "My mother is incredible, and Youyou and her share a deep connection, haha." Youyou clutched the necklace and giggled. Fan Xuelan's face contorted with rage. Ling Jia let out a disdainful snort, clearly indicating that someone from a humble background had never seen the world. "Our young master merely took a cheap necklace from you, yet you are so calculative." "Cheap? Can you even afford it?" Fan Xuelan fumed, her words trailing off as she noticed the jade necklace around Ling Jia's neck, which appeared far more expensive than her own. Jealousy and resentment surged within her. A mere servant from the Chu family possessed greater wealth than she did, infuriating her. Chu Xian played the mediator, addressing a servant outside. "Xiaoyu, please take the old lady and the young miss to change their clothes and tidy up." After Fan Xuelan and Lin Xueqing stormed out in a huff, Ling Jia could not help but burst into laughter. "Miss, that was truly satisfying." Chu Xian smiled, teasing Youyou. "This is just the beginning. Our little miss is truly remarkable." Ling Jia, cradling Youyou, felt an immense fondness for this exquisitely crafted child. Ling Ai is also quite impressive. The book mentions that she discovered the nefarious Lin Zai and his family's hidden agendas, observing them discreetly and saving Mother on several occasions. It was Ling Ai who chased away the man Lin Xueqing had sent to bully Mother with a kitchen knife. Chu Xian paused, warmth spreading within her heart. "Ling Jia, you take a moment to rest. Just place Youyou on the bed. She's well-behaved and doesn't need to be held all the time." "Indeed. The little miss is very well-behaved." Ling Jia smiled, setting Youyou down. "Miss, you must keep this jade pendant safe. Do not let the Lin family take it away." Chu Xian nodded, retrieving the pendant from Youyou's clothing. "Oh, is this not Youyou's original stone? No wonder she feels such a connection. It is indeed her essence." Before Youyou transformed into her current form, she had exploded to protect the heavens, leading the celestial realm to place her at the edge of the sky. nurturing her with divine power until she assumed her shape. This fragment must be a remnant of Youyou's original form that fell to the mortal realm. However, it still contains her celestial energy, which explains its protective qualities. Now, there is no cause for concern, even though Youyou is human now. She can harness that inner strength to heal Mother's ailments, and perhaps even aid in restoring her memories. Chu Xian held her breath, overwhelmed by an indescribable astonishment. Her daughter seemed extraordinary. She placed the jade pendant back into Youyou's embrace, for since it was a family heirloom, it rightfully belonged to her. Youyou's small hands cradled the pendant, joyfully exclaiming, "How wonderful! I'll heal Mommy." In the blink of an eye, the pendant lost its luster, and a faint cracking sound was heard as it shattered into a fine powder, spilling through Youyou's tiny fingers. With her little hand raised above her cherubic face, the powder inevitably dusted Youyou's cheeks and long lashes. Youyou blinked her bright, round eyes, allowing the powder to settle on her soft face, even extending her rosy tongue to taste it. "Miss this," Ling Jia panicked, quickly trying to clean her up. "Oh dear, my little miss, close your eyes." Chu Xian, however, was unperturbed, covering her mouth with laughter as Youyou chanted, "Tui, stones are not tasty. Ling Ai, do not worry, this is Youyou's essence, and it does not affect me." Tui. Ling Jia shot a reproachful glance at the giggling Chu Xian, hastily cleaning Youyou before carrying her off to bathe. "Madam, the little miss has fallen asleep." The maid entered, cradling Lin Shiwei. "Place her on the bed, feed her formula at the appropriate time, and you should take this moment to rest." The maid set Lin Shiwei down and exited happily. Chu Xian gazed at the swaddled infant, feeling an unexpected tranquility. Lin Shiwei was undeniably beautiful, particularly in contrast to Youyou. At that moment, she lay with her eyes closed, exuding an aura of peace and serenity. Her large eyes, even when shut, hinted at their depth, and her skin was soft and fair, adorned with the faint creases of a newborn. Yet, who could have imagined that such a delicate infant would grow to become a devil? Chu Xian brushed her fingers along Lin Shiwei's slender neck. Such a fragile neck could easily break with the slightest pressure, could it not? Suddenly, Lin Shiwei stirred awake. Chu Xian froze, feigning nonchalance as she wiped the sweat from Lin Shiwei's neck and adjusted her collar. Lin Shiwei's dark, profound eyes met hers, drawing her in as if her soul was being pulled into an ancient well. Chu Xian quickly averted her gaze, adjusting the swaddle. Did you wet yourself? Let Mommy check." Lin Shiwei, of course, had not. The maid had taken excellent care of her. Chu Xian, already apprehensive about gazing into Lin Shiwei's eyes, turned away and burst into tears. "What do you mean by indulgence? I hadn't even spoken when my sister rushed to grab Youyou. How could I have the chance to say anything? Besides, is it merely a jade pendant and a necklace? I believed I treated you well. The previous apartment I owned could buy you dozens of necklaces. The money from selling the house went to Mother, remember? And who do you think I am working so hard for? If only you exerted a little effort, I wouldn't have to compromise so much. Barely having time to care for my own daughter. Lindsay, do you even care for me?" Lindsay was rendered speechless, his anger lodged in his throat, unable to be expressed. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "I'm sorry, Xian. There have been too many issues at the company lately, and I've been in a foul mood. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. Indeed, you should not have. Did you not see how frightened Weiwei was? And as a father, how many times have you held Weiwei? Ace, please hold our daughter." Chu Xian placed Lin Shiwei, with her dark, wide eyes, into Lin Zai's arms. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lin Zai accepted her, lowering his gaze to meet those eyes. "Yay!" Lin Shiwei waved her tiny hands in front of Lin Zai, and the flames of anger within him seemed to extinguish under a gentle rain, dissipating entirely. "My daughter is wonderful. I feel an enormous weight lifted from my heart. Weiwei is indeed our family's little lucky star." Lin Zai sighed, feeling the gloom within him vanish, his mind clearing significantly. Chu Xian noticed the evident change in Lin Zai's demeanor. a flicker of depth crossing her eyes as she remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "My daughter, of course, is the best." Chapter 12. Youyou will fight all right, Xin. I must step out for a moment. Please take good care of the child and rest well. Lin Zhe gently placed Lin Xiwei in Chu Xinxin's arms before turning and walking away. Chu Xinxin gazed thoughtfully at Lin Zhe's retreating figure. Could it be that this Lin Xiwei possesses some extraordinary ability that calms Lin Zhe instantly? She knew Lin Zhe's temperament all too well. His moments of calm were rare and usually required a quarrel with her first. In the past, she would have hurried to apologize to Lin Zhe and sought ways to soothe him. Yes, their time together was not extensive, yet most of it involved her comforting him. Chu Xinxin still dared not meet Lin Xiwei's gaze and laid her down on the bed, anxiously staring at the door. Wei, your father no longer favors your mother. He must have someone else outside. Her tone betrayed disappointment, loneliness, and a hint of resentment, and it was not feigned. Lin Xiwei remained silent, offering no comfort. And Chu Xinxin failed to notice any positive changes within herself. She was certain that Lin Xiwei's comforting powers had not been directed towards her. This child. Mommy. The baby is here. The baby is all clean. Before she could reach the door, Chu Xinxin heard Youyou's voice in her heart. Yes, she still had Youyou, her brother, her parents, her family. The feeling of desolation within her dissipated rapidly. She realized she had been somewhat irrational moments ago. Mother shows signs of being bewitched. That little brat Lin Xiwei dares to act against my mommy? Mommy, place me beside Lin Xiwei. Youyou seeks revenge. Looking at Youyou's indignant little face, Chu Xinxin couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Ling, let Youyou and Wei be together. They should grow up as siblings to foster a deep bond. Though Sister Ling was puzzled, she complied. Youyou waved his tiny hands excitedly, and in a moment of distraction, his little hand brushed against Lin Xiwei's. Daring to bully my mommy and causing trouble for my uncle and grandparents, I shall pinch you. Others may not touch you, but I am not afraid. This was followed by a heart-wrenching wail from the infant. Chu Xinxin rushed over to see a deep scratch on Lin Xiwei's hand, blood seeping from it. With Youyou around, Chu Xinxin felt no fear of being enchanted. She picked up Lin Xiwei and began to soothe her. Wei, be good. Don't cry. The dedicated maid, hearing the cries, hurried in. Madam, what has happened? Please fetch some ointment for the young miss. Her hand is injured, Chu Xinxin instructed. The maid quickly departed. Youyou lay on the bed, kicking his little legs and grinning widely. What happened to my precious granddaughter? The sound of high heels clattered as Fan Xuelan and Lin Xiwei rushed in. Mom, little sister. Youyou was a bit mischievous and accidentally scratched Wei's hand. Sister-in-law, you truly are careless. After all, Wei is our own child. How could you only concern yourself with others' children? Lin Xiwei could not resist reproaching her. Mom, I lack energy and was momentarily distracted, Chu Xinxin replied calmly. You, Fan Xuelan pointed at Chu Xinxin, ready to chastise her. Sister Ling, please take Youyou for a little walk, Chu Xinxin interjected. Mommy is being bullied. I want to go. That old witch, I'll fight back. Youyou flailed his little hands, protesting loudly. Yet his resistance was in vain as Sister Ling carried him away. Mom, even when you're angry, have some regard for my family. Chu Xinxin remained unruffled, her demeanor serene throughout. At that moment, Fan Xuelan began her tirade. Am I wrong? You ungrateful one. Your family has so much wealth. Not only do you neglect to assist Zhe, but we also end up supporting their illegitimate child. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? How about this? You could lend the money I gave you previously to Zhe for an urgent need. Once I recover, I can help at the company. And perhaps the Lin family will rise again. Fan Xuelan. Fine. From today onward, I will take care of Wei. You just focus on your nephew. Fan Xuelan picked up Lin Xiwei and departed. Oh, by the way, with the Lin family in trouble, you should maintain contact with your family and encourage them to lend a hand. You are now married to Zhe, and your husband must come first. Zhe works so hard to provide you with a good life. Old witch, you won't trick my uncle out of money. I understand, mother, Chu Xinxin replied obediently. Humph. Once Fan Xuelon and Lin Shiwei had left, Sister Ling spat towards the door, truly shameless. All right. Chu Xinxin picked up Youyou, relieved that they took that illegitimate child away. She could now focus on caring for Youyou. It's a pity that Youyou can't fight that illegitimate child. Humph. When Youyou grows up, I will defeat all the bad people. For now, it's most important to help Mommy recover. Youyou waved his little right hand and grasped Chu Xinxin's fingers tightly. Chu Xinxin felt an extraordinary warmth flowing from her fingers throughout her body, which faded moments later, leaving her feeling no different than usual. Now Mommy need not fear being enchanted by the heroine, but whether my illness is cured, Youyou cannot comprehend. Time will reveal. Chu Xinxin held Youyou close, her heart aglow. She felt certain her ailment would soon vanish. Miss, these past nights, our people have secretly seen Zhou Wanjun entering the old lady's room, staying the entire night. Moreover, Zhou Wanjun's face has remarkably healed, showing no trace of injury. Humph. That wicked woman must have gone to the scoundrel's room. There's a door separating Lin Zai's room from the old witch's. That vile woman's face must have been healed by the heroine Lin Shiwei. That scoundrel must have discovered Lin Shiwei's powers and dotes on her completely. Bad scoundrel. Bad woman. Old witch. Youyou continued to fume, puffing out his cheeks and mumbling angrily, saliva flying. Xinxin. Just then, Lin Zai entered, holding a bouquet of flowers. Xinxin. I've been too busy these past days and haven't had the chance to visit you. Tonight, I shall keep you company. With that, he set the flowers down and reached for Chu Xinxin's hand. Chapter 13. Departure of the Scoundrel. Scoundrel, retreat. Release your filthy hands that have touched the likes of Zhou Wanjun. Do not come near my mother. The disgust was palpable. Chu Xian instinctively swatted Lin Zai's hand away, feeling nauseated. A flicker of anger crossed Lin Zai's eyes. Chu Xian, what are you doing? Suppressing her revulsion, Chu Xian replied, Zai, I apologize. But I seem to be unwell, feeling dizzy and nauseous. You should go and keep Wei Wei company. Sister Ling, witnessing the scene, immediately called out. The young lady is unwell. Summon Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen Tai, the family physician summoned by the Chu family, only heeded the commands of the Chu family. Please step aside. Dr. Chen entered the room with his medical bag, hardly acknowledging Lin Zai. Proficient in both traditional and modern medicine, he took Chu Xian's pulse and, with a stern expression, addressed Lin Zai. The patient has been experiencing significant emotional turmoil and should not be subjected to further stress. Given her current state of weakness, it would be best for Mr. Lin to minimize his disturbances. Seizing the moment, Sister Ling added, Mr. Lin, just a few days ago, both the Lin matriarch and Miss Lin criticized our young lady, even taking Miss Lin away. The young lady is already feeling unwell. Please do not add to her distress. Lin Zai's complexion shifted between shades of blue and purple. This mate had humiliated him repeatedly. Once he gained control over the Chu family, she would not escape unscathed. Xian, rest well. I shall visit you again tomorrow. Lin Zai stormed off, unable to voice his intention to seek funds from the Chu family. Wow! Sister Ling is truly formidable. So powerful and commanding. Sister Ling was momentarily stunned, instinctively digging her pinky into her ear. What had she just heard? Miss, I observe that your condition seems stable. Your pulse is quite good, unlike that of other women in their pregnancy period. Have you perhaps consumed some miraculous elixir? Doctor Chen teased with a smile. Miraculous elixir? I have only Youyou by my side, Chu Xian replied with a gentle smile. Dr. Chen shook his head. A baby? That is merely psychological comfort. Wow, Dr. Chen Tai is indeed remarkable, skilled in medicine, and also a good person. What a pity, though, that his vision is poor. His girlfriend is a scoundrel who spends his earnings cavorting with other men, leaving him with a green hat, and the child she bears is not his. Dr. Chen paused, glancing around in disbelief. Chu Xian was taken aback by this shocking revelation, casting a sympathetic glance at Dr. Chen. Thank you for covering for me earlier. Of course. The previous pulse readings indicated numerous issues. However, this time it seems quite well. Therefore, I will need to check your ANA antibody profile. All right. Chu Xin consented to let Dr. Chen draw blood and continued, I heard you have a very beautiful girlfriend? A shy blush crept onto Dr. Chen's face, brimming with happiness. Yes, she is very beautiful and gentle. My friends say I do not deserve her. I am quite fortunate. You are indeed fortunate. Fortunate enough not to have to exert yourself to conceive a child, as other men will do the sewing for you. Doctor. Chen's heart raced at the innocent sound of a child's voice, nearly causing him to choke on his breath. Remaining composed, he removed the needle and disinfected Chu Xian's arm. His gaze fell upon the child, Youyou, who was noisily sucking on his fingers. If Chu Xian's sudden recovery was linked to this little one, then her words. Hey? Why did Uncle Chen run away so quickly? As if he were being chased by a ghost, remarked Sisterling, her eyes wide with astonishment. The instigator, with innocent, wide eyes, continued to suck his fingers contentedly. Hey? Is Sisterling constipated? Why does her face look so puffy? I should have asked Uncle Chen to examine her too. Although his family background is modest, his medical skills are commendable. In my previous life, it was my second uncle who brought him to care for my mother and Lin Shimei. Eventually, he became the Lin family's exclusive physician. But now he is mine. I have taken the personal doctor of the heroine, hee. Chu Xian exchanged a knowing glance with Sisterling, who immediately composed herself, appearing as if nothing had transpired. Realizing Lin Zai's presence once more made her feel nauseous. Sisterling, please watch over Youyou. I need to wash my hands. Sisterling nodded, her gaze upon Youyou sparkling as if gilded. Her young lady was no ordinary person. She possessed foresight and was exceptionally beautiful. Surely a celestial being descended from the throne of Guanyin. Hey? Why is Sisterling looking at me like that? Youyou rotated his large, sparkling eyes. Ahem. Our young lady is simply too adorable. Sisterling sought for conversation. Sisterling is incredibly clever. Everyone loves this little baby. Even celestial beings come to adore me. Humph. My senior sister says I am the most mischievous child in the celestial realm, but that is not true. Sisterling's eyes gleamed brighter. Indeed. Her young lady was no ordinary child. She cradled Youyou in her arms, gently rocking him until he fell asleep. Chu Xian scrubbed her hands with disinfectant repeatedly, until her skin turned red. Miss, Sisterling spoke softly, I believe I know. Chu Xian glanced at Youyou and replied quietly, you heard it today. Did you not? Sisterling nodded. Chu Xian's expression turned grave. It is not just us, Dr. Chen earlier. We must minimize Youyou's interactions with others, especially those from the Lin family. Chu Xian was uncertain whether Lin Zai could hear Youyou's thoughts, but from earlier, it seemed he had not. Miss, perhaps we should test it tomorrow? Chu Xian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Yes, that would be wise. What happened? Did she not agree? Zhou Wanjin, cradling Lin Shimei, radiated maternal affection. Lin Zai fumed. Not only did she not agree, but she didn't even speak to me. That maid from the Chu family is utterly detestable. Chapter 14. Remembering Zhou Wanjin furrowed her brows. That maid was indeed a significant nuisance. Both her mother and younger sister had suffered at her hands. She needed to devise a plan to send her away. Lin Zai brought the sleeping Lin Shiwei over. Relieved that their daughter possessed such remarkable abilities, perhaps she was a celestial being descended to Earth. Indeed, the ointment she conjured seemed miraculous after just one application. The swelling on her face vanished, and her skin appeared more radiant than ever. Zhou Wanjin caressed her cheek, pondering that her daughter's powers likely required a specific touch or particular circumstances to manifest. Thus, they needed to keep a close watch on the Chu family. That was true. Thinking of this, Chu Xian felt her anger rekindle. She could not fathom how that madwoman had suddenly changed and become so unpredictable. Forget it. I shall seek her out tomorrow. Lin Zai handed Lin Shiwei back to Zhou Wanjin, his eyes gleaming with an unusual fervor. You take Weiwei to your mother. And tonight you shall sleep with me. Zhou Wanjin giggled. I am still in confinement. Oh, it matters not. She came by last night. What is there to fear today? I will be cautious. Youyou had already fallen into a deep slumber. Her tiny, chubby arms were raised above her head in a surrender pose, and her long, thick eyelashes resembled little fans, her soft breaths carrying a hint of milk sweetness. Miss, that Zhou Wanjin has returned to Lin Zai's room, Sister Ling whispered. Is there a recording? Chu Xin discovered that she was now calm, her heart steady without a trace of turmoil. In her world, what had once been a foggy haze with only a sliver of clarity had now excluded Lin Zai's presence, replaced instead by the sight of the little milk bundle before her. Holding Youyou, Chu Xin felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Yes, our people have secretly installed surveillance. That's good. Sister Ling, you should rest. You've worked hard these past few days. Observing Chu Xion's serene countenance, Sister Ling felt a mix of unspeakable comfort and heartache. The former Chu Miss had lived in luxury, high above others. How could she endure such grievances? If the old master and madam were to find out, they would surely cause an uproar. The next morning, Sister Ling sensed something was amiss with Chu Xian. Sister Ling, I remembered. Sister Ling was taken aback. Oh, has Mother regained her memory? I told you, the baby is remarkable. Youyou joyfully clutched her little bottle. Not yet a month old, Youyou was quite strong. No longer favoring adults to hold her bottle for feeding. She preferred to do it herself, relishing the independence. Miss, you remember everything? Chu Xian slowly nodded, then shook her head. She could not recall why she had been sleeping with Lin Zai that night. It must have been due to some form of incapacitation. However, everything else had returned to her. Heaven bless, oh no, our little miss blesses us. The miss has finally remembered. It is wonderful that Mother has regained her memory. She never had feelings for that Lin Zai. It was just her amnesia and madness that allowed that scoundrel to take advantage. In the original story, Mother regained her memory only at the end, alas, causing the entire Chu family to suffer. Sister Ling understood Youyou's sentiments and exchanged a glance with Chu Xian, finally able to ease her anxious heart. She had always felt that Lin Zai was no good, and certainly did not wish for her young miss to be trapped in Lin Zai's filthy pit. Over the past few days, she had also noticed that despite the miss's strong aversion to that scoundrel, some lingering feelings and reliance remained. Now she no longer felt afraid. All thanks to their adorable little miss. Xian, how are you feeling today? Is your body better? Lin Zai arrived even before making his presence known. Youyou paused her vigorous sucking on the bottle at the sound and turned her large, round eyes toward him. Oh dear, the scoundrel has returned. Last night, he was up to no good. Oh dear, our little young master has spilled milk. Sister Ling quickly took Youyou from Chu Xian's arms to clean her up, lamenting over the poor little one. Hearing Youyou's thoughts made Chu Xian feel even more disgusted. Xian, the company urgently needs a sum of funds. Could you perhaps contact your brother to assist us temporarily? Ugh, that disgusting scoundrel. He cannot fool my uncle out of his money. Youyou sprang back to life, her little arms and legs flailing about. Chu Xian retrieved her phone and showed him the messages exchanged with Chu Tianyi. It is not that I refuse to speak. I simply cannot. Mother and my sister have treated Youyou poorly, and my brother has grievances against me. In the messages, Chu Xian expressed her frustrations, noting that unless Lin Zai found a way to navigate through this crisis, it would indicate his incompetence, and she would not support a hopeless Lin family. Look, the recording of Mother scolding me has been captured. Her words and actions have enraged my brother, who claims that the Lin family looks down upon me and also mistreats Youyou. Lin Zai, upon seeing this, became even more infuriated. He had no retort, and stormed out in a fit of rage, disregarding any pretense. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, sounds of argument and shouting ensued. Serves him right. Sister Ling prepared another bottle for Youyou. Chu Xian held Youyou, a cold smile gracing her lips. This money, whether she paid or not, she would have to part with. Unless Lin Zhe no longer desired the company. Humph. It's all Mother's money. It infuriates the baby, making the milk taste less sweet. Chu Xian lowered her head to gently tap Youyou's little nose, bemused at her own temperament. Initially, the Shangza Hotel was funded by me, and its management was conducted per my directives, ensuring consistent profitability. The Lin family had already encountered a crisis, and I allocated additional funds to fill the void. Yet they have still not recovered. It was evident that Lin Zhe lacked the capability. However, if she were to directly divorce him, all her investments would go to waste. Naturally, she hoped for the Lin family to revitalize, converting it into her asset. As for the remaining 50 million, there was no need for concern. It would soon be injected into the Lin family. Mother's ideas are indeed sound. Mother is so clever, although she lacks business experience. Under the influence of my uncle and his peers, her business acumen is quite commendable. Let that scoundrel manage the company, utilizing his resources and efforts, and then transform the company into her own. That was true, but regrettably. The young miss would have to endure considerable hardship within the Lin family for a long time. If I had my way, I would prefer that old witch invest in the Lin family, allowing the eldest son to swallow it whole. Chapter 15. The Punishment of the Old Witch, and Ling. It's not that simple. Even if Uncle swallows the Lin family whole, it would be futile, for the heroine remains. Her halo will allow her to rise again. To make a comeback, what I must do is keep a close watch on Lin Shiwei, seize her opportunities, snatch away her benefactor, sever her connections, and then cast that scoundrel and his family into the abyss. Into prison. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow at Sister Ling, who finally grasped her true intentions. The young lady was indeed extraordinary, more insightful than she had anticipated. Moreover, I sense the scoundrel Lin Zhe harboring malice towards Aunt Ling. You must be cautious, for he may pose a threat to you. Currently, he is at a distance, and Youyou cannot discern his specific schemes. Alas! A commotion erupted nearby. Sister Ling. Let us go take a look, Chu Xian said, rising to her feet. All right, Sister Ling replied, momentarily stunned. Oh yeah, let us go witness the excitement. Youyou exclaimed with delight. Before they could enter, they encountered the flustered Lin Zhe. What is happening? Zhe, why were you arguing with Mom? Chu Xian asked. Concern etched on her face. Ha, it must be because the old witch refuses to part with her money. To her, money is her lifeblood. In my past life, whenever the scoundrel cried poverty, Mother would ask Uncle for money. The scoundrel is a fool. Mother had to ask Uncle countless times. Yet he still failed to manage the Lin family well. Ultimately, it was after Mother recovered from childbirth that she helped him set the Lin family on the right path. What a pity. Mother poured her heart and soul into nurturing the Lin family, yet she retained not a sliver of its assets. This time, if Mother refuses to help the scoundrel, I shall see how he copes. Inside the room, Fan Shualan's anger flared upon seeing Chu Xian, and she intensified her tirade, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Isn't this you're doing? You, a mere miss of the Chu family, are utterly useless. Our Lin family is truly unfortunate to have married into a calamity like you. Sister Ling, incensed, stepped forward to retort, Who are you calling a calamity? You shameless old hag. If you hadn't treated the young lady and Youyou with disdain, our young master would have handed over the money long ago. Lin Zhe was left speechless. Before Chu Tianyi departed, he had made it clear, if they wished the Chu family to accept them, they either had to abandon the company and refrain from mingling in business to avoid disgrace, or they had to navigate the crisis of the Lin family, demonstrating their capabilities for the Chu family to support them. Either way, they were compelled to assist, whether they wanted to or not. Hurry and ask your brother for money, or be prepared to leave the Lin family estate. This is infuriating. I curse that old witch to lose her front teeth for insulting my mother. Just as Youyou's heartfelt wish echoed, Fan Shualan stumbled and fell, hitting her mouth on the doorframe, knocking out 2 front teeth and spilling blood everywhere. Chu Xian. Sister Ling was left agape, the words she had intended to utter halted in her throat. Their young lady seemed to possess a hint of extraordinary power. Mom. Lin Zhe hurried to assist Fan Shuelon. You, calamity. Fan Shuelon continued to curse at Chu Xian. Mom, please say less. Lin Zhe shouted. Noticing Sister Ling's increasingly grim expression and the several black-clad bodyguards who had already approached, Chu Xian feigned hurt. Zhe, if Mom disapproves of me, then let us divorce. Sister Ling, let us go embrace Weiwei. Xian, wait. Lin Zhe quickly released Fan Shuelon and turned to intercept Chu Xian. Two bodyguards immediately positioned themselves in front of him, blocking his path. Lin Zhe's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and pale, then red. Ha ha. The scoundrel's face is a masterpiece of color. Youyou chuckled gleefully. Mom, let us go inside. That woman, Zhou Wanjin, is hiding under the bed in Scoundrel Dad's bedroom, wearing pajamas. Upon hearing this, Sister Ling immediately pushed Lin Zhe aside. Let us go and embrace the young lady. As they entered the bedroom, they found Lin Shiwei lying on the bed. Lin Zhe, who followed behind, secretly sighed in relief. He approached and picked up Lin Shiwei. Addressing Chu Xian, Xian, it's all Mother's fault, every last bit. You know how she is. She has scrimped and saved her entire life, hoarding money for our future. She only spoke in anger, and I will have her apologize to you right away. Chu Xian sat down on the bed, motionless and silent, her expression one of sorrow. Fan Shuelon, seething with rage, was bloodied and furious that her ungrateful son would not call a doctor for her, instead expecting her to apologize to Chu Xian. However, under the threatening gaze of her son, she begrudgingly did so before covering her mouth and fleeing. Mr. Lin. Then this money should not come from our young lady, correct? Oh, by the way, isn't the money in Madame Lin's hands the very money belonging to our young lady? Sister Ling pierced right to the heart, leaving Lin Zhe utterly humiliated. Yes. Lin Zhe lowered his gaze, the malice within him nearly palpable. Let me see what schemes the scoundrel is brewing. Is he planning to hire someone to cripple Aunt Ling? Oh! Tomorrow, sixth uncle will arrive. As a notorious wanderer, he will need someone to pick him up. Sixth uncle was raised by Aunt Ling, so she will personally go to retrieve him. Then, in a narrow alley, she will be rendered incapacitated. I must devise a way to delay Aunt Ling, preventing her from leaving. Chu Xian exchanged glances with Sister Ling. Miss, Dr. Chen has arrived, a servant announced from outside. Xian, health comes first. You should go and check on Weiwei. I'll find someone to look after her. You need not worry. Just take good care of your little nephew. Chu Xian gazed into Lin Zhe's deeply affectionate eyes, feeling a surge of irony within her. That day when she awoke, she had looked into those very eyes, and it was the depth of feeling within them that had led her to believe she truly was his girlfriend. All right. Chu Xian chose to disregard Zhou Wanjin, who remained hidden beneath the bed. Let her revel for a while longer. One day, she would ensure that she experienced all the despair and suffering that had plagued her dreams. Chapter 16. Rising up. Fortunately, he discovered it. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. Toiling relentlessly to support another's wife and her lover, nurturing their child only to be met with the betrayal of having his oxygen tube removed in sickness. How tragic. Chen Tai, moved by his girlfriend's tears the previous night, had intended to grant her another chance. However, upon hearing Youyou's heartfelt sentiments, he was nearly driven to madness. Miss, here is your blood test report. Everything appears to be normal, no issues at all. Chen Tai forced himself to redirect his focus. I notice Dr. Chen doesn't seem well. Perhaps you are overworked. Since both the child and I are fine, take a few days off to rest, Chu Xian suggested. Thank you, Mississippi. Your words have spared me from falling into despair. Chen Tai replied, glancing at Youyou. From now on, I, Chen Tai, shall be the exclusive doctor for Miss Youyou, and I shall be responsible for her healthy growth. Oh no, that won't be necessary. This little one never gets sick. Just take good care of Mummy and the others. Youyou exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling as she grinned at Chintai. How dull. Sigh, where can I find some fun? Let me see. Huh? I can sense the powers from the jade pendant and detect things from afar. Oh! Mummy. The maid who discarded Youyou has stolen the jade Buddha that Uncle Air gave to Lin Shiwei and is trying to sell it. It's located 30 meters away from the back door of the villa, in a spot without surveillance. Oh no, that's my treasure. It must not be sold. Youyou flailed her small arms and babbled excitedly, droplets of saliva spraying everywhere, clearly agitated. At that moment, Chu Xian's phone rang. She feigned a glance and said, Sister Ling, it seems our team has spotted someone at the back door engaging in suspicious activities. Please instruct the bodyguards to investigate. Understood. Oh dear. Uncle Da's men are so astute. They've already detected that maid. Now Youyou is no longer afraid. No one can take Youyou away. Youyou declared defiantly. Chu Xian wiped the corner of Youyou's mouth. She wasn't particularly worried about the jade Buddha being sold. Her concern lay in it being recognized as a fake by someone knowledgeable. Before long, the maid was brought in by 2 bodyguards. Madam, I didn't mean to. Please spare me. Upon seeing Chu Xian, the maid fell to her knees. In the original narrative, this maid cast me into the freezing wilderness. But this time she left me by the roadside, allowing Uncle Da to rescue me. While her actions were malicious, a glimmer of humanity remained, Chu Xian thought. Staring at the maid in silence, Youyou, being merely a child, could have faced a similar fate had her brother not traversed that path. She would have perished in the cold. If this maid possessed even a shred of conscience, she would not have abandoned a child in such desolation, but rather left her at an orphanage or someone's doorstep where there might have been a chance for survival. Furthermore, she was not a virtuous individual. When it involved her daughter's life, she would never treat it lightly. Seeing Chu Xian silent, the maid continued to bow repeatedly. Madam, please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again. I was only driven to this out of desperation. After the maid's forehead became bruised from bowing, Chu Xian finally spoke. I may consider sparing you, but what merit do you possess that warrants my forgiveness? What use do you think you are to me? After a moment of hesitation, the maid replied, I know many secrets of the Lin family. I can be of assistance to you, madam. Then I shall see if those secrets are worth anything, Chu Xian responded. Oh, how delightful. Youyou loves secrets. Youyou perked up, her big, round eyes focused intently. Her small hands and feet momentarily still. The maid began to divulge everything she knew since arriving at the Lin family, from their background to the establishment of Lin Corporation, and the actions of Lin Zhe, including his relationship with Zhou Wanzhen. Yet, she still withheld the truth of Lin Shiwei's identity and the fact that she had discarded Youyou. I already know all of this. It's rather dull, Youyou yawned. Feeling sleepy? But I know an enormous secret too. Chu Xian observed the maid's startled and evasive gaze and couldn't help but smile. Sister Ling, let us show her Youyou. Youyou, feeling drowsy, widened her eyes at the mention. The maid, catching sight of Youyou's big, round eyes, collapsed in terror. The maid's eyes were filled with dread. This maid recognizes Youyou. Youyou giggled. The maid trembled uncontrollably. She was well aware of the Chu family's reputation. The fate that befell those who harmed the Chu lineage would be dire. Most importantly, she had initially been unaware that the child she discarded belonged to the Chu family. Nor did she know that Chu Xian was the cherished daughter of the Chu family. By the time she realized it, the damage had already been done. In recent days, she had lived in fear of her actions being exposed, cautious and anxious, hardly daring to speak. For the past few days, the coast had seemed clear. And in her dire need for money, she had contemplated selling antiques, believing that even if Lin Zhe found out, he wouldn't dare retaliate against her. Yet, she had not anticipated that it would be Chu Xian who would discover her. Chu Xian calmly stated, "You should be aware of the consequences of offending the Chu family." The maid, bowing in supplication, changed her tone. "Miss, If you spare me this time, I will do anything you ask. Please. I cannot abandon my husband and my young child. Chu Xin exchanged a glance with Sister Ling. Sister Ling replied, It's not impossible to spare you, but you must hand over all evidence you possess and keep a close watch on every member of the Lin family. Report every detail. Yes, yes. I will do it diligently. The maid promised eagerly. Chu Xin waved her hand, dismissing the maid. In the blink of an eye, Youyou had already fallen asleep. Miss, it seems that not everyone is capable of hearing Youyou's thoughts, Sister Ling remarked softly as she tucked Youyou in. Chu Xin nodded. Currently, it appears that only my elder brother, second brother, you and Dr. Chin can hear her. Let us observe further. Miss, should we really let that maid go? Of course not. Chu Xin's expression hardened. She nearly caused my daughter's demise. She will not escape so easily. When Lindsay faces his reckoning, it will signal the beginning of her punishment. Moreover, a person willing to do anything for money can hardly be considered good. Chapter 17. The irresponsible Uncle Lu. Lindsay sought an opportunity to act while Ling Jia, aware of the precarious situation, remained by Chu Xin's side to offer her support. Youyou had indulged in a lengthy slumber, and upon waking, she felt an itch on her delicate face. With a decisive smack, her tiny hand struck Chu Jiangliu's finger. Ouch! This little one possesses quite a bit of strength. Had I withdrawn my hand, she surely would have left her face swollen. A melodious male voice resonated near her, captivatingly pleasant to the ears. Youyou opened her obsidian-like eyes, her thick lashes fluttering like little fans. Oh! Uncle Lu is here. Uncle Lu, hug me. Youyou waved her chubby little arms enthusiastically. Chu Jianglu was momentarily taken aback, curiously digging at his ear. What was that he had just heard? Uncle Lu really lacks hygiene, digging for earwax in front of Youyou. It's no wonder the stories depict him as disheveled, neglecting his career at home, and instead gallivanting about, even mimicking others by growing a beard, only to receive a rolling pin from Grandma. Alas, such a troublesome child, truly a source of concern. Chu Jianglu blinked, casting another glance at Youyou, whose petite mouth remained closed. Suddenly, a wave of emotion surged within him. A profound sense of destiny washed over him. Chu Jialu was no ordinary individual. He could understand the language of infants. By the heavens, he was indeed chosen. Why is Uncle Lu's face so flushed? He must have been sneaking a drink again. Poor Uncle Lu, all his troubles stem from drinking. TSK. Chu Jianglu pondered, baffled. Was he truly unfortunate? After all, he merely indulged in an occasional drink, not a full-blown addiction. Uncle Lu embarked on an adventure, and the heroine bribed his companions to entice him into drinking. Unfortunately, Uncle Lu, being both inexperienced and fond of adventure, was led astray by his companions to the edge of a cliff, where they pushed him off when he was unaware. An autopsy revealed significant alcohol content in his system, and his companions claimed he slipped due to intoxication. Uncle Lu was the last to perish in the Chu family, and upon his death, all family assets fell into the heroine's hands. How tragic! Without even a complete corpse left, just shattered remains. Chu Jianglu was at a loss. How could a chosen one meet such a grim fate? Surely, the heavens should protect the chosen. Mommy, come here quickly. Uncle Lu is being silly, his eyes aren't even moving. Youyou waved her little hands, calling out in a sing-song voice. Chu Xin and Ling Jia initially stifled their laughter, but soon, they could no longer find humor in the situation. Pushed off a cliff? Shattered to pieces? The heroine is too ruthless. Uncle Lu had no interest in the Chu family and posed no threat. The Chu family would eventually belong to her. Yet, she seeks to eradicate him entirely. How infuriating. Young Master Lu, perhaps you should take a moment to rest, Ling Jia suggested, pouring a cup of tea for Chu Jianglu. Still somewhat dazed, he accepted the cup, lifting it to his lips. TSK. The milk is so rich and delightful, Youyou chimed, sucking on her little bottle with satisfaction. Chu Jianglu, watching her, mirrored her actions, sipping his tea. Wait a moment. Uncle Lou isn't trying to steal my milk, is he? That's not permissible. This is Youyou's. She protectively tilted her face, clutching her bottle tightly. His companions led to his demise? Who? Which companion? The heroine? What heroine? His elder brothers had merely informed him that his sister had found a husband, a scoundrel who nearly harmed their daughter. That scoundrel even had an illegitimate daughter, almost posing as their family's false heiress. He had sneaked away, despite his elder brother's strict warnings against doing so. Yet, he longed to see his sister and his precious niece. How had he stumbled upon such a dire fate? Oh! Youyou mentioned he was the last to die in the Chu family. What of the others? His parents? His siblings? His 2 nephews and 1 niece? Once Chu Jianglu's thoughts settled, Chu Xian engaged him in conversation. 6th brother, I heard from the eldest that you refuse to work and are indulging in hiking. Do you have many friends accompanying you? Chu Jiangliu's mind drifted to his companions, envisioning their monstrous visages, pondering which appeared more sinister. Youyou turned her little face, her big eyes sparkling brightly. Is Uncle Lou turning over a new leaf? I remember he was the poorest in the Chu family, gifting Lin Shiwei a custom plush toy worth merely 2,000 yuan. Now that he knows Lin Shiwei is a fake, surely that plush toy will be given to me. Right? Chu Jianglu felt a flush of embarrassment. He had indeed only commissioned a 2,000 yuan plush toy. For he was, after all, without money. I heard 6th brother has arrived. Is that correct? Before the servants could announce his presence, Lin Zai's voice resonated. Chu Jianglu felt a surge of anger before even seeing him. Chu Xian patted his hand, signaling him to remain calm. 6th brother, you didn't announce your arrival, and we have nothing prepared at home. Have you eaten breakfast? In contrast, Lin Zai's smile appeared quite amiable. Upon seeing him, Chu Jianglu couldn't help but marvel at Lin Zai's deceptively charming face, sincere, cultured, tender-eyed. Far removed from the cunning demeanor one might expect. Oh, the scoundrel father has arrived. Uncle Lou, do not shake his hand. His hands are filthy. For some inexplicable reason. Lin Zai detected a hint of disdain in Chu Jialu's gaze. He awkwardly chuckled, suggesting he drink more water. Stay here for a few days, 6th brother. I shall have someone prepare your room. Zai, not so fast. Let us have mom bring Weiwei over first. 6th brother has come secretly to see her. Chu Xian interjected. I've already notified them. They will be here shortly. As Lin Zai finished speaking, the sound of high heels echoed down the corridor. Lin Xueqing, adorned in a flamboyant outfit, strode in, followed closely by Fan Xuelan, cradling Lin Shiwei. Oh, that little enchantress Lin Xueqing is trying to seduce my Uncle Lou. Scoundrel, retreat. As Youyou's thoughts erupted, Chu Jianglu instinctively took 2 steps back. His exaggerated reaction naturally drew the attention of Lin Zai and the others. Quickly, he rubbed his nose and sneezed twice. Oh, pardon me, I'm allergic to the perfume. Chu Jianglu hastily explained. Chapter 18, 600 million in debt. It seems that Uncle Lou is quite intelligent after all. I know he is not allergic to perfume. He must simply detest Lin Xueqing. Moreover, I am aware that Uncle Lou's favorite fragrance is the floral light scent. Now, it is Lin Xueqing who finds herself in an awkward position. Oh, is this my little niece? Chu Jianglu approached Fan Xuelan, retrieving a delicate box from his pocket. My little niece is truly beautiful, with a face as exquisite and luminous as jade. Here, Uncle Lou gifts you a piece of jade. Be sure to cherish it. He gently placed the box in Lin Shiwei's cradle. Fan Xuelan's smile froze on her face. What is wrong with the Chu family? They always gift jade without any cash or practical items. The worst part is that this jade cannot even be sold. Huh? Is it not a plush toy? Lin Shiwei receives a piece of jade from Uncle Lou, while I wonder if he will gift me 200 million. Chu Jialu. Should I sell him? Bring me the plush toy I prepared for the little master. Chu Jialu called out. The driver who brought him entered, carrying a large package. Youyou, this is your toy. And it's incredibly fun. The baby is angry. He gave Lin Shiwei a piece of jade, but only gifted me a plush toy. I will no longer be on good terms with Uncle Lu. Youyou waved her small hand in a huff, angrily tossing her milk bottle. By sheer coincidence, Chu Jianglu dodged, and the bottle struck Lin Zai's face instead. With a thud, the bottle fell to the ground, and Lin Zai clutched his eye, grimacing in pain. Son, are you all right? Fan Xuelan rushed forward, her concern overshadowing any thoughts of Jade. Upon seeing this, Youyou burst into giggles. Chu Jianglu felt utterly helpless. The jade he had purchased was a mere counterfeit, worth only 20 yuan, while the plush toy had cost him 2,000. His little niece certainly holds a grudge. Nevertheless, it felt satisfying to hit that scoundrel. Brother-in-law, I apologize. Had I not dodged, it wouldn't have struck you. I spent all my savings on this jade for Weiwei and only gifted Youyou a plush toy. This little one must be upset with me, causing you to get hit. You won't blame me, will you? Why does it feel like Uncle Lu is being too coy? Lin Zai cleared his throat. Brother-in-law, perhaps you should first check your eye. We wouldn't want it to be damaged. There's no need to specially entertain me. Lin Zai, feeling a mix of frustration and restraint, added, all right, I'll have someone clean up the room. You can stay here for a couple of days. Good. Chu Jianglu readily agreed. No need to stay in a hotel. That saves money. As Lin Xueqing approached to speak with Chu Jialu, he disdainfully stepped back. Excuse me, miss. Could you please step outside? The scent of your perfume is rather overwhelming. Lin Xueqing, mortified and furious, dashed out with tears in her eyes. Fan Xuelan, concerned for her son, naturally left with Lin Shiwei and Lin Zai. Ha ha ha, little enchantress, ugly monster, Atue. Youyou's tiny mouth was covered in drool, prompting Chu Jianglu to hastily wipe her face with a tissue. Humph. I'm still upset with Uncle Lu. The little one turned her face away, her large eyes refusing to meet his gaze. Chu Jianglu chuckled softly. Alas, Uncle Lu had been quite foolish, neglecting to save money. The jade pendant gifted to Lin Shiwei was a fake, costing only 20 yuan, while Youyou's toy had drained all his savings. Youyou's eyes widened in shock as she spoke. Mamma mia, Uncle Lu is actually poor. I already possess 300 million. The eldest uncle gifted 100 million, the second uncle 200 million. Oh! I wonder if the third uncle will give 300 million and the fourth uncle 400 million. Chu Jianglu quickly covered Youyou's mouth. Little ancestor, do refrain from repeating that, otherwise he will owe 600 million. Chu Xin and Sister Ling struggled to contain their laughter from the sidelines. Sighs. Uncle Lu is such a soft touch. None of his companions are reliable. They only stick around because he has money, providing for their every need. The fool believes they share common interests and a spiritual connection. Chu Jianglu fell silent. Indeed, he detested working and preferred to explore the beauty of nature. The few friends he shared interests with were acquaintances from the internet, and they often met up for adventures across the country. These friends came from modest backgrounds, and he was the one with more pocket money, so he ended up footing the bill for their excursions. This habit had led to his current predicament of being on the verge of being ousted from the Chu family. In the end, Uncle Lu was expelled from the Chu family. The poor soul worked hard at part-time jobs, earning money only to squander it with his reckless friends, never staying at home. Consequently, he became the last victim of the Chu family. Though Uncle Lu was the last to meet his demise, he endured a life of hardship, sleeping rough and proudly claiming he sacrificed for dreams and freedom, willing to forego meals. TSK. Perhaps, considering how foolish Uncle Lu is, it would be best for Youyou to take care of him when she grows up. It's rather pitiable. Chu Jialu. I thank you, my dear niece. Sixth brother, I hear you have a few like-minded friends. It's best to have companions looking out for each other when you're often away. Chu Xian smiled. Yes. In a couple of days, we will embark on a trip together, not far from Engshi. I will bring them to meet you, sister. Chu Jianglu understood that Chu Xian's intention was for Youyou to keep an eye on him, perhaps even uncover the identity of the one who had pushed him off the cliff. Youyou's energy was limited, and she soon began to suck her fingers and drift off to sleep. Chu Xian, having suppressed her emotions earlier, finally let them flow freely as she embraced Chu Jianglu, crying for a while as she inquired about the family, expressing both concern and guilt. Chu Jianglu settled in, his room arranged adjacent to Lin Xueqing's. He spent the entire day with Youyou until bedtime. Uncle Lu's appearance has changed a bit. Oh, Uncle Lu is attracting unwanted attention tonight. Let me take a look. Lin Xueqing, that ugly monster, has secretly hidden the key to Uncle Lu's room and is now hiding in his wardrobe. Oh no! That ugly monster intends to lay claim to my foolishly innocent Uncle Lu. I cannot allow that. I must go and bite her. Regardless of the chaos in the Lin household, Chu Jianglu remained unfazed. Little one, have you forgotten that you have no teeth? Uncle Lu, take me with you. I want to sleep with you. Youyou stretched her little arms, calling out eagerly. Chapter 19, Covered in Mess Sister, tonight I will take care of Youyou, Chu Jianglu declared. Convinced that after a day of childcare, he had earned the title of a competent caregiver. Very well, it's good for Youyou to bond with you, Chu Xian replied, completely at ease. After all, Youyou's room was secured by 2 bodyguards at the door and 2 at the windows, ensuring no mishaps would occur. Sister Ling, in high spirits, followed Chu Jialu, carrying Youyou's tiny clothes, formula, and diapers. As soon as they entered the room, Youyou, eager to communicate, pointed at the wardrobe with her little arms and babbled, "Uncle, hurry and open the wardrobe. The ugly little monster is inside." Perhaps Youyou's voice was too loud. Or perhaps Lin Xueqing was already feeling guilty and anxious. Chu Jianglu noticed the wardrobe door gently sway. Comfortingly, he held Youyou's chubby hand and instructed the security outside. "Seal the wardrobe door with tape. What if I sleepwalk tonight and suffocate inside?" Huh? Six uncle has developed a sleepwalking issue? Truly, when one is broke, all sorts of troubles arise, even sleepwalking. Chu Jianglu was left speechless, feeling the sting of truth in her words. Sister Ling stifled a laugh, her shoulders shaking as she left. The bodyguards, though surprised at the revelation of the 6th young master's newfound sleepwalking condition, executed their task without hesitation, swiftly sealing the wardrobe door with wide clear tape. Inside, Lin Xueqing thought to herself, "This tape is useless. It might prevent someone from entering during a sleepwalk. But someone inside can easily push it open with a few nudges. Never mind. 6th uncle is rather dim-witted. I'll remind him when that ugly little monster emerges." Youyou yawned widely, her big eyes fluttering shut. Chu Jianglu chuckled as he rubbed her tiny hand. "Little rascal, you are still too naive. You cannot easily expel her. She must endure some trials first." Caring for a child was far more exhausting than Chu Jianglu had anticipated. The little one's occasional thoughts echoed in his mind. Baby needs to pee. Baby is hungry. Baby made a mess. With half-closed eyes, he groggily changed Youyou's diaper, prepared her formula, fed her, and placed the soiled diaper on the bedside, all while keeping an eye on the wardrobe. Lin Xueqing leaned against the wardrobe for a good part of the night, feeling tired, frustrated, and her limbs numb and stiff. As she heard the outside breathing gradually even out, she hesitated before gently pushing the wardrobe door. Once it cracked open, she began to carefully peel off the tape. Concentrating, she listened intently, ensuring that her actions did not awaken Chu Jianglu before continuing. Drenched in sweat, Lin Xueqing exerted considerable effort to finally open the wardrobe door. Emerging with a limp, her romantic thoughts had long extinguished. Yet, upon seeing Chu Jianglu sprawled out, she felt a pang of reluctance. Had she not exerted herself today to cling to this man, wearing only a camisole? She thought if she just gently brushed against him and lay beside him. Wow, the ugly little monster is out. She's taking off her clothes. Youyou's innocent voice jolted Chu Jianglu awake. Still half asleep, he sat up and threw a nearby diaper at her. With a resounding thud, Lin Xueqing screamed, accompanied by sounds of retching. Chu Jialu was fully awake now. Wow, 6th uncle actually threw away the diaper that baby used. Ugh, it stinks. No, baby's mess doesn't stink. Don't say that. Young master, What's happening? The two bodyguards entered to find Lin Xueqing with a face full of mess. Miss Lin? Despite their disgust, the bodyguards maintained their composure. Sixth uncle is really unhygienic. Aunt Ling and mommy always throw baby's diapers in the bathroom. Yet sixth uncle leaves it on the bedside. It stinks. Baby will never sleep with sixth uncle again. No, baby doesn't he stink. Hearing Youyou's cries, Chu Jianglu felt helpless. He had intended to use his planned method, but with the little one constantly needing milk, peeing, and making messes, he was equally exhausted. Using the diaper as a projectile seemed rather effective. The commotion carried far, footsteps echoed in the hallway. In no time, Chu Xian, Sister Ling, and Fan Xuelan, along with many servants, rushed in, accompanied by other bodyguards from the Chu family stationed at the Lin residence. Before Lin Xueqing could escape, she collided with the crowd. Her face still a mess. "Ah!" she shrieked, covering her face as she pushed through the throng. "Ching-ching?" Fan Xuelan finally reacted, shouting, Who did this? Who bullied my daughter?" The air was thick with the scent of Youyou's mess, or at least that was how Youyou perceived it. "Mommy, I want to find Mommy." Sixth uncle's hands smell. Oh no, it's Youyou's mess smell. Youyou doesn't he want him to hold me? Silence fell, except for Youyou's babbling. "Oh, I thought a thief had entered. I just changed baby's diaper and accidentally threw it away, right onto the thief." "Oh, Miss Lin's face," Chu Jianglu quickly explained. Indeed, everyone's gaze fell upon the, indescribable diaper on the floor. Fan Xuelan, well aware of her daughter's nature, quickly interjected, "Oh, this room used to belong to Qingqing. She must have mistaken the room and disturbed young Master Lu. Someone, quickly clean up the room for young Master Lu." "Ah, this old hag thinks she can pull the wool over our eyes. Baby won't allow it. This little monster only wants to harm my uncle." Hearing this, Chu Jianglu knew Youyou would not let Lin Xueqing off easily, so he promptly said, "I apologize. I truly thought it was a thief. After all, why else would someone hide in the wardrobe?" Only then did everyone notice the open wardrobe, now in disarray, along with the tape that had been torn off. "Lady Lin, is your daughter unwell? It's clearly impossible for her to be a thief in her own home. Perhaps she has some peculiar habit or issue that leads her to hide in wardrobes. Oh, could it be some form of paranoia or a lack of security, indicating psychological problems?" Chu Jianglu's wit was as sharp as ever, infuriating Fan Xuelan, while Lin Zai's face changed colors like a palette, each shade reflecting his mounting frustration with his mother and sister. "Yes, my father passed away early, and my sister has lacked security since childhood. Whenever my mother and I are away, she often hides in the wardrobe, startling sixth brother." Lin Zai suppressed his anger, forcing a laugh. Chapter 20. Blind eyes and blinded hearts. Despite Lin Zai's attempts to conceal the truth, those residing in the manor had lived there long enough to be well aware of Lin Xueqing's identity. It was likely that the attempt to tempt the young master of the Chu family had been uncovered. This certainly raises concerns. One must be cautious. For who knows what might happen if one were to encounter a short-tempered individual. Lin Zai managed a sheepish smile, reminding Chu Jianglu to rest well, and cast a stern glance at the surrounding servants. The servants, maintaining a facade of composure, stifled their laughter and pretended as if nothing had transpired before discreetly departing. "Ha ha. The little enchantress has embarrassed herself thoroughly. She certainly won't dare show her face again," Youyou exclaimed, twirling her tiny hands and feet, her drowsiness vanishing. "Mama, I refuse to sleep with sixth uncle. He snores," the little one complained, babbling away. Chu Jialu, even the little one, who cannot yet articulate her thoughts properly, has begun to weave tales to avoid sleeping with him. Chu Xian lifted Youyou into her arms, assuring her, "Let sixth brother rest. I will take care of Youyou for the remainder of the night." Chu Jianglu waved his hand wearily, too fatigued to keep his eyelids open. Throughout the latter part of the night, Youyou remained spirited, yet she was well behaved, not crying or fussing, contentedly sucking her thumb. "Mama still smells delightful, humph. I won't sleep with sixth uncle anymore. He is unhygienic. Chu Xin smiled gently. She placed Youyou in bed, her heart light, drifting into a peaceful slumber without a hint of worry about Youyou's potential fussing. When Chu Jianglu finally awoke, it was already midday. Upon hearing that he was at the Lin residence, several of his friends hurried over. Although the Lin family was considered a modest household by Chu's standards, for those born into ordinary families it represented affluence, residing as it did in the village district of An City. Among the arrivals were 3 young men and 2 young women, all university students and frequent companions of Chu Jianglu on their travels. Upon seeing Chu Jiangliu's friends, Fan Xuelan assumed they, like him, hailed from the upper echelons of society, especially given the designer attire they wore, courtesy of Chu Jiangliu's generosity. Likewise, Chu Jiangliu's friends perceived Fan Xuelan as a wealthy villa owner. Consequently, both parties greeted each other with warmth, engaging in flattery and sycophancy. Chu Jianglu had never pondered the reasons behind his friends' attitudes toward him, but now, witnessing their enthusiasm, he felt a slight revulsion. Their affection and admiration for him seemed to stem from a singular motive: wealth. Fan Xuelan instructed the servants to fetch fine delicacies to entertain Chu Jiangliu's friends, her enthusiasm bordering on excessive. After a brief midday rest, Chu Xin descended with Youyou in her arms. Youyou's keen little ears perked up at the unfamiliar voices emanating from the hall downstairs, her large eyes lighting up instantly, rendering her thumb-sucking less appealing. "Allow me to introduce my little nephew," Chu Jianglu thought, determined to keep Youyou's true identity a secret, mindful of the Lin family's presence. His companions gathered around, their gazes fixed on Youyou nestled in his arms. "Oh my, what an adorable child, so fair and tender," they exclaimed. "Indeed, she is truly beautiful, so plump and fortunate," as if a celestial being descended to earth. The compliments flowed freely, and regardless of their sincerity, Chu Jianglu felt a swell of pride in hearing his companions extol Youyou. TSK. Sixth uncle is not only blind to the truth, but also oblivious to the character of his so-called friends. Not a single one of them is worthy. Chu Jiangliu's smile faltered. The girl on the left lost her parents at a young age and was adopted by an elderly couple. Rather than expressing gratitude, she despises their poverty and ignorance, demanding more and cursing them, never caring for their well-being. The funds for her education, from childhood to university, were painstakingly earned by that couple through selling vegetables and collecting scraps. They even sacrificed their own meals to support her, completely unaware that she parades as a wealthy heiress, spending lavishly. A villain indeed. Chu Jiangliu's gaze shifted to Li Xiaopei. Until now, he had regarded her as a bright and kind-hearted girl, optimistic and supportive of her peers. Her popularity was well-deserved. That girl is even worse. Though her family circumstances are modest and her parents honest, she has gone astray. She buys cat food to feed the stray cats in the neighborhood, often making a show of it on weekends, even featured in a viral video praised online. Yet, little do they know, she mistreats those very cats in private. The cat that consumes the most of her food suffers the worst abuse. The community sees the strays grow, increasingly fearful of humans, unaware that the true culprit is this so-called good person. A heavy feeling settled in Chu Jiangliu's heart. He had initially recruited Lu Yanyan into their group for her perceived kindness. During one trip, he had spotted a stray cat at a scenic spot. While everyone else carried snacks and drinks, she alone had packed cat food. He believed that such acts represented the angels among us. Yet, to his dismay, she turned out to be so malevolent. Noticing Chu Jiangliu's changing expression, his friends exchanged puzzled glances. "Jianglu, what's wrong?" He suddenly came to himself, forcing a smile. "Please, take a seat and rest. I was busy tending to my little nephew last night, and hardly slept, hence my weariness." "Jianglu, you are remarkable. I know how challenging it is to care for an infant. Your nephew can't even be a month old yet. He must be fed every couple of hours, and diapers need changing every time he has an accident. Getting a good night's sleep is practically impossible. The person speaking is quite despicable too. His brother and sister-in-law are often too busy with work, and his parents are unwell, so they sometimes leave him to care for his nephew. However, he finds the child bothersome, neglecting to feed him when no one is watching, letting him go hungry, and when annoyed, he even resorts to hitting him, secretly giving him sleeping pills. Unfortunately, his family remains oblivious as to why the child cries incessantly. All the money for his high school and tutoring comes from his brother and sister-in-law's hard work to support him. Truly heartless. A villain. At this revelation, Chu Jiangliu's expression darkened further. Suzuheo was the first of his friends he had met. He believed they shared common interests and had a close bond. Yet, he was now confronted with a shocking realization. Chu Jiangliu felt an unfamiliar sense of defeat. He yearned for freedom, held dreams close to his heart, and had encountered like-minded friends. He once felt that life was worthwhile. But now, he felt like a mere joke, a grandiose farce. Jiangliu, perhaps you should rest. Your complexion appears rather poor. I hope you haven't caught a chill, and city is certainly much colder than Jing City, someone named Lu Jiangao remarked. Chapter 21. A change of goal. This individual has grown increasingly malevolent, displaying a duplicitous nature. On the surface, he exudes warmth and cheerfulness, adorned with a facade of smiles that misleads everyone into believing he possesses a congenial disposition. Yet, behind this veneer lies a sinister soul. When young ladies post selfies, he disparages them, calling them promiscuous. When mothers share pictures of their children, he remarks that those children are bound to grow up misguided. If someone showcases a lavish meal, he accuses them of vanity, suggesting they might be subsisting on instant noodles and plain water. He frequently posts about his wealthy uncle, criticizing him for being oblivious to the struggles of the world and for his numerous flaws, yet he is adept at leveraging his privileged background. After enduring several setbacks, Chu Jiangliu found a semblance of tranquility. I'm fine. Let us all stay here for a few days. Feel free to treat this place as your home. He welcomed his guests. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they relished the experience of being catered to by servants in a grand household. There was one person, Youyou, who remained unmentioned, prompting Chu Jiangliu to fix his gaze upon him. Was he the one who had pushed him off the cliff? Oh, my uncle truly possesses poor judgment. This last individual is subtly malevolent. He appears quite polite and gentle, yet who would suspect he harbors a penchant for photographing young ladies' skirts? He has done so with these two ladies. He even pretends to tie his shoelaces on the ground, capturing images of passers-by and later secretly edits them, reviewing a stack of photos at night. After a considerable pause, Chu Jiangliu ceased to hear Youyou's thoughts. He deliberately addressed his companions when spring arrives. Let us venture to the mountains for an excursion, perhaps to the cliff's edge. I've heard the cliffs are particularly steep, evoking a surge of adrenaline and excitement. Isn't that dangerous? They interjected. Indeed, Chu, that sounds rather reckless. The cliff's edge is perilous. One misstep could lead to disaster, they cautioned. Chu Jiangliu detected no unusual reactions among them. Youyou had finished his snack and, feeling bored, began blowing bubbles. Chu Jiangliu longed to inquire who among them was responsible for his fall, yet he restrained himself. There was no rush, time was on his side. Thus, they settled into the Jiang residence. Initially, Lin Xueqing felt embarrassed and reluctant to join, but upon observing Chu Jiangliu's affluent friends, who exuded sophistication and charm, she decided to mingle. After all, as the son of a wealthy family, Chu Jiangliu's friends were unlikely to be lacking in stature. Even if she could not associate with him, connecting with other noble families would suffice. Consequently, during dinner, Lin Xueqing emerged from her room, transforming her usual attire. She donned a white blouse and skirt, her makeup significantly softened, presenting a fresh and graceful appearance. Lin Xueqing was not unattractive, and she quickly attracted the attention of several guests. With visitors present, Chu Xian also descended the stairs, holding Youyou, to partake in the meal. Chu Jialu, somewhat discontented, sought to discover who had pushed him off the cliff and took Youyou into his arms. Sweetheart, among the uncles and aunts, whom do you like the most? Youyou, enticed by the aromas, vigorously sucked on his fingers, drooling in anticipation. I want to eat. I want it so badly. His focus was solely on the food, oblivious to Chu Jiangliu's inquiries. Darling, your uncle wishes to visit the cliff's edge, but my dear friends disagree. What should I do? Chu Jiangliu attempted to coax Youyou into conversation. Youyou, with his large, round eyes, turned his gaze away, fixated on the dishes on the table. Uncle, let me taste that. The big red bug smells so good. Chu Jiangliu silently regarded the plate of king crab, and that roasted bird. It smells better than what my senior sister secretly roasted. He glanced at the crispy pigeon. And that one, I've never had any of these. I'm so pitiful. Up in the heavens, I only drink nectar and ambrosia. My master says one must fast to cultivate one's heart. The nectar isn't tasty, woe is me. With a playful smile, Chu Jiangliu waved a piece of crispy pigeon in front of Youyou. The little one opened his mouth in expectation, yet after a long wait, the morsel did not enter. You can't eat this, sweetheart. Just as Chu Jiangliu intended to place the meat in his own mouth, Youyou's tiny hand suddenly grasped the chopsticks. In a swift motion, he tugged, and the crispy pigeon piece was in his mouth in an instant. Oh dear! My little ancestor, spit it out. Sister Ling, quick-witted, pinched Youyou's face and pried the morsel out piece by piece. With a wail, Youyou closed his eyes and burst into tears, his tears rolling down like pearls. Bad uncle, bad auntie, I won't play with you anymore. Wah, sisterling. Hearing Youyou's lament, could only smile helplessly, now becoming the target of his grievances. Chu Xian, furious, slapped Chu Jiangliu and resolved never to bring Youyou to the dining table again until he could eat solid food. Sister Ling swiftly prepared some milk for Youyou. After holding the little bottle, Youyou calmed down after a while, occasionally sipping and eyeing the dishes being offered to the others. Humph. The baby is angry. He pouted while drinking. Everyone chuckled at Youyou's antics. What are you laughing at? Lin Xuecheng, you wicked woman, are you trying to seduce my uncle? Chu Jialu, Chu Xian, and Sister Ling all averted their gazes. At the table, Lin Xuecheng and Xiao Zheng were engrossed in conversation, their glances exchanged with palpable intimacy. Xiao Zheng was the young man Youyou referred to, the one who had taken pictures beneath the skirts of girls. He appeared refined and cultured, donning spectacles that lent him an air of a gentleman. He frequently accompanied Chu Jiangliu, having adopted some of the aristocratic aura surrounding him, easily leading others to mistake him for a wealthy heir. The two conversed with great rapport, with one seeking to ensnare a wealthy second generation, while the other aspired to align with a privileged lady. Chu Jiangliu smiled faintly, feeling an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Let Lin Xuecheng continue her antics until she has nothing left. That would indeed bring joy. Humph. In her past life, she relied on her mother's affection for the scoundrel Lin Zhe, demanding her mother introduce her to the most affluent and influential families in the capital, ultimately marrying the second son of the Liu family. The Liu family was a close ally of the Chu family. Not only did she marry into their household, but she also led to their downfall. The Lin family seized the Chu family's assets and absorbed the Liu family, emerging as the winners in life. Humph. The baby is furious. Chu Xian's hand trembled slightly around her chopsticks. Before regaining her memories, she felt little, but now she was seething with indignation. Chapter 22. An itchy head and brain growth. The Liu and Chu families have enjoyed a close relationship since the time of their great-grandfathers, resembling one family. Their bond has only deepened over time, as they have supported each other, rising from humble beginnings to establish their presence in the capital. The younger generation among them now shares an affection akin to that of siblings. Lin Zhe. It would have sufficed for them to harm the Chu family, but they have also inflicted damage upon the Liu family. Chu Xian felt a tempest of anger within her, yet she struggled to maintain control. Chu Jiangliu's fury matched hers. Now let us bind these two, They are certainly not virtuous. Youyou continued to voice her disdain. Chu Xian's expression darkened. Finding the two was impossible. Fan Xuelan was not foolish. If Lin Xueqing took an interest, the Lin family would undoubtedly investigate the other's background, and such secrets would be hard to conceal. However, it was still possible to create some trouble for them. Chu Xian lowered her head slightly, leisurely picking at the dishes on the table. She needed to devise a plan to have them share a bed. Of course, if a more substantial relationship were to develop, that would be even better. Nevertheless, this was not ancient times, and even sharing a bed held little significance. Yet, there would always be an uncomfortable feeling, akin to a thorn in one's throat. The group had been visiting the Lin family, where Fan Xuelan had graciously entertained them for several days. As the visit drew to a close, her demeanor grew increasingly sour. The wealthy offspring had stayed at the Lin residence for days without offering even the slightest token of gratitude. She had been eagerly anticipating a gift for her child. Yet all they had done was consume Lin family provisions, reside in their home, and utilize their resources without any acknowledgement. Fan Xuelan felt a surge of indignation and decided to relinquish her efforts. Chu Xian had been discreetly observing Lin Xueqing and Xiao Zheng. The two had grown close yet had not crossed any boundaries. On the eve of their departure, Chu Xian finally seized an opportunity. She prepared an extravagant dinner, complete with fine wine. She had noted that Xiao Zheng had a particular fondness for red wine and lacked the best of temperance, while Lin Xueqing was easily intoxicated. The next morning, a series of shrill screams from the maid roused everyone. Following that were Lin Xueqing's cries and the sound of the bodyguards forcing open the door. The sight within left everyone aghast. Youyou, cradled by Sister Ling, silently chanted, watching gossip, enjoying the show, oh yay. The crowd gathered at the door, shocked to find Lin Xueqing and Xiao Zheng in a state of undress. Oh dear, it must be quite the eyesore. Everyone's eyes must be filthy. But alas, the baby cannot see. The baby is too young, Youyou exclaimed, covering her wide eyes with her small hands, her fingers unable to close, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Chu Xian glanced down and couldn't help but smile. Youyou, gazing at the ceiling, could not see without her hands covering her eyes. What are we all doing here? Clear out. Fan Xuelan, upon witnessing the scene inside, felt faint with rage. Lin Zhe, equally furious, seethed, get out. Chu Jiaglu stood at the back of the crowd, reflecting on all the sorrowful events of his life and Youyou's premonitions, managing to suppress his laughter. Meanwhile, his four companions gazed at Xiao Zheng enviously. How could they not be envious? In just a few days, they had feasted and drunk at no cost and had even captured the heart of a wealthy beauty. Chu Xian composed herself, cleared her throat, and kindly offered to handle the aftermath. Everyone should leave. If word of today's events gets out, do not blame the Chu family for showing no mercy. Her words slightly diffused the anger of Fan Xuelan and Lin Zhe. With the Chu family's reputation at stake, they likely would not speak of it. Oh, Lin Xueqing has lost her virtue. She has become a disgrace to the Lin family. Let us see if she dares to act up again. Youyou chirped gleefully. A loud slap echoed. It was unclear whether Fan Xuelan struck Xiao Zheng or Lin Zhe hit Lin Xueqing. Fan Xuelan, despite her harshness, would never harm her own children. Even if they were at fault, she would direct her anger elsewhere. Lin Zhe, however, was much more selfish, willing to dig up his own father's grave for his own gain. Upon returning to Chu Xian's room, Chu Jianglu closed the door and collapsed onto the bed, shaking with laughter. Uncle Lu, are you crying or laughing? Shouldn't he be upset over the misfortune of his trusted companion? Youyou mused, unaware that Chu Jianglu could hear her thoughts, still believing he was the same clueless uncle who mistook fish eyes for pearls. After laughing to his heart's content, Chu Jianglu sat up. Sister, I have had my people investigate my companions. Not one of them is virtuous. Mother was right. Those who refuse to strive for a better life while claiming to seek freedom are nothing but idlers. Indeed, Uncle Lu has become wiser, Youyou remarked, clutching her tiny feet. No wonder he has been scratching his head these past few days. It seems he has grown a brain. Thank you, dear niece. Chu Jiaglu replied. Sister, I will be leaving with them shortly. You must take care of yourself here. Although his little niece often teased him, he felt a deep reluctance to part from her, though he was more concerned about her situation. In the best-case scenario, within 6 months to a year, I may resolve the issues here. All right. Chu Jianglu had always known his sister to be strong-willed, so he refrained from advising her. He trusted that with his little niece's support, she would be fine. He eagerly anticipated witnessing their reactions. With the lively atmosphere dissipated, the mood within the Lin family turned somber. Mother Lindsay, how do you intend to handle this matter? Chu Xian feigned concern. Fan Xuelon shot a glare at Chu Xian. It's all your fault. If it weren't for your brother, those people would never have come. If they hadn't come, Qingqing wouldn't be in this situation. Mother, I'm sorry. I had no idea it would come to this. Lindsay, exasperated, pinched the bridge of his nose. All right, Mother, with Qingqing's temperament, this is not the time for blame. Xian, ask sixth brother if Xiao Zheng's background is acceptable. Let our little sister marry him. Chapter 23. The illusion. Chu Xian was taken aback. What are you saying? My 6 brothers' friends are of no distinguished background. I had planned for our company to flourish in the capital, allowing my younger sister to marry into a prominent family. No way. I absolutely oppose my sister marrying someone like Xiao Zheng, a mere trifler. Fan Xuelon interjected. Xian, that Xiao Zheng is draped in designer labels. His demeanor is far from that of an ordinary person. Enough. Lindsay waved his hand impatiently. I will have someone investigate. Chu Xian deliberately distanced herself from the matter, as she had already learned that Lin Xueqing, under a misunderstanding, held some affection for Xiao Zheng. Both Fan Xuelon and Lindsay were eager to associate with wealthy families, hoping to gain leverage through a union with Lin Xueqing. Chu Xian disagreed because she knew they would inevitably probe into Xiao Zheng's background. It was better to preemptively elevate their expectations before letting them fall hard. Thus, she indulged in her days, eating and sleeping, and after several days had passed, she appeared much more refined, her complexion fair and delicate, significantly more attractive than Lin Shimi. Chu Xian devoted herself to caring for Youyou, and upon hearing the quarrels from the room at the end of the corridor, a smile crept onto her lips. Oh dear, a fight is breaking out. Quick. Let us go see. Finally, there was something to excite Youyou. Lindsay had uncovered Xiao Zheng's background, and he was furious, resembling an inflated pufferfish, as he struck Lin Xueqing twice across the face. Youyou, nestled in Sister Ling's embrace, tilted her little head curiously, her eyes sparkling. Hit him again. She tried to seduce my 6th uncle, Humph. Her temper was quite fierce. Chu Xian gently touched Youyou's chubby little face. What's happening? If there's an issue, discuss it properly. Do not strike my sister. Chu Xian softly advised from the side. To her surprise, Fan Xuelon did not intervene to stop Lindsay, her chest heaving with anger. What did she do? Lindsay was evidently infuriated, his face flushed. Lin Xueqing was sobbing, covering her face, filled with regret. Sister-in-law, what should I do? That Xiao Zheng bullied me. Boo-hoo. What nonsense. You willingly engaged with him. 2 pests licking each other. Only now realizing one is a bug living in a mud pit, while the one in the Chu family garden refuses to accept it. Humph. Youyou's description was rather fitting. If it weren't for Chu Xian, the Lin family would have long since perished, and the Lin villa would have been sold off. Chu Xian expressed concern. Do not worry. My sister, no one will speak of this. That Xiao Zheng cannot threaten you. He has no evidence. Boo-hoo, her sorrow lies not in that, but in discovering the rich 2nd generation she believed him to be is merely a pauper. She cannot accept it, feeling indignant. Of course, Xiao Zheng has evidence. He enjoys capturing images of lady skirts, and even the unseemly behavior of women without skirts. Youyou gleefully bubbled, enjoying the chaos. Chu Xian felt a surge of joy in her heart. Xian, that Xiao Zheng deceived Qingqing. His family is not well off at all. but rather a very ordinary one living in a dilapidated apartment building, a poor family crammed into a few dozen square meters. He tricked us, he is a fraud. Fan Xuelon cried out in rage, appearing quite deranged. Chu Xian feigned shock, her mouth agape. As Fan Xuelon and Lin Xuecheng wept, Lin Zhe clenched his fists, ready to lash out again. Humph. The scoundrel Lin Zhe intended to use this as leverage to extort money from Xiao Zheng to assist the Lin family. But his wish has been thwarted, leading to his rage. Fan Xuelon wept because her daughter had not captured a rich second-generation partner, but instead had been bitten by a dog. Realizing there was no one to help the Lin family, and she would have to part with her savings, feeling resentful, Chu Xian secretly chuckled. With the Chu family backing them, that person would not dare to act against them. It was merely unfortunate for her sister. Given the circumstances, punishing her sister was pointless. It was not her fault in the first place. However, her sister must not suffer in vain. Rest assured, I will have the Chu family investigate Xiao Zheng. If there is even a hint of misconduct, we shall cast him into the depths of despair to avenge my sister. Lin Zhe and Fan Xuelon calmed somewhat. Xian. Our company is in need of funds. Lin Zhe and Fan Xuelon perked up. Indeed, they had almost forgotten this matter. Utilizing the Chu family's stature to host a full moon banquet for the two children, which distinguished figure in the capital would refuse to attend. They would surely bring gifts. The children would not lack for monetary offerings. Yes, we must make it grand. Fan Xuelon's face lit up with joy, and Lin Zhe's expression improved considerably. As for the marriage of her sister, there was no rush. With so many prominent families in the capital, once the Lin family's fortunes improved, they could select an outstanding match for her sister. With the Chu family's name and her sister's excellence, there would be no worry about finding a husband. With these thoughts exchanged, all three felt a sense of comfort. Sister-in-law, I will entrust my marriage to you in the future. Lin Xuecheng felt much better as well. Rest assured, when the time comes, you may choose from the elite scions of influential families. With this assurance, Lin Xuecheng felt at ease. Fan Xuelon's attitude toward Chu Xian also softened considerably. Xian, you have worked hard. We are family. It is only right, Chu Xian replied. Mother, you all carry on. I shall rest. All right, take care. You must not overexert yourself during the confinement period. Do not worry. Sister Wei will take good care of you. Lin Zhe's voice was unusually gentle. Turning away, Chu Xian's smile bore a hint of irony. At that moment, she realized that Lin Zhe's actions and words no longer affected her emotions. Why does it feel like Mother is painting illusions for those three Lin scoundrels? Sister Ling stifled a laugh behind her hand. The young lady was not merely weaving illusions for the Lin family. Chu Xian felt quite pleased, at the very least. She had compelled the old hag, as Youyou called her, to part with that 50 million. The company finally had funds to operate, and Lin Zhe became increasingly busy. Hardly ever at home, watching the surveillance footage of Zhou Wanjun growing ever more brazen in her embrace of Lin Shimi, Chu Xian contemplated it was time to cast her net anew. Though the net had holes, this fish would inevitably scrape itself as it slipped through, becoming frightened and flustered. Sister Ling, take some people and raid Lin Zhe's room. Chu Xian chuckled softly, deeming it unnecessary. Let it be as ferocious as it could be. He would not dare to call the authorities. Chapter 24. She brings misfortune. Sister Ling glanced at Youyou and, feeling quite encouraged, went to assume her role as Ling Mama. Soon, Zhou Wanjun was pulled out, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of Lin Shiwei, who had already been entrusted to the care of a maid. Zhou Wanjun was forced to kneel on the ground, held down by two bodyguards, while Sister Ling personally took charge of her punishment. She inflicted scratches, pinches, strikes, and kicks with unrestrained fervor. Fan Xuelon arrived promptly, coinciding with Chu Xian, who was holding Youyou at the door. Stop this at once. After a brief respite, Fan Xuelon's blood pressure surged again. Chu Xian, gasping through tears, exclaimed, Mom, you finally came. It's this maid. Last time I caught her doing harm to Weiwei. And this time she almost attempted to abduct her. If Sister Ling had arrived even a moment later, Weiwei might have been taken away. Chu Xin hurriedly handed Youyou over to Sister Ling and seized Lin Shiwei, holding her tightly in her embrace, almost suffocating the girl. Wow, Mom's acting is phenomenal. Youyou's big eyes twinkled with excitement as she twisted and turned. The bodyguards, having not heard their young mistress's command to halt, continued their earlier task, striking Zhou Wanjin's face with abandon. Stop! Stop! Fan Xuelan rushed to intervene. And it was only when Chu Xin deemed the punishment sufficient that she allowed the bodyguards to cease their actions. Fuming with anger, Fan Xuelan shot a disapproving look at Chu Xin, although she still retained a semblance of reason. Xin, this person is a relative of our family. She would never mean harm to Weiwei. Mom, are you confused? How many times have relatives caused trouble? Don't forget Weiwei's status. She is the sole heiress of the Lin family and the only granddaughter of the Chu family. If she were to be kidnapped, it would mean extortion for both families. Mom, Weiwei is my lifeblood. Fan Xuelan's expression darkened. Xin, I assure you, she means no harm. She's simply had some family misfortunes and ended up with us. The Lin family has already wronged her by making her a maid. How can you slander her like this? Chu Xin narrowed her eyes slightly. Mom, she gives her milk to Weiwei instead of her own child and sneaks into A's room. Do you really think she's well-intentioned? Someone, search her belongings and see if she's taken anything from the Lin family. At her words, Fan Xuelan hurried to stop her, but the bodyguards were quicker. Miss, there are many women's clothes here. There are women's slippers under the bed and jewelry on the vanity. Chu Xion's expression turned mockingly sarcastic. Mom, does it not seem like there's another mistress in this room? Fan Xuelan's eyes flickered, and she quickly countered. Xion, don't overthink this. There must be some misunderstanding. Chu Xion shot a piercing glare at Zhou Wanjin. Could it be? Fan Xuelan's heart raced with anxiety. She had never encountered such a situation and feared Chu Xion might guess something. What if she not only wanted to abduct my daughter, but also sought to steal my husband? Fan Xuelan shouted, That's impossible. Xion, don't let your imagination run wild. She has simply been through a lot and is emotionally distressed. Oh, I see. So she has mental issues? Then she absolutely cannot stay here. I've heard that those with mental illness can kill without reason. Fan Xuelan waved her hands in protest. No, she is not mentally ill. She simply misses her child. Yes, her child died, and her husband too, which may have led to her current state. Ha ha ha, the old witch curses her own son and beloved granddaughter. Oh! So her husband and child are deceased. She truly brings misfortune. We cannot let her near Weiwei. Mom, for Weiwei's safety, you must expel her. Fan Xuelan's face turned from pale to flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. Zhou Wanjin, displaying remarkable intelligence, silently endured the blows and insults, keeping her head down. Xion, she is still a relative of mine. Let her stay, and I will ensure she has no contact with Weiwei. All relatives. It would be inappropriate to cast her out. Humph. This old witch is quite clever, retreating to advance. This wicked woman may appear docile, but she is secretly plotting revenge against Mom. Humph. They are all villains. Revenge? Chu Xion glanced at Zhou Wanjin. It was impossible to drive her away. That would be too lenient. Speaking of revenge. Fine, let her stay, but if she dares to approach Weiwei again, I will not hesitate to investigate her family history for any mental illness and have her committed. All right. I will keep a close watch on Weiwei and ensure she does not come near. Fan Xuelan, hoping for Chu Xion to host the full moon banquet, naturally leaned towards her daughter. Lin Shiwei cried hoarsely, fearing she knew her mother was being driven away. Chu Xion glanced at her again and handed her over to Fan Xuelan. Mom, I feel dizzy. I might be getting sick. You must take good care of Weiwei. Fan Xuelan shot a glare at Zhou Wanjin and took Lin Shiwei into her arms. You all tidy up and make sure to pack her belongings. How dare she secretly hide things in A's room? Satisfied with Fan Shuelan's handling of the situation, Chu Xin felt content. That night, the maid who had previously discarded Youyou entered Chu Xin's room. Mississippi. The maid, with her head bowed, seemed transformed. Well, what have you discovered? The maid handed Chu Xin a USB drive. Chu Xin passed it to Sister Ling and inquired, "Your name is Yuman, correct?" The maid nodded. "You have backups of all this, right?" Yuman nodded again. Chu Xin smiled. How could someone like her not have backups? She understood that the contents of this drive could easily send Lin Zhe to prison. However, her goal was not merely to imprison him. Had it not been for Youyou's robust health, her elder brother might have already frozen to death during his ordeal. Thus, Lin Zhe must perish. Miss. Lin Zhe has hired someone to deal with Sister Ling, spending 100,000. Also, just now, Zhou Wanjun was crying to Lin Zhe, saying she wanted to find someone to deal with you, because they were not in the room but rather in the corner of the yard. I could not hear it clearly and did not dare to approach. Zhou Wanjun intends to hire men to handle you, so please be cautious. Youyou sensed it. That wicked woman Zhou Wanjun has Lin Zhe drugging Mom during the full moon banquet and then locking her up with several men, using that as leverage against Mom and the Chu family, who would likely concede to Lin Zhe's unreasonable demands to protect Mom's reputation. That scoundrel. I must fight him. And that wicked woman, I'll make sure to pull her hair out next time I see her. This makes me furious. How can I inform Mom? Chapter 25. Hemorrhage. Chu Xin's gaze darkened slightly. Very well, I shall send someone to investigate. You may leave now. Rest assured. As long as you remain loyal to me, the Chu family will not treat you unfairly. Yes. The maid left with a cheerful demeanor. Sister Ling was seething with anger. But upon seeing Youyou's innocent, bewildered eyes, she refrained from expressing her ire. Miss, this family truly lacks gratitude. Chu Xin felt little emotional turmoil, her expression impassive. It mattered not. As long as she kept a watchful eye, she had no fear of their scheming, but rather, she feared their inaction. Also, have someone find out who they have employed. If they're hiring someone, the one who offers the highest price will have the final say. It seemed that after her mother regained her memory, her mind had cleared, alleviating any worries on her part. Originally, her mother was not foolish. It was simply that illness coupled with being deceived by that scoundrel Lin Zhe had led to her excessive reliance on him, resulting in tragedy. Chu Xin scooped up Youyou, feeling both comforted and grateful. She was fortunate that her daughter was a celestial fairy bestowed upon her by the heavens. Time passed swiftly and with no melons to eat. Youyou spent her days either eating or sleeping, her little face growing round and chubby. The only thing that consistently shattered the tranquility was Lin Shiwei's cries, which could only be soothed by the embrace of Zhou Wanjun. Chu Xin turned a blind eye, pretending not to see. Finally, just days before the banquet, Lin Zhe approached Chu Xin again. Xin, I'd like to discuss the arrangements for the twins' full moon banquet at the hotel. Mommy. This scoundrel is here for money, Youyou thought, her little hands itching at the sight of Lin Zhe's dark, unruly hair. Chu Xin gently touched Youyou's chubby cheek, smiling warmly. Let us just settle on our own Waaaaah hotel. Though not particularly grand, Waaaaah hotel was still quite respectable and in city. Ha. This scoundrel has hit a snag. He has already used the hotel to exchange for a fake paternity test. He has no money left. Lin Zhe hesitated to mention Waaaaah hotel to Chu Xin, feeling somewhat flustered. The main issue was that he lacked the funds for the banquet. Opting for another hotel would incur costs, and he couldn't afford to appear too shabby, especially with the Chu family's reputation. Many prominent figures would likely attend. And he couldn't afford to lose face in front of the Chu family. Waaaaah hotel, I sold it to cover the company's losses when business was poor. Lin Zhe knew he could not keep such a significant matter hidden, but silence would lead the Chu family to investigate, and once they did, they would uncover the fate of Waaaaah hotel. He had no doubt about the Chu family's capabilities. If they intervened, he would truly be doomed. Chu Xin looked at Lin Zhe in shock. You're You're not joking with me, are you? Hausa Hotel was the fruit of our labor. Lindsay felt a mix of regret, helplessness, and guilt, finding it difficult to voice the truth. Aze, how could you do this? Chu Xin clutched her head, feeling an intense pain. Lindsay clenched his fists tightly, struggling to control his urge to lash out. Oh dear, the young lady has fainted, Sister Ling exclaimed in worry. Wow, Mommy is getting increasingly impressive. Her acting skills could win her an Oscar. And she is still such a great beauty. Sister Ling and Chintai, hearing Youyou's thoughts, found their feigned concern dissipating. Chintai approached to check Chu Xin's pulse, then remarked, the young lady was unable to bear the shock and fainted. Her health was already fragile, and the fatigue has undone her previous recuperation. Fortunately, she did not fall ill this time, otherwise it would have been a major issue. Wow, Uncle Chin is quite eloquent. I almost fell for it. I've decided that when I grow up, I will learn to speak like Uncle Chin. I'll surely be able to outsmart people. My senior sister said this is called, what was it? Oh yes, one who stays near vermilion becomes red. Chintai, oh dear, I regret leading the young lady astray. The emotionally astute yet impeccably composed Chintai reminded Lindsay, you must pay more attention, sir. The young lady is your wife. You ought to buy her more tonics. She cannot afford to be this exhausted during her confinement, or her health will suffer. Chu Xin had fainted, even if she hadn't tea, with Chintai present. Lindsay could not swallow his pride and borrow money from Chu Xin. Take good care of your wife. I have matters to attend to, Lindsay instructed Sister Ling, not even casting a glance at Chu Xin as he hurriedly departed. Miss, he has gone, Chintai said softly. Chu Xin slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with sarcasm. What an audacious man. Miss, why don't you just leave him? Such a man is truly unworthy, Chintai suggested, habitually checking Youyou's pulse and finding her healthy, then holding her tiny fist. I'm hungry. Youyou clutched Chintai's fingers, attempting to stuff them into her mouth. Chintai chuckled, tickling Youyou's palm, causing her to giggle. Chu Xin offered no further explanations. The timing was not right. Miss, I don't believe he will give up easily. Sister Ling quickly prepared milk powder for Youyou. Let him stew for a couple of days. Chu Xin remained unfazed. As expected, Lindsay returned the following day. However, Chintai and Sister Ling barred him from entering, claiming Chu Xin was still asleep. With Sister Ling and the Chu family's bodyguards present, Lindsay dared not force his way in and had no choice but to leave in a fluster, seeking other solutions. On the third day, Lindsay managed to enter Chu Xin's room without hindrance. Chu Xin reclined against the bed, appearing quite frail. Xin. I need your help with the hotel arrangements, Lindsay said, fearing that Chu Xin might faint again and dared not utter any superfluous words. What hotel arrangements? Isn't the hotel settled yet? Chu Xin feigned ignorance. Lindsay lowered his head, speaking in a barely audible tone, I have no money left. Upon hearing this, Chu Xin smiled. This is such a trivial matter. Aze, do not forget your own status. Lindsay was taken aback. You are the son-in-law of the Chu family. Simply book the hotel on credit and settle the payment after the banquet. Remember, whoever you book the banquet with will owe you a favor. Lindsay understood the implication. Realizing the significance of the Chu family's name and his own status, booking with any hotel would reflect well on him. Xin, I understand now. I'll get to work on it right away. Chu Xin watched Lindsay leave, unable to conceal her amusement. Is he really this foolish and still running a company? Chintai shook his head. Youyou clapped her little hands in delight. Uncle Chin, even a doctor like you understands business better than that scoundrel. That foolish scoundrel is about to face a major financial loss again. Chapter 26. Pregnancy indeed, there was significant bleeding. No one in the business world is foolish. While many aspired to align themselves with the Chu family, they were acutely aware that relying on the Lin family was futile and unnecessary. In the commercial sphere, who did not know that the Lin family frequently encountered disasters, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy? Did the Lin family truly resemble a pack of strays? The day before the banquet, the owner of Hangyuan Hotel sent over a mortgage contract, which essentially served as a written guarantee. It was a temporary pledge of 2 properties owned by Lin Zayan and City, ensuring the smooth execution of the birthday celebration. A prestigious family like the Lins could not even afford to host a banquet. Were it not for the young lady, they would have long since fallen to the streets. Sister Ling scolded. Chu Xian smiled, unperturbed. They would indeed find themselves on the streets eventually. She instructed someone to inform the owner of Hangyuan that the Chu family would remember this favor. Is there something the baby does not know? Youyou's large, bright eyes twinkled with curiosity. Chu Xian chose not to elaborate. The next day, the banquet commenced punctually. Chu Xian had prepared a particularly festive outfit for Youyou, making her resemble a finely crafted little fairy. The Lin family, dressed resplendently, greeted the guests at the entrance. Sister Ling held Youyou, while another maid cradled Lin Shiwei, followed closely by other servants and bodyguards from the Chu family. Today, Chu Xian had donned light makeup, enhancing her already stunning features, leaving an indelible impression on all who beheld her. Xian, come greet the guests with me today, Lin Zai said. His heart stirred as he reached out to pull Chu Xian closer. Chu Xian naturally evaded his grasp, holding Lin Shiwei instead. You can receive the guests with mother. Once everyone arrives, I will join you. After all, it is the child's full-month banquet. The child is the star of the event. We must indeed give the impression that we are hosting this banquet solely for the gifts. Striking a sensitive chord, Lin Zai's mood soured immediately. He had never met the owner of Hangyuan Hotel, yet he had allowed him to mortgage 2 properties without any regard for his dignity. Naturally, he felt resentful. Once he gained control over the Chu family. As he contemplated, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Chu Xian feigned ignorance, amusing herself with Lin Shiwei in her arms. Today, many things are bound to occur, let the baby ponder. Youyou observed the diverse array of guests, her large, shiny eyes darting about. Oh, I remember now. Today marks Lin Shiwei's first opportunity to charm a noble patron. Hooray! My moment in the spotlight has arrived. The patron is mine. With Youyou in action, 1 is worth 3. Chu Xian chuckled upon hearing this. Sister Ling, let Youyou and Shiwei be together today. Since they are publicly referred to as twins, it would be more courteous for them to remain together. This way, our guests have to visit 2 locations to see the children. Sister Ling understood instantly and was determined to assist her young mistress in winning over patrons. All right, I understand. The other maid naturally complied with her employer's instructions. Thanks to the Chu family's reputation, many prominent figures from the city attended. Before long, a number of affluent ladies arrived to see the 2 children. In stark contrast to their cool indifference toward the Lin family, their warmth towards Chu Xian was palpable. Madam Lin, it is an honor to meet you. I never expected you to be so beautiful, the ladies exclaimed, gathering around Chu Xian. Oh no! It is you ladies who radiate elegance and charm, Chu Xian replied with grace. So, these are the 2 children? Please, let us hold them. Oh my! This child is truly stunning, a heavenly being descended from the skies, so fair and delicate, exquisitely formed. Indeed, look at those eyelashes and those large eyes. Goodness! I have never seen such a beautiful child. Absolutely. Hello, aunties. Youyou waved her chubby little hand at everyone, her small mouth revealing her adorable pink gums. Goodness. My heart has been captured. She is simply too cute, and she smiled at me. She smiled at me too. Is she greeting us? Indeed. Did you hear that? Youyou delighted in the compliments. The other must be equally adorable. How fortunate is Madame Lin to have 2 such beautiful children. One of the affluent ladies suddenly paused upon seeing Lin Shiwei. Oh, this one is also very beautiful. She resembles her father. The expressions of the other ladies faltered slightly as they observed Lin Shiwei. Yes, she resembles you, while this one looks just like her father. Chu Xian recognized that Youyou and Lin Shiwei bore no resemblance to each other. In truth, Lin Shiwei was also quite lovely, but she paled in comparison to Youyou, primarily because Lin Shiwei's eyes conveyed a sense of melancholy, lacking the clear, innocent purity typical of a baby. Eh? This aunt has a little baby, oh dear. She will drink wine soon, and then her tummy will hurt, and the little baby will be gone. Youyou's inner voice startled Chu Xin. The protagonist is also aware. Oh. She wants to inform this aunt. She will keep pointing at this aunt's belly to draw her attention. Once the aunt realizes she is pregnant, she will favor Lin Shiwei. In the future, their family will all serve as her stepping stones. How can I get the jump on this? That aunt is too close to Lin Shiwei for me to reach. Just as Youyou's thoughts concluded, Chu Xin addressed the affluent lady. You must be Madame Yuan. I noticed your complexion seems a bit off, appearing somewhat fatigued, reminiscent of how I looked when I first became pregnant. Madame Yuan turned to face Youyou, disregarding Lin Shiwei, who was waving her tiny hand and babbling. Youyou gleefully kicked her little legs and pointed at Madame Yuan's belly, babbling in excitement. Madame Yuan. It seems Youyou is pointing at your belly. Am I mistaken? One of the ladies inquired. Indeed, you aren't truly pregnant, are you? I've heard children can be quite accurate in their declarations, the others chimed in, laughing. Madame Yuan appeared delighted, her expression tinged with anticipation. Well, I am a few days delayed. The doctor said I have a difficult time conceiving. I haven't been able to get pregnant for years. That is of no concern. My brother has found a private doctor for me, who has his own laboratory in city and excels in both Western and traditional medicine. I shall have him take your pulse. Chu Xin instructed someone to summon Chen Tai. Is that not Dr. Chen? Someone in the crowd recognized him. Chen Tai nodded and greeted the people before approaching Chu Xin. Dr. Chen, please examine Madame Yuan. I believe her complexion resembles mine when I first became pregnant. Mother is truly remarkable. Even with makeup, this aunt could still discern her condition. No wonder she is my mother. Chu Xin. Thank you for the compliment, baby. Chen Tai asked Madame Yuan to sit down, taking her pulse while discreetly observing Youyou. Chapter 27. The Nobleman's Rescue. Uncle Chen, why are you looking at me? Are you wondering if this little baby in Auntie's belly will be as adorable as Youyou? But she is only 40 days old. How could she possibly be as charming as Youyou? Chen Tai merely wished to hear Youyou's voice out of pure curiosity. Congratulations, madam, you are indeed expecting. Approximately 40 days along. Given your cold constitution, this child is a blessing. You must avoid cold foods and refrain from alcohol. Madame Yuan beamed with delight. Dr. Chen, can you tell if it's a boy or a girl? Chen Tai's lips twitched slightly. It's still too early to determine. The instruments cannot discern such details yet. Oh! Is Uncle Chen looking at me again? Could it be that his medical skills are so extraordinary that he can already tell the baby's gender? Wow! Uncle Chen is truly remarkable, far more impressive than what the book describes. I can only glean from Auntie's womb. Madame Yuan, given the child's early stage, it is indiscernible. However, if you wish to know, you may inquire of Youyou. Generally, children are quite accurate in their predictions. The younger they are, the more precise they tend to be. The other ladies were taken aback that a doctor like Chen Tai believed in such things, feeling a newfound warmth towards him. However, how could a 1-month-old infant speak? Madame Yuan was puzzled, while Youyou was eager to perform. Hey! Youyou waved her little hands from side to side, rhythmically moving her tiny fingers. Chu Xin kindly interpreted. Youyou says she wants a little sister with 2 braids. Upon hearing this, Youyou's eyes sparkled, and she nodded her head in agreement. Goodness, did Youyou just nod? Is it a girl? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Madame Yuan's joy was boundless. Both she and her husband longed for a daughter. Surely it is because I am close to Youyou that I have conceived this child. Youyou must be a celestial being sent to bless us with children. Earlier, Mrs. Lin had already presented a monetary gift at the entrance, and now she pulled a card from her bag and pressed it into Youyou's tiny hand. Youyou, this is a token of appreciation from Auntie. Madame Yuan, this all right, Mrs. Lin, esteemed ladies, I must take my leave now. Farewell. Chu Xin felt helpless as Youyou tightly clutched the bank card, her mind exclaiming, "Oh, this is mine. The original owner's bank card is mine. There are 300,000 inside. Oh, how exciting. Youyou is truly remarkable. Indeed, Xin, please let me hold Youyou. I too wish for a daughter." "Me too. That little rascal is not charming at all." Chu Xin sighed, observing how everyone took turns cradling Youyou, finally settling down at the banquet. In a short while, Youyou found herself adorned with various gifts, gem necklaces, bracelets, jade bangles. She was giggling internally, her little legs kicking joyfully. "Ah ha ha, the baby is striking it rich." Chu Xin felt exasperated. Before she could intervene, Youyou had already seized the gifts with fervor. What if these ladies were unable to conceive? What if they had a boy instead? Chu Xin rubbed her forehead, unsure how to face those noblewomen in the future. Perhaps she should inform her brother and collaborate with the Chu family and theirs to repay this favor. Oh dear, Youyou cannot just take from aunties. They will surely be blessed with a little sister. La la la, la la la, Youyou is a little money-making expert. Chu Xin listened attentively for a while but heard no solutions from Youyou, letting out a sigh. In the original tale, it was Zhou Wanjun who held the protagonist at the birthday banquet. This time, it's someone else. I wonder how long she can revel in this. Listening to Youyou's words, Chu Xin glanced at the maid, who was utterly absorbed in Lin Shimei, carrying her away in another direction, seemingly entranced. "Mommy, Aunt Ling, hurry. The protagonist is seeking the nobleman." Strangely, the maid was not heading towards a lively area but rather a secluded corner of the hotel. "Hurry, Aunt Ling. Catch up to her. We must not let her approach that boy in the corner." Youyou's inner voice urged, "Cursed protagonist, step aside, let Youyou through." Aunt Ling, fearing her ability to hear thoughts might be revealed, feigned surprise. "Miss, there is a little boy over there. I shall check." With swift feet, she outpaced the maid carrying Lin Shimei. Chu Xin hurriedly followed, with Chintai and the bodyguard trailing behind. "Little friend, what troubles you?" Aunt Ling's previously stern demeanor softened, her voice warm. The little boy squatted in the corner. Startled, he abruptly turned around. He was thin, pale as a ghost, with blue lips and sunken eyes. Trembling all over, his teeth chattering audibly. Had it been night, Aunt Ling might have mistaken him for a spirit. Aunt Ling paused, astonished. What had she just heard? Evil spirits? Ghosts? "Aunt Ling, let me touch the little boy. Please do not let Lin Shimei near him." Youyou's babbling voice snapped Aunt Ling from her shock, and she quickly knelt down. Su Jinrui looked at the crowd with increasing trepidation, shrinking against the wall, yet his gaze inadvertently turned towards Youyou in Aunt Ling's arms. Was he nearing death? How could he hear this baby-esque voice? Yet he knew that such a young infant should not speak. "Little boy, do not be afraid. The baby is here to help you." This time, he did not mishear. In the fleeting moment of his daze, he felt a tiny hand resting on his head. The soft little hand radiated warmth, a gentle flow coursing through him, spreading warmth throughout his body. Chapter 28. Exorcising Evil Spirits. Su Jinrui widened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he realized that he felt less cold than before. The chilling sensation that had enveloped him like ice seemed to dissipate under the blazing sun, vanishing without a trace. His body felt considerably lighter. Though he still bore some weakness, he understood that his bizarre ailment had been cured. "Sister." Su Jinrui's voice was weak, and after uttering those two syllables, his breath became uneven. "Don't be afraid, big brother. Your body is still quite fragile. Just eat some delicious food, and you'll recover." Youyou's large eyes blinked with excitement, her tiny paws waving animatedly. As Su Jinrui reached out to touch Youyou's little hand, he suddenly heard his grandfather's voice. Startled, he stood up, his frail form swaying slightly. Chu Xin hurried to support him. "Take it slow. Standing up too quickly after squatting for a while can make you dizzy." Old Master Su was accompanied by 2 bodyguards, as well as the owner of Hongyuan Hotel and Lin Zhe among others. "Rui, what brings you here?" Upon discovering his grandson was missing, Old Master Su had instructed the hotel owner to check the surveillance footage, revealing that Su Jinrui had seemingly been drawn here by some unseen force. In the footage, his small figure huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, prompting Old Master Su to rush over, nearly losing his breath. "Grandfather, I'm fine. It was my sister who saved me." Old Master Su's eyes widened in astonishment. "Ruerue, you can speak now?" Su Jinrui was not incapable of speech, however. His words came out stammered and incomplete, reminiscent of a toddler's attempts at communication. "Grandfather, I'm no longer cold." Only then did everyone notice Su Jinrui's attire. Despite the hotel being maintained at a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius, he was still clad in a down jacket. Seeing the maid holding Lin Shiwei beside Su Jinrui, Lin Zhe mistakenly assumed Lin Shiwei was the sister Su Jinrui had mentioned. "Old Master Su, I told you. My daughter is remarkable. When I felt down or fatigued, holding her always made me feel better. Look, young Master Su also claims that my Weiwei saved him. My Weiwei truly possesses extraordinary abilities. She can surely heal." Tui. Youyou puffed up like a little pufferfish, her cheeks swollen as she spat out words in indignation. "You despicable father. How dare you attribute Youyou's merits to your illegitimate daughter? I want to bite you." Initially, Su Jinrui had mistakenly thought Youyou was referring to Lin Shiwei, but he soon grasped her true name. As for the illegitimate daughter, wasn't the Lin family said to have twins? But Youyou clearly appeared to be the little sister. Realizing this, Su Jinrui reached out to grasp her tiny hand and shot Lin Zhe a disapproving glance. "Grandfather, it was this sister who saved me." Lin Zhe's face flushed with embarrassment. Yes. Youyou dispelled the evil energy within you. Do not fear. With Youyou around, no evil spirit would dare to trouble you." Old Master Su's eyes widened even further. What had he just heard? Evil spirits? Furthermore, wasn't it said that the Lin family was celebrating the full moon banquet for their twins? Could a full moon infant speak? No. That infant couldn't talk. Her little mouth had merely been blowing bubbles. But what he heard, could it be a thought? Oh dear, this grandfather is quite unfortunate. Because Lin Shiwei saved his grandson, he has unwittingly become a veritable ATM and resource for the Lin family, all out of gratitude. Alas, ultimately, the Lin family used him to bind the Chu family, leading to their downfall, with all of Su family's properties and wealth falling into the Lin's hands. His grandson's ailment was merely suppressed by Lin Shiwei, not truly cured. When the Su family is no longer needed, they will naturally be discarded like a useless pawn. As my senior sister would say, Old Master Su found himself confined in a dark, sealed room, deprived of food and water, starving and parched. The little brother's suffering was even more profound, as the ailment had been suppressed for too long, leading to a resurgence of symptoms that spiraled out of control, culminating in a tragic end. How pitiable indeed! Old Master Su trembled slightly. Su Jinrui remained unfazed. Death held no fear for him. He had always believed that living was worse than dying. However, it is curious. In the book, the young brother was said to be afflicted with an illness. And for some reason, Youyou discovered that there was an evil spirit within him. Could it be that this world truly harbors such malevolence? Old Master Su remained silent, his expression betraying an unspoken sentiment. Uncle, do you not favor the sister? Are not both her and that sister your children? Why does it seem as though you do not like her? In that moment, everyone's attention was fixated on Old Master Su. As he fell silent, so did they. Only Su Jinrui observed Lin Zhe closely, for he had heard Youyou call him a despicable father. Young Master Su, this is your little brother, not your little sister. The maid holding Youyou interjected. Oh, right. I mustn't let the despicable father know my true identity, otherwise he might strangle me. However, the little brother is truly clever to recognize Youyou as his sister. It must be because Youyou is exceptionally beautiful. Though Su Jinrui was small, he had gleaned Lin Zhe's wickedness from Youyou's words. He looked up and said, Isn't that so? I thought the beautiful one was the sister, while the ugly one was the brother. Is she not the sister? She is indeed quite unattractive. Ha ha ha, the little brother is fantastic. Lin Shiwei is a real eyesore. In an effort to align with Youyou, Su Jinrui echoed the sentiment. She is indeed an eyesore. Youyou's tiny hand tightened around Su Jinrui's fingers, gleefully chirping in delight. It seemed Lin Shiwei understood, for she began to wail loudly. Lin Zhe, feeling a pang of heartache, waved his hand, instructing the maid to take Lin Shiwei away. In that brief moment, old Master Su regained his composure from the earlier shock. Having seen much in his lifetime, he realized the reason behind his grandson's persistent ill health. Was it truly the influence of evil spirits? No, without Youyou, perhaps it would have merely been an illness. Or perhaps the Su family would have met a tragic end at his hands. For Youyou was correct. He was one to repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. He regarded this grandson as his very life, naturally placing all his love and hope upon him. Saving his grandson equated to saving the Su family, and he would surely lend all his support. Lin Zhe could only awkwardly smile. No, they are all uncle's children. I certainly care for them all. I merely misunderstood earlier, thinking it was the little sister who healed you, as my little sister is indeed quite remarkable. Su Jinrui remained unfazed. Oh, even if she is remarkable, she has not healed me. Chapter 29. Grandparents have arrived. Lin Zhe, feeling a wave of embarrassment, swiftly shifted the topic. Oh, since young Master Su is fine, let us take our seats and have a moment to rest. There are still some guests who have yet to arrive. I will go and greet them. As Lin Zhe turned, he shot a glare at Chu Xian, who pretended not to notice. Young Master Su, let us take our seats first, and later we shall have Dr. Chen examine you. He is quite skilled. Yes, yes. Let Uncle Chen check on the young gentleman, and then let us prepare some delicious food for him. Perhaps some spicy big worms, roasted birds, and glutinous rice cakes. Chin Tai thought to himself, this child clearly suffers from malnutrition. One need not even take his pulse to discern his weak spleen and stomach. Even if he has been cured of his ailments, he must still take it slow. Can he truly handle such delicacies as large crabs, crispy roast pigeons, and glutinous rice cakes, which are notoriously difficult to digest? Surely it is her desire to indulge in them. He recalled Chu Xian mentioning that Youyou had only seen the dishes at the dining table once, yet he could remember them vividly, insisting on discussing them every time he drank milk. Chu Xian, exasperated, exchanged a glance with Sister Ling, signaling her to ensure that Youyou did not attend the banquet. Sister Ling understood perfectly. Su Jinrui, however, remained remarkably composed. He had no idea what roasted birds and big worms were, but he trusted that Youyou would not lead him astray. As long as Youyou offered him food, he would eat it. Unaware of Su Jinrui's thoughts, Chu Xian struck up a conversation with old Master Su. Observing his grandson holding Youyou's small hand tightly, old Master Su's face broke into a broad smile. His little grandson was quite the introvert, having been frail from birth, yet he never allowed anyone to care for him or engage with peers. This was the first child he had ever taken the initiative to connect with, albeit a mere infant. Although old Master Su did not shed tears, his heart swelled with emotion. Little Youyou, play nicely with your brother and Grandpa will give you a gift. Old Master Su waved to his assistant, who produced a black card from a small bag. He presented the card to Youyou, saying, "This is for you, my dear. Spend it as you wish." Youyou's big eyes widened in astonishment, shining like light bulbs. He promptly released Su Jinrui's hand and exclaimed, "I want it. I remember. In the original story, Grandpa Su gave this card to Lin Shiwei, and then the scoundrel father used the money to expand the Lin family's business. Now it's mine. I want to buy delicious food. Mommy went to share, Aunt Ling went to share, and Uncle Chen said I can't eat. So I'll buy my own treats and something for my brother too." Su Jinrui beamed, his heart swelling with sweetness. His sister had promised to buy him tasty food. Old Master Su let out a hearty laugh, thoroughly amused by Youyou's innocent declarations. "That one tea do," Chu Xian interjected as she reached out to intervene. But Youyou had already adeptly grasped the black card, clutching it tightly, making it impossible to retrieve. Chu Xian sighed in resignation. "Old Master, this isn't appropriate. How is it not appropriate? Is my grandson's health not worth this amount of money? As long as my grandson is healthy, what does money matter? Old Master Su waved dismissively. Chu Xian, having regained her memories, was well aware of the Su family's sudden emergence in Kyoto, yet they had no substantial enterprises there. Nor could even the Chu family trace their origins. All that was known was that the Su family was powerful and enigmatic. It was common knowledge that their young master was unwell, prompting Old Master Su to bring him to the beautiful, temperate city for recuperation. Chu Xian had not anticipated that the Su family would attend Youyou's birthday banquet, nor that they would be the first benefactors for Lin Shiwei. You are too kind. Grandpa Su, I cannot accept your generosity without reciprocation. You have suffered many hidden injuries from your time on the battlefield, which worsen with damp weather. Perhaps I could use a bit of my innate energy to help you heal. With that thought, Youyou, having been close to Old Master Su after receiving the black card, waved his small hand and gently tapped his arm. Before Old Master Su could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a warm sensation flow from Youyou's hand into his body. Although he was uncertain if his hidden injuries had healed, he sensed a cleansing sensation within him, bringing an unparalleled comfort. Old Master Su could not suppress the smile creeping onto his face. He felt he had struck gold. Miss, the seventh young master has arrived. Along with the lady and the master, announced a maid from the Chu family. Chu Xian's heart raced with joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Really? Yes. The son-in-law is currently welcoming them, replied the maid. Chu Xian, overflowing with excitement, turned around, cradled Youyou in her arms, and took a deep breath to calm herself. Old master, let us go together. It has been a long time since I've seen Chu Dashan. Chu Dashan was the nickname of Chu Xian's father, Chu Xiong. And both he and Old Master Su were prominent figures in Kyoto, naturally acquainted with one another. Very well. Chu Xian held Youyou in one arm while grasping Su Jinrue's hand with the other, feeling much more composed than before. Old Master Su observed this with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Indeed, the Chu family embodies calmness, wisdom, and a composed demeanor. Oh, Grandpa and Grandma, Uncle, 1 billion for Grandpa, 1 billion for Grandma. And Uncle Chi is to give 7 billion. The expressions of those who could hear Youyou's thoughts varied greatly. Chu Xian remarked, Your uncle might not be too pleased. Even if he is, it won't matter. He has no money, Old Master Su replied, clearly delighted. Money? I have plenty. Now I have a way to win over this little fellow. As the group made their way to the hotel lobby, Chu Xian felt a twinge of anxiety that Lin Zhe might utter some sweet words to deceive her parents and brother. However, when she turned to look towards the entrance, she nearly burst into laughter. For Youyou was chattering, Wow, this scoundrel father is quite the spectacle. He is being pushed to the outskirts. Hilarious. Fortunately, her fears proved unfounded, for her father and mother had not been engulfed in the crowd. Lin Zhe, who was supposed to be welcoming guests, now resembled a lost dog, pushed to the periphery alongside the maid holding Lin Shiwei. Despite the throng, Chu Papa and Chu Mama navigated the situation with ease, smiling and engaging with everyone. In contrast, Chu Weiqi stood aloof, hands shoved in his pockets, visibly impatient as he scanned the crowd. He was tall, making him stand out among the throng. And Youyou spotted him instantly. Wow, Uncle, Youyou is right here. Curious. Chu Weiqi turned towards the source of the little voice and immediately spotted Chu Xian cradling the child. Sister, sister. He pushed through the crowd, striding over with long strides, and enveloped her in a bear hug. Sister, where have you been these past 3 years? We searched everywhere and couldn't find you. Woe is me. Chapter 30. Another gift of Jade. Chu Xian stifled the tears welling in her eyes, managing to refrain from crying. 3 years ago. It was indeed her decision to leave Kyoto. Alongside her teammates, she had developed a new medication, but their discovery fell into the hands of a spy, placing both her and her colleagues in peril. To ensure their safety, the nation sheltered them in a base on an island. However, the secrecy was compromised. The protectors perished. The pursuers met the same fate, and all her teammates were gone, leaving her alone. In a final act of desperation, she sealed everything within the base, secretly buried her teammates, and left behind tokens of their identities, hair and blood, crafting a fade of being taken by wild beasts to facilitate her escape. She knew that the area surrounding the base was rife with wild animals that would dispose of the remaining corpses. Her identity as a covert operative was fabricated, as was that of her teammates. The identity and household registration she held in city were arranged in secrecy before embarking on this mission. Having experimented on herself with various drugs, her body bore the remnants of toxins that adversely affected her nervous system, causing her to occasionally lose her sanity. As for her amnesia, it was an unforeseen consequence. Ever since she arrived at the Lin family, she had not ventured outside. Lin Zhe had consistently used her pregnancy as a reason to confine her. Had it not been for him, perhaps she would have already reunited with her family. "I'm sorry. I lost my memory in the past few years," Chu Xin explained succinctly, cradling Youyou in one arm while gently patting Chu Weiqi's back with the other. She recalled how 3 years prior, Chu Weiqi was merely a middle schooler, his face dotted with acne. Now he had grown considerably taller and was already in high school. "Ouch, little uncle. Be gentle. I'm still in mommy's arms. Youyou might be squished by you." The youngest uncle is truly unreliable. The small voice that had just flickered in her mind reappeared, prompting Chu Weiqi to notice Youyou for the first time. The infant before him was exceedingly beautiful, with a fair complexion and sparkling, large eyes, reminiscent of a celestial being under Guanin's care. Youyou pouted her little lips and blinked her big eyes. Why does little uncle seem a bit silly? Is he going to catch the silliness from the sixth uncle? Oh no, it's because little uncle is inherently silly, being a university underachiever who always ranks last in exams. Realization dawned on Chu Weiqi as he gaped in astonishment, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at Youyou. "Sister, she is as adorable as you imagined, isn't she?" Chu Xin smiled subtly, her gaze laden with meaning. Chu Weiqi, well acquainted with her warning look, nodded woodenly. "Yes, cute. I like her." The family patriarch and matriarch had also arrived behind Chu Weiqi. Before they could exchange pleasantries with Chu Xin, they heard Youyou's innocent thoughts. They exchanged knowing glances, realizing this was the wondrous aspect of the little granddaughter mentioned by the sixth child. "Dear Xiner, you have suffered," the matriarch thought, her eyes brimming with tears, but she restrained herself in light of the occasion. "Mom, Dad." Chu Xin's voice quivered slightly, yet she concealed her emotions. She could not allow Lin Zhe to discover that her memory had returned. It's all right. Chu Xiong's voice trembled as well. "So this is Youyou. Come here for a hug from Grandma." The matriarch, seeking to divert from her sorrow, glanced down and saw the charming little bundle sucking her fingers. Youyou, noticing her grandmother's gaze, removed her fingers from her mouth and stretched out her small arms, exclaiming, "Hug. Grandma, hug." Youyou loves Grandma. The matriarch joyfully scooped Youyou into her arms, unfazed by the little one's drool-covered hands as they roamed her face, and leaned down to kiss Youyou's chubby cheeks. Giggling, Youyou responded with delight. How could such a wonderful grandmother have such a tragic fate? I must protect Grandma and Grandpa, ensuring they are never harmed by Lin Shiwei again. The matriarch felt warmth in her heart, tightening her embrace around Youyou. "Darling, let me hold you too," the patriarch, filled with affection, expressed his desire to hold the adorable granddaughter. Witnessing the scene, Lin Zhe felt a surge of resentment. Was it not said that the Chu family cherished their daughters? Why were these elderly folks only enamored with that illegitimate child, while his own daughter was neglected? This was unjust. At that moment, Lin Shiwei waved her small hands, making cheerful sounds. The matriarch, reluctant to release Youyou, turned to Chu Xiong, suggesting, "Why don't you hold Weiwei?" After observing for a while, the elder confirmed that both Chu family's elders and the young master could hear Youyou's thoughts, prompting him to find a way to ease the situation. For their age, Holding a child was indeed a taxing endeavor. Brother Sue is correct, the elder agreed, walking alongside Brother Sue towards the front. In accordance with the original plot, this birthday banquet will see the presence of grandparents, 7 uncles, 2 older cousins, and an older sister. They will shower Lin Shiwei with countless priceless gifts and money. Today marks a pivotal moment in the Lin family's ascent. With newfound wealth and the flattery of surrounding companies, they have risen from the lower echelons to a more prosperous standing. Fortunately, the eldest uncle revealed Lin Shiwei's true identity to the grandparents, ensuring that such a trajectory will not repeat. I wonder what gifts the grandparents have given Lin Shiwei, and what gifts await Youyou. Listening to Youyou's musings, the matriarch found herself amused. The Chu family had a penchant for collecting jade. Naturally, their gifts would be jade as well. Both Weiwei's and Youyou's gifts had been procured from an auction, said to be imbued with spiritual blessings after being revered in the divine halls, making them very auspicious. Lin Zhe, lurking at the back of the crowd, clenched his fists in frustration upon hearing this. The Chu family seemed oblivious to their peculiarities, gifting only jade, and those vague protective charms rather than something more substantial. Youyou's big eyes twinkled mischievously. Oh, I know. They must have bought fake jade like the 6th uncle did for $20 at a stall, but the box is genuine. Chapter 31. Deliberate upon hearing the words. Old Master Su's lips twitched slightly as he cast a meaningful glance at Old Master Chu. Ahem. Old Master Chu, equally caught off guard, awkwardly averted his gaze from Old Master Su. It was indeed quite embarrassing to be overheard by an old acquaintance. He retrieved a small box from his pocket and placed it in Youyou's arms, having previously given her a slight hint. This one was meant for her. Inside the box lay a gold-inlaid jade lock, identical to the one given to Lin Shiwei. However, this box lacked the exquisite craftsmanship of Lin Shiwei's, causing Lin Zhe's ire to dissipate somewhat upon witnessing the scene. After all, they hailed from a wealthy family, and perhaps the information he had gathered was somewhat inaccurate. It was entirely possible that the Chu family simply favored jade. Youyou, with her small hands, eagerly pried open the box. Wow, this is real. It truly possesses celestial energy. This piece of jade has likely been imbued with the essence of incense for centuries. When it was offered to the deities, it absorbed considerable celestial power. Youyou is still young, and her celestial energy has yet to mature, so she truly needs this. Oh! Lin Shiwei's piece is fake, lacking celestial energy. Ha ha. Grandfather must have bought her a counterfeit. Grandfather is so wonderful. Youyou loves grandfather. Youyou's toothless grin melted hearts as she cradled the gift in her hands. Old Master Chu clutched his heart, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Youyou was right. The piece given to Lin Shiwei was indeed a counterfeit, while this one was genuinely acquired by him at an auction a few days prior. The cost was modest, as the jade itself was quite ordinary. He had been drawn to it because of its long-standing association with the deities and hoped it would bless his beloved Youyou. Old Master Su pondered deeply, recalling that he too had a collection of ancient artifacts from the Temple of Deities. Lin Zhe, noticing that Youyou's gift was the same as Lin Shiwei's, chose not to dwell further on it and began typing something on his phone. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. As Chu Xian reached the corner of the staircase, she accidentally bumped into a hotel staff member who had just emerged from the corridor on her right. Glancing at the stains of spilled wine on her attire, she frowned. Madam, I sincerely apologize. I'm just a university student working part-time and still unfamiliar with the surroundings. I hope you can forgive me. I truly do not have the means to compensate you. The staff member, resembling a startled little rabbit, repeatedly bowed and apologized. Chu Xian, not one to make things difficult for others, waved her hand dismissively. It's all right, it was unintentional. Father, mother, I'll go change into a different dress. In affluent households, having a spare dress for events was a necessity. She had already booked the presidential suite in this establishment for such unforeseen circumstances. Mommy, don't go upstairs. Bad Dad has arranged for people in the room. There are several wicked men inside. If you go in, they will trap and bully you. And Bad Dad will send someone to find you and others will discover it. Youyou chirped, reaching out her little arms and twisting her small body, almost slipping from the grasp of old Madame Chu. Chu Xian was perplexed. She had clearly instructed the bodyguards to subdue those 3 individuals. How could there still be more? Bad Dad fears that Mommy would book another room, so he arranged for 2 groups of people. I didn't expect Mommy to really book the presidential suite. Bad Dad is too cunning. Chu Xian finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, Lin Zhe had reserved an additional room. And the bodyguards had also tracked down those individuals who were supposed to be in that suite. Moreover, this university student was deliberately sent by Bad Dad to collide with Mommy. He gave her 20,000 yuan to spill the drink on Mommy and lure her inside. Once she goes in, she locks the door to trap Mommy. Wicked creature. And this university student will leverage this incident to extort Bad Dad for money. He will then demand money from Mommy, with Uncle assisting him. Ultimately, it is Uncle's money that has been sustaining this vile woman. Later, when the Chu family fell into ruin, Bad Dad killed this university student. But by then, she was already married with children. A whole family of vampires feasting off the Chu family's wealth. Old Master Chu and Old Madame Chu wore grim expressions. Had it not been for Chu Xian's insistence, they would have wanted to eliminate Lin Zhe on the spot. While they could temporarily restrain their anger, the rebellious high schooler Chu Weiqi could not hold back. Suddenly, he turned and threw a punch at Lin Zhe. What were you doing just now? Huh? My sister almost got hit, and you didn't even help her. I see your affection for my sister is nothing but a facade. Lin Zhe was caught off guard by the sudden blow, clutching his right eye as tears streamed down his face. Good punch, Uncle. Youyou claps for you. The little one could barely bring her hands together, yet she enthusiastically cheered. 7th brother, I was simply too exhausted to react in time. Otherwise, I would have shielded your sister. The stains are on my clothes. Internally cursing, Lin Zhe maintained a composed demeanor, his tone sincere yet humble. Although he had vented his frustration, Chu Weiqi's actions seemed unreasonable to those who could not hear Youyou's thoughts. Naturally, astute observers could discern that the Chu family did not welcome the Lin family. It's all right. The staff member didn't mean it. Your brother-in-law couldn't foresee this. Why are you hitting him? Chu Xian comforted as she patted Chu Weiqi's shoulder. It's my fault, Lin Zhe said. A look of regret on his face. Then he turned to the staff member and shouted, What are you standing there for? Hurry and take Madam to the presidential suite to change clothes. Yes, I'll do it right away. The young female staff member, with her head bowed, led Chu Xian away. Mommy, don't go. Grandma is calling you. Youyou exclaimed anxiously, squirming in old Madame Chu's embrace. Father, mother, 7th brother. Let us head to the banquet, Lin Zhe said, his heart finally at ease as he walked ahead, leading everyone towards the grand hall. Old Master Su and Chen Tai listened to Youyou's heartfelt words, lamenting the disgraceful nature of the Lin family. Lin Jinrui, hearing Youyou's cries, felt even more heartbroken, wishing to knock the Lin family down and crush them into the ground. Old Madam, allow me to carry her, Ling Jia suggested to old Madame Chu. I am just about to prepare milk for Youyou. Though old Madame Chu felt a twinge of reluctance, she recognized that it was inappropriate to linger in such a setting and entrusted Youyou to Ling Jia. Go, find Mommy. Youyou pointed upwards, babbling excitedly. Ling Ai pretended not to notice Youyou's antics and softly replied, The young lady has taken 2 bodyguards upstairs. She should be down shortly. Youyou's chattering came to an abrupt halt. Oh, there are bodyguard uncles? Then Mommy will be safe. Youyou is hungry and wants milk. Chapter 32, a captivating performance. Su Jinrui glanced at Youyou with a hint of reluctance. Grandfather, I wish to be with my sister. Upon witnessing his grandson finally emerging from his self-imposed isolation, old Master Su felt a wave of relief wash over him. Go ahead. I shall have someone bring you food shortly. Su Jinrui's eyes sparkled like stars as he turned and followed Sister Ling. Chu Weiqi felt a twinge of curiosity and gradually stepped back into the crowd, discreetly trailing behind. As Youyou cradled her milk bottle, She noticed two pairs of eyes, one large and one small, fixated upon her. What's the matter? Are you both hungry? Youyou looked at her milk bottle, then at Su Jinrui and Chu Weiqi. After a brief internal struggle, she reluctantly extended the bottle toward them. Ah, since you both like Youyou, you can have a sip. But you mustn't finish it. The two exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Sister Ling stifled a laugh, finding the scene amusing. Hurry and finish. So, we can find Mommy. Chu Weiqi, still somewhat concerned, deliberately changed the topic, hoping to glean some insight from Youyou's thoughts. Su Jinrui nodded vigorously beside him. Youyou paused her drinking and declared, Mommy is fine. Oh, that waiter was knocked out by Uncle Bodyguard. And that wicked woman, Zhou Wanjin, was brought here by Uncle Bodyguard too. Huh? Why is Zhou Wanjin swaying around like that? Oh, Mommy pushed Zhou Wanjin into a room and locked the door. We need to go see the commotion. Aunt Ling, hurry up and let us go. Su Jinrui and Chu Weiqi gazed at Sister Ling with wide eyes, eager for her response. Though Sister Ling could withstand their pleading looks, she struggled against Youyou's persistent antics and the flailing of her little legs. Youyou tossed the milk bottle aside, pointing upwards and wailing, ah. Aunt Ling, the baby is about to cry. Sister Ling sighed, conceding to pick Youyou up again. When they reached the top floor, they encountered Lin Zhe, who was accompanied by a group searching for someone. The concerns of old Madame Chu and the head of the Chu family dissolved upon seeing Youyou, as their anxious hearts relaxed. For Youyou was continuously murmuring, roar, roar, roar. The wicked woman is about to be captured by the scoundrel. Open the door. The baby wants to see the excitement. Open the door now. What happened, Sister Ling? Someone said they heard Xin scream. Lin Zhe inquired, his concern and urgency genuine. Ugh, the baby is about to vomit. What screams from Mommy? That's just the excuse we planned. You vile scoundrel. Kick the door down. Uncle Bodyguard, kick it down. Mr. Lin. I am not with the young lady. I have come here looking for her as well, Sister Ling replied, her performance flawless. Xin, are you in there? Lin Zhe knocked frantically on the door, his anxiety palpable as time passed with no response. Stop knocking. Hurry and call someone to open the door. This is a serious matter. Concern rippled through the crowd, for this was a rare gathering at the Chu family's banquet, and if anything happened to their daughter, the event would be ruined. Indeed, the presidential suite's door could not be easily kicked open. They needed to summon someone to unlock it. Just then, the lobby manager rushed over, sweating profusely with a room key in hand. If anything were to happen in their hotel, his position as manager would not be salvaged with mere excuses. Today's guests were all prominent figures. Trembling, the lobby manager unlocked the door, and Lin Zhe pushed past him, rushing inside. Upon reaching the bedroom, Lin Zhe suddenly called out, followed by a sharp female scream. Ha ha, isn't it delightful? Zhou Wanjin. That waiter and 3 wicked men are surely blinding Lin Zhe's eyes. Old Madame Chu, who had felt a twinge of concern upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, stepped away from the door and waved to the bodyguards. Go, let us see what's happening inside. Old Master Chu, ever the dramatist, declared anxiously to the crowd. If my daughter is in danger, everyone must lend a hand. Of course, that is only right, the gathered crowd echoed, and they all ventured inside. What they beheld would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime, a chaotic mingling of 3 men and 2 women. Ah, Aunt Ling. Why are you blocking baby's sparkling big eyes? Baby wants to see. Ah, why is Uncle standing in front of baby? Bad uncle. Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Ugh. Grandfather and grandmother are blocking baby's view too. I can't see anything. Then came a more piercing scream from the women. Lin Zhe stood at the bedroom door, a mix of shame and anger flooding his face, rendered utterly speechless. Ah, Zhe. I'm not Zhou Wanjin, now somewhat coherent, hurriedly donned her clothing, eager to explain. What on earth is happening? Came the melodious voice of Chu Xin from the back of the crowd. Why is everyone here? Chu Xin, clad in an elegant black gown, exuded both grace and nobility. She pointed at Zhou Wanjin, her face a picture of shock. Say, it's not what you think. Silence. You, a maid, should be working at the Lin household, yet you dare to chase after us here. I believe what Xinxin said is true. You are attempting to steal our daughter. Lin Zhe interjected, fearful that Zhou Wanjin might reveal too much. Chu Xinxin glanced at Lin Zhe, unable to ignore the scene unfolding before her. A feigned sorrow crept into her voice. Zhe, she just addressed you as Zhe. Does she harbor improper intentions to follow you here? To prevent Chu Xinxin and the others from uncovering the truth, Lin Zhe found himself shifting the blame entirely onto Zhou Wanjin. Yes, Xinxin, I deceived you in the past. But you are gentle-hearted, and I fear you might be hurt. She has been through so much. At times, she confuses me with her former husband, leading to her occasional confusion. Zhou Wanjin, whether understanding Lin Zhe's insinuations or not, began to feign ignorance, pointing at Lin Zhe and shouting, "You are not him. Where did he go? My child, where is my child?" Zhou Wanjin, in a frenzy, broke through the crowd and fled outside. Catch her? Humph. That wicked woman. She is Lin Shiwei's mother, the scoundrel's mistress. Humph. A fraud. She's not mad, just pretending. Seeing Youyou turning into a little pufferfish with rage, Chu Xinxin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She had no intention of capturing them all at once. Playing slowly was far more enjoyable. At that moment, the female waiter also regained consciousness, letting out a scream as she wrapped herself up in a frenzy. Upon spotting the three naked men restrained by bodyguards, she screamed even louder. Humph. Serves you right. You bullied my mommy. Now you shall experience the taste of being bullied. And let us see if you dare to commit misdeeds again in the future. Chapter 33. A beating apart from apologizing. The manager understood that any excuse before these individuals would be futile. Xian, I just remembered that I lost my room card. At that moment, Lin Ziyuo suddenly realized. I know you booked the presidential suite and requested a room card from the front desk, but somehow it went missing. Perhaps there were too many people, and I didn't notice these individuals slipping in. The three men, restrained by the bodyguards, received the signal and began to explain. I found the room card. A few of us heard that a wealthy person was hosting a banquet here, so we wanted to sneak in and steal some food. Then we saw that gentleman drop his room card. We recognized it as the one for the presidential suite, which is distinct from the others, so we came in. As they lounged about, two women entered, and we thought they were part of the hotel's service. Yes, we truly had no idea. We merely picked up the room card and had a thought. We didn't do anything else. Besides, the hotel provides this service actively. We weren't forcing ourselves in. The last man's voice trailed off. Chu Xian's expression darkened considerably upon hearing this. How could Lin Zhe handle the situation so smoothly? If what these three men claimed was true, then her entry into the presidential suite would merely be a misunderstanding, placing the responsibility on the hotel rather than on them. It was insidious, so insidious. The expressions of those present were grim, each displaying a different shade of concern. No one was foolish. If Chu Xian had not gone elsewhere to change clothes in the presidential suite, then it would be the Chu family's daughter who would suffer humiliation. Just contemplating the consequences sent chills down their spines. That wretched scoundrel. Even if they'd check the surveillance, they wouldn't uncover anything because he conspired with those three to deliberately drop the room card for them to find. What a villain. Youyou wants to bite him. Youyou fumed silently, unable to voice her anger or lash out, left to stew in her frustration. Despite their calm demeanor, Old Master Chu and Old Madam Chu could hardly endure the situation any longer. Chu Weiqi, with his fiery temper, could not tolerate it. He seized Lin Zhe by the hair and delivered a resounding slap. You bully my sister. If it weren't for you having the room card, none of this would have happened. If my sister hadn't been too lazy to come up and had chosen another room to change, she wouldn't have been subjected to this. I see this as you're doing. You must have deliberately harmed my sister. Dare to bully her. And I'll beat you to a pulp. Hit him. Uncle is doing great. Pull his hair and make him bald for trying to yank Youyou's hair. Last time he almost pulled it all out. Youyou cheered, clapping her small hands. How dare he pull Youyou's hair? Weiqi's fury intensified. With a left hook and a right jab, he followed up with a kick. What is this? Break it up. Someone, break it up. At that moment, Fan Shuelon rushed in, holding Lin Shui. Seeing Lin Zhe being pummeled, she panicked. Yes, break it up quickly. My son has a bad temper. This incident was an accident, and we cannot blame Lin Zhe entirely. Old Madame Chu waved her hand to the bodyguards. Thus, the bodyguards intervened. Lin Zhe could have evaded. But because of their interference, he received another punch to the nose. Su Jinrui, addressing the bodyguards behind him, urged, "You all get in there and break it up. It can't continue like this. What if Youyou gets scared?" 2 more individuals joined the fray, adding to the chaos. Fan Shuelon, holding Lin Shui, was unable to intervene, and both she and the child began to cry. Weiqi, having vented his frustration, finally stopped. At this point, Lin Zhe was in a pitiful state, bruised and battered. A tooth missing and a clump of hair torn out, clutching his stomach and barely able to stand. "Master, madam, the young master has practiced martial arts. His skills surpass ours, and we couldn't hold him back." Seeing Lin Zhe in such a dire condition, several bodyguards began to apologize. "No wonder. Young master. We had no idea that Chu Shao was so formidable, so we underestimated him and failed to intervene." The Chu family's bodyguards also began to express their regrets. Youyou, outwardly grumbling, was secretly elated. "Ha ha ha, what a performance. My uncle didn't learn martial arts, he just fights at school and is one of the bullies. Aside from failing exams, he ranks first in fighting and skipping classes." Old Master Chu and Old Madame Chu exchanged glances. Weiqi instinctively shrank back. Taking 2 steps back. "Oh no, I've been so cautious, threatening teachers and classmates not to inform our parents, and now Youyou has blurted it all out. But uncle fights well. When Youyou grows up, I want to fight like him. It's exhilarating." Weiqi, little ancestor, can you please be quiet? "Help. Mom, how are you? Does it hurt?" Fan Shuelon looked at Lin Zhe's battered state, tears streaming down her face. Old Madame Chu continued her act, lamenting. "Oh, this situation is truly distressing." Indeed, someone nearby echoed Old Madame Chu's sentiments. Old Master Chu let out a cold snort and addressed the guests. "I sincerely apologize for this unfortunate incident today. While we cannot place all the blame on our son-in-law, this minor issue has had a profound impact, nearly ruining my precious daughter. The Chu family has never faced such disgrace. Consider it a debt of gratitude from the Chu family to all present." Old Madame Chu, heartbroken, embraced Chu Xian, sobbing, "My daughter, I am so sorry. You mentioned your husband needed money, and I brought 500 million as a gift today. But as you can see, this son-in-law almost harmed you. Please forgive your mother. This time, I cannot give you the money. Once we can witness your husband's merits, we will provide it then." Fan Shuelon, hearing this, felt her vision darken and nearly collapsed. "Old man, we can't stay with the Lin family any longer. Let us find another hotel to rest. I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Old Madame Chu added, "Old man, I feel my heart racing. I must have been frightened. Just thinking about how my daughter almost faced harm makes it hard to breathe." Chu Xian declared, "Then what are we waiting for? You, book a room at another hotel. Everyone else, help the old master and the old madam. Dr. Chen, you come along too." Chapter 34. Quickly, everyone, do not linger here. It only exacerbates the condition of Elder Chu and Madam Chu, urged Elder Su to the guests. "Indeed, we should not crowd together. Let us descend first," another guest replied. "Yes, we shall gather again when the opportunity arises. The health of the elderly couple is paramount," the guests echoed, hastily retreating with an air of urgency, as if fleeing the scene. "Mother, I must burden you with this. I need to take my mother to the hospital, or else the funds will elude us." Chu Xian whispered to Fan Shuelon as she crouched beside her, the last to leave. Fan Xuelon wept uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears. The Lin family had brought very few members along, and aside from Lin Xueqing and 2 drivers downstairs, along with the maid caring for Lin Xue, no one else had come to their aid. Who could she turn to for help? Without waiting for Fan Xuelon to respond, Chu Xian rose with a smile and exited. Lin Xueqing had been engrossed in conversation with the esteemed ladies until all the guests departed, remaining oblivious to the unfolding events. This hotel belonged to Lu Feng, who had reserved the presidential suite for Elder Chu and his family in advance, knowing they would not stay with the Lin family or at any other hotel. Youyou was peacefully asleep, seemingly lost in a delightful dream, occasionally murmuring and laughing softly. Thanks to Youyou, Madame Chu finally felt her anxieties dissipate. Indeed, Youyou is our little blessing. Without her, who knows how things might have unfolded? Elder Chu mused, gazing fondly at the cherubic child. If not for Youyou, our Su family would be in dire straits and Ruiri's fate would be uncertain, Elder Su lamented, relieved to have attended the birthday banquet and encountered Youyou. That Lindsay is truly despicable. I should have inflicted more punishment. I ought to have broken a leg. Chu Weiqi slammed his fist on the table, still seething with anger. Sister, are we just going to let those men go? What about that waitress? Chu Weiqi fumed, regretting his restraint. Of course not, Chu Xian replied. Her eyes darkened. We possess the evidence. Keeping those individuals around serves our interests. I cannot swallow this humiliation, she added, chuckling at Chu Weiqi, who was fuming like an agitated pufferfish. You are no more composed than a child. Youyou displays more calm and wisdom than you. Lin Zhe did not go to the hospital. Lin Xue had miraculously produced a vial of medicine, and after just one application, his facial injuries had nearly healed. Chu Weiqi had primarily aimed for Lin Zhe's face, sustaining only a few kicks to his body, which were not grievous. Zhou Wanjin's cries were bothersome. All you do is cry. Why did you rush over? Did I not tell you to wait at home? After witnessing the recent turmoil, Lin Zhe harbored a sense of resentment towards Zhou Wanjin. I merely wandered outside the hotel. How was I to know I would be knocked unconscious? Lin Zhe retorted. Who on earth did you hire, Lin Zhe? Was it intentional? Zhou Wanjin lamented, despair etched on her face. I instructed you not to engage with her, yet you disobeyed. Look at the disgrace we have brought upon ourselves. Not only has our dignity suffered, but the banquet funds have also gone to waste. Fan Xuelon chimed in incessantly. Lin Xueqing felt a profound sense of loss, repeatedly lamenting, 500 million. If we had only endured today, beyond the gifts, we could have secured an additional 500 million. Lin Zhe rubbed his aching forehead, slamming the door behind him as he stormed outside. He deeply regretted the turn of events. What was meant to be a well-orchestrated plan had spiraled into chaos. The birthday banquet had concluded without a single gift received. Yet the hotel had prepared everything for the event. The banquet fees were non-refundable. Spending the money was inevitable. Unfortunately, he had no funds at hand, and thus had to forfeit 2 properties as collateral. Moreover, regarding that waitress, even though the owner of Hongyuan Hotel had expelled her and compensated her for her losses, it was inevitable that she would return. What troubled him most was whether Chu Xian was aware of today's incidents or if she had participated. He sensed the events had veered too far from their intended course. The waitress claimed she had been knocked unconscious, yet when she reached the door to the room, Chu Xian had just gone down to retrieve the room card. It was then that she was struck. She was certain that Chu Xian had descended the elevator alone, without anyone nearby. The 3 men inside had assumed that both the waitress and Zhou Wanjin were to be dealt with. They had not given it much thought. Fortunately, Chu Xian had refrained from alerting the authorities. After all, she had incurred no losses. Why would she report anything? As for the 3 men he had hired, he had yet to receive any information about their whereabouts. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, his headache returned. Youyou was awakened by a delightful scent. Waaaaah, I'm hungry. Su Jinrui, who had been seated at a small table nearby, turned to her upon hearing her thoughts. In the room, aside from Youyou on the bed, There was only the young boy, who was at a loss for what to do. Brother, I'm hungry. I want to eat too. Youyou gazed longingly at Su Jinrui, her little legs kicking. Su Jinrui felt a pang of compassion, glancing at the food on the table, his gaze settling on a bowl of porridge. Sister, you have no teeth. You can only eat this, right? Unfazed, Youyou opened her mouth wide, eagerly seeking food. Su Jinrui scooped a tiny spoonful and brought it to Youyou's lips, who promptly slurped it down. Yum! Salty and fragrant, delicious! Youyou exclaimed, and Su Jinrui, delighted, began to feed her a second spoonful. Thus, when others entered the room, they were met with this heartwarming scene. Oh dear little ancestor, you cannot eat porridge. After a while, Youyou suffered from a stomach ache and cried out in distress. Su Jinrui, feeling guilty for her discomfort, cried even louder, unable to contain his remorse. Fortunately, Youyou's constitution was robust. After 2 episodes, she recovered. Chintai had prepared a warm compress for her tummy, but it remained unused. Youyou, oblivious to her earlier pain, chirped. The porridge is so good. I've never had it before. Next time, let brother sneakily feed me again. Horrified, Su Jinrui quickly distanced himself. No way. I absolutely refuse to do it again. Chapter 35. The arrival of New's old master Su was still admonishing his little grandson. How could you be so capable? You even dared to feed your little sister Kanji? Can she drink it? Chu Xin shielded Su Jinrui, insisting, you cannot blame Rui. He is merely 5 years old. How can he possibly know what an infant can eat? It must have been Youyou, pestering him for food, that compelled him to feed her. Chu Xin understood Youyou all too well. That soft, adorable voice combined with her cherubic face made it nearly impossible for anyone to refuse her. Humph. Grandpa, Su must not call him Big Brother. Big Brother is a good brother. Only Big Brother gives Youyou delicious food. Big Brother is the best. Youyou felt a surge of energy and began to flail her little hands and feet. Chu Xin rubbed her temples, unable to fathom how mischievous this little one would become once she could walk and run. Whether Su Jinrui would be mischievous or not was beyond his comprehension. All he knew was that he was happy. His sister said he was the best. Xin, yeah, everything has been taken care of. Is Youyou feeling better? We must ensure she does not eat anything indiscriminately again. The chef here is quite generous with the seafood in his congee. Lu Feng tossed his flowing golden hair back and swaggered over to Youyou. Hello, little baby. I am Uncle Lu Feng. Youyou's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. Oh my. I know this uncle. He is the youngest of the Lu family, and his fate was terribly tragic. She mused. The book did not mention that his hair was golden. I know that little Ju's hair is golden, but how can there be humans with golden hair? Lu Feng bent slightly, staring at Youyou in astonishment, his eyes wider than hers. Had he just heard something? Why is this uncle staring at Youyou? Is he envious of her black hair? Little Ju envies her black hair. Too. Could he, like little Ju, have transformed? Youyou blinked her bright, clear eyes. No, wait. This uncle does not exude any demonic or celestial aura. Oh dear. This question is too difficult for me to comprehend. At that moment, Lu Feng realized he indeed had heard the thoughts of a small infant. Xin. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Youyou had merely consumed a bit of congee, and with her robust health, she would be fine. Chu Weiqi observed Lu Feng's astonished expression and felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, Lu Feng was unsettled. He was a materialist. What had Youyou just said about demonic and celestial auras? Lu Feng's gaze returned to Youyou, realizing that hearing an infant's thoughts was indeed peculiar. By the way, this little uncle is quite amiable. The book mentioned that when the Lin family first rose, he advised his uncles against trusting Lin Zhe, labeling him a scoundrel unworthy of trust. Yet, at that time, his uncles and mother were enchanted by Lin Shiwei's power, having even given her a protective jade pendant, rendering them deaf to Lu Feng's warnings. Alas, Lin Shiwei resented his interference and ultimately devised a method to send him into a cement mixer. How tragic indeed! Lu Fong stood momentarily stunned, while the Chu family felt an unsettling sensation within, particularly Chu Xian. She had not anticipated that in her former life, if one could call it that. As it was indeed a past that had transpired for Youyou, she had single-handedly caused harm to so many, including the Chu family, the Lu family, and indirectly, the Su family, along with other unspoken consequences. All of this stemmed from a fleeting moment of folly from her affection for Lin Zhe. Recalling the nightmare and the words spoken by Youyou, Chu Xian felt as if she could scarcely breathe. Lu Fong, at last, accepted this reality, glancing at Chu Weiqi, who seemed to understand that those who could hear Youyou's thoughts were likely not limited to him. Perhaps everyone could hear them. However, if that were the case, the Lin family would not be behaving as they were today. Youyou, Uncle has brought you a gift. Inside is money for you to spend as you wish when you grow up. Lu Fong produced a bank card and presented it to her. Youyou's eyes sparkled like stars as she eagerly grasped it. Wow, the golden-haired uncle is so nice. Youyou likes the golden-haired uncle. Once I can speak, I will ask little Ju what kind of creature the golden-haired uncle is. Lu Fong was momentarily speechless. He suddenly felt it was time to change his image. Oh! It seems little uncle has not yet given Youyou a gift. Chu Weiqi quickly stepped back, trying to distance himself from Youyou's gaze. Forget it. Little uncle is just like sixth uncle, a poor man. Sixth uncle spends all his pocket money on his bad friends, and little uncle spends all his pocket money on bad classmates. Sigh, the pressure on me is immense. I must support sixth uncle and little uncle. I also need to protect grandpa and grandma, mommy, and my uncles and fight against villains. This family cannot do without me. Youyou is amazing. Youyou gleefully blew bubbles, eliciting laughter from everyone. Lu Fong then resumed his previous topic. The individuals I bribed will not reveal that the Chu family's bodyguards controlled them. There are no issues with the Hongyuan Hotel either. Their manager is an acquaintance of mine. The only variable is that female attendant. I have arranged for the others to claim they knocked her out themselves. Therefore, there should be no problems on her end. And Lin Zhe will not trace back to the Chu family. By the way, I have also discovered that the female attendant, after losing her virtue, extorted Lin Zhe for a hefty sum, and Lin Zhe reluctantly agreed to give her 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan? It seems Lin Zhe has an abundance of money, Chu Xian remarked. The 6 individuals he hired cost only 50,000 yuan in total. Lu Fong added, however. Lin Zhe is rather stingy. The total for all 6 came to only 50,000 yuan. Chu Weiqi could hardly mask his disdain. Lu Fong casually sipped his water, acknowledging that his family was of a lower tier and could only engage with such individuals. He could not afford to hire more formidable ones. I have also made arrangements with the Lin family to ensure they encounter further issues in the coming days. Jia, you will handle it then. Little Fong, you truly are capable, far surpassing these 2 youngsters, Jiang Lu and Weiqi. After we leave, you will be here to look after Jia, remarked old Madame Chu. Not at all, it is my duty. Youyou, with her bright, curious eyes, surveyed the gathering, her gaze suddenly shifting toward the door. Oh, news has arrived. It is someone from Uncle Lu's team. No sooner had she spoken than there was a knock at the door. Boss, it's me. Chapter 36, A Shocking Secret, my assistant. Lu Fong thoughtfully explained to the little one, then said, come in. Entering was a slender young man, his complexion pale and his appearance somewhat delicate. Wow! Youyou has absorbed the celestial energy from the Jade Lock. Indeed, she has become more formidable. Oh, this shocking secret. Lu's assistant seems to have a fondness for Uncle Lu. As Lu Fong was about to reach for the documents handed over by the assistant, he paused upon hearing this. This assistant is also from the capital. He came specifically for Uncle Lu. He is actually a classmate of Uncle Lu, TSK. Soon, he will pursue Uncle Lu. Boss? The assistant inquired, puzzled, wondering if the boss was unwell and if he should call a doctor. After that, he approached, intending to lend Lu Fong a hand. There's no need. Lu Fang's voice was slightly raised, and his evasion was quite apparent. Huh? What's wrong with Uncle Lu? Lu Fang soon realized he might have startled Youyou, and his tone softened considerably. I'm fine. Just place the documents here. Youyou continued to voice her thoughts. So he is the culprit. Unable to win Uncle Lu's affection, he is consumed by resentment and is manipulated by the female protagonist. Due to his remarkable abilities, Uncle Lu did not dismiss him after his unsuccessful pursuit. He still trusts him and was deceived onto the construction site. The protagonist has an enchanting gaze that can bewitch the heart, compelling Uncle Lu to step into the mixer. Alas, how tragic. Boss, how about I accompany you to the hospital? The assistant looked on with concern, his gaze towards Lu Fang filled with affection. Of course, if Youyou had not spoken, no one would have noticed this detail. At that moment, Lu Fang felt a sensation akin to swallowing a fly, accompanied by a profound sense of desolation. No need, doctor. Qin is here. In this city, there are few with superior medical skills. Please step outside. The assistant, perplexed, merely sensed a notable chill in Lu Fang's demeanor today. Having learned such a tremendous secret, the others were unsure whether to regard Lu Fang with pity or offer him comfort. By the way, Sister Xian, I believe Lin Zhe's child, Lin Shiwei, is quite extraordinary, unlike other children. Lu Fang, maintaining his composure, began to steer the conversation. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed. According to the bodyguard's discreet observations, that Lin Shiwei did not seem human. She appeared capable of conjuring objects out of thin air. Moreover, the bodyguards had witnessed her creations swiftly reduce swelling and heal injuries, obliterating even the most grotesque and terrifying swellings in an instant, something unheard of in this world. Huh? Are the bodyguard uncles really that impressive? They managed to uncover this? Youyou, unaware of these secrets gleaned from her own musings, continued, the protagonist's abilities extend beyond this. She is formidable, seemingly shielded by an invisible power. Whenever it rains, the raindrops do not touch her, and danger perpetually evades her. The book mentions that the protagonist has a golden finger, though Youyou is unaware of what that means. All I know is that she is remarkable. I recall Uncle Lu dispatching individuals to harm the protagonist to save the Chu and Lu families, yet she remains unharmed. Those who directly attempt to harm her suffer misfortunes, inexplicably breaking limbs or, in severe cases, losing their lives. Lu Fang clenched his fist slightly. He had contemplated eliminating her to prevent future troubles, but it turned out she was impervious to harm. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with concern. Lin Shiwei posed the greatest threat. If even covert attempts to harm her were futile, what could be done? She resembled a time bomb continually siphoning energy, growing more alarming with each passing moment. Oh dear. I'm so hungry. Thinking is exhausting. The baby wants to eat. Youyou began to vocalize her needs. Dr. Qin, can you see if Youyou can eat now? Given that Youyou had only recently recovered from diarrhea, Chu Xian was apprehensive that milk might upset her stomach again. She can. Youyou won't fall ill. The previous incident was merely an accident. Chintai chuckled, checking Youyou's pulse. Miss, there's no issue. After her bout of diarrhea, she has returned to normal. And her pulse shows no problems. Sister Ling received the message and promptly prepared milk for Youyou, just as she was about to hand it to her. Youyou waved her little hand and turned her head. I won't drink. Youyou wants something delicious, not milk. Chu Xian remarked, Sister Ling, I believe Youyou isn't hungry. Perhaps she's still recovering from her recent illness. Let's refrain from giving her milk for now. Youyou tilted her little face slightly. All right. I heard that children should fast for half a day after diarrhea before eating. It's only been less than an hour. Sister Ling said this while preparing to take the bottle back. Don't. Youyou wants to drink. Youyou is hungry. The speed of her small hands outpaced her thoughts. Before Sister Ling could react, Youyou snatched the milk bottle and began to suck, making delightful sounds. While Youyou enjoyed her milk, she playfully kicked her little feet. Her hands and feet each engaged in their own activities. Chu Weiqi discreetly took out his phone to record this scene, chuckling quietly to himself. He decided he would entice the third, fourth, and fifth siblings to join in, letting them experience this delightful moment. Hee. Let them not treat me as their younger brother and scold me every day. Youyou settled into Lu Feng's hotel, avoiding the Lin family's presence and gaining a playmate. Youyou, being quite strong, was not confined to a crib like most infants. Jintai occasionally allowed her to lie on her stomach. She even managed to play with toys while lying next to Su Jinrui. However, Jintai carefully monitored the time, ensuring she did not stay in that position for more than 10 minutes. After several days of care, Su Jinrui's mood improved, and his once thin face began to show a bit of plumpness. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was no longer kept at bay and successfully entered Lu Feng's hotel. Xin. We finally meet. Lin Zhe feigned deep emotion, his eyes red and dark circles prominent, making anyone who looked upon him perceive him as a devoted man yearning for his beloved's return. Xin had people tidy up, her expression devoid of any disgust or distance. Did your parents not just leave? Older folks can be quite obstinate. How could I dare face you? Furthermore, you have disappointed them greatly this time. My little brother mentioned that my parents are quite prideful, and I cannot go against that. Chapter 37. Amusement by the way. How is the situation at the hotel? Has our maid reported it? Xin casually inquired. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Zhe's heart. No, they reached a settlement. Those men provided compensation. Ha ha ha, a scoundrel fittingly adorned with a green hat, how delightful. Youyou's innocent voice nearly caused Xin to burst into laughter. She nodded, acknowledging that this was for the best. After all, maintaining one's innocence was paramount, and the rumors would be unpleasant. Having endured trauma herself, with both her child and husband lost, she thought the maid was indeed a pitiable soul. It was better for her to be supported by the Lin family, as she was still family by blood. Lin Zhe clenched his fists in silent frustration. Ha ha ha, the scoundrel's father is green with envy, little grass, rise up. Ling Jia struggled to suppress her laughter. It was delightful to hear Su Jinrui recite a few poems. The little one had begun to speak in rhymes. Ha ha. Yesterday the scoundrel and the wicked woman even had a fight. The wicked woman scratched him all over. Xin seemed oblivious to Lin Zhe's expression as she continued. That maid is quite unfortunate. We should keep an eye on her. Perhaps she can marry a good man and have children. With a husband and a complete family, her ailments might just improve. Lin Zhe's expression darkened further. Xiaohu, come and tidy up the young master's belongings, Xin called into the suite. Hu Xiaojun timidly emerged with her head bowed. Lin Zhe stole a glance and was momentarily taken aback. How did she end up here? Hu Xiaojun was the very waitress who had collided with Xin at the hotel. Don't mention it, Xin sighed. This girl has been through a lot. After the incident, she almost lost hope. When I sent someone to buy daily necessities, I passed by the banks of the Yuanjiang River, and she nearly jumped in. You see, this incident was your responsibility. Had you not lost the room card, those men would never have entered, and she wouldn't have suffered. Due to her oversight, she was dismissed from the hotel. She's only a junior in college, working to support herself, and her family isn't well off. With the children growing, we need help at home, so hiring her seems fitting. Xin paused. Zhe, why are you so agitated? This situation was caused by you. This girl has been a shield for me. If I had forgotten the room card and been too lazy to change on the second floor, I would have been the one suffering. Lin Zhe reined in his emotions, albeit reluctantly. The company was facing financial difficulties, and they had enough household help already. An additional expense was unwelcome. Xin smiled. No worries, I will employ her on behalf of the Chu family, and her salary will be covered by us. After all, we are a united couple. Your mistake is mine to rectify as well. Lin Zhe found himself at a loss for words, exasperated. Ha ha ha, mommy, this is sheer brilliance. It must drive the scoundrel father mad. The weather in city warmed quickly, and Youyou had already donned light clothing, her little limbs moving with greater vigor. The flowers in the Lin family's courtyard had also blossomed, and as Chu Xin held Youyou in her arms, the sight of birds flying overhead made her beam with joy. When Hu Xiaojun arrived at the Lin residence, Fan Xuelan and Lin Xueqing were taken aback. Xin, why is she here? The expressions on their faces soured. Because of this woman, their family had lost 2 apartments to Hongyuan Hotel. Although those apartments weren't particularly expensive, their combined value was still around 10 million. They regarded Hu Xiaojun as if she were an adversary. Now that Youyou was still young, they believed in accumulating good deeds for the sake of their children's future. So, they begrudgingly thought of doing a good turn. Fan Xuelan nearly exploded in outrage. This woman is pitiful? She had extorted money from Lin Zhe twice. Yet, because she held leverage over them, they dared not retaliate. Oh, a grand show is about to unfold. My scoundrel father must feel like he is sitting on pins and needles every day. Youyou babbled excitedly, flailing her arms. However, the anticipated drama failed to materialize. Perhaps out of guilt or some other reason, the Lin family refrained from causing trouble, and Hu Xiaojun, possibly due to her recent arrival, did not make things difficult for Lin Zhe. Zhou Wanjun had also remained absent. The only peculiar detail was that Fan Xuelan frequently took Lin Xue out. Bored, Youyou, during her exercises, discovered her unique skill that distinguished her from ordinary infants. At just over 2 months, she could roll over rapidly, achieving a record of 5 rolls off the bed in 10 minutes. The bed was equipped with a railing, and soon Youyou found herself utterly bored, but fortunately, Su Jinrui came daily to play with her. Miss, good news. Ling Jia entered with a smile, glancing at the 2 children. She leaned closer to Chu Xin and whispered, "That Zhou Wanjun is indeed restless. She was discovered with Lin Zhe by Hu Xiaojun." Wow, Hu Xiaojun must be threatening the scoundrel father for money. Ling Jia remained silent. Even in her softest whispers, Youyou could hear, and that meant Su Jinrui heard as well. Indeed, Su Jinrui's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Did he give her something? Chu Xian showed no sign of surprise. Yes, 50,000, Ling Jia indicated with her fingers, and now there's a commotion. Oh, the sun is so lovely outside. Big brother, let us go play, let us go play. Youyou stretched out her little arms towards Su Jinrui. He was no longer the same Su Jinrui. Ever since Youyou dispelled his affliction and bestowed upon him a touch of ethereal power for protection, he had quickly recovered. Coupled with Dr. Chen's care, at 5 years old, he was quite strong and easily lifted Youyou. Before Chu Xian and Ling Jia could respond, Su Jinrui placed Youyou in the stroller and began pushing it outside. Big brother, faster, ha ha ha. Let us go. Time to bask in the sun. Su Jinrui shouted as he ran, deliberately pausing in front of Fan Xuelan's room. A sharp clap echoed from within, leaving them to wonder who had struck whom. Wow! The old hag must have hit that wicked woman Zhou Wanjun. Zhou Wanjun is surely furious. Lin Zhe must be livid too. Chu Xian and Ling Jia reached the door. Mom, what is happening? Chu Xian knocked lightly. Are you arguing with Aze? Or is something wrong with Qingqing? A rustling sound came from inside, and then Fan Xuelan opened the door. What brings you here? Her tone was less than welcoming. I was worried about you. Chu Xian replied. Worried that the fire between you two isn't burning brightly enough. Chapter 38. The baby is pulling hair again indeed. Zhou Wanjun had once again hidden herself in Lin Zhe's room. What now? Has something happened at the company? She inquired. Tell me, perhaps I can assist you. Fan Xuelan grew increasingly irate. If you wish to help, you should have your parents contribute some funds to support the Lin Corporation. What benefit will it bring you if the Lin Corporation collapses? What good does marrying you do? Chu Xian, with a serene smile, responded, Mother. Don't you find it peculiar that we continuously invest in the company, yet it still incurs losses time and again? If we do not alter our management approach or identify the underlying issues, even if the Chu family provides more funds, we shall still face losses. Fan Xuelan rolled her eyes. As if you possess any real understanding. Mother, have you forgotten? The operational strategies of Hausa Hotel, along with the workflows between departments and the hotel's policies, were all devised by me. Moreover, although I may have lost my business acumen, I was raised in a family of merchants, and the knowledge of commerce is ingrained in me. Therefore, Zay, you might consider sharing the company's situation with me. Perhaps I could offer some insights. Lin Zay, for once, took a moment to reflect. Very well, I shall entrust you with the problems the company is facing tonight. Chu Xian nodded. Furthermore, even if I am unable to assist, we have other members of the Chu family. Although my brothers may publicly refuse to invest, they can still provide guidance and support in our endeavors. If absolutely necessary, we might request the Chu family to assign someone to assist us. Lin Zay, though lacking in ability, was not foolish. He was well aware of the issues plaguing the company. In truth, it was challenging to find any competent talent in his struggling firm, given the constraints of cost and scale. Thus, any manpower assistance would be advantageous. Elated, Chu Xian took Youyou and Su Jinrui outside to bask in the sunlight. Have you decided on a candidate, miss? Sister Ling, hearing the commotion from the other room, inquired softly. Of course. Youyou, undeterred by the conversation, directed Su Jinrui with her tiny fingers. Little brother, go left. Lin Shiwei is over there. Su Jinrui, with the innocence of a child, understood no need for discretion and promptly turned onto the path to the left. Naturally, Youyou, being a child herself, did not dwell on Su Jinrui's actions. Hee, heroine, today Youyou can finally give you a beating. I've been holding back for too long. At this moment, Sister Ling interjected. Let me carry Youyou. This stony path is uneven. Taller than the maid attending Lin Shiwei, Sister Ling lifted Youyou, who began waving her small hands and calling out excitedly. Lin Shiwei, sensing the commotion, turned her gaze in their direction. Chu Xian and Sister Ling paused slightly upon witnessing this. Lin Shiwei's eyes were dark and unfathomable, entirely unlike those of a child. Soon after, her gaze shifted away, and the maid, appearing almost dazed, approached with Lin Shiwei in her arms. Neglecting to glance at Chu Xian, Aunt Ling, block her. She's trying to escape, Youyou whispered. Stop right there. Su Jinrui positioned himself in front of the maid. Does the young master not warrant a greeting? Do you seek a confrontation? Just then, Youyou extended her small hand and abruptly tugged at Lin Shiwei's hair. Lin Shiwei shrieked in pain, and the maid was jolted awake. Young miss, how can the young master pull the young miss's hair? The maid panicked and quickly grasped Youyou's small hand, attempting to pry it away. However, Sister Ling was quicker. She swatted the maid's hand away and retreated a couple of steps while holding Youyou, allowing the latter to pull Lin Shiwei's hair forcefully once more, tearing out a strand. The maid, distraught, attempted to console Lin Shiwei, who was now crying. Their cries soon drew Fan Xuelan and the others downstairs. Upon witnessing Lin Shiwei's distress, Fan Xuelan raised her hand to strike Youyou, as if driven mad. Sister Ling intercepted Fan Xuelan's wrist, forcefully pushing her back. You lunatic, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to jeopardize our assistance from the Chu family? Chu Xian, what is the meaning of this? How can you allow this wild child to harm our Weiwei? Lin Zay, too, was losing control of his emotions, glaring with bloodshot eyes, completely forgetting the earlier discussion with Chu Xian. Their behavior was undoubtedly unusual. Youyou did not act with malice. Weiwei is my child, and I care for her more than you do, Chu Xian retorted, her own eyes reddening, appearing even more agitated than them. Do you think I desire to raise Weiwei? I came here specifically to find her. With that, Chu Xian took Youyou from Sister Ling's arms and signaled to a bodyguard lurking in the shadows. Youyou grinned, displaying a row of tiny pink gums. Ha ha. It was so much fun pulling the heroine's hair just now. She bullies Youyou's family. Next time, Youyou will pull her hair again, humph. In contrast to Youyou's delight, Chu Xian and Sister Ling were not in high spirits. Only Youyou could subdue Lin Shiwei. No one else could harm her, and judging by the recent events, the child's ability to captivate hearts was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Fan Xuelan and Lin Zay's moods darkened further. Mother, I feel that Xin has grown distant from Weiwei. If it continues like this, we might as well let her raise the child, Lin Zhe pondered aloud. Upon hearing that she might be sent to live with Chu Xin, Lin Shiwei's cries grew even louder. No! Fan Xuelan immediately protested. Who knows how she will be treated there? Mother, do you not sense that something is amiss with Chu Xin? I feel as though she has never regarded Weiwei as her own child. Lin Zhe mused while comforting Lin Shiwei in his arms. A sudden clarity struck him. Could it be that she has discovered something? Fan Xuelan shook her head. Impossible. If she knew, would she remain so composed here? She would have rushed out to find the child long ago. At that moment, Zhou Wanjin stealthily approached, sympathetically snatching Lin Shiwei from Lin Zhe's embrace. I told you there was something off about Chu Xin, yet you refused to believe me. Fan Xuelan's anger flared. Isn't it because of you? Had you not shamelessly climbed into my son's bed, would that woman have seen it? And you extorted 50,000 from us. Would it not have been better for you to stay quietly in that house? You insist on following us. Tell me, which of these recent events has not been your doing? I can connect with Weiwei's thoughts. You cannot. Do not forget. It was Weiwei who led me to that Taoist priest. Fan Xuelan, calming down, added, indeed, a mother and daughter share a bond, so you can understand Weiwei's feelings. That Taoist. Son, should we give it a try? Lin Zhe contemplated and resolved, let us give it a shot, after all. He listens to Weiwei and charges no fee. Chapter 39, A Bite. Ah. Little Youyou pointed at the most vibrant porcelain rose blooming amidst the flowers. Big brother. I want flowers. Young Master Su, that's not appropriate. Before the gardener in the flower bed could finish speaking, Su Jinrui stretched out his hand and plucked the flower along with its stem. Especially expensive. Upon uttering the last 3 words, the gardener fell silent. Did Su Jinrui care about the cost of the flower? He certainly did not. He handed the flower to Youyou, who merely waved her chubby little arm at the tiny ant above. Little ant, where are your companions? Su Jinrui's eyes sparkled with interest as he looked at the little ant. Yet, after staring for a while, he heard no sound from it, only noticing that it crawled a bit closer to Youyou. Oh, that's wonderful. Call your little friends over, and Youyou will treat you all to delicious food. Su Jinrui. Wait, Youyou doesn't have any delicious food. Just as he contemplated whether to fetch something for the little ant, Youyou turned her round little body and pulled out a piece of jade cake from beneath her. Su Jinrui was taken aback. When did his sister hide that? Slurp. It smells so good. Youyou licked her lips. Too bad I can't bite it because I have no teeth. I can only taste it. Sigh. Su Jinrui then noticed that the layer of white frost on the surface of the jade cake had already been licked away and it had been squished out of shape. Isn't it a pity to feed it all to the little ants? Sigh, I worked hard to sneak this from Mama when she wasn't looking. Youyou appeared reluctant. How about you eat some for a while and then when the little ants come, you can feed them. Youyou was about to put the jade cake in her mouth when Su Jinrui grasped her little arm. Youyou, this is squished and dirty. It's not tasty. Just wait a moment, and Big Brother will get you a new one. Upon hearing this, Youyou released her grip and slurped at her drooling mouth. All right. I want a new one. Su Jinrui nodded and widened his eyes, watching the direction from which the little ant had departed. Sure enough, many tiny ants began to crawl over from all directions. Youyou, shall we feed this to the little ants? Su Jinrui specifically asked. Youyou's way of pronouncing it generally indicated agreement. Su Jinrui tore the jade cake into small pieces, ready to scatter them on the ground. Wow, Big Brother is amazing. Next time, Youyou can tear the cake into pieces to eat. Su Jinrui froze mid-action. Oh no, he realized he would be in trouble. No. He decided he must inform Aunt Chu Xin and Aunt Ling to keep an eye on Youyou, ensuring she never got her hands on pastries again. Youyou had considerable strength. Anything in her hands would be crushed into crumbs and swallowed. Oh dear, he might have inadvertently revealed his sister's secret. Su Jinrui sighed internally as he discarded the crumbs in his hand. Before long, the ground was teeming with tiny ants. Little ants, come on up. Youyou chirped again. and the little ant from earlier crawled back up the leg of the stroller to the flower placed in front of it. At least Su Jinrui believed it was the same ant. Little ant, Youyou tells you, once you're full, go bite that bad father of mine when he is sleeping. Nibble his nose. Remember, after biting, run away. Don't let him catch you. From now on, Youyou will bring you treats every day. Under Su Jinrui's bewildered gaze, the little ant nodded its antennae and crawled back down the stroller leg. After completing her mischief, Youyou began to whine about being hungry and sleepy. The gardener managing the flowers had already informed Fan Shuelon about the flower being plucked. Seeing the porcelain rose, which had been painstakingly nurtured in the greenhouse and bloomed early in April, she felt a pang of heartache. It was a warm day, and she had specifically asked the gardener to bring it out to bask in the sun, only to have it plucked by this little rascal in a moment of inattention. She glanced at Su Jinrui, hesitant to scold him, then looked at Youyou, but two bodyguards immediately stepped forward to block her view. Great, even less inclined to reprimand. In the end, Fan Shuelon angrily retreated upstairs. Is this old hag unwell? Nonetheless, Youyou slept soundly that night. The next morning, Youyou was startled awake by Lin Zhe's screams. Moments later, Sister Ling entered the room with her mouth covered, sneaking a laugh. Miss, it's retribution. That scoundrel Lin has been bitten by something. Both his nose and mouth are swollen to an incredible size. Oh, how delightful. Yes, it must be venomous. Red and purple and even black. Of course it's venomous. That was the little red ants. Oh, they are formidable. Even biting someone from the celestial realm will cause swelling. Once, when Tao Tao stole my grilled meat, I had the little red ants bite his bottom. Chu Xian facepalmed. It turned out this little troublemaker was behind it. However, well done. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Hurry, take me to see the excitement. Youyou began to wave her arms and legs. Come on. Let us go take a look. Chu Xian picked up Youyou. At the entrance to Lin Zhe's room, Dr. Chen stood there with a medicine box, his expression solemn as if confronting someone. The servants had been dismissed and stood at a distance. Dr. Chen, what is happening? Chu Xian was in high spirits. Her steps remarkably light. Lin Zhe covered his nose and mouth with both hands, his voice sounding strangely round. Xian. I just asked Dr. Qin to take a look at my nose, but he refused. Dr. Qin remained unfazed, his demeanor serious. I am employed by the Chu family, and I serve Miss Chu and young master. If I am to treat anyone else, it requires a fee or the consent of the employer. That is my personal principle. Chu Xian smiled, showing no reluctance. Dr. Chen, please do check on him. I still have some influence, don't I? Of course. Dr. Chen replied, opening the medicine box and donning a pair of medical gloves. Mr. Lin, please lower your hands. When Lin Zhe lowered his hands, not only Chu Xian and Sister Ling were taken aback, but even Dr. Chen was surprised. What has bitten Mr. Lin? Did you see what it was? Lin Zhe shook his head. No, I just felt some itching and pain in my nose and mouth during the night. I didn't pay attention. But when I woke up this morning, it hurt badly, and this is what I found. Chapter 40. The Third Uncle and 300 Million with Uncontainable Joy. Youyou danced about, listening intently to the crisp sound of clapping hands. Lin scoundrel, if you bully my mommy, I shall unleash the little red ants upon you. Humph. Chintai understood immediately, confirming his suspicions. He had encountered similar cases before. The little red ants were not commonly found in city, but many were brought in with rare flowers from other places. He had witnessed the symptoms of those bitten by these ants, which, while appearing severe, were not particularly harmful. Mr. Lin, since you are unsure of what has bitten you, I must draw blood for testing to ascertain the cause, so that I may prepare appropriate antiviral serum. However, if you feel anxious and cannot wait for the results, you may go to the municipal hospital, but the procedure remains the same. As a physician, identifying the cause of illness is paramount. If you are concerned about a potent toxin, you may opt for hospitalization, allowing for immediate treatment in case of severe symptoms. After all, I lack emergency equipment here. Nevertheless, based on my experience, This does not seem to be a dangerous toxin. Otherwise, you would likely be experiencing dizziness or a rapid heartbeat. Of course, I cannot guarantee this with absolute certainty. Lindsay hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to go to the hospital. He took not only the driver but also 2 servants to attend to him. Upon seeing him leave, Chu Xin instructed the 2 servants of the Lin family to inform the old lady and the young miss that Mr. Lin was hospitalized due to an unknown venomous bite. Fan Xuelan and Lin Xuecheng had taken Lin Shiwei out early in the morning, thus missing the earlier commotion. Ha ha ha, splendid. The Lin scoundrels have all been sent away. Youyou is free now. Chen Tai, observing the delighted Youyou, suspected that Lin Zai's predicament was the work of Youyou. However, he could not fathom how she had accomplished it until Su Jinrui rushed in, exclaiming, "Youyou, I'm here." His face beamed with excitement. "Let us feed the ants." He brandished a piece of steamed bun at Youyou. Seeing the bun, Youyou wrinkled her nose. Not tasty, not delicious. Let us feed it to the little red ones. Su Jinrui applauded his cleverness. He had intended to bring cookies, but feared Youyou would be tempted. Among the foods he considered, the steamed bun was the least fragrant. Chu Xin and Sister Ling were curious to see what was happening. Chen Tai, having nothing urgent to attend to, set aside his medical kit and followed them outside. When they beheld the ground teeming with red ants, they were taken aback. Youyou, however, showed no fear, crushing the bun into pieces and tossing them on the ground. As she did so, she chanted, eat up, grow plump, grow big teeth, to bite the scoundrels even harder. My lady, guests have arrived." A maid from the Chu family approached, smiling brightly. "Huh? Who's here? Is my baby going to see?" Youyou, in her excitement, ceased crushing the bun and threw a large piece onto the ground. Chu Xin, noticing the maid's elation, felt a surge of excitement herself. "Is it my brother? Oh, it's my 3rd uncle. My shining moment is about to arrive. I shall wear a beautiful outfit to leave a splendid impression on my 3rd uncle." As Chu Nanshan stepped through the courtyard gate, he caught a faint echo of Youyou's innocent voice. As for how he recognized her voice, it was a skill cultivated through the many beatings he had endured from his younger brother. Just as a smile began to form on his lips, he heard Youyou's voice again. Eldest uncle said, "3rd uncle is very wealthy. Eldest uncle gave 100 million, 2nd uncle gave 200 million, and 3rd uncle shall give 300 million. Wow, Youyou has so many billions." Chu Nanshan stumbled slightly, nearly tripping over his own feet. "3rd brother." Chu Xin observed his reaction, and the earlier melancholy dissipated considerably. 3 years had passed. His sister had matured, her youthful innocence replaced by a hint of maternal radiance. Oh, 3rd uncle, Youyou is here." Amidst the poignant emotions, the sweet, innocent voice pierced through, dissipating the earlier sadness. Chu Nanshan glanced sideways and spotted his exquisitely lovely little niece in Sister Ling's arms. Truly, she resembled a celestial spirit. Unable to resist, he spoke. "I am not a celestial spirit. The peach blossom and little chrysanthemum are celestial spirits. I am but the little apprentice of my master. Several celestial ranks above those little spirits." Youyou blinked her big eyes, gesturing to explain to Chu Nanshan. "Celestial spirits?" Chu Nanshan's gaze shifted, astonished and fervent. Alas! The baby forgot to learn divine powers from her senior sister before descending. "My abilities are inferior to those of the celestial spirits." Youyou opened her mouth and sighed exaggeratedly. Ha ha. Chu Nanshan could not contain his laughter. Huh? Why is 3rd uncle laughing? So strange. Chu Xin also chuckled. 3rd brother. You must be tired from the long journey. Let us go inside. All right. Xin, this is Yuanpa, my elder brother's assistant. He is quite skilled. Chu Nanshan introduced the person beside him to Chu Xin. Yuanpa, still bewildered by the earlier voice, smiled and nodded at Chu Xin. Miss, hello. Yuanga, hello. Please come in for some tea. Chu Nanshan followed Chu Xin into the villa, disdainfully surveying the surroundings. Finally, he remarked, "Is this how the Lin family lives?" It is even inferior to the rooms our Chu family servants inhabit. Third brother, this is quite decent, Chu Xian replied. There are many ordinary and impoverished families in the world. As a prominent star and public figure, you should not look down upon them. This was advice she had once given him. Chu Nanshan quickly clarified, I do not disdain the environment. I disdain the people. A good family with bare walls is no issue. However, such people, if they resided in a pigsty, I would still find it unclean. Chu Xian smiled gently, you are right. Third brother, let us sit in my room. Chu Xian's room was separated by 2 halls, with the bedroom at the far end. They settled in the hall, enjoying tea together. Naturally, there were no outsiders in the room, and a bodyguard stood at the door. Youyou, here are the gifts your uncle has brought for you. Chu Nanshan produced a card filled with money, declaring, it is all yours. Wow, third uncle is amazing. Youyou loves third uncle the most. Did you bring something to eat? Youyou began to pout, baby is hungry. I should have saved a bit of the bun crumbs earlier. Chapter 41, Are you blind to your heart? Su Jinrui's heart raced with alarm, realizing that next time, he could no longer bring buns. Sister Ling timely prepared a cup of milk powder to prevent Youyou from yearning for other delicacies. The adults held a common belief that a full stomach would keep one from craving more. Xin. Brother Yuan has been a stalwart of our family company for quite some time, possessing significant capabilities in human resources, business, and finance. You may discuss matters regarding the Lin family with Brother Yuan, she advised. If the young lady has any requests, simply instruct me and I will ensure they are fulfilled. Yuan nodded in agreement. Youyou, clutching her small milk bottle, turned her large, sparkling eyes toward them. This Uncle Yuan is quite commendable, yet, in the original text, he suffered greatly for the Chu family, victimized by the Lin family. Initially, Lin Zhanman believed in his potential and sought to recruit him. But Uncle Yuan's unwavering loyalty to his uncle led to a grievous fate at Lin Zhanman's hands. Yuan stared at Youyou, his eyes fixated. Why does this Uncle Yuan gaze at Youyou so intently? He must be captivated by her charm. Unable to suppress a slight smile, Yuan mused, alas. While his discernment is admirable, his heart remains rather blind. The conversation paused as they awaited Youyou to share her thoughts. I crave giant worms, roasted birds, jade belt cakes, and seafood porridge. Not to mention meat, white rice, green vegetables, red vegetables, and yellow vegetables. Youyou vigorously sucked on her milk bottle, her mind wandering toward food. To encourage Youyou to continue, Chu Xian picked her up and asked, Youyou, this is your Uncle Yuan. Do you like him? Youyou halted her drinking, blinked her big eyes, and tilted her head, saying, liking him doesn't matter, it's what my parents think that counts. Yuan Po's smile faltered, replaced by a shadow of sorrow in his gaze. This Uncle Yuan's parents have always treated him like a cash cow, appearing kind while lamenting their hardships and expenses. Yet, little do they realize that his earnings are diverted to support their second son. His wife and daughter are in dire straits, barely surviving, worse off than the family dog. Yuan furrowed his brow, clenching his fists unconsciously. Why had his wife never confided in him? This undoubtedly played into the hands of that wicked old woman and her vile husband. The aunt and sister worked tirelessly, rising before dawn and sleeping past midnight, all while their health deteriorated. Determined, Yuan retrieved his phone to confirm with his wife. That devious woman holds onto the aunt's phone, monitoring all her communications with Uncle Yuan. She even threatens her sister, forbidding her from speaking out, lest something dire befall her. Upon hearing this, Yuan abruptly ended the call. Oh, I remember in the original story, the sister was on the brink of having her legs broken by that wicked woman. Then the aunt exploded in rage, wielding a kitchen knife against both the old woman and her husband, fleeing with the sister, only to be later pushed into the river by hired thugs, all while being accused of suicide. Yuan sprang to his feet, nearly toppling his chair. I will accompany you. The matters concerning the Lin family can wait. I must make a trip to Sioux City. Sioux City? Oh, I want to go too. My senior sister says it's beautiful there, with plenty of delicious food. Youyou waved her little arms excitedly, her rosy lips forming a gleeful grin. I want to eat melons. I'm suffocating at home. Uncle Yuan, take me with you, and I will help rescue the sister. Chu Xian lifted Youyou. Turning to Sister Ling. Let us also visit Sioux City for some fun. I've heard the scenery is splendid. Very well, Sister Ling replied. I will start packing immediately. Third brother, you go ahead. Just send us your location on the way, Youyou, and I will follow shortly. Understood. Please be cautious. Chu Nanshan reminded as he departed with Yuanpa. Youyou chirped gleefully. I want to see beautiful sights, go out to play, and eat delicious food. Haha. Chu Xian instructed a maid, please inform the Lin family that I've gone out to secure funding for the company. The maid nodded and left. Sister Ling packed thoroughly, arranging for 3 vehicles, taking 4 bodyguards from the Chu family, 2 from the Su family, young Master Su, and a personal doctor. Among them, 3 bodyguards also served as drivers, all of whom were retired special forces with exceptional driving skills, quickly catching up to Chu Nanshan's car. Eager to see the scenery, Youyou fell asleep in the car, only to awaken with a start when a loud crash echoed. What? Where are we? Youyou blinked her bright eyes, only to hear a furious curse from within the house. Which brat kicked my door? The angry shouts mingled with the cries of a child, sending Yuanpa into a panic. He dashed to open the door, colliding with his mother, who was advancing toward the entrance, still cursing. Where's Tian? Where is Ziki? Yuanpa pushed past her and ran upstairs, following the sound of the weeping child. Unfilial son, stop right there. Have you lost your mind? His mother snapped, attempting to seize him. Get away, you old hag. I'll throw you down. Just as Youyou's thought echoed in his mind, Yuanpa's mother lost her footing on the stairs and tumbled down, rolling twice on the floor. Get out of the way, Chu Nanshan. Hearing the agonizing cries from upstairs, kicked Yuanpa's mother aside. I will call the police, she threatened. Chu Nanshan turned, narrowing his eyes at her. Go ahead, report it. You abuse your granddaughter and daughter-in-law, you'll face at least 10 years in prison. You might even be charged with attempted murder. Enjoy your life behind bars. Oh, no wonder Uncle Yuan suddenly showed up. Third uncle must have known. It must be my clever uncle who uncovered everything. What a pity that the sister has already suffered a broken leg. Chapter 42. The acquisition of a young lady. Chuanan's heart sank as he hurried up the steps. Above, Yuanpa cradled his unconscious daughter, his face etched with despair, allowing his wife to berate him. Beside them, Yuan's father furiously brandished a steel pipe, poised to strike Yuanpa. Stop. At Chuanan's command, the bodyguard rushed forward to restrain Yuan's father. Fortunately, Youyou has arrived. Otherwise, had we gone to the hospital, the young lady's leg would have been irretrievably lost. Mommy, Aunt Ling, please bring Youyou over so she can touch the young lady. Upon hearing Youyou's heartfelt thoughts, a flicker of hope ignited in Yuanpa's despairing gaze as he rushed toward Youyou, cradling his daughter. Wow, Uncle Yuan can actually attune to Youyou's thoughts. Amazing. Young lady. I'm here. Youyou reached out her tiny hand, just brushing against the hand of the girl in Yuanpa's embrace. The girl's sleeve was tattered, revealing her frail, bony arm. The young lady is far too thin. Youyou will help you regain your strength. You must eat more meat. In her state of unconsciousness, Tian heard a little sister calling her young lady and suddenly felt a wave of warmth enveloping her, akin to the comforting embrace of her father. Her legs throbbed with pain, yet an inexplicable warmth surged through her, alleviating the ache. Daddy. Tian opened her eyes, only to behold Yuanpa's tear-streaked face and his unshaven chin. Upon realizing his daughter had awakened, Yuanpa's lips quivered and tears cascaded down his cheeks. Young lady, do you still hurt? Youyou continued to hold Tian's hand. Following the thread of thoughts, Tian replied, Sister, I no longer feel pain. I am well. Wow! The young lady and Youyou share a profound connection. She knows what Youyou is thinking. It was then that Tian noticed Youyou had not spoken aloud. She was struck by the realization that the little sister conversing with her was indeed very small. Yet, a child of such tender age could not possibly articulate words. Chintai approached, gently squeezing Tiantian's leg and checking her pulse, nodding at Yuanpa. Tiantian, try to stand and see if it still hurts. Yuanpa sighed with relief, gradually lowering Tiantian to the ground. Impossible. We must hurry to the hospital. How could she? Yuanpo's wife started to lift Tiantian, only to see her walk a few steps as if it were nothing. Daddy, it doesn't hurt anymore. Tiantian is fine. To be safe, we should still go to the hospital for a checkup. Brother Yuan, trust me, I will take your wife and Tiantian to the hospital, Chunin said. I have already called the police. They should arrive shortly. Thank you, third young master. Chunin understood that Yuan Po's acceptance of this assistance indicated a definitive break from his parents. Ziki, take Tiantian and follow third young master to the hospital for an examination. I was blind to the truth before. I apologize to both of you. Today, I will resolve this matter and ensure you no longer suffer. Wang Ziki, with tears streaming down her face, gathered her daughter and trailed behind Chunin. Though her tears fell like autumn rain, she felt as if spring had truly arrived. Youyou sucked on her fingers, mumbling indistinctly, unsure if she was responding to Tiantian. The police arrived promptly. Faced with the scene, they paused for a moment. Two elderly individuals were restrained, their mouths gagged, desperately attempting to convey something. The individuals holding them were clearly formidable. Greetings. We are members of the Chu family from Jing City, and this is our bodyguard. After Chunin departed, the matter fell to Chu Xian. Who called the police? Officer. Third uncle took the young lady and her mother to the hospital for examination. Uncle Yuan's parents were abusing the young lady and her mother. Li Bang's attention was drawn to the small voice, glancing at the only infant in the room, Youyou. Had she just spoken? Seeing the astonishment in Li Zhang's eyes, as well as disbelief on the faces of the officers behind him, Chu Xian remained silent. Officer, that wicked old woman and the bad old man are villains. They abused the young lady and her mother and even broke the young lady's leg. If it weren't for me, she would never walk again. Yuanpa, witnessing the situation, hurriedly welcomed the officers into the living room, recounting the events. Without tangible evidence, Yuanpa was compelled to allow Chu Xian to hold Youyou during the investigation. Youyou, sipping from the little bottle Ling Jia had given her, her big eyes darting about, occasionally chiming in with her thoughts to provide supplementary evidence. The examination results for Tiantian's leg revealed a recently healed fracture. However, the presence of old and new bruises, along with signs of malnutrition, indicated she had endured prolonged abuse. By the time Youyou woke, the police had departed, and Yuanpa and his parents had been taken away. Chunin secured a room at a 5-star hotel in Sioux City, where Youyou leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside, flanked by Su Xiao and Tiantian. Tiantian deftly twisted red strings, quickly crafting a Chinese knot. Youyou lifted a few strands of red string and handed them to Su Jinrui, pointing at the strings. Su Jinrui took the red strings, fidgeted with them briefly, scratched his head in frustration, and then tore them apart. Youyou found something amusing, erupting into fits of giggles. When the red strings ceased to entertain Su Jinrui, he picked up a Rubik's Cube. Tiantian handed him a scrambled cube, which he swiftly resolved. Intrigued, Youyou grabbed another cube, scrambled it, and passed it to Tiantian. After a considerable struggle, Tiantian, perspiring with effort, was unable to restore it, prompting Youyou to laugh uproariously, her laughter echoing far and wide. The simplicity of children's joy was infectious, leaving Chu Xian and the others with smiles on their faces. Their merriment continued until Lin Zai's phone call interrupted the atmosphere. Chintai was quite surprised. When had the municipal hospital become so efficient? His bite would not have been easy to diagnose, and even if it were, the swelling would not have subsided so quickly. Not even the medicine he concocted could achieve such rapid results. Chapter 43. Youyou has disappeared. He is certainly recovering swiftly, thanks to the miraculous remedies provided by the heroine. As Youyou played, her inner thoughts spilled forth. Both Chu Xian and Chu Nashan felt a weight in their hearts. Xian, I must depart tomorrow. I have a variety show to attend. After all, safety is paramount, even above seeking vengeance. What? Uncle San's brow is darkening. Misfortune is on the horizon. Which wicked soul has cast a shadow upon him? Once I catch that villain, I shall make him bald. Youyou declared with a huff. What? Chu Nanshan instinctively cupped his ear. His young niece could tell fortunes? Fortunately, I have Youyou. Uncle San, I shall protect you, she assured, waving her tiny hand to touch the space between his brows. Immediately, he felt a strange sensation as something seemed to penetrate into him, clearing his mind considerably. Ever since I aided the elder brother and sister, my celestial powers have grown stronger. It will be a breeze to help Uncle San dispel his misfortune. Oh! By the way, the original text mentioned that Uncle San's assistant has been bribed by a rival. Thus, he shall encounter a trap during this variety show. Youyou babbled, but, alas, I cannot speak well. How should I convey this to Uncle San? Chu Xian pretended to check her phone. Third brother, the eldest has sent someone to investigate. It appears your assistant has issues and may be conspiring against you. Please be cautious during the show. Wow, Uncle Da is truly the wisest of uncles. Chu Nashan exclaimed, kissing Youyou's chubby hand. All right, I understand. I shall remain vigilant. The verdict regarding the Yuan family has also been announced. Following accusations from neighbors and passers-by, it was confirmed that Yuan's parents physically assaulted their daughter-in-law and abused their granddaughter. Fortunately, Yuan Po's 3-story villa remained his property, as he had yet to transfer ownership to his parents. The environment in Sioux City is quite delightful. What can a few adults do with several children? Ah, I want to eat. Baby wants to eat. Youyou exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the passers-by, completely oblivious to the flowers and scenery around her, only desiring the food they carried. Her adorable coos attracted numerous onlookers, who halted in their tracks. Oh my, what a beautiful little angel. Is she a celestial being descended from the heavens? I have never seen such a lovely child. However, due to the bodyguards surrounding her, no one dared approach. They could only gaze from a distance. Sister Ling, holding Youyou, felt as if she were in the center of attention. Miss, I believe this is the most popular day of my life, she chuckled. Chu Xian rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Tang Ziming, filled with sorrow, clutched her boyfriend's favorite roasted chicken wings, gazing at the shimmering lake surface, momentarily contemplating a leap into the water to end her despair. Just then, a bustling crowd surrounded her. Curious, she turned to peer through the gaps in the crowd, and her eyes fell upon the adorable little angel. Coincidentally, the angel seemed to be gazing back at her. Wow, I have become a sight for others. That Sister Samir looks delicious. Tang Ziming mused, momentarily stunned. It seemed she had heard the baby speaking, but that was impossible. Such a small child could not articulate words. Therefore, it must indeed be a little angel. Her boyfriend had mentioned that to reconcile, she must see a little angel. How I wish to hug you, to hold you. Without understanding why, she rushed forward amidst the astonished crowd, gently taking the chicken wings from the paper bag and offering them to Youyou. Here, little baby, they are all for you. Youyou's large, sparkling eyes lit up as she swiftly withdrew her saliva-coated fingers from her mouth, eagerly grasping the paper bag with a speed so swift that Chu Xian could not intervene in time. Thank you, but you are too small to eat, she said. Tang Ziming hurriedly retrieved a bag of Wang small buns from her pocket and offered them to Youyou. It's fine. She can still enjoy the aroma. I used to smell things when I couldn't eat. Tang Ziming recalled her boyfriend, who would buy food for her to smell when her stomach was unwell. If you cannot eat, smelling is also fine, he had said. Sister Ling felt a wave of helplessness. Chu Xian could only express her gratitude to the girl. The girl gazed at Youyou, suddenly resolute. Thank you, little baby. If I have the chance in the future, I shall buy you roasted chicken wings. With that, Tang Ziming turned and dashed away. Sister Ling was bewildered, and Chu Xian was equally puzzled. Youyou saved the sister. It is only right to accept her offering. The master has said that to change one's fate, one must offer a reward, lest it backfire. How fragrant! Perhaps inspired by Tangziming, many others began to gather around, offering Youyou various treats. Chu Xin and the bodyguards rushed to intervene, while even Su Jinrui and Tiantian expressed thanks while trying to decline. Yet their hands remained filled with snacks. Sister Ling found herself overwhelmed and had no choice but to place Youyou in the stroller, smiling as she declined further offerings. However, they were all unaware that a slender, shady man lurked nearby. In a swift motion, he darted into the crowd, scooping up Youyou and disappearing into the distance, quietly escaping. Youyou, with her round, glistening eyes, neither cried nor fussed. Was this man perhaps a fool? The man twisted and turned, avoiding surveillance, until he reached a secluded corner where he pulled out his phone. "Hello? Boss, I've succeeded. Send someone to pick me up at the usual place," he exclaimed excitedly. "This one is particularly beautiful. She will fetch a high price." "This uncle is so wicked, not only bad but foolish," Youyou remarked, still clutching the paper bag. She took a deep sniff. How fragrant! Achoo! The scent of barbecue was so strong that Youyou could not resist, letting out a loud sneeze. The man quickly covered her mouth, glancing cautiously around. Suddenly, Youyou caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. She tilted her head and spotted an elderly woman pushing a snack cart filled with delicious treats. "Ah, ah," Youyou exclaimed, tugging at the man's hair. He yelped in pain. And at that moment, the old lady looked over. "Oh dear," Youyou cried, one hand still gripping the man's hair while the other pointed excitedly at the old lady's cart. "Ah, ah." Miraculously, the man understood her, fearing exposure. He lowered his head and hurriedly shouted, "Let go, let go. I'll buy it." The old lady, unable to resist Youyou's beauty, took a closer look and kindly offered her a cotton candy. "But darling, you're too little to eat this. It might upset your stomach." Chapter 44. The misfortunate trafficker. The man, on the verge of tears, received the cotton candy and placed it in Youyou's hand. Only then did she release her grip on his hair. "It smells so good." Youyou couldn't help but lick her little lips. Fearing that she might suffer from a stomach ache and start wailing, the man quickly snatched the cotton candy back and discarded it. Youyou was momentarily stunned, then, closing her eyes, she opened her mouth and began to cry loudly. The man, alarmed and concerned about attracting attention, hastily pulled a damp towel from his pocket and covered Youyou's mouth and nose. "Ugh, it stinks." Youyou stopped crying, her cheeks puffed in indignation, and her tiny hand grasped his hair once more. This time, the man howled in pain. "Ah, let go, let go. I'll buy you another one." Youyou, resolute, held onto his hair with one hand while pointing into the distance with the other. "Ah, ah." Did she just realize they had been deceived? The man tilted his head, clutching Youyou tightly, fearful she might fall. This was money. After enduring so much suffering, he couldn't afford to lose it. "Skinny monkey, what are you doing? Who told you to run out? What if someone sees you?" Two elderly women approached from a distance. "Waaaaah, Sister Lon, Sister Sue, please help me. This little brat won't let go of my hair," cried the man known as Skinny Monkey, tears streaming down his face from the pain. "Why didn't you cut your hair when I told you to? What kind of man keeps his hair long like this?" One of the elderly women scolded. "Oh my, this little child is absolutely adorable, sure to fetch a good price." "Skinny Monkey, you've done well this time," the other woman chuckled, her eyes narrowing into slits. "Little darling, let go and I'll buy you something delicious," one of the elderly women gently coaxed, holding Youyou's hand. Youyou, still gripping Skinny Monkey's hair with one hand, pointed at the discarded cotton candy on the ground. "Ah." The two elderly women were puzzled. Skinny Monkey whimpered, "I threw away her cotton candy, and now she won't let go of my hair." "Ah." Youyou pointed again at the cotton candy, kicking her little legs in frustration. The elderly women gasped in realization. She wants the cotton candy. Goodness, how old is this little one? She already knows to ask for food. If the buyer found out, wouldn't they be overjoyed? It seemed they could raise the price even further. Skinny Monkey, unable to bear it any longer, pleaded, "Can you please get her to let go? My scalp is about to come off." Youyou then understood that it was called cotton candy. She cried out, pulling even harder at Skinny Monkey's hair. "Hurry and buy her some cotton candy. I can't hold on much longer. It hurts. It really hurts." That one, the child in his arms, is stunningly beautiful. She hardly looks like his child. An elderly woman pointed at Skinny Monkey. Li Zheng, experienced and quick to notice the two elderly women approaching Skinny Monkey, wasted no time and rushed over. "Not good. Run." The two elderly women reacted faster than Skinny Monkey and turned to flee. Skinny Monkey, caught off guard by Youyou's tugging, was seized by Li Zheng. Tang Ziki, near the cotton candy seller, didn't hesitate either. She picked up a branch from the ground and chased after the two elderly women. "How dare you abduct my little angel? Are you tired of living?" Tang Ziki ran swiftly, swinging the branch down upon the elderly women. At that moment, police officers arrived and swiftly subdued the two women. Soon, Chu Xian and the others also arrived. "Youyou, my Youyou!" Chu Xian cried, breathless, as she snatched Youyou from Skinny Monkey's grasp. Youyou, still holding on tightly, angrily yanked a handful of Skinny Monkey's hair. It hurts, it hurts." Skinny Monkey cried out. "Waaaaah!" Youyou joined in the tears. "My little miss has suffered. It's all my fault," Sister Ling sobbed uncontrollably. "It's our fault for not keeping an eye on her," cried Su Jinrui and the little one, Tian, both in tears. The scene was profoundly moving. Having lost and then regained a child, how could it not be heart-wrenching? "Waaaaah, my cotton candy. That bad man threw my cotton candy away, waaaaah." While sobbing, Chu Xian thought she had frightened Youyou, and Sister Ling's sobs caught in her throat, choking her. Li Zheng and the other officers were equally stunned. Tang Ziki, furious and wishing to eliminate the trafficker on the spot, remained silent. "Cotton candy." Su Jinrui and Tian stopped crying. "My cotton candy, waaaaah. I want cotton candy." Youyou's tears streamed down her cheeks. And Chu Xian had never seen Youyou cry like this before. In her haste to find help for Youyou, the elderly woman's cart had been abandoned. "That bad uncle. He has abducted many children, and there was an aunt. He even threw a sick sister away, and that sister died. He threw away my cotton candy too. I wish for him to lose all his hair, to lose all his teeth, and never be able to eat good things." "Waaaaah!" Youyou's cries grew louder. "Go buy all the cotton candy from that elderly woman, and also give her some gratitude," Chu Xian instructed, handing a card to a nearby bodyguard. Upon hearing about the cotton candy, Youyou immediately stopped crying. With her little mouth pouting and big eyes glistening with tears, she looked utterly heart-wrenching. "Mommy's going to buy you cotton candy, so please don't cry, okay?" Meanwhile, Skinny Monkey was crying louder than Youyou, "Waaaaah. But that cotton candy was also bought for her by me." Youyou was indifferent. As long as there was cotton candy, she was content. Li Zheng pondered for a moment before approaching Chu Xian. "Miss Chu, the first to provide a clue was this girl." It was the elderly woman who told her she saw a particularly exquisite little girl, and she called the police. Chu Xian glanced at Tang Ziki, pondering the whims of fate. This location in the park was quite secluded, rarely visited, yet the elderly woman selling cotton candy had taken this shortcut. Had Tang Ziki not encountered the elderly woman, they might have already moved Youyou by the time she found someone to help. "Thank you." Chu Xian's gratitude was sincere. Tang Ziki waved her hand dismissively. "I just wanted some peace and quiet here. It was merely a coincidence." "Sister, I have a small favor to ask." "I would like Youyou to help," Tang Ziki said. Youyou tilted her little head, looking at Tang Ziki, babbling softly. "I know. That big sister's boyfriend is going to break up with her. She is unaware that her boyfriend is sick and cannot be cured, which is why he is making excuses to end things." Chapter 45. Saving people. Tang Ziki felt a heavy weight in her heart and stumbled slightly. However, the young lady is kind-hearted and her boyfriend is also a good person. Perhaps I should lend a hand. After all, we share a fateful connection. My master always said that all encounters are predestined. Tang Ziki was utterly astonished, a flicker of joy gleaming in her eyes. Chu Xin immediately recognized that she could hear Youyou's thoughts and intentionally had her bodyguard at her phone number. After some time, Youyou grew weary. She yawned and closed her eyes, drifting into sleep while murmuring, "Cotton candy, cotton candy." After such an ordeal, everyone lost interest in continuing their outing. Li Zhang and a few other officers were left with their perceptions of the supernatural shattered, feeling as though they had unlocked a hidden ability, and excitedly cuffed the 3 human traffickers. "Miss Chu, if needed, we may have to trouble you again." Li Zhang had a gut feeling that Youyou could still assist him. Chu Xin nodded, requesting that Officer Li keep this matter confidential. "Rest assured, protecting her is our duty, and this responsibility is of utmost importance." Chu Xin sighed heavily as she watched them depart. The number of people who could hear Youyou's thoughts was increasing, leaving her uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse, feeling lost about the path ahead. When Youyou awoke, she found herself in a hotel. Hungry. Youyou has to pee. The moment her thoughts resonated, everyone present knew she had awakened. Sister Ling skillfully changed Youyou's diaper and prepared her milk. The room was quiet. Youyou, clutching her bottle, glanced around with her big, sparkling eyes until she spotted a young man in a wheelchair beside Tang Ziki. Upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, Yu Fan was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise, his handsome, sunny face inexplicably adorable. "So this is the little angel? It seems mortals can hear the thoughts of angels." This brother is the boyfriend of that sister, who has rescued numerous stray cats and dogs, and even saved up to care for a 3-legged dog and a blind cat. He is indeed a virtuous person. What a pity. Though he only has a few months left to live. Yu Fan lowered his head in disappointment, biting his lip. He was aware that his time was limited. He suffered from a myotrophic lateral sclerosis, and his limbs could no longer move freely. He knew this was a terminal illness. If Youyou saves him, it would defy fate, and he would need to repay her somehow. But how can Youyou ask for repayment? Tang Ziki's eyes lit up, and she quickly produced a card, handing it to Chu Xin. "Sister Xin, I really like Youyou. The first time I saw her, it felt like seeing my younger sister. This is a gift from my boyfriend and me for Youyou. Also, when Youyou grows up, I will buy her lots and lots of snacks, whatever she wants. I'll take care of it." Upon hearing this, Youyou tilted her little face, suddenly uninterested in her milk. "Cotton candy, my cotton candy, I almost forgot." Tang Ziki covered her face, realizing she might have stirred up trouble. Fearing Youyou would start her incessant musings again, Chu Xin hurriedly handed Tang Ziki's bank card to Youyou. "Youyou, this big sister gave you a lot of money. You should drink more milk to grow up quickly, so you can use this card to buy delicious food later. If you don't drink milk, you won't grow. Won't grow without milk?" Youyou, startled, clutched her bottle tightly and began to suckle earnestly. "Baby wants milk. Baby wants to grow up and then buy yummy treats." Yu Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly, the first smile he had shown in a long time. He had no money left to give Youyou, having spent it all on treatments, even traveling abroad. To this day, he hadn't told his parents they were ordinary people, and he feared they wouldn't be able to bear the burden. "Ziki, thank you." At that moment, Yu Fan felt as though a knot in his heart had been untied. He resolved that regardless of the outcome, he would no longer evade reality. His good friends had been caring for him all this time, and he had kept the matter of coming to find Youyou a secret from them. He had not wanted to drag his friends into despair again. After today, he could openly express gratitude to his dear friends and embrace them wholeheartedly. Once Youyou was satiated, her gaze shifted to Yu Fan, and she extended her chubby little hand, babbling excitedly. Sister Ling, understanding her thoughts without needing to hear them, brought her to Yu Fan. "Youyou, do you want to say hello to this brother?" Youyou cooed a couple of times, breaking into a smile for Yu Fan. Such a delightful child. Even if it were not for his illness, Yu Fan felt compelled to reach out. His fingers could no longer move freely, but he strained to lift his arm. Youyou grasped Yufan's index finger. In that moment, Yufan felt enveloped by a warm, soft embrace. It was as if a ray of sunshine had pierced through the cold, dark winter, melting away all the chill and transforming it into a gentle breeze. The warmth caressed his face, bringing unparalleled comfort. Yufan, astonished, moved his hands and feet slightly. Indeed, he felt better. He opened his fingers to grasp Youyou's tiny hand. Youyou, you truly are a little angel. Thank you. Youyou widened her eyes, bright as obsidian, with a look of innocence. Is a little angel edible? Yufan wisely chose to remain silent, resolutely avoiding the topic of food. Upon seeing Yufan's limbs moving, Jin Tai's eyes lit up. He approached Yufan to check his pulse, and Yufan nodded. At present, you appear to be quite healthy. Of course, if you experience any further issues, feel free to reach out to me. All right. Yufan understood. He would not go to the hospital if they discovered his illness had suddenly improved. It might not only implicate Youyou, but also subject him to scrutiny. I plan to abandon my job in Sioux City and venture to Jing City. With this statement, Yufan reassured Chu Xian, as the Chu family was based in Jing City. Youyou's abilities needed to remain confidential, and their presence in Jing City would signify they had willingly placed themselves under the watchful eye of the Chu family. If you aren't in a hurry, you can come to Lin S first, bringing your friends along. I've reviewed your resumes, and they are quite impressive. Chu Xian would undoubtedly conduct thorough background checks on anyone who interacted with Youyou. From this, she learned that the two were graduates of prestigious universities, and one of Yufan's other friends was an alumnus as well. In the future, I will take charge of Lin S, which will be under the Chu family. At that time, you will be considered veteran employees of the Chu family. By the way, you can bring along your friend. Yufan was taken aback, feeling deeply moved. Although the three of them were graduates of esteemed universities, they were far from qualified to enter the Chu family. Moreover, their intention in going to Jing City was merely to instill confidence, not to pursue a bright future. Chapter 46. Malicious energy. Very well, we agree. Yufan declared with resolute conviction. Yuanpa sold the villa and moved his wife and daughter to the capital, residing in the company-provided residence. Accompanying them were Yufan, Tang Ziki, their dear friend Luo Nan, and an additional companion, Li Zheng. In the back seat of the car, Youyou was cradled in Sister Ling's arms, exchanging innocent glances with Li Zheng. The criminal fled from in-city to the capital, and our leader assigned me to collaborate with the Sioux City police for the investigation. Hence my presence here, Li Zheng explained. Youyou blinked her large eyes, playfully sucking her finger and making a clicking sound. Uncle, why are you looking at me? Please continue. What happened next? Li Zheng, taken aback, replied. He vanished into thin air? Wow, I didn't know mere mortals could wield such magic. Only when Youyou is in her celestial form could she do that. It's not magic, Li Zheng clarified. He merely wanted the little one to help him analyze the situation, and we ventured into the realm of the celestial. The surveillance footage revealed the individual walking along the street when, without warning, he suddenly vanished. A most enigmatic occurrence. Vanished just like that? Uncle, could it be a ghost? I don't think I've seen any ghosts around here, Youyou remarked, sending a shiver down the spines of those in the vehicle. Fortunately, the driver, who also served as a bodyguard, remained oblivious to Youyou's unspoken thoughts. Officer Li, do you have the video? Perhaps we could spot something you overlooked, Chu Xian suggested. It was then that Li Zheng remembered and retrieved his phone, disregarding the police department's confidentiality protocols for the moment. Youyou tugged at Li Zheng's sleeve, hitting the mark. You want to watch too? Uncle will show you. The figure in the video was somewhat obscured, wearing a hat pulled low over his face. As he approached a narrow alley, the video flickered twice, and the figure abruptly disappeared. Youyou's wide, glistening eyes froze, her finger-sucking motion ceasing. Wow, a formation? How could there be a formation in the mortal realm? By the way, how does one break such a formation? My senior sister taught me. Let me think. Youyou yawned. Oh dear, I feel sleepy. Every time I think hard, I get drowsy. I remember last time my senior sister was teaching me. I fell asleep because I was too tired. I'll think about it after my nap. As everyone glanced down, they were met with Youyou's endearingly adorable sleeping face. Li Zheng sighed. Well, at least we have a lead. If there are formations in this world, there must also be those who create and dismantle them. This matter is best left to the leader. When Youyou awoke again, they had arrived at the Lin residence. It seemed that Lin Zhe was in a heated argument with Chu Xian. Among them were 3 students from prestigious universities and the head of my elder brother's secretarial department. Any one of them surpassed the employees of the Lin family. My brother sent them to revitalize the Lin family, so you must consider this carefully. If your employees had the capability to save the Lin family, there would be no need for me to undermine my brother. Lin Zhe appeared swayed by the argument. However, their salaries were excessively high. The Lin family could not afford them. Chu Xian smiled knowingly. Zhe, do you understand why the company is perpetually in the red? It is because your subordinates are underpaid and lack motivation, resulting in no sense of belonging to the company. They are insufficient in ability, patience, effort, and loyalty. Zhe, our company requires substantial reform. If you trust me, hand it over to me, and I will handle it. I assure you, if we do not turn a profit, my Chu family will bear all losses. This is the promise made to me by my brother. All right, I agree, Lin Zhe resolved. Miss, please let Dr. Chen take a look at me. I've been feeling unwell. Sister Ling emerged from her room, feeling hazy. Just then, Dr. Chen arrived and, upon hearing her words at the door, set down his medical bag and took her pulse, his brow furrowing in concern. How is it? Are you exhausted? Chu Xian inquired anxiously. Dr. Chen shook his head, puzzled by her pulse, which indicated severe physical depletion and insufficient qi and blood, resembling symptoms of malnutrition and excessive blood loss. But that shouldn't be the case. Youyou dropped her small milk bottle and turned over. Huh? That's odd. Aunt Ling seems to be attracting ghosts. There's a heavy malicious energy surrounding her. Sister Ling shuddered at the mention of ghosts. What? Attracting ghosts? Oh dear. Aunt Ling, carry me to your room. The ghost hasn't followed us. It must be afraid of Youyou. Sister Ling, relieved, lifted Youyou. Youyou waved her tiny hand, gently pressing it against Sister Ling's forehead. Immediately, Sister Ling felt considerably better. Aunt Ling, how are you? Should I hold her? Chu Xian simmered with suppressed anger, inexplicably thinking of Lin Zhe. This household had never before been plagued by ghosts. The only one who could cause such trouble was him. No need, I feel much better. The little lady is my lucky star. Holding her is all I need. Sister Ling was immensely grateful for Youyou's presence. Oh dear. Youyou pointed towards Sister Ling's room. Sister Ling pretended not to understand her meaning. Would you like to play in the garden? Auntie will take you there. The side entrance to the garden conveniently passed by Sister Ling's room. As they approached her door, Youyou began to wail. Sister Ling seized the moment to enter her room, with Chu Xian and Dr. Chen trailing behind. Wow, such heavy malicious energy. If Aunt Ling sleeps here for a night, she might not wake up tomorrow. There must be a wicked presence troubling Aunt Ling. This nasty thing hides as soon as I arrive. Let me see where the source of this malicious energy lies. Aunt Ling, I feel something is different about your room compared to before. Can you see what has changed? It feels peculiar. Chu Xian initiated the conversation. Chapter 47. The bone china doll. The room had not changed much, with Chu Xian's words as a prompt. Sister Ling carefully examined every corner of the room while cradling Youyou. Aunt Ling, stop. It's in there, right there. Youyou exclaimed, pointing at the bedside cabinet beside Sister Ling's bed. Was Youyou eager to touch the cabinet? Sister Ling crouched down, still holding Youyou, and opened the top drawer. To her surprise, what had once been empty now contained a small ceramic doll. The doll was entirely black, as if infused with streaks of blood. Its eyes eerily lifelike and unsettling, giving the impression that it was perpetually gazing at you. This doll was made from ashes, and it has a spirit trapped inside. The master said that this method is particularly malevolent. The spirit will absorb a person's vitality and can even cause death, consuming their soul. How wicked! Both Sister Ling and Chu Xian shuddered. In contrast, Chen Tai, the doctor, exhibited a stronger composure. Youyou puffed out her cheeks in indignation, extending her tiny hand to strike the bone china doll. "You come out now, or I'll smash you." The doll trembled, seemingly afraid of Youyou. "Come out quickly, or I'll get really angry." Perhaps sensing the power emanating from Youyou's fingertips, the doll stirred again, and a plume of black mist emerged from its head. To Chu Xian, Sister Ling, and Chen Tai, it appeared as a swirling mass of ominous crimson mist rather than a terrifying ghost. However, to Youyou, it was something entirely different. "Why is it so ugly? It's too hideous. Get back inside." "Boo-hoo, my eyes are dirty." "Humph. Speak. Who sent you here?" The bone china doll quivered, emitting a sound that seemed somewhat pitiful. "You don't know? If you don't tell me, then disperse, disperse." The doll quaked even more violently, sounding almost as if it were crying. "Someone," Chu Xian commanded from outside the door. "Miss," 2 bodyguards entered. "Check the surveillance footage to see who has entered Sister Ling's room." "Humph. Did you see that? Even if you don't tell me, I can find out." The master said, "If you can spare someone, do so. Although you are a spirit and have harmed Aunt Ling, you have not killed anyone, nor have you committed a grave error. I am magnanimous. As long as you obey my commands, I won't harm you. If you refuse, I shall crush you and scatter your ashes in a pit." "Humph." The bone china doll quieted down, letting out a couple of whimpers. Youyou chuckled. "Tonight, you will scare my bad father and frighten that old witch and wicked woman. Then I might consider sparing you." The doll, trembling with trepidation, hopped out of the drawer and awkwardly made its way into Youyou's hands. Youyou, holding the doll, beamed with delight. "Ah, over there." Youyou pointed towards the door. Sister Ling understood and exited the room, turning to the right while cradling Youyou, as she directed her. Youyou mused, "I will place the doll under the bad man's bed, so it can come out when he touches the bad woman's bottom." Hee. Lindsay had already left, and the door was closed. Sister Ling opened it slightly, and Youyou placed the bone china doll by the crack of the door. The doll floated inside, and even closed the door behind it. Youyou felt a sense of accomplishment, clapping her tiny hands in glee. Although her small hands could not quite meet, it did not dampen her excitement. Chu Xian's demeanor remained cold. "Where is she now?" "In the servants' quarters." "Drag her to the courtyard." Chu Xian's voice was as frigid as ice. "Is Mommy going to deal with the bad people? I want to go too." The little one, eyes gleaming with excitement, relished the unfolding drama. Chu Xian would never allow Youyou to witness such brutality. The weather had warmed. Zhou Wanjun was forced to kneel on the ground, her knees aching despite the warmth. She glared at Chu Xian, shouting, "What are you doing? Let me go." Chu Xian smiled faintly. "What am I doing? Secretly raising my daughter and trying to turn her against me? You deserve punishment. Beat her." The last command was delivered with such force that it summoned all the surrounding servants. With that, 2 bodyguards took turns slapping Zhou Wanjun. In no time, her cheeks swelled. Chu Xian sat nearby, a maid presenting her with tea. Zhou Wanjun realized she could not escape this time, enduring it with eyes filled with hatred. This beating lasted longer than the last. "All right, let her go." Chu Xian leaned in slightly, grasping Zhou Wanjun's chin. "If you dare touch anyone from the Chu family again, your next punishment will be far worse." With a sharp slap, Chu Xian delivered the final blow, an accumulation of long-held resentment and anger, which sent Zhou Wanjun crashing to the ground. Chu Xian spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, losing 2 teeth in the process. The release of her pent-up frustration brought her considerable relief. "From now on, you all keep an eye on her. If she dares to secretly embrace the little miss again, those who provide information will be rewarded with a raise." Chu Xian addressed the servants, who responded enthusiastically, "Yes, madam. Miss, I can endure some grievances. But I'm worried this woman might become desperate and conspire with Lindsay to harm you." Sister Ling expressed her concerns. "Humph, Lindsay? If he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to act against me now. Mommy said the baby doesn't understand. It's so hard. Adults' matters are not for children to meddle in." Hee. Now the baby has helpers. Youyou began to playfully tumble around again. Xin, those individuals are indeed capable and strong. Just today, those three signed a significant contract, and Assistant Yuan has revamped the company's management system, leading to a noticeable improvement in order within the company. Chu Xian's smile was laden with meaning. Thus, certain employees who were due for dismissal would indeed be let go. After all, many of the older staff were loyal to her father, having built the Lin Corporation alongside him, and were likely to regard her with disdain. Chapter 48. A sudden rift. Lin Zai's countenance darkened. Moreover, to my knowledge, most employees within the company are merely favored connections. A's, do you truly believe that those who ascend through such connections possess genuine capability? Although I have never met father, I can surmise that during his tenure, he would not have carelessly allowed his relatives to occupy positions in the company. Those elders merely exploit your youth and naivety, disregarding company policies, and recruit their incompetent kin, thus offering them mere idle positions. How can a company thrive when individuals hold on to positions acquired so effortlessly, yet contribute nothing? Lin Zai was swayed by these words. You are right. They are merely here to fill their stomachs and pass the time. Chu Xian continued. Now that we have identified the root of the problem, it is up to you, A's, to decide how to proceed. If you wish to see Lin's rise, it is imperative to eliminate the parasites. It all depends on your resolve. As for recruiting new talent, you may entrust that to Yuanpa. He has been with my elder brother for many years and possesses a keen eye. He does not hire the inept. All right, Xian, take care and rest well. I must attend to some pressing matters. The company has been quite busy lately, so I shall not keep you company. Once Lin's affairs are set right, I will be at your side every day. Lin Zai felt invigorated as he took his leave. Bah, scoundrel, I want to allow you to accompany Mama, Youyou exclaimed. Sister Ling chuckled while playfully squeezing Youyou's small hand, saying, tonight promises to be quite the spectacle. The light in Chu Xian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Indeed, such a man would not defend Zhou Wanjun at this juncture. Moreover, Zhou Wanjun's previous actions had already embedded a thorn in Lin Zai's heart. A man, no matter how deeply he loves a woman, cannot tolerate infidelity. Naturally, Lin Zai's attitude toward Zhou Wanjun had similarly pricked her heart, while Chu Xian stood as the largest thorn among them. As expected, that night, Lin Zai and Zhou Wanjun engaged in a quarrel. Though they kept their voices low, their argument did not escape Chu Xian's ears. Such disputes were not unusual, as they quickly reconciled. However, in the dead of night, a piercing scream shattered the silence, echoing as though it could pierce the heavens. There's a ghost. At that moment, Lin Zai and Zhou Wanjun disregarded the fear of being seen and rushed out, hastily donning their clothing. What on earth is happening? Are you all mad at this hour? The closest to Lin Zai's room, Fan Shualan was the first to awaken, her expression alarmed. Quick, let us go see. Youyou, having awoken at the manifestation of a ghostly figure from a porcelain doll, urged while playing with her tiny feet. What a curious little one. Sister Ling laughed as she scooped Youyou into her arms. The Lin family's servants, known for their light slumber, had already congregated in the corridor. Lin Zai and Zhou Wanjun huddled among the crowd, their lips trembling. Fan Shualan, holding Lin Shi, glared with a mixture of concern and anger. Lin Shi, however, remained calm, her dark, inky eyes fixed on Lin Zai's room. What has transpired? Chu Xian stepped into the throng. As you. Feigning shock, Chu Xian looked at Zhou Wanjun, questioning, why does her nightgown resemble yours? With this distraction, Lin Zai felt a measure of his fear dissipate. Xian, I knew it all along. Have you fallen for our maid? Why did she emerge from your room, both of you clad in matching nightwear? Chu Xian seemed visibly shaken, bursting into tears. Through the crack in the door, Youyou sensed the trembling spirit within the room, feeling that the entity was fearful of Lin Shi. She raised her small arm, exclaiming, Silly ghost, why don't you escape through the window? Hurry, come to Youyou's room. No one noticed the slight movement of Lin Shi's dark eyes, as the yellow talisman she held vanished. Chu Xian, sensing Youyou's thoughts, turned to Lin Zhe, crying and scolding, "A's, I have poured my heart into helping you, seeking ways for my brother to assist you, and this is how you repay me? I told you this woman was not simple. She seeks to take my Weiwei and my husband. No wonder you and mother favor her, reluctant to let her go. Clearly, your affections lie with her." With that, Chu Xian covered her mouth and dashed away. Sister Ling, cradling Youyou, quickly pursued her, and even the other servants and bodyguards from the Chu family gathered at the door. Lin Zhe shot Zhou Wanjun a fierce glare before sprinting after Chu Xian. Xian, please, listen to me." Zhou Wanjun, seething with rage, glared at Lin Zhe's retreating figure, as though she wished to bore a hole through him with her gaze. Once Youyou and Sister Ling entered the room, Chu Xian slammed the door shut, locking Lin Zhe outside. Xian, it is not as you perceive. The nightgowns were a gift from Mother. I had not yet delivered yours. This maid is a relative of Mother's, as I previously mentioned. Mother, in her kindness, allowed her to share a bed with her and dressed her in the nightgown that rightfully belonged to you. It is merely a misunderstanding. She does not reside in my room. You are truly mistaken. Oh dear, you are so foolish. You nearly fell into that woman's trap. Youyou sensed she wielded a talisman for controlling spirits. Alas, let me purify you. Youyou extended her tiny hand, gently touching the ghost's forehead, and a radiant light enveloped the diminutive spirit. When the light dissipated, Chu Xian and Sister Ling beheld a pale-faced boy, around 7 or 8 years old, with blood-red lips and dark, sunken cheeks. I have dispelled the malevolent energy from you. You are now an ordinary spirit. The talisman primarily targets spirits burdened with heavy malevolence. You must maintain a calm demeanor. If you harbor such intense resentment, the talisman will hold no power over you. Thank you. To their astonishment, the small boy spoke. Who sent you? Youyou inquired, waving her tiny hand. The boy rolled his eyes, saying, I was sleeping in a grave when an old Taoist captured me. He dug up my grave, burned my bones to create a porcelain doll, and sealed me inside. He drenched me in blood daily, and eventually I yearned to consume humans, to devour their souls. Chapter 49. Here he comes, approaching with a baby in his arms. How dreadful! When Youyou grows up, he will surely eliminate him. The baby shall eradicate evil and uphold justice. Master, senior brothers and sisters will surely praise Youyou. Ha ha. Youyou gently patted the porcelain doll, saying, All right. You may go inside now. I will find an opportunity to bury you in a favorable location. You were previously buried in an ominous place, which is why you have not yet entered the underworld, and you were also targeted by wicked Taoists. Now that all the malevolent energy has dissipated, once buried, a spirit guide should take you to the underworld. Thank you, little immortal. Thank you, little immortal. The little ghost joyfully grinned and slipped into the porcelain doll. Chu Xian and Sister Ling exchanged glances at the doll resting on the table, unable to articulate their feelings. Could they truly sleep soundly with a ghost residing in their home? Lin Zhe was still outside, apologizing and explaining. With the eerie porcelain doll present, Chu Xian found no desire to indulge in the spectacle. Sister Ling, please send him away, she sighed, feeling exasperated with her precious daughter. The matter of finding a suitable burial site for the doll would have to be expedited tomorrow. Fan Xuelan, holding Lin Shiwei, continued to grumble. These wealthy folks are so pretentious, and they cannot let go of their grievances? It was just a misunderstanding. And let's be honest, isn't it quite normal for men to stray? Our A's is managing a company and supporting her. Cannot he relax a little? Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Zhe scolded Fan Xuelan. With a dismissive huff, she retorted, Am I wrong? You show no understanding whatsoever. Enough, go to bed early. Lin Zhe waved his hand irritably. Zhou Wanjun had long departed, adding to Lin Zhe's agitation. That old hag is truly repulsive. Sister Ling gently placed the slumbering Youyou in her crib and whispered, All right. Don't be angry. I noticed that Zhou Wanjun's face isn't fully healed like last time. She probably fears recovering too quickly will raise suspicions. I truly wish to test how many medicines that Lin Shiwei possesses. Miss, be cautious. Do not corner her into a frenzy, Sister Ling expressed her concern. Chu Xian's brows knitted in contemplation. Let her act recklessly. Let her leap, and we shall strike. I want to see if Lin Zhe will protect her. Sister Ling sighed. Miss, some individuals pushed to their limits may indeed act without regard for the consequences. You must remain vigilant. All right, I understand. As night deepened, Youyou's tiny hand rested on the porcelain doll, sleeping soundly. The following morning, Lin Zhe arrived at Chu Xian's door to explain, while Youyou awoke amidst his insincere sweet talk. Chu Xian, feigning ignorance, leisurely bathed Youyou, changed her diaper, prepared her milk, and then, rubbing her reddened eyes, opened the door. Sister Ling and the bodyguard awaited outside. Lin Zhe dared not intrude and could only force a smile to continue his appeasement. Xian, have you forgiven me? I knew you were always gentle and kind. Mr. Lin, do you not see our young lady's swollen eyes? She cried all night, Sister Ling interjected. If you truly mean it, you should slap that woman twice in front of our young lady. You know that during these days when our young lady was away, that woman nearly took her as her own child. Our little lady is the treasure of the Chu family. We cannot let this slide. Chu Xian remained silent, still covering her mouth and softly sobbing. Mr. Lin, that woman has stolen our young lady several times. We must take action, Sister Ling continued. The little lady has been constantly under the care of the old lady Lin, and our young lady has been understandably worried. You must understand a mother's love for her child. Sister Ling added, now that she is here, Mr. Lin, it's time to demonstrate your sincerity. Let me go. What are you doing? Let me go. Zhou Wanjin's voice echoed. Lin Zhe turned around to see two bodyguards bringing Zhou Wanjin over. In just one night, her face had completely regained its alluring charm. Lin Zhe thought to himself, a mere application of medicine could hardly warrant punishment. Thus, as soon as Zhou Wanjin stood still, Lin Zhe delivered 2 slaps to her face. You hit me? Zhou Wanjin felt a stinging pain on her cheek, staring at Lin Zhe in disbelief. Lin Zhe turned his head, speaking harshly, if I catch you holding Weiwei again, I will not be lenient. Zhou Wanjin cast a deep glance at Lin Zhe, then shot a resentful look at Chu Xian before turning and fleeing. Lin Zhe remained oblivious, yet Chu Xian sensed the impact. Zhou Wanjin had truly been hurt this time. Unexpectedly, Zhou Wanjin genuinely loved Lin Zhe. How blind she was. Aze, I'm sorry, I was too sensitive. Now I see you truly have no connection with her. Or else you would not have struck her. Please go about your business. I will take care of things at home. Call me if anything arises, Chu Xian said, reluctantly softening her tone, feeling as though she might vomit. All right. Xian, rest assured, my heart belongs only to you. Once our company flourishes, I will dedicate myself to you. Sir, there are police officers outside, claiming to seek the owner of the villa. A maid approached. Police? Lin Zhe asked in surprise, feeling an unsettling thump in his chest. What has happened? Aze, let us go see, Chu Xian suggested, fully aware of the circumstances as she had received a call from Li Zheng the previous day. Sister Ling, hold Youyou, let us go take a look. Chu Xian, brimming with curiosity, led the way. Lin Zhe took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself before proceeding forward. That incident had occurred long ago. Surely, nothing would arise now. Oh! Here comes Uncle Li. He is approaching with a baby in his arms. As Youyou's thoughts echoed, Lin Zhe felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids. He looked up to find Li Zheng, clad in police uniform and carrying a baby, leading a group of officers. Lin Zhe's heart raced, his face flashing with fear. Haha, he is anxious, he is afraid, surely thinking Uncle Li is carrying the abandoned Youyou. Chu Xian silently observed Lin Zhe, noting the flicker of panic across his face. Miss Chu, we are here to. Oh, Officer Li, please come in and sit. We can discuss matters at our leisure, Chu Xian smiled, relishing in his discomfort. Aze, you go about your business. I will entertain Officer Li and his team. Xian. Do you know them? Lin Zhe adjusted his glasses, forcing a semblance of a smile. Oh yes. I met Officer Li previously during the investigation of the missing baby case. Chapter 50, The Unashamed Team Leader, the Case of the Missing Infant? Lin Zhe's heart sank further into despair. Who is Li Zheng? Lin Zhe's expression was immediately apparent to him. Thus, he remained silent, beginning to scrutinize Lin Zhe. Anxious, Lin Zhe endeavored to evade Li Zheng's gaze. It's nothing. You go about your business. Work matters more. I can manage things at home, Xian reiterated. Only then did Lin Zhe smile and nod at Officer Li before hastily departing. Officer Li, with his keen discernment, naturally noticed Lin Zhe's unsteady and restless footsteps. Miss Chu, your husband seems somewhat off, Officer Li observed. Although lacking evidence, he refrained from voicing his suspicions. Prior to arriving at the Lin residence, he had only a cursory understanding of the Lin family. Oh, the scoundrel Lin is frightened, fearing the police will uncover that he discarded his own daughter. Allowing an illegitimate child to masquerade as my mother's daughter, he mused. Initially, he was too distant from Youyou to hear much more than a vague sense of fear and urgency. Now, however, he was taken aback. Xian gestured to Officer Li, prompting him to shift the subject. By the way, we captured that criminal from last time. I shared the video with our chief, suggesting he consult an expert, and miraculously, we found a Taoist. This Taoist revealed that it was a formation. After dismantling it, we discovered a hidden door in the street's wall. The criminal has been brought to justice, and I am here specifically to thank Youyou. Allah? Why thank me? I can't speak. How would Officer Li know it was a formation? Youyou pondered. Officer Li hesitated. When I first saw Youyou, she struck me as a celestial being descended to Earth. Therefore, I thought, surely there are immortals in this world, and where there are immortals, there must be spirits. So, I cast aside my superstitious beliefs and began to explore this direction. And lo and behold, my guess proved correct. Wow, Officer Li is so clever, Youyou exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling as she waved her tiny hands in admiration. Xian and Sister Ling simultaneously exhaled in relief, having been quite anxious for Officer Li moments before. Li Zheng had grown accustomed to hearing Youyou's thoughts, yet the other officers remained in a state of astonishment. By the way, that trafficker suddenly lost all his teeth and hair, quite bizarre, and he showed no signs of illness. Haha, with Youyou around, 1 is worth 3. He discarded Youyou's cotton candy, after all. Wait, where's my cotton candy? Didn't Mama say she would buy it? Woo, my cotton candy. Li Zheng gazed at Youyou, who had tossed aside her bottle and was now pouting, wishing to smack himself for bringing up cotton candy. Oh, right. We followed the leads provided by those traffickers to locate their leader and dismantle their hideout. Inside, we rescued many abducted children and several unconscious women. Li Zheng skillfully redirected the conversation, temporarily diverting Youyou's attention from her cotton candy. Allah? Are there any babies left behind? Let Youyou see. Wow, I into this. The little male lead? Very good. After Youyou purifies his negative energy, her celestial power has increased. This little male lead will be Lin Shiwei's greatest ally. Should I just pat him down? Upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, Li Zheng discreetly shifted his arms, holding the child back a bit. However, the little male lead hasn't harmed his grandparents yet, so Youyou cannot pat him. That would go against the heavenly order. Alas. Li Zheng felt relieved and moved closer to hear Youyou's thoughts more clearly. The other officers could only stare in disbelief, never imagining their leader would be this way. They were unaware of the whereabouts of his family. Our chief had mentioned that whoever finds them would be rewarded with 5 jars of delightful milk tea, which is exceedingly delicious. Youyou's eyes lit up. What is delightful milk tea? Youyou knows where his family is. Youyou wants to drink it. The officers exchanged disdainful glances at Li Zheng. Mister, Youyou knows. Youyou clung to Li Zheng's arm, her tiny hand pointing insistently in one direction. To the north. The little male lead's surname is Qian in Jing City. Li Zheng quietly placed a banknote on the table where Youyou was pointing, then smilingly asked, "Oh. I feel that Youyou resembles a little immortal. She keeps pointing north. Is she trying to tell me that this infant's family resides in the north?" Everyone observed Youyou's little arm persistently pointing south, falling into silence. Youyou nodded eagerly, yes, yes. Li Zheng pretended to study the table in front of Youyou's small arm. Suddenly enlightened, "Oh, I see. Youyou means in the northern Jing city, and their surname is Qian. Otherwise, why would she be pointing at money?" Only then did Youyou tilt her head, noticing the large red banknote on the table, and she grinned widely, revealing her toothless smile. Yes, yes. Wow. Officer Li is so clever. He must be the third smartest person in the world. The officers shot yet another disdainful glance at Li Zheng, simultaneously grumbling to themselves. How shameless. Truly shameless. Meanwhile, Li Zheng pondered who the first and second smartest might be. In this world, Youyou is the smartest. Uncle is the second smartest. Hehe. Chu Xian facepalmed. The group nodded, exchanging farewells with Chu Xian before departing with the child. Chu Xian exchanged a knowing glance with Sister Ling, who then carried Youyou upstairs. Eh? What is it that this baby cannot hear? This baby 1 tea sleep, 1 tea leave. This baby wants to eat melon seeds. Sister Ling had gained considerable strength, especially since Youyou had expelled the negative energy from within her. Youyou's squirming was no longer a challenge for her. Unbeknownst to Youyou, after she had taken a nap and awakened, Li Zheng had sent someone to deliver delightful milk tea. Youyou stared at the words delightful milk tea on the formula can, utterly speechless for a long while, then angrily tossed the bottle aside. Humph. This is the milk I drink, the same can. Officer Li is a big bad guy. I recognize these words. They were handwritten, not printed on the can. I won't pay him any mind, humph. Chu Xian chuckled lightly, tapping Youyou's little nose. This formula was quite expensive. Li Zheng, a group leader with a modest salary, had spent such a considerable sum to procure 5 cans, nearly equivalent to his annual salary. Chapter 51. The new maid. Earlier, Li Zheng had a conversation with Chu Xian regarding Lin Zai's peculiar behavior. Chu Xian was reluctant to involve the police at this stage, as her objectives had yet to be fulfilled. Naturally, she had also been influenced by Li Zheng's advice, which urged her to consider divorce. However, Chu Xian, under the guise of reluctance, persuaded Li Zheng to abandon his investigation into the matter. After all, no harm had been done to Youyou. As for raising the illegitimate child alongside Youyou, Li Zheng merely sighed, feeling it inappropriate to meddle in others' family affairs. Xian, why are the police at our home? Has something happened? Chu Xian shook her head with a smile. No, it's just that Youyou was nearly kidnapped before, and Officer Li helped catch the traffickers. Now that the traffickers' den has been dismantled, there is still one child with an unclear identity. And I would like to ask my brother for assistance in finding out more. Lin Zai's smile faltered momentarily. Is your brother really that capable? If the police cannot locate them, how can he? Chu Xian nodded, explaining that the child was likely from the capital and wore exquisite clothing, thus her brother, with his extensive knowledge of the affluent families in the area, might be of help. Lin Zai felt a slight relief. He needed to be cautious. Given how much his brother cherished Youyou, any misfortune befalling her could be unbearable for him. Of course, if Youyou were truly taken away, he would exhaust all his resources, hiring the finest mercenaries abroad to deal with the trafficker. Lin Zai felt a chill run down his spine. Take good care of Youyou. And if everything at home is fine, I'm heading to the office. All right, Chu Xian replied, her smile serene and gentle as water. Humph. That scoundrel. He reeks of another woman. He must be up to no good at the company. That wicked woman, Zhou Wanjin, is bound to face misfortune. Haha, Chu Xian felt no surprise. After all, it was she who had recommended the attractive secretary to Yuanpa, ensuring Lin Zai had a beautiful companion in the office. It was evident that on the very first day, Lin Zai had already begun to indulge himself. In a few days, he might fully succumb to temptation. As spring brought forth rapid growth, so too did the swift passage of time. One day, as Youyou shed her spring attire, donned in nothing but a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, she suddenly learned to crawl, swiftly at that. Unable to keep up, Chuxian had no choice but to hire another maid to assist Ling Jia in watching over her, lest Youyou vanish in a moment of inattention. In the garden, Youyou and Su Jinrui were feeding ants. Under Youyou's diligent care, the little red ants had formed a massive colony. The soil in the garden was dotted with numerous small mounds, including those beneath the walls, teeming with anthills. Youyou had not allowed the ants to work for quite some time. Since Zhou Wanjun moved away, Lin Zai had frequently been absent from home, and Fan Xuelan and Lin Shiwei often made excuses to go out. Even Lin Xuecheng took advantage of the revival of the Lin family company to attend various gatherings, seeking connections with wealthy heirs. "Little miss, someone has arrived at the house," Yi Taoda whispered in Youyou's ear, her voice barely audible. She was a new maid recently assigned to the Chu family, quite young, barely 20, and had a lively, childlike spirit. Thus, Chu Tianyi had brought her in, hoping she would endear herself to Youyou. Youyou turned her head to sneak a peek at Ling Jia, who was busy typing on her phone, and extended her arms to be held. Yi Taoao made a shushing gesture and promptly scooped Youyou up. Su Jinrui's eyes lit up, excitedly following her. The newcomers were none other than Lin Zai and his beautiful secretary, who was adorned with exquisite makeup and stylish attire, her figure curvaceous and alluring. Upon seeing this woman for the first time, Youyou couldn't help but pout. "Humph. This wicked woman has come to flaunt her superiority over mommy. I'll bite her." Youyou bared her tiny teeth, revealing her two little baby teeth. Ling Jia, catching a hint of Youyou's vague sentiments, quickly shut her phone and followed suit. Coincidentally, Chuxian had just stepped out of the lobby on the first floor upon hearing the commotion. It had been a long time since she had closely observed Lin Zai. Now he had shed his formerly thrifty demeanor, dressed in attire worth 5 to 10 times more than before and showing slight signs of indulgence, indicative of too many lavish banquets. "Lin, is this your sister?" "She's truly beautiful, though it's a pity she spends all her time at home as a housewife." Causing her complexion to lose its luster, Lin Zai's secretary remarked, stifling a giggle, her tone somewhat affected. Nevertheless, she did present herself well. Ling Jia's expression darkened. "Who's your sister? You think you're worthy?" The secretary feigned fragility, looking aggrieved. "Mr. Lin, look, I merely referred to her politely, and she retaliates with insults." "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Lin Zai interjected. "Ling Jia, it was simply a term of address. Why make a fuss? Besides, there's truth in what she said." Xian, you should also socialize with those aristocratic ladies. Remaining at home will eventually turn you into a frumpy housewife. Perhaps emboldened by the company's resurgence, Lin Zai's tone had shifted, his head held high. Chuxian smiled gently. "With such a large household, do you think I need to manage everything? Youyou is still quite small, how could I possibly leave?" "Well, you should also make an effort to dress up. You wouldn't want to tarnish my image." Lin Zai's tone bore a hint of disdain. Chuxian, however, found herself oddly pleased. It seemed Yuan Pa had elevated Lin Zai's status significantly. A net was ready to be cast. "I don't go out, so dressing up would be a hassle. This way is just fine, comfortable." "Humph. Ugly hag." "As if you could compare to mommy, even if she slathered on 8 layers of makeup, she couldn't match my mother's beauty." Youyou fumed, flailing her little arms. Yi Taoao quickly grasped her tiny hands, fearing she might inadvertently scratch herself. Yi Taoao tilted her head, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Lishan. "What's wrong with being a maid? I graduated from a prestigious university with a master's degree and earn an annual salary of 800,000. With your credentials, you'd need to study for 10 lifetimes to even serve in the Chu family." Chapter 52. The troublemaking trio. Huang Lishan's expression shifted suddenly, a disconcerting blend of embarrassment and astonishment washing over her features. The Chu family's servants earned an annual salary of 800,000, while she, as the personal secretary of Mr. Lin, earned merely a few thousand each month. Chu Xian maintained her serene smile, even with her casually styled hair and dressed in loungewear. Her noble and elegant demeanor remained undeniable. Zhe, do not blame Tao Tao. She speaks her mind without a filter, spoiled by my parents at the Chu household. You all should return to your tasks and not bicker with a child, she said. Ha ha, Sister Tao Tao is amazing. She rendered that ugly creature speechless. Youyou clapped her little hands in delight, giggling uncontrollably. Lin Zhe felt utterly humiliated. If it had been his family's servant, it would have been quite a different matter. Yet, it was a servant of the Chu family. How infuriating. The Chu family was indeed a bunch of eccentrics, squandering their wealth on exorbitant wages for a servant. If only that money had been given to him, the Lin Corporation would have thrived long ago. At that moment, he recalled the gemstone necklace around Ling Jia's neck. More extravagant than that of the esteemed matriarch of the Lin family. His discontent deepened. Without uttering a word, he ascended the stairs to his study with his secretary. Haha. The scoundrel is envious. He must be jealous that his grandparents lavish money on a servant while neglecting him. Serves him right. Let him stew in envy, teased Chu Xian, affectionately ruffling Youyou's hair. Humph. Miss, they are getting off too easily. Next time, I shall secretly take my revenge, Yi Taotao declared, waving her hand with a gust of enthusiasm. Yes, strike him. Strike him. Youyou joyfully bounced against Yi Taotao's arm. Ling Jia chuckled. Well, I wonder why the young master sent you here. You and the young miss together are simply, she swallowed the word troublemakers. Never mind. It was better left unsaid. Mischief was preferable, it kept them from being bullied. Yi Taotao's high salary was not merely due to her education or her attentive care for Youyou. She was energetic. Having trained in Taekwondo for several years and studied ancient martial arts as well, possessing considerable strength to both care for and protect Youyou. However, Chu Tianyi remained oblivious to the fact that his lively niece had become quite a handful, and with the addition of the meddlesome Su Jinrui, the three together formed a veritable trio of mischief. Wow, the little gray ones are coming, Youyou exclaimed, turning her head, prompting everyone to shift their gaze. They soon spotted a line of gray mice scurrying toward them. Both Chu Xian and Ling Jia instinctively took a step back, despite their familiarity with the sight, as their fear of mice lingered. Yi Taotao, however, showed no fear, her eyes sparkling like light bulbs as she crouched down with Youyou in her arms. Su Jinrui had long befriended the little gray ones, squatting even closer than Yi Taotao. Little gray ones, go sneak into the scoundrel's room and leave a mess. A little poop or pee will do. Later, Youyou will treat you to some delicious food, she instructed. The row of gray mice nodded their fluffy heads in unison before scattering. They understood the necessity of subtlety in their mission. Miss, shall we send the little red ants to bite them instead? Just making a mess is not satisfying enough, Yi Taotao proposed. Su Jinrui, eager to contribute, suggested calling the little green ones to hide under the blankets and surprise them with bites to their backsides. Youyou pursed her lips, deep in thought before shaking her small arms. No, it's broad daylight. If we're not careful, the little red ones might get squashed. The little green ones are too conspicuous. If they are spotted during the day, they will be on guard in the future. That won't do. Ling Jia stifled a laugh, while Chu Xian felt a headache coming on. Do not worry, miss. They will not instigate trouble on their own. They are in the right, Ling Jia reassured in a hushed tone. Spoiling them might lead to their downfall one day. Though Chu Xian said this, she felt no real concern. Mischief was one possibility, but she trusted that Youyou's nature would remain unchanged. Meanwhile, the bodyguards had gathered sufficient information. The videos had been sent to her phone. Investigations revealed that Zhou Wanjin was entirely unaware of the secretary's connection to Lin Zhe. Furthermore, Hu Xiaojun had recently become restless, likely sensing Lin Zhe's growing wealth and feeling some temptation. Chu Xian smiled as she observed Youyou and her companions stealthily making their way upstairs. It was a common occurrence. Many succumb to temptation in the face of wealth, especially when the money seemed to come effortlessly and without risk. Ling Jia nodded, remarking on Hu Xiaojuan's insatiable greed. Knowing such individuals would inevitably bring about their own ruin. Chu Xian remained noncommittal, planning to create an opportunity for Hu Xiaojun to extort Lin Zai, not to intervene. She intended to leak the success of the extortion to human extortion. The more, the merrier. Furthermore, she would inform Zhou Wanjun about Lin Zai's affair with that secretary. Looking for an opportunity to ensnare her. How unfortunate it would be to miss such a scene. Such a clever plan, miss. I suspect Lin Zai will be overwhelmed. Chu Xian mused, gazing out the door. This splendid time should not be squandered. Fine wine and beautiful women were indeed delightful, with no time to manage the company. It was only fitting that I, as the dutiful wife, take center stage. Henceforth, it would be a contest of who would be the most ruthless. The study was adorned with 2 glasses of red wine, the light casting a warm glow over the fragrant liquid. Lin Zai felt his heart stir. Huang Lishan leaned closer, her red lips brushing against his, exuding an intoxicating scent. Lin Zai grasped her shoulder, warning her to refrain from such actions as she was still outside. Huh. Your wife is clearly a fool. She cannot fathom this, he remarked. Huang Lishan exhaled a fragrant breath into his ear, playfully tugging down the strap of her shoulder and nestled closer to him. Isn't this even more thrilling? Lin Zai's breath quickened as he flipped her onto the table. You are right. Thus, the study, typically filled with the aroma of books and a tranquil ambience, was soon filled with the rustling sounds of disarray, followed by muted, unmentionable moans. The two were so engrossed that they failed to notice the faint sounds of another disturbance. Secretly hiding not far from the staircase on the 2nd floor, Youyou, cradled in someone's arms, spotted the little gray ones emerging, her small mouth forming a grin. Hee, little gray ones, watch how Youyou performs. With her tiny hands cupped around her mouth, she called out towards the study, punctuating her words with peals of laughter. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the study, followed by a shriek. Chapter 53. The little gray ones are amazing, oh, mouse droppings. This is mouse droppings. An impassioned shout echoed from the study, uttered by Huang Lishan. Ahaha, the little gray ones are fantastic. Come, let us go enjoy some melon seeds. Youyou clapped her small hands joyfully. Su Jinrui, with a mischievous glint in his eye, deliberately called out, Youyou, do you miss Daddy? Brother will take you to find him. He seems to be in the study. The two individuals inside the study must have heard Su Jinrui's words, for amidst the rustling sounds, chaotic footsteps followed. Madam, it seems the sir is in trouble. We should summon someone to take a look. Yi Taodao shouted loudly downstairs. In no time, the household staff and bodyguards emerged. With a resigned sigh, Chu Xian rubbed her forehead and ascended the stairs. A throng of people trailed behind her, and just as they approached the study, the door swung open. Inside, Lin Zai and Huang Lishan appeared quite disheveled, their faces still bearing remnants of redness, emanating an unpleasant odor, with damp patches and stains on their clothing. And the floor scattered with dark mouse droppings. Huang Lishan looked even more disheveled than Lin Zai, her hair in disarray and makeup smudged. Upon witnessing their state, the onlookers at the door exchanged knowing glances with Chu Xian, their eyes filled with sympathy. What on earth happened? Why does it smell so foul? Chu Xian feigned ignorance, as if she were perceived as a fool by others. Xian, inexplicably, a multitude of mice appeared in our house, crawling all over us, and then Lin Zai's eyes darted anxiously, fearful that Chu Xian might uncover the truth. Humph. They are speaking nonsense. The little gray ones are exceedingly cautious. They did not even catch sight of them, Chu Xian retorted, pinching her nose with a look of disdain. Are you quite certain this is the work of mice? Our home is always immaculate. Even if a mouse were to wander in from the courtyard, that would be normal. However, it is evident that the excrement on you is far too abundant to be from a single mouse. How much can one mouse produce? Seizing the opportunity, Yi Taodao chimed in, I say, this wouldn't happen to be your own urine, would it? And then you awkwardly attributed it to the mice? Ha ha. Sister Yi, you are superb. Youyou clapped her hands, giggling. Lin Zhe and Huang Lishan's expressions shifted dramatically, clearly more embarrassed than guilty. Chu Xian, still pinching her nose in distaste, noted that there was not only the foul odor in the room, but also a nauseating scent. Lin Zhe evaded Chu Xian's gaze, his guilt deepening. Zhe, this surely is not the work of mice, is it? It defies logic, Chu Xian remarked, pretending not to notice, her tone suggestive. Huang Lishan could no longer contain herself. It is indeed mouse droppings. I have seen it at my rural home. After saying this, she appeared ready to slap herself. Chu Xian chuckled. Oh? So you still haven't seen any mice? I maintain that my household staff are exceptionally diligent. They clean the study meticulously every day. How could mice possibly be attracted? She scrutinized Huang Lishan with an enigmatic smile, adding, could it be that this young lady does not prioritize cleanliness? At her words, the servants exchanged knowing glances with Huang Lishan. Huang Lishan, flustered, protested, no, I do love cleanliness. I bathe every day. Seeing Lin Zhe's face darken to a thunderous hue, Chu Xian smiled again. In truth, it matters not who caused this. After all, our Zhe is undoubtedly a person of great hygiene. He must be utterly distressed. Perhaps we can let him wear Qingqing's clothes, as their styles are quite similar. Lin Zhe, as if granted a reprieve, exhaled deeply, acknowledging, Xian is correct. Huang Lishan fumed silently. It was clear she was being insinuated as unclean. However, being in someone else's home, she refrained from voicing her indignation. Following the maid, Huang Lishan wore an expression of grievance. All right. Send a few people to clean the study and tidy the corridor as well. The rest of you may disperse, Chu Xian instructed, cradling the clapping Youyou as she descended the stairs. The fragrance of flowers in the garden wafted through, finally dispersing the foul odor lingering in everyone's nostrils. With a sudden burst of laughter, Ling Jie could not contain herself, while Yi Taodao, hands on her hips, laughed heartily. That was not sufficiently frightening. Next time, we shall give him a real scare. Perhaps Lin Zhe will not rise again. Next time, let us dress as ghosts to frighten him, I assure you. He'll be rendered powerless thereafter. We do have ghostly babies. What do you mean by not rising again? If we scare that scoundrel, will he truly be incapacitated? What does incapacitated even mean? Ling Jia, bemused, tapped Yi Taodao's forehead, swiftly changing the subject. By the way, shouldn't we feed the little gray ones? Oh, I almost forgot. The little gray ones are still waiting for their food. Youyou exclaimed, tugging at Chu Xian's sleeve. Chu Xian's heart fluttered, passing Youyou to Yi Taodao. Please take her to play. Su Jinrui had already dashed off to the kitchen. The little gray ones were lined up orderly against the wall, and upon seeing Su Jinrui and Youyou approach, they joyfully hopped up and down. The scene was quite striking. Little gray ones, come and eat. Su Jinrui presented a large tray, laden with an assortment of food, rice, vegetables, meats, biscuits, fruits, and nuts, completely overflowing. The little mice ceased their jumping, forming a neat circle around the tray, sharing the food amicably without any squabbling. Yi Taodao's eyes widened. Despite having witnessed such a spectacle before, she remained in awe. I am indeed following a remarkably capable little boss. Even if there were no salary, this is worth it. Make sure to eat well, dear ones. Grow plump so you can assist Youyou. Youyou bobbed her head, chattering away. Soon, the little gray ones carried off the leftover food, returning later for more if needed. Youyou waved goodbye to the little gray ones, sighing, the food for the little gray ones smells so delightful. But Sister Yi and brother say that S for the little mice, and I am a person. I cannot eat that. Alas. Hearing Youyou's lament, both Yi Taodao and Su Jinrui lowered their heads, feeling a twinge of guilt. Madam, as per your instructions, I have opened all the wardrobes. She has chosen the dress with the starry sky that the young lady favors most. Chapter 54. The little ghost. The newcomer was a servant from the Lin family. Although they were employed by the Lin family, their allegiance lay primarily with Chu Xian. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, the maid silently retreated. Xian, Xian. I have matters to attend to with the secretary, so I must take my leave. Lin Zhe had not only bathed and changed his clothes, but had also styled his hair anew, presenting himself in a radiant manner. Beside him, Huang Lishan, donned in Lin Xueqing's dress, appeared even more elegant and statuesque. All right, you both should attend to your responsibilities. Business matters are of utmost importance. Chu Xian remained unfazed, comfortably cradling her tea as she sat in the garden, reveling in her leisure. Huang Lishan cast her gaze downward, a flicker of disdain and contempt in her eyes, overshadowed by a deeper envy. Such a foolish woman, possessing only beauty and a domestic persona, was hardly worthy of being the lady of the Lin family. She believed herself to be the rightful candidate. Seeing that Chu Xian harbored no suspicion towards him and remained as gentle as ever, Lin Zhe felt his earlier anxiety dissipate entirely. Make sure to rest well at home. Don't tire yourself out. Let the servants handle everything. Lin Zhe's feigned warmth made Chu Xian feel nauseated. As they departed side by side, Huang Lishan twisted her body in the same alluring manner as before, seemingly having forgotten the earlier awkwardness. Bah! Sister Ling could not contain her disdain and spat in their direction. Why bother being angry at them? It's not worth it. Chu Xian continued to sip her tea, utterly at ease. Why not be angry? Next time, I will surely deal with them properly, Yi Taoao remarked, her nature straightforward and brash. Youyou, unnoticed by them, crawled up the steps onto the corridor. The corridor jutted out slightly, aligning perfectly with the small stone table. Youyou crawled up to the stone table, her bright, curious eyes fixated on the teacup resting there. The liquid inside the cup was a light brown, crystalline and translucent, glimmering under the sunlight. Youyou smacked her little lips and leaned forward, her mouth inching toward the cup. Ah, no, that's not good. The others heard Youyou's thoughts simultaneously, turning to see her perched on the small stone table, licking the teacup. Sister Ling rushed over, scooping Youyou into her arms. Oh dear, my little ancestor. Why do you taste everything? Drinking tea will keep you awake at night. She had initially intended to let Youyou have a sip in secret, but with the current situation, better not. Last time, when Youyou crawled around at night, everyone panicked and searched until they found her sleeping soundly under the bed. Even though Youyou had merely licked a bit of tea, she would still struggle to sleep that night. To better supervise Youyou, Sister Ling had moved from her own room to sleep outside Chu Xian's room. Therefore, the door connecting to the outer room was often left ajar, sometimes merely ajar. Youyou, overly energetic, found no amusement in playing on the bed, so she decided to grab a nearby fabric bag with her mouth and crawled down. The little ghost within the bag, fearing Youyou might fall, had already appeared to gently guide her down. Using both hands and feet, Youyou quickly crawled to the door, sitting up to open it before continuing to crawl outside. At the door, Youyou paused, realizing she could not open it. Sitting back down, she gave the porcelain doll in the fabric bag a gentle poke, prompting the little ghost to reappear and open the door for her. The little ghost peeked out, surveying the corridor. Youyou, there are 2 bodyguard uncles. The 2 bodyguards seated in the corridor appeared somewhat drowsy. Youyou then crawled out of the door, clutching the fabric bags, and swiftly made her way over. What just started by? One bodyguard murmured. There's nothing. You must be imagining things from being so tired, replied the other. The first bodyguard shook his head, uncertain whether it was merely the languor of being too relaxed in the Lin residence. Youyou had already reached Lin Zhe's door in no time. The little ghost employed the same method to open Lin Zhe's door. Youyou swiftly crawled inside. Lin Zhe, either startled by something during the day or simply fatigued, was snoring loudly, completely oblivious even as Youyou tugged at his nightshirt. Oh dear, this scoundrel sleeps too soundly. How can I frighten him if he won't open his eyes? The little ghost floated forward, pointing at itself. Youyou shook her head. No, that won't do. If you reveal yourself, it may cause you trouble, though not severe. I cannot bring harm upon you. Youyou glanced around, chuckling as she began to explore the room. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a delicious aroma and crawled towards the table. I can't see. Go check for me. What's up there that smells so good? Youyou wrinkled her little nose, pointing with her chubby arm at the table's surface. The little ghost floated up, moving the items aside for Youyou. However, due to its low ghostly energy, the ghost struggled to hold the items steadily, causing the ketchup bottle to topple over the edge, spilling its contents all over Youyou's face. Youyou wiped her little hand across her face, sniffed, and found it quite fragrant, unable to resist licking it. Wow, delicious! The loud crash of the ketchup bottle startled Lin Zhe awake. Slowly, he opened his eyes, illuminated by the soft glow of the blue nightlight, and caught sight of a bluish figure beneath the table. What is that? Lin Zhe jolted upright in fright. Youyou turned her head at the sound. And against the blue light, the tomato-red smudge on her face appeared even darker and more profound. Lin Zhe's eyes widened, his breath hitching. Then he shouted, "Ah, there's a ghost." Ghost? Where? Where? Youyou looked around in confusion. Youyou, I am the ghost, the little ghost said to her. Run. Your scoundrel father has awakened. Realizing the situation, Youyou quickly crawled to the doorway. Soon, the entire villa stirred. Everyone awoke from their slumber and rushed out. Chu Xin and Sister Ling were no exception. Sister Ling, Youyou is missing. Chu Xin's anxious voice came from within. No, Youyou is not missing. She is right here, Sister Ling replied. Hearing Youyou's thoughts, both Chu Xin and Sister Ling sighed in relief, one collapsing back onto the bed, unable to keep her eyes open. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Lin Zhe's voice finally jolted both women fully awake. Chapter 55. Let us enjoy the drama. The sound of a door opening, accompanied by the furious scolding of Fan Shuelon. The inquiries of Lin Xueqing and the weeping of Lin Shiwei filled the air, with such a cacophony as the matriarch of the Lin family. Chu Xin felt compelled to step outside and investigate. Each day brought its own share of chaos, leaving little room for peace. Sister Ling, stifling a yawn, called out to the commotion outside, Tao Tao, please check on Youyou, the young lady, and I will see what's happening. Thus, Youyou sat on the carpet, her little head smeared with ketchup, tilted back as she watched her mother and Aunt Ling stride purposefully out of the room. The little imp thought to herself, they didn't even notice me. Youyou, clutching her porcelain doll, floated over to her small bed, perhaps too diminutive to be seen. After a while, as Tao Tao did not join them, Youyou's eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber on the carpet. Concerned she might catch a chill, the little spirit revealed herself and gently lifted Youyou onto her bed. Oblivious to the tumult outside, Youyou slept soundly, dreaming of being surrounded by delicious treats. What could possibly be happening at this hour? Chu Xin's voice was particularly weary, yet it carried a gentle warmth amidst the night's unrest. Raising Youyou had proven to be quite a challenge, and fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Xin, there's a ghost. I've encountered a spirit, exclaimed a small voice, claiming to have seen a ghostly figure clad in eerie blue, covered in blood. Have you been overworked lately? There are no such things as ghosts in this world. Chu Xin yawned, her impatience evident in her expression. The little voice persisted, it's true. This ghost is so small it barely reaches the height of the table. Yet it managed to knock everything off, even toppling a large bottle of ketchup. Lin Zhe trembled slightly, feeling a chill despite the approaching summer. Fan Shuelon and Lin Xueqing exchanged silent glances, while Lin Shiwei continued to cry, her small face flushed, as if she were on the verge of tears from frustration. Impossible. You must have misinterpreted what you saw. There are no ghosts in this world. Clean up and go to bed. You're just exhausted and imagining things. Though Chu Xin secretly wished Lin Zhe had indeed encountered a ghost, her overwhelming fatigue left her disinterested in the unfolding drama. Sister Ling, however, seemed more alert. A ghost dressed in blue? For some reason, that reminds me of Youyou in her blue pajamas. It truly happened. Just before bed, I placed last night's leftover snacks on the table, and a loud noise startled me awake, causing everything to crash to the ground, including the ketchup bottle. Lin Zhe recounted, still shaken. Tao Dao stood amongst the crowd, relishing the spectacle. Oh dear, have you committed some unforgivable deed? I've heard that those who have wronged children may find themselves haunted by spirits. Surely you haven't hidden any misdeeds from our young lady? She continued, her words laced with mischief. After all, it is said, if you have no guilty conscience, you needn't fear ghosts knocking at your door. Lindsay shivered at her words, feeling guilty. Tao Dao's banter brought Sister Ling amusement. This man had long deserved a lesson. However, she wondered why Tao wasn't holding Youyou. Xin, may I sleep with you tonight? It has been quite some time since I've done so. Lindsay suddenly suggested. Chu Xin was thoroughly repulsed and instantly alert, her sleepiness vanishing. You can sleep on your own. I'm too exhausted. And I need to care for the child. With that, she turned to leave, concerned Lindsay might persist. Upon returning to her room, Chu Xin found Youyou resting peacefully on her small bed, her breathing steady. After confirming her bottom was dry, she lay back down to sleep. Let us act decisively. They are not worth disturbing the young lady's peace. Sister Ling, worried about Youyou sleeping awkwardly, turned her over gently. However, one glance left Sister Ling nearly breathless. Miss, look at Youyou, but as she spoke, she sensed something was amiss. Touching Youyou's small face, she discovered it was sticky and sweet, not blood. Ketchup? She suddenly recalled Lindsay's earlier words. Chu Xin, now sitting up, gasped at the sight of Youyou's entire face and head covered in red. When did she get over there? Without a doubt, Chu Xin realized it was Youyou who had caused this mess. The little rascal had woken in the middle of the night and, unnoticed by the adults, had wandered off. Tao Dao, no doubt, was too preoccupied with the excitement to have heard her calls, and Sister Ling sighed in resignation. Well, Youyou is merely mischievous. She won't venture into danger. I'll keep a closer eye next time. Thus, unbeknownst to Youyou, she was cleaned up once more. All she knew was that she had dreamt of swimming in fragrant ketchup, only to wake up with a wet bed. In the morning, Sister Ling bathed Youyou again, dressing her in a bright yellow short-sleeved shirt and shorts, making her appear even more delicate and charming, so adorable that one would be tempted to take a bite. She had stashed away Youyou's blue outfit, fearing Lindsay might grow suspicious. I heard that Lindsay was so frightened last night that he ended up sleeping with Lin Shiwei, Sister Ling chuckled. Youyou, clutching her bottle, turned around and queried, why did that bad dad sleep with her? Apparently, he claimed there was a ghost last night. So Fan Shuelon sent our bodyguards to keep watch at Lindsay's door. When they refused to go, he had no choice but to bring Lin Shiwei into his room. However, it seems he slept quite well in the latter part of the night. As Youyou sipped her milk, she couldn't help but scoff, that coward. There was no ghost. He couldn't see anything and just pointed at me, claiming there was a spirit. Humph. What a scaredy cat. Sister Ling and Chu Xin exchanged glances. Indeed, it was this little rascal who had caused all the trouble. Here I come, Youyou. Tao Dao exclaimed mischievously as she entered. You little rascal. Last night I asked you to look after the young lady, and you ran off to enjoy the spectacle instead. Sister Ling couldn't help but scold her lightly, tapping Tao Dao's forehead. Tao Dao laughed. I was wrong. To make amends, I'll take care of the young lady tonight, and you two can rest. Youyou, Sister Tao Dao is here. Su Jinrui, now more familiar with the Lin household than his own, entered casually, even his two bodyguards mingling with Chu Xin's guards, playing cards and sipping tea during their free time. Chapter 56. Little Ching Ching takes the stage. Rui, what do you have in your bag today? Su Jinrui carried a bulging backpack, a mysterious smile adorning his face. Chu Xin couldn't help but tease him. Has your grandfather found you a kindergarten yet? Su Jinrui shook his head. I'm not going to kindergarten. My grandfather has hired a tutor for me. I'll wait for Youyou to start kindergarten before I go. His words elicited hearty laughter from everyone. What is kindergarten? Can you eat it? Chu Xin and the others had grown immune to such innocent queries from Youyou and opted not to elaborate. At that moment, Sister Ling's phone rang. Miss, Lindsay has arrived at the hotel with his secretary. Chu Xian couldn't help but smirk, so eager this early in the morning, so deep in affection. Has the message been sent to Zhou Wanjin? Yes, our people deliberately guided Zhou Wanjin to meet that secretary. Since Lin Zhe hasn't been to see her for quite some time, she will naturally grow suspicious. After all, she shares the most secrets with him. Yi Taodao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Su Jinrue's eyes brightened as well. Having finished his milk, Youyou tossed his bottle aside. The baby wants to see. The baby wants to eat melon. Yi Taodao and Su Jinrue exchanged a glance at the overly eager Youyou. Why did his enthusiasm have to surface now? Their excuse for going out to play was no longer valid. That lady, I believe Youyou has been cooped up at home for too long. Children need to go out more to broaden their horizons. It must be said, Yi Taodao had a way with words. Her mind was sharp and quick. Yes. My grandfather agrees. Aunt Chu, please let Sister Yi take me and Youyou out to play today. We'll be accompanied by bodyguards, so we promise not to run around. Su Jinrue raised his little head, stretching his arms skyward as if swearing an oath. The baby wants to go. If we can't go, the baby will cry. Youyou protested, his small fists pounding on the bed, his face filled with urgency. And I am here too. My skills are quite impressive. Yi Taodao blinked her eyes, her desire to go almost written on her face. Chu Xian, overwhelmed by the three of them, simply waved her hand. Go ahead, but you must follow the rules. If you break them, don't even think about going out again. Hooray! The three of them erupted in joyous leaps, with two jumping up while one bounced against the bed. Although the bouncing did not quite achieve liftoff, Yi Taodao held Youyou in her arms. With Su Jinrue trailing beside them, flanked by two bodyguards on each side, they grandly made their exit. Rue, what's in your bag? Yi Taodao inquired curiously once they were in the car. Su Jinrue glanced around. The front seat housed only the driver and one bodyguard, while the back seat contained him, Yi Taodao, and the excited Youyou. Stealthily, Su Jinrue opened his backpack. Inside the main compartment coiled a grass-green snake, which, upon seeing the bag open, gazed back with its haunting eyes and flicked its tongue at the three pairs of eyes. My goodness, Rue, you brought little Ching Ching, Yi Taodao whispered, fearful that the driver and bodyguard in the front might overhear and be startled. Indeed, little Ching Ching resides at Rue's home. The Lin family garden is too small, already crowded with many little red and little gray creatures. If little Ching Ching appeared there, the servants would surely find and dispose of it. Su Jinrue nodded, explaining he had only brought one for fear of being discovered. And what about the front pocket of your bag? Su Jinrue opened the front compartment, revealing an array of colorful powders that would frighten anyone if applied at night. And this, he added, if you put it on your lips, you'd look like a ghost. Yi Taodao peered closer, astonished to find several bottles of face masks and lipsticks. Where did you get these? Su Jinrue chuckled. They belong to Mama Fong. She often applies this at night. It's really quite terrifying. Yi Taodao was taken aback. Although Mama Fong was a servant of the Su family, she also served as their housekeeper, and her skincare products were undoubtedly expensive, far beyond the means of Yi Taodao, who earned a modest 30,000 after working at the Chu family for less than a year, while she knew Mama Fong likely made around 800,000 annually. The group arrived at the hotel where Lin Zhe was staying, boldly requesting a room. Right across from the one Lin Zhe booked, Yi Taodao noted, to facilitate their eavesdropping. They left their door wide open. They're here. Zhou Wanjin has arrived. Yi Taodao cracked the door just enough to leave a small gap. Her head peeked out first, followed by Su Jinrue's round face, and then Youyou, who was seated on the carpet, leaning forward with curiosity. The bodyguards held the door in place, ensuring it wouldn't slam shut or swing wide open, revealing their position. Zhou Wanjin knocked on the opposite door, from which Lin Zhe's impatient voice replied. Who is it? Zhou Wanjin altered her voice, room service, delivering items requested by the lady in this room. The information about Huang Lishan's request had been strategically leaked by Chu Xian. Consequently, Lin Zhe, without suspicion, opened the door. Zhou Wanjin kicked the door wide open and swiftly raised her hand to strike Lin Zhe. The sound of the slap echoed loudly. Hee. Youyou took the opportunity to release little Qingqing, who swiftly darted into the opposite room. Zhou Wanjin, what madness is this? Lin Zhe's demeanor shifted from guilt to indignation at the sight of Zhou Wanjin. You ask me? What have you done? Who is she? Zhou Wanjin's rage transformed her into a whirlwind as she stormed in and flung back the covers of Huang Lishan's bed. Huang Lishan let out a shriek, hastily scrambling to gather her clothes. Naturally, Yi Taotao and the others could not see these events, but heard the commotion instead. You shameless woman! Mistress! How dare you seduce my husband? Zhou Wanjin, fueled by fury, pushed Lin Zhe aside, delivering a resounding slap to Huang Lishan. The force sent Huang Lishan's head snapping to the side. Before she could fully comprehend what had happened, she felt a sharp pain in her backside, as if something had bitten her. Instinctively, she tossed aside her clothes and reached for her exposed skin, only to find it covered in blood. Ah! Huang Lishan nearly fainted. As she discarded her clothes, Zhou Wanjin immediately spotted the red and purple marks on Huang Lishan's body, sending her into a frenzy. Lin Zhe, you beast! How could you say one thing and do another? What have you done? As Zhou Wanjin clawed at Lin Zhe's loosely fitting nightwear, her fists pounded against him. Zhou Wanjin, stop. You madwoman. How can you even mention me after what you did with those 3 men last time? Chapter 57. The Fight Slap. Zhou Wanjin struck Lin Zhe once more. Last time? Wasn't it all your fault? You brought this upon me. You ungrateful wretch, you owe me. Lin Zhe forcefully shoved Zhou Wanjin away. Get lost, you madwoman. Zhou Wanjin stumbled back against the door, clutching her forehead where she had collided, her expression one of hurt. You hit me? And what of it? Instead of staying home, you come here to make a scene? Make a scene? Zhou Wanjin gazed at Lin Zhe in disbelief. You are my husband, yet you seek another woman outside and dare to accuse me of madness? Huang Lishan seized the opportunity to interject, Sister, do not speak so harshly. Mrs. Lin has been quite composed at home. Both of us are merely mistresses. There is no need for such bickering. Besides, Mr. Lin is a successful man. Is it not normal for him to have affairs? If I were his wife, I would not confine him. Men should simply take care of their families. Zhou Wanjin felt as if thunder had struck her, standing there in stunned silence. Yes, she had not registered a marriage certificate with him. That was another person. Although he had no feelings for that individual and had merely exploited her, she had believed herself to be the legitimate wife. Indeed, she had always considered herself the rightful one. Huang Lishan provocatively glanced at Zhou Wanjin before wrapping her arms around Lin Zhe, feigning tears. Zege, look what bit me. It still hurts. Huang Lishan wore only a towel draped over her front, revealing her bare back. In a fleeting glance, Lin Zhe noticed the bloodied mark on her well-formed backside, fresh blood oozing from it. A wave of concern washed over him as he glared at Zhou Wanjin. What did you do? What did you bring that could bite her? Is it poisonous? Zhou Wanjin was taken aback. Moments ago, she had felt merely disappointed. Now, despair consumed her. She had endured humiliation for the sake of this man. They had forced her to move out, and she complied. Yet, what had she ultimately gained? Betrayal and estrangement. Fury ignited within Zhou Wanjin as she spat. She got bitten because she deserves it. Invading another's life deserves retribution. Such a vile woman should meet her end. It is heaven's justice. Let us go to the hospital. Don't bother with her. Lin Zhe shot Zhou Wanjin a glare and picked up a nearby dress to cover Huang Lishan. His tender care and attentiveness pierced Zhou Wanjin's heart like daggers, rendering her a mere fool in this farce. Without hesitation, Zhou Wanjin approached and swatted Lin Zhe's hand away, shoving Huang Lishan aside with force. Ah, my foot. My foot is twisted. It hurts. Huang Lishan feigned a fall, sitting on the ground while clutching her foot and crying out. Lin Zhe was captivated by Huang Lishan's act of fragility, his heart aching for her once more. Lin Zhe, you better not provoke me. I was lenient before out of respect for Weiwei, but I shan't be so forgiving in the future. If you touch her again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Zhe paused at her words. Wei Wei? Huang Lishan seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze to Lin Zhe. His expression was grim, tinged with a hint of guilt, mixed with anger and regret. Huang Lishan lowered her lashes, deep in thought. Humph. Zhou Wanjin shot Lin Zhe another glare before storming out, her heart heavy with desolation. Her forehead throbbed, yet Lin Zhe seemed oblivious. Despite her possessing a secret remedy, the pain remained unbearable. But what of it? She would always be the one who triumphed. The farce had only played out briefly, and Youyou seemed unsatisfied. Xiao Qingqing, how could you bite that woman's bottom? How unpleasant. Youyou pointed with her chubby little hand at Xiao Qingqing, who lowered her head in grievance and hissed, expelling a bit of slimy mucus, as if utterly disdainful. The bodyguards, witnessing the scene, nearly had their hearts stop. Though they often observed from the shadows and knew that Youyou was fond of various small animals, encountering a snake still evoked fear. It wasn't their own trepidation they feared, but rather the possibility of Youyou being bitten. Xiao Qingqing, pleased, slithered back into her space, curling up with her head raised, her eyes glimmering with innocence. They surely wouldn't suspect it was Xiao Qingqing who had bitten her, would they? Su Jinrui felt a twinge of worry. Yuan Ti, I assure you. I told Xiao Qingqing not to leave two small holes when biting, otherwise it would be discovered. Xiao Qingqing's fangs turned in a circle. Indeed, when Lin Zhe brought Huang Lishan to the hospital, claiming she had been bitten, the doctor's gaze towards the two was difficult to interpret. This did not resemble any typical bite. Thus far, no creature had left round impressions. No animal's teeth could possibly form such a shape. Though there was no poison, the doctor still recommended a tetanus shot, for some novelty items were not clean, especially if blood was involved. Lin Zhe and Huang Lishan both felt disheartened. Only they believed that Huang Lishan had indeed been bitten by some creature. As for the hospital's inability to identify the animal, Lin Zhe could only attribute it to Lin Shiwei's peculiar abilities. Just because there were no creatures here did not mean his daughter lacked them. After all, Zhou Wanjin was Lin Shiwei's biological mother, and Lin Shiwei was fiercely devoted to her. Lin Zhe understood this well. He felt defeated. After so much effort to find a woman as considerate, generous, and alluring as Huang Lishan, he was being forced to separate from her. Chu Xian and Sister Ling were at home, reviewing the surveillance footage. In the video, Youyou, clad in a blue pajama set, was scurrying about. The door opened automatically. Perhaps it was the little ghost within the porcelain doll who had done so. Sighing, Chu Xian said, Sister Ling, we must ask Officer Li for the contact information of that Taoist priest. We need to find a good place for the little ghost to rest. Previously, they had searched, but the little ghost was never satisfied. Through Youyou's thoughts, they learned that the little ghost's remains were gone, and the porcelain doll was made from the ashes of his rib and toe bones mixed with blood, carrying heavy malevolence, easily attracting dark energy. It was not just any place where he could find peace. Chu Xian had initially planned to wait for Youyou to grow older before letting her help find a resting place, but now it seemed prudent to bury him sooner rather than later. This had become Youyou's primary source of mischief. Chapter 58. The Great Ghost Meets the Little Ghost. Youyou, having indulged in a small bottle of milk and a bowl of steamed egg custard, contentedly ventured into the garden to feed Xiao Hong and Xiao Wei, while also treating Xiao Qing to a bowl of chicken. Su Jinrui and Yi Taotao leaned over a small stone table with Youyou, deliberating their plans for the evening. To illustrate the potency of facial masks to Youyou, Su Jinrui produced a bottle of mask and handed it to Yi Taotao, urging her to apply it to her face. Yi Taotao mused that since the two little ones could not use it, she would have to sacrifice herself. Thus, she painted her lips a vivid red and smeared the green mask across her face, adopting a ghastly expression. Indeed, when a flashlight was held beneath her chin, it proved quite terrifying. The laughter of Youyou and Su Jinrui echoed far and wide. Chu Xian, already well aware of the antics of the trio, chose not to expose them. Zhou Wanjin noticed that Chu Xian no longer shied away from her, and instead, she appeared more resolute. Chu Xian understood that Zhou Wanjun had definitively decided to sever ties with Lin Zai. When a woman ceases to compromise for a man, it signifies that she no longer cares for him. Chu Xian did not press her. Instead, she instructed the servants to tidy up Zhou Wanjun's former room and furnished it with new decorations. Zhou Wanjun was somewhat puzzled, but chose not to dwell on it. That night, Youyou, like a precious little gem, arranged the various jars and bottles brought by Su Jinrui on the table, buzzing with excitement until she finally drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, it was already midnight. Youyou climbed out of her little bed and shook the porcelain doll. The little ghost floated out effortlessly, skillfully carrying Youyou down from her bed. Youyou crawled to her small table, extending her tiny hand toward the bottles. However, after a considerable effort, she found nothing within reach. Peering up, she discovered the table was entirely bare. Pouting, she was on the verge of tears when the little ghost reassured her, "No worries, those things are not suitable for children anyway. Shall we head to the kitchen? There's flour there, and it will have a similar effect." The little ghost knew this from having played with flour at night during his lifetime, startling his parents in the process. Youyou eagerly nodded, her large eyes sparkling brighter than a nightlight. As before, Youyou crawled to the door, and the little ghost opened it for her. At the end of the second-floor corridor, a new kitchen had been established. The bodyguards often grew hungry at night, as did the servants, and Chu Xian would occasionally need it, primarily to keep it separate from the Lin family's kitchen. This kitchen was far more bountiful than that of the Lin household. The meals provided to the guards and servants at Chu's were even better than those served to the Lin family, leaving the Lin servants envious. That night, Chu Xian did not assign any bodyguards to the second floor, but there were bodyguards monitoring the corridor's surveillance cameras in shifts. Consequently, the moment Youyou crawled out, the guards noticed her. However, as she remained safe and had not ventured beyond the confines of the second floor, they chose not to report it to Chu Xian. Youyou crawled swiftly, and the guards had grown accustomed to her antics. Once in the kitchen, fearing that Youyou might pilfer snacks, a bodyguard sent a message to Chu Xian. Upon reading the message and awakening from her slumber, Chu Xian found that Youyou had already exited the kitchen. The bodyguard's eyes widened in astonishment as they witnessed Youyou, covered in flour from head to toe, with even her hair dusted in it. As she crawled, flour puffed off her, and she occasionally licked a bit off her fingers. Should I go to the scoundrel's room, the old witch's room, or the little fairy's room? Youyou pondered while sitting on the floor. The little ghost suggested, "Let us scare whoever you dislike first." Indeed, Lin Shiwei and the old witch's room connect with the scoundrels. Yes. Youyou will first frighten Lin Shiwei, then scare the scoundrel. Hehe. Chu Xian, wary of waking Sister Ling, tiptoed to the door and overheard Youyou's muffled thoughts. Oh well, let her have her fun. It is exhausting. The little ghost opened the door for Youyou, who quickly crawled inside. Just as the little ghost was about to close the door, Yi Taotao, adorned with a face mask, emerged from her own room, wearing a long, dark green gown. She scanned her surroundings as she quietly tiptoed towards Lin Zai's room, pulling a key from her pocket. Unlike the little ghost, she lacked the ability to unlock doors with ghostly powers, so she had stealthily made a copy. Upon entering and pointing her flashlight beneath her chin, she heard a shriek from the adjacent room, followed by Lin Shiwei's wailing. Lin Zai stirred in his bed, seemingly startled awake. As he sat up, Yi Taotao switched on her flashlight. At that moment, Youyou crawled over from the connecting door to Fan Shualan's room, her small form illuminated by the night light beneath the wardrobe. The instant Lin Zai opened his eyes, he was greeted by Yi Taotao's wide, blood-red grin and her green face, along with the pale little ghost Youyou crawling towards him, prompting him to scream, "Ah!" The green-faced Yi Taotao and the pale-faced little ghost Youyou locked eyes, each startled to see the other. "Run!" the little ghost urged, realizing that if the two adults regained their composure, it would be troublesome. "There's a ghost! A ghost!" Lin Zai pulled the covers over his head. Yi Taotao and Youyou exchanged grins before being frightened into silence and scampering out. The little ghost wrapped things up, relocking Lindsay and Fan Shuelon's door before floating behind the two. Youyou crawled even faster than Yi Taotao could run. Taking advantage of the commotion, the duo hid in the outer room of Chu Xian's quarters. Sister Ling had just awoken and was startled to see them, instinctively placing a hand over her heart to calm herself. Alas, she thought, I can't scold them. I can't outwit the older one. And the younger one learns too quickly. What if she learns to curse? Meanwhile, the bodyguards were busy copying the surveillance footage from earlier, editing it to erase the appearances of Youyou and Yi Taotao to prevent the Lin family from discovering their antics. Outside, cries and screams echoed, surpassing the previous night's chaos. Miss, it's time to rise and take charge. I must hurry to wash the little miss and change her clothes, Sister Ling thought, feeling utterly speechless. She was not alone in this sentiment. The bodyguards shared her thoughts. However, the bodyguards were rather exhilarated, as they anticipated the unfolding drama, feeling more awake than ever. There is a ghost. A real ghost. Mom, did you see? Weiwei was scared to tears. Youyou paused her splashing, feeling a twinge of guilt. How could Lin Shiwei be afraid? She asked, not scared. She was just crying because Youyou pinched her. Hehe. Chapter 59. Please. Taoist Lin Zai's howls echoed throughout the villa, compelling the mistress, Chu Xian, to rise from her slumber. Awoo. We must go. The baby wants to see the commotion. Youyou, frustrated with Sister Ling's slow bathing, plunged her little head into the tub, creating a flurry of bubbles, and then emerged, shaking her head to flick off the water, reaching out to Sister Ling, all clean. Aunt Ling, hold me. Sister Ling, both amused and exasperated, took a towel to dry Youyou and dressed her in a vibrant red pajama set. Yi Taotao, having bathed more swiftly, donned a white nightgown, her hair still damp by her cheeks. Come on, Youyou, let's go see the excitement. Seizing the moment when Sister Ling was distracted, Yi Taotao scooped Youyou into her arms and dashed outside. Youyou waved her tiny hands, her voice bubbling with excitement. Sister Ling sighed and followed suit out the door. The ruckus this time was even louder than before. Not only did all the servants come running, but the bodyguards also rushed in, armed with their cleaning mops. 2 bodyguards trailed behind, meticulously sweeping up the flour scattered across the corridor. The others plunged into the crowd, shouting, "Where's the ghost?" Wow, the bodyguard uncles are so swift. But it's strange, last time they couldn't be bothered to even take a look when there were reports of ghosts. Why are they so eager today? Youyou mused, her sparkling eyes flitting over the serious faces of the bodyguards. Chu Xian rubbed her temples. It's not like I'm cleaning up after you. In my room and in my mother's room. Lindsay, clad in a loose nightgown, seemed to have rushed out without a moment's thought, his finger trembling as he pointed towards the room. Fan Shuelon and Lin Xueqing were equally terrified. Lin Shimi, however, remained unafraid, her tiny hand pointing at the ground, babbling something incomprehensible. Unfortunately, Lindsay and the others paid her no mind. The bodyguards exchanged knowing glances with Lin Shimi, quickly understanding, and pushed the door open, fearful that the Lin family's 3 fools might catch on. The mop conveniently cleared the flour from in front of the door. Lin Shimi grew anxious, tugging at Fan Shuelon's sleeve and indicating her desire to enter. Fan Shuelon's lips trembled slightly as she coaxed, "Shimi, dear, there are bad people inside. We'll go in later, okay?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shimi erupted into tears. Chu Xian's gaze remained fixed on Lin Shimi, her expression turning grave. The finger Lin Shimi had just pointed at was directed at the flour scattered on the ground. She is truly frightening. Thankfully, Fan Shuelon and the others did not grasp Lin Shimi's meaning. Once Lin Shimi learns to speak, the bodyguards, taking advantage of their search through the 2 rooms, cleaned up the remaining flour and emerged, reporting to Mr. Lin that everything was normal and nothing was amiss. Yet, I clearly saw something. The events of the day, coupled with the fright from the night, left Lin Zai feeling utterly drained. Chu Xian stepped forward, saying, as if it truly were a ghost, It would undoubtedly come and go without a trace. It is entirely normal for us not to see it. How about this? I recall Officer Lee knows a Taoist who possesses considerable abilities. I will seek him out at dawn and have him introduce himself. It would be perfect to have the Taoist perform a ritual at home and perhaps even alter the feng shui. No need. I know a very powerful Taoist. The old lady should know him too. We can just call him to take a look. Zhou Wanjun approached leisurely, her demeanor now confident, unlike her previous furtiveness. In contrast, Lin Zhe appeared slightly irritated upon seeing her. Chu Xian smiled knowingly. That works as well. Mother used to live in the countryside. She should be acquainted with such individuals. I've heard that the greater the master, the more they distance themselves from the hustle and bustle of the city, leading to greater efficacy. Mother, as you both should rest soon. It's already 3 o'clock and things should be quiet now. Isn't it said that after 3, as dawn approaches, ghosts become fearful? Having cleaned Youyou, Chu Xian was disinclined to confront this motley crew any longer, turning to stifle a yawn. This night was becoming increasingly tedious. Meanwhile, Youyou had already dozed off in Yi Taodao's arms. As Yi Taodao's initial excitement waned, she too began to yawn, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Taodao, you take care of Youyou for the rest of the night, Chu Xian instructed. Oh, and be mindful, Youyou hasn't urinated yet. Yi Taodao waved her hand dismissively, reassuring her, Miss, Aunt Ling, rest assured, I will take good care of Youyou. Sister Ling chuckled, shaking her head. You are indeed true to your name, Taodao. Even at this age, you remain so mischievous. It must be that you were quite the handful when you were younger, prompting your parents to name you so. As with the previous night, Lin Zhe wished for the bodyguards to stand watch outside his door. Chu Xian waved her hand, instructing the bodyguards to rest. As you are the male head of this villa, do not be overly fearful or anxious. There are no ghosts in this world. You must simply be exhausted. Go and rest. We will invite the Taoist to take a look tomorrow, a psychological comfort at the very least. Lin Zhe felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Zhou Wanjun regarded Lin Zhe with eyes devoid of affection, laden with sarcasm. Lin Shimi continued to cry, and upon seeing Chu Xian depart, she reached out her little hand towards Zhou Wanjun. She was nearly at her wit's end. The Lin family was utterly incapable of providing support. Zhou Wanjun, seeing Lin Shimi's pitiful state, felt her heart soften. Shimi, Mama is here. With reddened eyes, Zhou Wanjun approached, eager to embrace her. Since Zhou Wanjun was discovered with the 3 men, Fan Shualan's attitude towards her had undergone a drastic transformation. Yet, Shimi needs me. You do not understand her. You do not know her. She is now crying from anger. Zhou Wanjun neither complained nor hesitated, her demeanor remarkably calm. Just then, Lin Shimi nodded through her tears. Come. Mama will hold you. Zhou Wanjun extended her hands once more towards Lin Shimi. Lin Shimi struggled from Fan Shualan's embrace, crying as she lunged into Zhou Wanjun's arms. Fan Shualan had no choice but to release her. Zhou Wanjun held Lin Shimi tightly, lifting her pajama top to inspect her back. Did you see this? Shimi has been bullied. She has several bruises on her back, some even bleeding. Zhou Wanjun's eyes blazed with fury. Lin Zhe, you promised to take good care of Shimi. A wave of desolation washed over Zhou Wanjun. It seemed the Lin family did not truly cherish Shimi. She was merely a tool to be exploited. A baby's skin is delicate, easily marked, yet remarkably resilient. By tomorrow's bath, the marks may have vanished altogether. Thus, how could Fan Shualan and the others ever comprehend that Shimi had been mistreated? Chapter 60. This uncle is quite unfortunate upon noticing the marks on Lin Shui's back. Both Lin Zhe and Fan Shualan felt a pang of guilt, leaving them speechless as they allowed Zhou Wanjun to take Lin Shui away. Mom, brother, how could you let her take her? She doesn't deserve to be Wei Wei's mother, Lin Xueqing protested disapprovingly. Fan Shualan waved her hand dismissively. Let it be. It's just for today. Let her take care of her. She continued, by the way, We should consult Taoist by tomorrow to see if the feng shui of our home is poor, as it seems we are always attracting spirits. We need to bring Weiwei along. She won't charge any fees for her. Then, she added, also, I want Lin Taoist to calculate my marriage prospects. Lin Xueqing blushed. Oh! Have you found someone of interest? Fan Xuelon inquired eagerly. Yes, I heard about the second young master of the Liu family in the capital. He's exceptionally handsome. Moreover, I've heard that the Liu family has connections with the Chu family. My sister-in-law must know, Lin Xueqing replied. Fan Xuelon clapped her hands joyfully. That's wonderful. The Liu family is one of the largest in the capital, closely associated with the Chu family. We should have your sister-in-law take a look for you. Around the corner of the corridor, Zhou Wanjun smirked sarcastically before tightening her hold on Lin Xuewei. Meanwhile, Yi Taodao dreamed of lying on the beach, relishing barbecued skewers, when suddenly a huge wave crashed over her, drenching her and sweeping her food away. She jolted awake to find that Youyou had wet the bed. Youyou sat there, looking guilty, and pointed at Yi Taodao, babbling incessantly. Sister Yi, how could you wet the bed? You're so big now. How embarrassing. Yi Taodao sighed, realizing her mistake. She promised never to let Youyou be mischievous again. If she spent another night with her, she might end up at her grandmother's house. Sister Ling had prepared breakfast for Youyou, a bottle of milk and a small bowl of rice flour. After finishing her meal, Yi Taodao felt invigorated and took Youyou outside to find some melons. The little red and gray creatures in the garden were fortunate, enjoying 3 meals a day just like humans. Yi Taodao and Youyou crouched in the garden, eavesdropping on the gossip of the servants. The Lin family left the house simultaneously without notifying Chu Xian, accompanied by Zhou Wanjun. The servants' words were rife with sympathy for Chu Xian. Youyou, I'm here. With no Lin family members around, Su Jinrui felt more at ease, running over without concern for anyone else. Yay! Youyou began waving her small hands from a distance, her face alight with excitement. Su Jinrui awkwardly scratched his rear and quickly changed the subject to avoid further commentary from Youyou. Grandfather is going to strike. But Mama Fong stopped him. By the way, didn't Aunt Xian say she was going to find Uncle Yi today? Yes, we're leaving soon. They say they're looking for a Taoist to help find a burial site for the little ghost. That's good. The longer we wait, the worse it gets. The little ghost should be buried soon to facilitate its reincarnation. Youyou nodded earnestly, unaware that the little ghost had suffered because of her. Upon seeing Youyou again, Officer Li's gaze was particularly warm, as were those of several officers who recognized her. The other officers were simply curious about the legendary child's thoughts, neglecting their duties. Aside from those who had to be on duty, everyone else was present. Youyou rested on Chu Xian's shoulder, her little head turning this way and that, her large eyes wide with wonder. Wow, so cute and beautiful. The female officers were completely enchanted by Youyou's adorable allure. Not only the female officers, but even the male officers couldn't resist, exclaiming, I want to get married and have a daughter. A daughter? But looking at this uncle's daughter position, he will only have a son in this lifetime. However, if he truly desires a daughter, it can be arranged later when Youyou grows up. After all, his destined partner has yet to arrive. Alas, several aunties wanted baby girls, and that night, Youyou dreamt of finding her senior sister. Who knows if those aunties have conceived daughters now? Alas, unfortunately, Youyou is not yet a celestial being and cannot directly use the blessing of children. She needs to grow a bit more and rely on various means. The police officers were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Youyou's thoughts. Is it really that powerful? They glanced at Li Zheng and the others. Li Zheng and his companions shook their heads. While they had indeed heard Youyou's thoughts and suspected she had foresight or universal knowledge, they had not anticipated her connections were so profound. Just a few months prior, they would have dismissed it as superstition. Hey, why are the police uncles and aunties staring at Youyou? Why aren't they saying anything? A middle-aged man with a square face stepped forward. This must be Youyou, how adorable. Wow, this uncle is amazing. He has so much merit light on him. It's all golden. Yu Zhanggang was momentarily stunned before breaking into a warm smile. Had he received recognition from a celestial being? Yet, aside from the golden light, there is a layer of gray mist surrounding this uncle, clearly indicating he is afflicted by misfortune. Not only misfortune, but someone has also cast a spell to divert his fortune away from him. This uncle's fortune is unlike that of ordinary people, it is his merit. If this continues, his merit will be drained, his fortune will worsen, his health will decline, and he may ultimately perish without cause. Ah, a wicked villain. If Youyou finds him, she will surely pull his hair out. Youyou shook her tiny fists, pouting in anger. Hearing this, the officers felt a wave of indignation and looked worriedly at Yu Zhonggang. The director merely paused for a moment before once again displaying a kind smile. Miss Chu, carrying the child is tiring. Please have a seat. The Taoist will arrive shortly. Thank you, Director Yu. Chu Xian felt a twinge of worry, glancing down at Youyou in her arms. Director Yu, Youyou likes you very much. Please hold her. Youyou turned her little head, her bright eyes blinking. Mommy is so in tune with Youyou's thoughts. I like this uncle. Uncle, please hold me. I will help you remove your misfortune. Youyou extended her delicate, pale arms. Director Yu felt a surge of warmth as he embraced Youyou. The moment her small arms waved above his head, he sensed an unusual warmth enveloping him. No, to be more precise, the heaviness he had been feeling for days had suddenly dissipated. Chapter 61. Fear of injections. All right. The misfortune has been dispelled. However, this removal is merely temporary. Uncle's bad luck has yet to be entirely lifted. The best course of action would be to uncover the mastermind behind this and give them a good scare. Youyou waved her small fist once more. Director Yu let out a hearty laugh, and the officers, who had been on edge, found their worries alleviated. What are you all standing around for? Get back to work. Director Yu commanded, rejuvenated. The officers resumed their tasks with renewed vigor. What's that delightful aroma? Youyou sniffed the air and leaned on Director Yu's shoulder, peering around. A female officer rummaging through a drawer produced a half-empty bag of chips, which met the gaze of Youyou's bright, sparkling eyes. Youyou smacked her lips and, with a beaming smile, reached out to the officer. Auntie, I want to eat. Baby wants to eat. The officer could not resist the charm of such an adorable child and instinctively reached to hand over the chips, only to pause. No, a child this age shouldn't have that. Youyou, nestled in Director Yu's embrace, anxiously bounced on her little feet. Auntie, hurry. If we wait too long, Mommy will take it away. Chu Xian buried her face in her palm, feeling that this was perhaps the most embarrassing moment of her life, right in the police station. No less. The female officer's mind raced, and she devised a plan. Oh, these are expired. Last time I ate some, I ended up in the hospital with a stomach ache. She shuddered at the thought of needing an injection for her ailment. Injection? Youyou's eyes widened in terror as she buried her head deeper into Director Yu's embrace. She vividly recalled her previous experiences at the hospital for vaccinations. No injections. No injections. Youyou wouldn't eat anymore. The uncles in white coats are so mean. They jabbed Youyou's arm. The officer sighed in relief and hurriedly tossed the half-empty bag of chips into the trash, as if avoiding a plague. Director Yu chuckled softly, and the others couldn't help but stifle their laughter. However, Ling Jia and Yi Taotao took note of this clever excuse for future reference. Chu Xian, feeling exasperated, thought, Youyou, Uncle is tired. It's time for Mommy to hold you. Thinking back, she still hadn't properly thanked Youyou. Thanks to her, they managed to reunite a kidnapped baby with their family and apprehend a fugitive who had been on the run for 2 years. Because of Youyou, Director Yu's attitude towards Chu Xian had softened significantly. Li Zheng brought each of them a glass of water, thoughtfully offering Su Jinrui a box of milk and Youyou a teething biscuit. The biscuit belonged to one of the female officers, who had bought a pack for her own child. Youyou clutched the teething biscuit, overjoyed, just as everyone was watching the little one. Eager to see her adorable attempt to munch on the biscuit, Youyou squeezed the front end of it, causing it to crumble. Everyone stared in disbelief as Youyou popped the crumbled bits into her mouth, happily chewing. Chu Xian turned her face away, unable to bear the sight. She inwardly lamented. Where is that Taoist priest? I wish he would hurry up and come. At that moment, the expected Taoist was at the Lin family residence. The master said my family isn't haunted? Fan Xuelan inquired. Bai Kun, clad in a gray robe and wielding a feather duster, replied no. There are no ghostly presences within the Lin household. The overall arrangement is acceptable. The feng shui may not be ideal, but it is not poor either. And there is certainly no accumulation of negative energy. Moreover, Mr. Lin does not exude any malevolent aura. If there were a ghost, he would not be devoid of such energy. Zhou Wanjin's little one waved her hands, babbling a few words. Bai Daoist nodded thoughtfully. It seems that someone is merely pretending to be a ghost. I suggest you check the surveillance footage. Pretending to be a ghost? Lin Zhe thought of Youyou, gritting his teeth. Only that little sprite would have the audacity to impersonate one. Miwei must have been injured by her. Fan Xuelan angrily ordered someone to pull up the surveillance footage. However, when the footage was reviewed, everyone was baffled. For the cameras on the first floor and in the courtyard appeared normal, while those on the second floor displayed nothing but static, as though interfered with by something. Bai Daoist, unfamiliar with such technology, confirmed the absence of any ghostly figures in the footage. He sensed nothing unusual, but the reason remained to be uncovered by Mr. Lin. In any case, your home is absolutely ghost-free. Oh, by the way, Director Yu is waiting for me. I must hurry. Director Yu? Yes, our city's police chief. Last time, I assisted him in breaking a formation, helping them solve a case. This invitation likely pertains to another matter that requires my expertise. Bai Kun carried an air of confidence. In an instant, the Lin family's perception of him shifted. Lin Zhe's earlier doubts vanished completely. The master commanded respect, even from the police chief. Bai Kun raised his chin haughtily. If it weren't for your daughter's affinity with me, my visit would typically command a fee starting at this amount. 1 million? Fan Xuelan exclaimed in disbelief. Bai Kun collected the talisman that Lin Shimei had given him, nodding, well then, I must take my leave. Should any further disturbances arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Absolutely, master. Travel safely. Zhe, see the master off. Fan Xuelan's smile was laced with flattery, much to Bai Kun's delight. Consequently, when he arrived at the police station, he maintained an air of superiority, as if he were the only one of significance. Bai Daoist, you've arrived. Director Yu had been waiting outside when he received the call. Upon hearing his voice, Youyou, still nibbling on the remaining portion of her teething biscuit, turned to the doorway. The reason she had yet to finish it was due to Chu Xian's prohibition against her squeezing it further. Director Yu, is someone seeking the Taoist's assistance? I had previously stated that my fees start at this amount. The voice outside was unapologetically direct, which Youyou found displeasing. Rest assured, they can afford it. Director Yu recalled the painful expense incurred during his last engagement with Bai Daoist, nearly causing him to choke in agony. Had the criminal not been so vicious, the higher-ups would not have approved the funds. Most importantly, he had exhausted all the available budget for the years to come. Bai Daoist, please come in. They are waiting inside. Bai Daoist? Why does that sound so familiar? Youyou tilted her head in confusion. Chapter 62. The legendary master Waaaaah, I remember now. He is a significant aid to Lin Shiwei, having been bribed by her. Alas, he is a villain. Let's teach him a lesson. The little one wants to strike him. Suddenly, Youyou ceased her calm demeanor and began to squirm in Chu Xian's embrace. Unable to hold her any longer, Chu Xian gently set her down, allowing her to crawl away. After all, he was one of Lin Shiwei's people and certainly not a good man. A beating would be justified. In the blink of an eye, Youyou had crawled to Master Bai's feet, baring her tiny teeth, tilting her head back to stare wide-eyed at the astonished Master Bai, appearing quite fierce. Director Yu had yet to process Youyou's thoughts when he noticed her already at his feet. Fearing Master Bai would inadvertently step on her, he quickly scooped Youyou up. However, to his surprise, as soon as Youyou settled in his arms, her little arms shot out with great force. A shriek escaped Master Bai's lips, and the onlookers beheld a scene that would be forever etched in their memories. Youyou had grasped a handful of Master Bai's long hair with one hand, while the other clutched his long beard. The more Master Bai recoiled, the more it hurt, forcing him to lean forward. "Evil sorcerer, I will make you bald. You have committed wrongdoings, brought misfortune to my uncle, and transferred his luck," she declared defiantly. "Ah, let go. Whose child is this? Someone stop her. My scalp is about to come off." Master Bai bent forward, extending his neck to its limits. If she did not release her grip, he feared not only his hair and beard, but his very head would be lost. The police should have rushed to intervene. Yet, upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, they found themselves frozen in place. The very master they revered for his profound Taoist arts was the one responsible for cursing their director. According to Youyou, he had committed more than just this one misdeed. "Uncle, that formation was set by this wicked sorcerer. He took money from the criminal to help him evade capture, and then took money from Uncle to dismantle the formation, assisting the police in solving the case. He is nothing but a swindler. Oh, it hurts. Director, you help me," Master Bai cried, tears streaming down his face. "Humph. You think you can escape? Youyou will make you bald and will not let go." With that, Youyou yanked hard, ripping a clump of hair and a handful of beard from Master Bai. He howled in agony, blood oozing forth. Director you, this is an insult. I refuse to continue with this. And in the future, do not expect me to assist your police department again." "Trying to leave?" Director Yu's expression turned grave. No sooner had he spoken than Officer Lee and the other policemen swiftly surrounded Master Bai. Officer Lee stepped forward and seized his hands, twisting them behind his back and cuffing him, then forcefully pressing him to the ground. Director Yu handed Youyou, who was gleefully clutching the hair and beard, to Chu Xian, then stood over Master Bai with a commanding presence. "I'm afraid you cannot leave." Master Bai scoffed derisively. "What right do you have to prevent my departure? I have committed no crime nor violation. Our Dao has its own regulations, cause and effect govern us, and the price is fixed. It is not for your police department to dictate." Director Yu shot a glance at Youyou, who had already discarded the hair and beard into the trash and was now wiping her hands with a wet napkin. The little one pouted, clearly displeased, and internally lamented. "My treat has fallen. I have not finished eating." "Humph. Not happy. Master Bai, do not presume your actions are unknown to others. Let us not even speak of the incident with the formation. You were the one who said it to protect that criminal, were you not? You are harboring a fugitive. Furthermore, you took money from our department to dismantle your own formation, which constitutes fraud. Just this one charge is enough to seal your fate." Master Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is impossible. How could you know?" Youyou snapped her fingers. "He is restored." "Wait, that doesn't add up. I haven't even snapped my fingers in front of that criminal yet. How could Uncle and the others know?" Director, you seemed momentarily at a loss. "Director, there are other crimes of which you remain unaware. Perhaps it would benefit you to divulge a bit more." "Youyou, the porcelain doll seems to be moving," Su Jinrui announced as he produced the porcelain doll from his backpack. Upon seeing it, Master Bai's eyes widened in shock. How did it come to be here?" "Youyou, it was he who dug me from the grave, used my ashes for sorcery, and imprisoned my soul within." The porcelain doll stirred slightly, too frightened to reveal itself in the presence of the police. Youyou, sensing the urgency of the situation, declared, "Is this a result of underestimating my powers? How could I have missed this? You wicked one, I shall strike you." Displeased with the situation, Youyou tossed aside her snack, launching it directly at Master Bai's injured scalp. Su Jinrui, unable to bear seeing Youyou distressed, rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of small punches upon Master Bai's head. He recalled his grandfather's words. As a child, he was permitted to strike a villain. But hitting innocent people was a crime. Thus, he was defending his sister against the wicked. "Stop hitting. If you continue, this old Taoist will not hold back." Master Bai initially wished to avoid causing a scene in the police station. However, remaining there any longer could lead to dire consequences. In a moment of desperation, He conjured a talisman from thin air, his expression darkening as he pressed it against the handcuffs binding him. Uncle, he is trying to escape. Seize him. He has a release talisman. Hearing Youyou's thoughts, Officer Lee quickly restrained Master Bai's arm. At that same moment, the handcuffs fell to the ground. Officer Lee felt a wave of relief. Had he been just a moment slower, Master Bai might have fled. He had also noticed another talisman in Master Bai's hand. A teleportation talisman? This Master Bai is formidable, even more so than described in the original texts. Such a talisman exists in the mortal realm? Though Director Youyou and his team were unfamiliar with the concept of a teleportation talisman, its name alone suggested great power, likely with the ability to facilitate transport. Search him thoroughly. Leave no suspicious items behind. Director Youyou's gaze was icy, intimidating enough to render Master Bai unable to lift his head. Ah. Youyou tugged at Chu Xian's sleeve, pointing to the ground. Mama, Youyou wants to go down. My powers are too weak to discern how many wrongs he has committed. I must get closer. Chapter 63. Deceived of wealth with a sense of resignation, Chu Xian reluctantly set Youyou down. Youyou swiftly crawled to Bai Daogong's side and plopped down on the ground. As Bai Daogong was being patted down, he raised his gaze only to meet the innocent, wide grin of Youyou. However, all he felt was a surge of terror. What are you doing? Keep her away from me. You are the police. You cannot allow her to commit violence. Before Bai Kun could finish his sentence, Youyou had already tugged at his hair again. Bai Daogong, she is merely a child. Besides, we have not encouraged her to act violently. Children just like to play. She doesn't understand and merely finds your hair amusing. Why would a grown man like you keep such long hair? If it were as short as mine, you wouldn't have to be afraid. With hair so short, she wouldn't be able to grab it at all, teased the police officers who were searching Bai Kun. With Youyou gripping his hair, Bai Kun dared not move. The little one was surprisingly strong. Even the slightest lean back made him feel as if his scalp would be torn off. Consequently, this inadvertently facilitated the police's search. Ouch! What are these things? Li Zheng exclaimed as he tossed various metallic containers and discs onto the ground. Upon seeing those objects, Youyou's eyes sparkled with excitement. She grew tired of tormenting Bai Kun and promptly yanked a strand of his hair out before crawling over to explore the items. Bai Kun's scream echoed throughout the police station. Wow, Youyou knows what this is. This is a gossip compass that can locate spirits. And this is a spirit-catching vessel, oh? There's actually a spirit inside. As for this, oh, it seems to be some sort of medicine, but I don't know what kind. I think I fell asleep when my senior sister taught me about it. Chu Xian and the others were speechless. This is a teleportation talisman. This is a spirit-catching talisman. And this is an acceleration talisman. There's even a trace of Lin Shiwei's aura. These charms were given to him by Lin Shiwei. It appears this Taoist is not entirely useless. He indeed possesses considerable knowledge of Taoist practices, but alas, his intentions are corrupt. My senior sister said that individuals like him are of the evil path. One should eliminate them upon encountering them. Director Youyou was curious to know who her senior sister was. Just as Youyou was about to tug at Bai Kun's hair again, Director Youyou quickly picked her up and moved her away, fearing that one misstep might lead to Bai Kun's demise. They had yet to obtain any information from him. No! He realized he was mistaken. He must not let that happen. This had nothing to do with interrogation. Youyou, my dear, let us not stoop to the level of villains. We shall wait for Uncle to uncover his crimes and send him to prison, all right? He has committed numerous crimes. Let Youyou handle it. Youyou protested. He releases little spirits to scare people, and then they seek him out to exorcise them, thus earning him a fortune. He extracts others' fortunes and then alters their destinies, profiting again. He brings misfortune to people and then drives it away, making even more money. He captures little spirits, raises them, and makes them do his bidding, accumulating wealth. He alters feng shui for people, earning yet again. Suddenly, Youyou opened her mouth and began to wail, her head tilted back. Youyou can catch bad spirits, break formations, defeat villains, and even read feng shui to dispel misfortune. All this wealth was hers, stolen by this wicked Taoist. Waaaaah, the others, in a state of panic over Youyou, were at a loss. Chu Xian, Sister Ling, and Yi Taodao were accustomed to such scenes, their expressions calm, in stark contrast to the worried faces of the police. Yet, Su Jinrui was the most protective of Youyou, stepping forward to deliver a few playful punches to Bai Kun. This is what you get for deceiving others and bullying children, for stealing their money. Bai Kun had no means to defend himself. When had he ever bullied children or taken their money? He was the one being bullied by Youyou and 2 other children. Director Yu helplessly cradled Youyou, soothing her. Don't cry, Youyou. Soon, Uncle Li Zhang and the others will go to this wicked Taoist's home to see if they can find any evidence of his crimes. Then, Uncle will put him away, okay? Youyou abruptly halted her sobbing, her large eyes still glistening with tears. We're going to the wicked Taoist's house? Youyou wants to go too. I will find out how that wicked Taoist deceived people out of their money. I can tell that his ill-gotten gains are hidden at home. As a police officer was checking Bai Kun's bank accounts and properties on the computer, he hesitated for a moment before reporting, Director, Bai Daogong has 2 properties. One is in the Chaoyang Mountain Sea Villa area, Building 16, and the other is in the Qishan Villa area, Building 18. Chu Xian was utterly astonished. Those villa areas were the most expensive in city, far surpassing the Lin family's estate. Initially, Director Yu had not paid much attention to Bai Kun's personal assets. It was reasonable for a Taoist of his standing to reside in a villa, especially since many wealthy individuals sought their services for feng shui consultations and ancestral tomb placements, which were quite lucrative. However, upon discovering his deliberate acts of malevolence, they began to question the origins of those 2 villas. Li Zhang gathered his team and turned to Director Yu, who was still cradling Youyou. Director, should we bring Youyou along? Yes, bring her along, he replied. Youyou instantly perked up, extending her tiny arms towards Li Zhang. Her big, tear-streaked eyes sparkled brightly, the previous sorrow completely forgotten. Director Yu looked at Chu Xian, who, with a resigned nod, signaled her agreement. 2 bodyguards promptly gathered Youyou's belongings and positioned themselves behind Li Zhang. I want to go too. Su Jinrui dashed over and hugged Li Zhang's waist, clearly unwilling to let go. As a result, the 2 bodyguards from the Su family joined in. Yi Taodao glanced at Chu Xian, and upon seeing her lack of anger, scampered over. Hey, Officer Li, take me along. I've trained in Taekwondo and ancient martial arts. I'm particularly formidable. I almost enrolled in the police academy, but my father insisted I apply to a top university instead. Yes. Sister Yi is especially impressive, and she's not afraid of spirits. There are likely guardian spirits at the wicked Taoist's house that the uncles might struggle to handle, but Sister Yi can help. Youyou chimed in. Oh, and we should bring the little spirit too. It can lend assistance as well. Upon hearing this, Su Jinrui carefully placed the porcelain doll from the table into her small backpack and slung it over her shoulder. Director Yu and the others were oblivious to the significance of the porcelain doll, having found it peculiar when Su Jinrui had taken it out earlier. As it seemed Youyou could communicate with it, it was quite possible that the little spirit Youyou spoke of was this very doll. Director Yu chose not to dwell on it any further and instructed Li Zhang and the team to proceed. The more individuals accompanying them, the better. Given the backgrounds of the Chu and Su families, their bodyguards were far more capable than the police. Having them along would only be advantageous. Chapter 64 A String of Spirits. This was the first time Youyou had ridden in a police car. Her small hands clutched Li Zhang's shoulder, her curious little head turning from side to side, finally resting on the flashing lights atop the vehicle. That light is so beautiful. I want one too. Li Zhang stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking slightly. It wasn't just Youyou's first experience in a police car. Yi Taodao and Su Jinrui were also in the same boat, along with several bodyguards. The villa area was picturesque, far superior to the one where the Lin family resided. Li Zhang couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful it is to be wealthy! Living in such a magnificent villa, surrounded by mountains and rivers, is like being on vacation every day." Youyou, feeling a bit concerned, patted Li Zhang's shoulder. It's all right. Although Uncle Lee may not have wealth in this life, he is a person of great virtue. In the next life, he will sail smoothly and enjoy abundant fortune. At the very least, when I grow up, I will let Uncle Lee live in my villa. And I will take care of you. As her thoughts settled, Youyou extended her tiny hand to pat her own chest. Boss, when you strike it rich, don't forget about your brothers. Wang Yang, seated in the passenger seat, interjected, I'm so poor I can only eat instant noodles. Youyou tilted her little head. Huh? What's instant noodles? Uncle, if you give Youyou instant noodles, Youyou will let you live in the villa. Wang Yang felt as though a bowl of instant noodles in his drawer had suddenly transformed into gold. Ha ha. Li Zhang affectionately ruffled Youyou's fluffy hair, laughing heartily. Baikun's standalone villa seemed remarkably different from others. As they drew near, they felt an unsettling chill in the air. Akin to stepping from a sweltering summer into a cold storage, this chill was not merely atmospheric, it sent shivers through the soul. It appears that the wicked Taoist has cultivated quite a number of spirits. Youyou's expression suddenly turned serious, imparting an impression that was far from childlike. Everyone, let South stay close together and enter as one. Do not act alone, Li Zheng commanded, and the group immediately huddled together. Little ghost, can you tell us how many spirits are inside? Unbeknownst to them, the spirit had already floated out from the porcelain doll. Youyou extended her hand toward the air and gently clapped, saying, Youyou has enveloped you with a layer of celestial power. Those spirits are frightened and won't dare to harm you. Eek! Youyou pointed at the villa's door. Uncle Lee, let us go. The technical staff hurried forward to open the door. As it swung wide, the chilling sensation rushed forth, prompting Li Zheng to shiver involuntarily. Youyou's gaze darted to a blue and white porcelain vase on a display rack in the hall, and she pointed, exclaiming, Uncle, there are spirits in that vase. You need to carry Youyou over. Li Zheng hesitated for a moment, not merely due to fear. He was more concerned that despite Youyou's celestial power, she was still just a child. If her judgment faltered or if she was overpowered, he could not bear the consequences. Miss Yi, please hold Youyou first. I will check it out, he said, passing Youyou to Yi Taodao. Yi Taodao took Youyou without hesitation, carrying her to the display rack without waiting for Li Zheng. She held an unwavering trust in Youyou. Once Li Zheng realized this, he quickly joined them at the rack. Come out! No sooner had Youyou's thoughts echoed than a piercing wail erupted from the vase, sending Li Zheng and the other officers into a defensive stance, ready for action. The bodyguards followed suit. Although they had not heard Youyou's thoughts or seen anything, the sudden surge of danger triggered their instincts honed through years of training. The sound of what could only be described as ghostly wails escaped the porcelain vase, directly assaulting their ears. Youyou scrunched her face in distaste, then waved her little hand in irritation, crying out, so ugly, you should get away from me. The spirit, pulled from the vase and met with disdain, felt even more aggrieved. It had been minding its own business in the vase. What wrong had it done? Observing Youyou, the group found their fear dissipating. Youyou, can you help me see the spirits? Yi Taotao, undeterred, was filled with excitement. Youyou, I want to see too. Su Jinrui chimed in, motivated solely by curiosity about the entity that had once caused him illness. Youyou tilted her little head in contemplation. I think I remember the incantation my senior sister taught me to open the Yin eye. Let me give it a try. Heavenly law clear clear, earthly law spiritual spiritual. Yin and yang crystal, yin and yang mirror of law, true form appearing rapidly, appear true form. Command. With a flick of her hand. Everyone felt a sudden chill at their brows and instinctively closed their eyes. Oh no, only Sister Yi and the young man should have their Yin eyes opened. I accidentally opened it for the police uncles and bodyguard uncles too. Just then, the little ghost floated down with a string of spirits from upstairs. Youyou, I found 20 spirits. Upon hearing the little ghost's ethereal voice, Li Zheng and the others instinctively lifted their gazes. They all exclaimed in unison. Trembling, they covered their mouths, having to reassure themselves for several seconds before managing to suppress their voices. They were not afraid of ghosts, truly. They were not terrified of the sheer number of spirits, honestly. They were simply taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many frightening entities before them. What kind of spirits were these? In their understanding, ghosts were supposed to be clad in white robes, with disheveled hair, pale faces, and floating on tiptoes. Who could explain why these spirits appeared with indistinct features, missing limbs, and gory details, some even appearing as mere halves of themselves? It was truly terrifying. They were police officers and bodyguards, but they were still human. Youyou noticed Yi Taotao trembling in her embrace, growing frustrated, and waved her little fists, expressing her displeasure. The spirits seemed to fear Youyou, or rather, the celestial power she possessed, quickly bowing their heads and altering their appearances, sobbing pitifully. The wailing of the spirits was no ordinary fright. Li Zhang and his team took considerable time to gradually dispel their fear. Yet, they still felt an overwhelming trepidation. The little ghost floated beside Youyou, offering comfort. Youyou, they didn't mean any harm. They are quite pitiful too. They were captured by that wicked old Taoist and forced to do his bidding. Chapter 65, A Fortune of Money in contrast to the grotesque apparitions surrounding them. The diminutive spirit before them appeared strikingly delicate, albeit frail, with a pallid complexion and blood-red lips. Thus, the officers, including Officer Li, felt an unexpected sense of ease around this little specter. Upon hearing the spirit's words, Youyou waved her tiny hand, exclaiming, "All right then, Youyou won't strike you anymore." Officer Li quietly took out his notebook, the urge to interrogate surging once more. He pondered whether the evidence gleaned from these spirits would hold any weight, questioning if they could even be considered witnesses, as they had never previously encountered such fantastical events. Just as he was about to begin his inquiries, Youyou pointed upstairs and chirped, "Yay, let's go find the money." Gazing at the terrifying visages of the spirits lined up before him, Officer Li promptly stowed away his notebook. "I know where there's money, little master, follow me," one particularly clever spirit chimed in. I know too. And me." In an instant, the spirits became animated, eagerly floating upwards. Before Youyou and the others even ascended to the second floor, they were met with a cacophony of clattering sounds emanating from the villa. "Ah, look up there." Youyou pointed, her mouth agape in excitement, saliva nearly spilling forth. Officer Li chuckled, addressing the others. "Well, this is splendid. No need to search any further." Upon reaching the second floor, the opulence of the decor, steeped in ancient elegance, took them by surprise. The floor housed numerous rooms, but only 2 suites were frequently visited by the spirits. Youyou directed them towards the suite nearest the staircase, and they all followed inside. At first glance, a collective gasp escaped their lips. The furniture had been displaced or toppled, revealing walls marred by spirits that had left numerous indentations. Behind those breaches, a layer of plastic sheeting concealed neatly stacked red bills. Every wall, both inside and out, was teeming with hidden currency. The sight was undeniably spectacular. "What a sin! They are still human!" Officer Li exclaimed, incredulous at the avarice displayed. What sort of temptation for wealth have they succumbed to, merely to gaze upon it without consumption? "Wow, so much money!" Youyou squealed, breaking free from Yedo Teo's embrace and scampering to the lowest cabinet door, where the safe had already been yanked out by the spirits. With a determined thrust of her seemingly delicate fist, she struck the safe. To her delight, the door swung open, revealing a dazzling array of gleaming gold bars that momentarily blinded the onlookers. "Money, so much money!" Youyou laughed, seated on the floor. As she grasped one of the gold bars with her little hands, she placed it on her lap and reached for another, only for the first one to tumble away. She tried again, but once more, it slipped from her grasp, leaving her with just 1 bar. Staring at her small hands and the scattered gold by her side, her large eyes blinked in frustration. "Oh no! I can't hold it, my hands are too small." Tears of vexation welled up in her eyes. The adults could hardly suppress their laughter. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Officer Li retrieved a towel from the cabinet, fashioning it into a small pouch to wrap around the 2 gold bars before handing it to Youyou. She clutched the little bundle, her eyes gleaming with joy as she beamed at the golden hue peeking from the pouch, completely oblivious to the gold scattered around her. Wow, money! I'm making money now. My senior sister will surely praise me. Officer Lee rubbed his forehead, aware that these gold bars were illicit goods and could not be given to Youyou. However, he contemplated fervently how he might secure a commendation for her efforts, perhaps exchanging it for smaller gold bars. After all, had it not been for Youyou, they would not have been led to the spirit's hidden stash, let alone managed to leave alive. These spirits were the guardians of Baikun. Moreover, without the spirit's assistance, they might never have discovered the money, as it was hidden behind walls that required demolition to uncover. After a brief call to Director Youyou, Officer Lee requested the assistance of armed police. Youyou seemed particularly enamored with the 2 gold bars, clutching them tightly. Officer Lee's mind wandered as he considered how to extract them later, leading Youyou into another room. This chamber lacked cash, but was filled with silver ingots, golden beans, and various pieces of jewelry, all similarly concealed within the walls, inaccessible without destruction. It was fortunate that this was a wealthy person's villa. The walls were indeed thick. Can the little master help us transcend, to send us to the underworld? The spirits floated closer, their once fearsome visages now laced with servility. Youyou tilted her head in contemplation. I think when my senior sister taught me the incantation for transcendence, I fell asleep. But I have connections in the underworld. I know the most formidable soul guide there. She grinned mischievously. However, your ashes remain bound. Even if you reach the underworld, you cannot be reborn. All right. You shall remain here until I can free you from your bindings. Then I will have the soul guide take you down, Youyou declared, patting her small chest. Thank you, little master. The spirits bowed in gratitude. Once Youyou had resolved a significant matter, the group proceeded to inspect the other rooms, for Baikun had committed a crime, and it was imperative to uncover as much evidence as possible. Shortly thereafter, Director Youyou arrived in person. Upon witnessing the 2 rooms filled with cash and gold, he was momentarily taken aback. Worms, indeed they are worms, he exclaimed, angrily striking the wall. Director, don't. The others hastily interjected. What is it? Director Youyou inquired, perplexed by the simultaneous gestures of restraint from his subordinates. Observing the spirits nimbly evade his fist, Officer Lee shook his head no. Director Youyou turned, feeling the wall beside him, tapping it for reassurance, finding it solid. The officers around him maintained a composed demeanor, diligently attending to their tasks. Have you found anything? Director Youyou asked. The team exchanged glances, shifting the burden onto Officer Lee, who lowered his head and continued his work. Officer Lee chose to temporarily overlook the spirits, presenting the documents he had uncovered from the study to Director Youyou. Chapter 66. Do not touch this white Taoist is formidable. His clientele spans the entire nation, including clients from the capital and even abroad. These pages of information pertain solely to the Chu family in the capital, while these pertain to the Liu family. And the remaining pages encompass numerous prominent families from both the capital and in city, including details about the Lin family. There are also records of interactions with the Lin family. He possesses more information than our police department, indicating he is well prepared with a clear objective. If he were to establish connections with these families and earn a few profits, he could very well become the richest man in the country. Director Youyou chuckled sarcastically. By the way, where is Youyou? Director Youyou glanced around. Youyou had just finished her milk and had fallen asleep. Li Zheng guided Director Youyou to a guest room on the 2nd floor. The bed was adorned with a small blanket and Yi Taodao, Sujin Rue, and 4 bodyguards were present. As for Youyou, she lay sprawled on the small blanket, soundly asleep. However, her right hand. Li Zheng pointed out that her small hand could only grasp 1 gold bar, and she had cried uncontrollably. In response, I gave her another one, and she stopped crying. Look, she can't take it out now. Li Zheng gently nudged the gold bar wrapped in a towel, and Youyou's little hand tightened around it, her brow furrowing slightly as she murmured in her sleep. Haha, she is quite protective of her treasures. Let her hold onto it for now. I'll report this up the chain. If necessary, the Chu family can certainly afford it, and we still have other gold bars for evidence. By the way, where is Xiao Lu? Li Zheng hesitated, his words somewhat vague, stating he was busy taking statements for a ghost. Oh, taking statements? Wait, for whom? Are you taking statements? Li Zheng lowered his head, replying, for a ghost. Director Yu couldn't help but laugh in frustration, indeed. They had progressed to the point of taking statements from ghosts. I must see this for myself. Director, follow me. Don't disturb the ghosts. With his hands clasped behind him, Director Yu followed Li Zheng, observing as Li Zheng occasionally leaned left or right in the corridor, prompting him to inquire, "Why not just walk straight? Are you dancing here?" Li Zheng glanced at the ghosts brushing past him and felt a mix of despair and disbelief. Having opened his spiritual eyes is certainly not a blessing. Director Yu, we've arrived. Xiao Lu and the others are inside. Li Zheng pushed open the study door and stepped aside for Director Yu to enter. Director Yu saw only him and not them, while Xiao Lu sternly questioned the empty chair across from his desk. Place of origin? When did you die? How did you die? What did Bai Kun have you do? Director Yu. If it weren't for Youyou mentioning that ghosts indeed exist, he would have suspected his subordinates were losing their minds. There was another chair beside the desk, and Director Yu plopped down onto it, picking up the notes Xiao Lu had taken. Director, don't. Xiao Lu was about to protest when the old ghost, who had been seated in the chair, floated to the corner of the room. Director Yu, confused, asked, "What's with you all today? You're acting so strangely." Li Zheng stood at the door and said, "Wait until Youyou wakes up. You can ask her. I have work to attend to." Director Yu lowered his head to review the materials, contemplating the youth's tendency to panic at the first sign of trouble. Xiao Lu, however, had smartly kept quiet and continued his questioning, his handwriting transitioning from trembling uncertainty to a steady flow, each stroke powerful and assured. He had come to realize that the more one encounters such phenomena, the less fear it instills. After all, isn't overcoming fear the hallmark of a police officer's training? Youyou awoke needing to use the restroom, and Yi Taodao cleaned her little face before carrying her to find Director Yu. Director Yu, somewhat dazed in the study, witnessed Xiao Lu diligently questioning one ghost after another, leading him to question Xiao Lu's mental state. Had they inadvertently stumbled into a den of ghosts? What is Uncle doing? A throng of ghosts surrounded him, observing the objects in his hands, unaware of their presence. Upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, Director Yu realized she had awakened. Wait, what did Youyou just say? Oh dear, Grandpa. Step away from Uncle. Although Uncle means no harm, his righteous aura is not good for you. Your beard has fallen onto Uncle's head, for reasons unknown. As Youyou spoke these words, Director Yu genuinely felt a chilling breeze brush past his head. Youyou, you're awake. Director Yu approached, eager to pick her up. Ah, Uncle. You stepped on Ghost Ani's leg. Director Yu halted, finally understanding Li Zheng's earlier erratic navigation. Ghost Auntie, if your leg is broken, be sure to keep it together. Don't throw it around. One day, if it's lost and you reincarnate, you'll be a cripple. Youyou exclaimed, gazing at the floor with innocent chatter. Director Yu. No, he needed to stand still for a moment. Taking a deep breath, Director Yu surveyed the expressions and behaviors of those around him, noting their unusual demeanor. Clearly, they could all see the ghosts in this room. But when did his subordinates gain the ability to see ghosts and engage in dialogue with them? Uncle. Youyou will take you to the other big house of the bad Taoist. I found lots of money in this house. Perhaps the big house has money too? If I find money, I'll share some with you. Youyou grinned widely, showcasing the gold bar she was holding. Director Yu. Director, we have enough manpower. Let us proceed directly to the Qishan Villa. Li Zheng stated earnestly, as Youyou still needed to assist these ghosts in finding peace and guide them to the underworld. The day was getting late, and they had only managed to grab a quick bite while Youyou was asleep, fearing she might be hungry. Sigh, parenting is truly challenging, especially with a mischievous and gluttonous child. Oh! Director Yu's interest was piqued. He had indeed brought many people along. Very well, they had sufficient manpower here. The Chishan villa owned by Bai Kun was far less eerie than this one. It was clean, showing signs of life, with domestic helpers and servants present. It was evident that Bai Kun typically resided in this villa. Director Yu instructed Li Zheng and the others to search the rooms and question the servants, while he directly followed Youyou to the basement. The basement was dim and dusty, clearly not part of the servants' cleaning duties. This way, follow me. Youyou pointed down the corridor of the basement. Yi Taotao, cradling her, stopped at the entrance of the innermost room. The door was distinctly different from the others. It was a black metal door, embedded with a massive bagua pattern, exuding an air of mysterious dread. This door appears to be unlocked. The technician frowned, hesitating to take action. Then let us simply push it open. Director Yu's voice rang with authority. Do not touch, Youyou exclaimed. Chapter 67. Vanished. Youyou waved her small hand, tugging at Director Yu's sleeve, prompting him to halt his actions just in time. With a sigh reminiscent of a little adult, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's truly challenging to manage adults. They hardly ever consider my feelings. It's clearly strange not to have a door lock. How could one simply push it open? There's a formation in place, after all. Let me ponder what kind of formation this is." Youyou scratched her head in contemplation, lamenting, "If only I had studied diligently when my senior sister was teaching me." What was it again? She seemed rather underwhelming academically, much to the amusement and exasperation of those around her. Never mind, Youyou can just use her fists to break through. My senior sister mentioned that Youyou's true form is a naturally gifted spirit body, later ascending to immortality. Youyou is not like ordinary immortals. Before anyone could react, Youyou's small fist had already launched an attack. Fearing that her tiny hand might get hurt, Director Yu hurriedly reached out to stop her. In an instant, Youyou's little fist met Director Yu's hand, triggering a transparent ripple. A blinding light erupted, causing everyone to avert their gaze. At that moment, both Youyou and Director Yu flickered and vanished simultaneously. Yi Taotao looked at her empty arms, nearly losing her mind. She kicked the door in frustration, which unexpectedly swung open and slammed against the wall behind it. Youyou. Yi Taotao rushed into the room, spinning around to survey the surroundings, but found not a single figure nor a sound from Youyou or Director Yu. Miss Yi, please remain calm. Since Youyou and Director Yu have vanished together, they must be in the same place. Director Yu is quite capable. Youyou will be fine. Li Zheng tried to reassure her, though terror gnawed at his heart. For the unknown is the most daunting of all. Su Jinrue's small face was filled with worry as she crouched down to unzip her backpack. Xiao Qingqing, go find Youyou. If you manage to locate her, I'll reward you with an extra chicken leg today. Due to the disappearance of Youyou and Director Yu, the group had lost interest in Su Jinrue's little green snake and dispersed to search various corners of the villa. When Director Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a secluded, sealed space, the ceiling not a ceiling at all but rather a stone wall. "Ah, Uncle, Youyou needs to pee," she exclaimed. Turning his head, Director Yu saw Youyou sitting on the ground, gazing up at him. He quickly sat up and lifted her, searching for a corner in the surrounding space for her to relieve herself. The blue glowing oil lamp flickered in the darkness, resembling restless will-o'-the-wisps, amplifying the eerie atmosphere of the space. "Uncle, let us go that way." Youyou pointed at a wall, babbling to Director Yu. He frowned slightly, realizing the direction she indicated was merely a wall, with no apparent exit ahead. Nevertheless, recalling Youyou's abilities, he hesitated no longer and walked straight ahead, stopping when he reached the wall. Youyou extended her tiny hand and patted the wall. Instantly, it felt as though the scene had shifted, and Director Yu found himself in an entirely different space. Unlike the previous stone room, this space was vast, resembling an artificially carved underground cave with a long tunnel leading to stone steps and an altar above. "Ah," Youyou pointed excitedly towards the far end. "Are you scared, Youyou?" Director Yu held her tightly, fearing this experience might leave a lasting shadow on her heart. Why should I be afraid? It's merely the structure of the wall combined with the formation's effects. Aside from being frightening, it poses no harm, Youyou reassured him, patting his shoulder. Uncle, hurry. Youyou sees light up ahead. Indeed, Director Yu noticed the light source on the altar in the distance. Though he could not discern its origin, he felt a comforting aura emanating from it, distinctly different from the light on the walls. Ah, it's actually Youyou's true body stone. And what is being offered upon it is indeed Youyou's body stone. Youyou's keen eyesight surpassed Director Yu's, as he could only perceive a gigantic source of light. Youyou, unable to contain her excitement, began to babble enthusiastically in Director Yu's arms. He quickened his pace towards the altar. Upon reaching it, he confirmed it was indeed an altar, upon which sat a peculiar box and an incense burner emitting green smoke. At the center of the altar lay a jade stone, which, while it resembled jade, was translucent and warm to the touch. Embedded within the stone appeared to be a dark object, as if a small fossil was encased within a glowing, transparent white agate. Additionally, a thin gray thread seemed to penetrate the stone from the small box in front of it, as if it were drawing something from it. Knowing he could not be of much help, Director Yu scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no lurking dangers before placing Youyou down. She climbed onto the altar, swatting the box and incense burner to the ground, shattering them and settled in front of the large stone. This is the shattered fragment of Youyou's heavenly guardian. Who would have thought pieces would fall to the mortal realm, and that there would be vile entities daring to steal it? Youyou pressed her small hand against the stone, causing its light to gradually dim, rendering it opaque and eventually gray. Hee, Youyou giggled, and with a flick of her fingertip, the stone crumbled into dust that scattered everywhere. Director Yu could only watch in silence as Youyou brushed aside the ashes and picked up a whistle-like object, her face lighting up with joy. Yay, I found it! Even without spells, Youyou can exorcise spirits. A smile crept onto Director Yu's face just then when the spot where the stone had been on the altar suddenly radiated another burst of light. His expression changed dramatically as he swiftly scooped Youyou into his arms. The light floated up from the table, swirling into a rotating pattern. Instinctively, Director Yu took several steps back, but just as he did, the swirling pattern tilted dangerously upright. The entire space began to tremble, and Director Yu's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the pattern. Chapter 68. The eyes in the pattern within the pattern. It appeared as though a pair of eyes were gradually opening. For reasons unknown, a sense of impending doom surged within Youyou, prompting him to instinctively lower his head and turn, cradling Youyou's small face in his arms. Youyou, Uncle will take you outside. With that, Youyou dashed towards the path they had come from. The surroundings swayed violently, the flickering wall flames extinguishing one after another, and darkness swiftly enveloped the entire space. Only the enticing pattern behind him, glimmering with a faint light, seemed to pursue him relentlessly. Youyou possessed a strong sense of direction, mentally counting his steps as he neared the wall they had previously passed through. 10, 9, 8. Youyou, we are almost at the wall we crossed earlier. Should Uncle crash through it? Eek! Uncle, crash. Youyou is here. 3, 2, 1. Just as Youyou felt something behind him lock onto his body, the scene shifted, and he found himself back in the space of the 4 stone walls. Casting a glance behind, Youyou exhaled sharply, releasing the breath he had been holding. That had been far too perilous. He felt as if he had been racing against a bullet. What was that entity? Despite not having seen the complete pattern, he was certain that it was perhaps more terrifying than a ghost. Ah, Uncle, hurry, it's coming after us. Over there, Youyou-SP. Youyou-SP can pass through the formation. He had no time to inquire further or contemplate, and with a surge of determination, he sprinted towards the corner where Youyou had urinated. Upon arrival, Youyou discovered that the spot where Youyou had just peed had formed a deep pit. It was dark and ominous. Yet, he could not afford to ponder it any longer. With Youyou's whispered command of jump, Youyou leaped into the abyss. In the dream, Youyou was still being chased by the clawing monster of the pattern. Director, Director. Surrounding him were Li Zhang and a few others, while Youyou sat on a small blanket, sipping from a bottle. Director, wipe off your sweat. Li Zhang offered Youyou a packet of tissues. Youyou mechanically wiped his forehead, momentarily believing that everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. It was not until he spotted the small, dark, ominous whistle in Youyou's hand that he took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to gradually settle. Director, why did you suddenly disappear and reappear? Where did you go? Li Zhang and the others were nearly frantic. Though Youyou was a child and could communicate through thoughts, her speech was still somewhat unclear. Well, everything in the basement stayed put. We thought it looked very sinister and didn't dare to touch anything, fearing there might be formations or other undesirable elements. The sudden disappearance of Youyou and Youyou had put everyone on high alert. They had merely documented the peculiar items and locations, taking notes, but refraining from acting impulsively. It's all right, with Youyou around. Once I'm full, I'll help. Youyou exclaimed, one hand clutching the bottle while the other patted her little chest. Oh dear. The lady said not to drink milk while patting your chest, or you'll throw up. Yi Taodao's eyes were still red at that moment. She was terrified that Youyou might vanish again, staring at her without blinking. Youyou made a concerted effort to bury the memories of the earlier events deep in his mind, forcing himself to rise and inspect the items in the basement. After a thorough examination, he realized, very well, these items are also not to be touched. Observing the small wooden boxes scattered about the room, Youyou recalled the gray line that had shot towards Youyou's stone body. It was both frightening and bizarre. Finally, Youyou let out a small burp and crawled over, exclaiming, this is it. She pointed at one of the wooden boxes Youyou had just seen and climbed up the stairs. The staircase in this room was constructed rather strangely. At the very back, it ascended step by step, reaching the ceiling. Each step bore an assortment of items, arranged as if they were rows of spiritual tablets. Youyou climbed to the third step, sitting atop it, and began to pry open several boxes. This is it. This contains Uncle S' birth date and time, along with his hair. Clearly, the one who has diverted Uncle S' fortune is this wicked sorcerer. But we still need to find the fortune-turning doll. Youyou decided to pull out the birth dates from several boxes. Oh! Isn't this the birth date of third uncle? This scoundrel. The bad luck third uncle experienced last time was indeed caused by that wicked sorcerer, but thankfully, he didn't manage to get third Uncle S' hair. Oh! Whose is this again? Lu Wei. Why does this name seem so familiar? Yi Taodao suddenly looked up. Wasn't he Lu Wei, the second son of the Lu family? Never mind. Anyway, there's no hair, just the birth date, which only brings a bit of misfortune. Once that passes, everything will be fine. Youyou continued to examine several boxes, sighing softly, alas, the silliest one is Uncle. He told others his birth date and time, and to make matters worse, he allowed that wicked sorcerer to obtain his hair. The group fell into silence. Youyou couldn't help but rub his nose. Hadn't he sought to solve the case sooner, believing that the sorcerer would fulfill his requests? At that moment, Youyou's phone rang. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he answered the call. What? He has gone mad? How could that be? Youyou's booming voice attracted everyone's attention. Director. What is the matter? As the team leader, Li Zhang needed to lead the group in clarifying any confusion. Bai Kuan has gone mad. He suddenly lost his mind just a few minutes ago. This complicates matters. If this individual went insane before a conviction, it would lead to disputes during sentencing. Moreover, his crimes were already contentious. Youyou, let us destroy those dolls first. Although Youyou doesn't yet know where Uncle S' fortune has shifted, destroying them will cause that person to suffer backlash. Youyou climbed another step, collecting the wooden dolls above. Yay! Youyou is holding a little puppet. She called out to Su Jinrui. Big brother, fire. We need fire. Su Jinrui rushed over with his small backpack and pulled out a lighter. Sister. These little puppets seem very sinister. Let us burn them. Wow, Big Brother is so clever. Youyou and here connected. Su Jinrui beamed, asking, Shall I light it for you? Yes, yes, big brother, light it, but don't touch the puppets. Fire is so much fun. Su Jinrui excitedly struck the lighter. But little did he expect that the puppets were even flimsier than paper. They ignited instantly, erupting into towering flames. Before long, the two little ones, gazing down at the puppets, found their faces covered in soot and their hair slightly singed. Chapter 69. The antique corpse Youyou exhibited not the slightest awareness of her mischievous behavior, continuously pointing at boxes containing birth dates and various small fabric dolls, babbling enthusiastically. Those things are harmful and must be burned. Li Zhong and his companions finally emerged from their astonishment. One snatched the lighter from Su Jinrui while another lifted Youyou to wipe her face, and the rest gathered the items Youyou intended to incinerate. They could no longer concern themselves with the potential danger, fearing that allowing the two children to continue could result in an uncontrollable fire. The basement was quite enclosed, with wooden floors and stairs, and the items strewn about were all highly flammable. Youyou, bewildered, gazed at the ground, not understanding how she had suddenly ended up in Yi Taodao's embrace. In the moment of her confusion, Li Zhong ignited the fire. The flames leaped up fiercely, emitting a faint blue glow. In an instant, the items were consumed, leaving only a pile of ash. The array of spirit tablets was indeed eerie and unsettling. However, the experienced officers were unperturbed. Li Zhong produced a snakeskin bag from somewhere and began to collect the spirit tablets, all 21 of them, which were rather heavy. There was no need to search the other floors of the villa. They had already scoured them while looking for Youyou and Bureau Chief Yu. As for Xiao Qingqing, she emerged from the kitchen, dropping the chicken in her mouth at Yi Taodao's feet, then flicking her tongue at Youyou. Ah, is there something in the kitchen? Upon hearing this, Youyou tugged at Yi Taodao's sleeve and pointed excitedly toward the door. Yi Taodao, ever responsive to her needs, scooped Youyou up and headed toward the kitchen, with everyone trailing behind. Bai Kun's kitchen was spacious, filled with an abundance of ingredients. Upon entering, Youyou inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "It smells so good. What is that delightful aroma?" Due to the arrival of the police, the chefs and housekeepers in Bai Kun's villa were temporarily detained, leaving many ingredients still on the table. Fortunately, all were raw, with the cooked items securely covered in pots. "Youyou, can you see what Xiao Qingqing mentioned?" Yi Taodao quickly redirected her attention as Youyou's gaze fixed on the pot. "Oh! It's over there, inside the wall. Uncle, break the wall." Breaking through the wall was no small feat. Li Zhong fetched a large hammer from the gardener and struck the wall cautiously. He was uncertain of what lay within and did not dare to exert too much force, as it would only tire him further. "Boss, there's a wooden board inside," Xiao Lu exclaimed excitedly. Li Zhong scraped at the surface and indeed uncovered a wooden board, its grain and color beautiful and antiquated. Could there be antiques inside? Such boxes typically contained objects of immense value. Li Zhong proceeded with utmost care, brushing his hand across the surface of the board. Indeed, there are antiques within. There's a corpse. Li Zhong stumbled back in shock. A corpse? Yi Taodao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she handed Youyou to Bureau Chief Yu and approached the wall. "Li Zhong, take a break. I will handle this." With that, she seized the hammer from Li Zhang's hands and struck the wall once more. Li Zhong was momentarily taken aback. Was his hand really empty so quickly? Yi Taodao wielded the hammer deftly, causing chunks of wall plaster to fall away, revealing what lay within, a coffin. No wonder the wall was so thick. Bureau Chief Yu's expression turned icy, yet strangely, there was no odor. Youyou's eyes were again drawn to the pot, which still emitted a faint steam. Of course there's no smell. That contains a dried corpse. Yi Taodao halted abruptly, nearly losing her balance. Other officers had brought chisels and other tools. "Miss Yi, take a break. We'll take over." Yi Taodao stepped back, needing a moment to collect herself. She was relieved that the officers likely did not hear Youyou's innocent revelation. Officers were accustomed to working with corpses and were naturally unafraid, yet a dried corpse. Before long, the team worked together to extract the coffin from the wall. It was embedded horizontally and not difficult to remove. "Director, shall we break it open?" The group hesitated, gazing at the ancient coffin, hesitant to proceed. The coffin appeared quite valuable, despite their lack of knowledge regarding wood. Moreover, intricate patterns seemed to adorn both the front and sides of the coffin. Having been embedded in the wall for a long time, the surface bore scratches and stains, obscuring the coffin's original color. HM? What is that? Youyou turned her little head, shifting her gaze from the pot to the coffin. Uncle, put me down. Youyou squirmed, eager to investigate. The coffin remained still, appearing safe enough, and Bureau Chief Youyou finally set Youyou down. He was apprehensive. The prior events had left him with a profound psychological impact. Now he feared that any object might suddenly reveal something bizarre and terrifying. Youyou knelt before the coffin, brushing dust from the surface with her small hand, leaning in closer. What runes are these? I vaguely remember, but I can't recall. Oh! If only I had studied diligently with my elder sister. What should I do? How do I open it? Youyou fidgeted, scratching her head in distress. Sister, use this. Su Jinrui picked up a small hammer from the ground and handed it to Youyou. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she clutched the hammer in both hands and struck the side of the coffin. With a resounding thud, the coffin jolted violently, shaking the entire kitchen as if startled by its contents. A low growl emanated from within. Everyone, step back. Bureau Chief Youyou, gripped by instinctive concern, scooped Youyou up while grasping Su Jinrui's hand. The group stumbled back a couple of steps, still forming a protective barrier around you and the two children. Did something inside wake up? Why did you pick me up, uncle? I haven't opened it yet. A series of growls erupted from the coffin, and Bureau Chief Youyou dared not set Youyou down. Bad thing? Why are you making noise again? You scared uncle and the others. Youyou babbled at the coffin. And when the growling persisted, she puffed up her cheeks in frustration and hurled the small hammer at the coffin lid. With a resounding crash, the top of the coffin cracked, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood, and the small hammer tumbled directly inside. Chapter 70. Why does this seem familiar? With a resounding thud, it seemed as though the hammer struck something solid, causing the growls from within the coffin to abruptly cease. Huh? Why isn't it making any noise? Youyou exclaimed, Uncle, I want to take a look. For reasons unknown, the coffin appeared to tremble slightly. The onlookers doubted their eyes, rubbing them before continuing to observe. Indeed, the coffin was quivering. Youyou suddenly felt the terrifying atmosphere dissipate and slowly approached while holding Youyou. Youyou pointed at the coffin lid, Uncle. Let me down. Youyou hesitated but gently set Youyou on the coffin, still keeping his hands protectively beside her. Youyou tapped the lid with her little hands, and the coffin seemed to shudder once more. I wonder what's inside? Youyou leaned over, grinning, as drool began to uncontrollably drip from her mouth, pooling right at the crack. Then, the onlookers witnessed the coffin shaking more violently. Why do I feel like whatever's inside is scared? Yi Tao Tao pondered. Su Jinrui's eyes lit up as he picked up another small hammer from the ground and handed it to Youyou. With a giggle, she sat down again, her tiny hands swinging the hammer down once more. A loud bang echoed as her strength created a sizable hole in the coffin's surface. Wow! It's easy to break it when you're close. The police officers stood in stunned silence. They marveled at her power, realizing that the coffin appeared to be extraordinary, and they doubted they could break through the lid with a single blow. Coincidentally, Youyou had struck directly at the spot where the corpse's head would lie, as indicated by the patterns on the coffin. With her little backside perched on the edge, Youyou set the hammer down and leaned over to peer into the gaping hole. Whoa! Her eyes widened in astonishment, a look of surprise etched on her face. Just then, a roar erupted from within the coffin. Yi Tao Tao and Su Jinrui, standing closest, instinctively leaned in to look, only to scream in unison. As everyone prepared to snatch the two children away, they heard Youyou's complaint. Ugh, it's so ugly. Really, it's so ugly. Well, it seemed. Nothing major was happening. Yet for Youyou, this was indeed a significant matter. Enraged, she clenched her tiny fists and pounded on the coffin lid. The sounds of banging continued until a series of cracking noises ensued. Suddenly, with a yelp, Youyou's small form sank, and the coffin lid dropped away. Youyou, quick on his feet, rushed to pull her out, but an imposing shadow darted from the coffin faster than he could react, swiftly retreating behind the refrigerator, shivering as if in fear. Huh? Where did it go? Youyou, rummaging through the splintered wood around her, looked bewildered. When she fell, there had been something soft beneath her. Big brother, can corpses come to life? Little Lu nudged Li Zhang. Li Zhang shook his head in a daze. Why are you asking me? Shouldn't you be asking the king of hell? It appeared that whatever was inside was indeed terrified of Youyou. Ah, pick me up. She stretched her little arms upward. Only then did Youyou react, lifting her out of the coffin. As soon as the little one emerged, the entity swiftly darted back inside, hastily covering its face with the shattered wood. Why does it keep hiding from me? As if responding to her unspoken thoughts, the entity within the coffin trembled once more. Huh? This outfit. I feel like I've seen it before. The thing inside shook again, showing no sign of stopping. Hey, remove the wood from your head or I'll hit you. Youyou pouted angrily and waved her tiny fists at the coffin. The entity complied, raising its frail, bony arm to remove the wooden fragments blocking its face. Ghosts are inherently frightening, especially a desiccated corpse. Despite their mental preparation, the sight of its face still startled everyone. No wonder Yi Tao Tao had screamed so loudly earlier. Perhaps having seen it before, Yi wasn't particularly fazed. Strange, why does this seem so familiar? I feel like I've encountered it somewhere. The corpse inside hurriedly shook its head, producing a deep, hoarse voice. No, I have never been seen before. Youyou and the others detected a hint of tension on that withered face. Youyou bit her finger, tilting her head in thought. Where have I seen it? The corpse suddenly addressed Youyou. You carry a righteous aura. You are from the authorities, are you not? I have done no wrong. I was merely unearthed by that Taoist and buried within this wall. He activated me with a gathering formation, intending for me to serve him. However, I refused. And he could not break the coffin seal. To avoid being exploited by other Taoists, I was sealed within this wall. Youyou realized that the corpse was clad in a long robe, its hair cascading down to its waist, confirming it to be male. So, this is an ancient corpse? He mused. It was indeed a figure from the authorities, but they had never judged a corpse, let alone an antique one. Should it be handed over to the police or the Cultural Relics Bureau? This was truly giving Youyou a headache. Youyou turned her head back to the ancient corpse. If I hadn't broken the lid earlier, it wouldn't even have been able to come out. The corpse replied, I thank you. Had you not been outside, I would have never gotten out. Reluctantly, Youyou made a call to his superiors. This time, the higher-ups were genuinely alarmed. They instructed him to maintain strict confidentiality, forbidding any information leaks, and dispatched a contingent of armed police. This time, over 100 officers arrived, stirring commotion throughout the affluent villa district. Many perceptive reporters lurked outside the villa, hoping to capture a glimpse of the unfolding drama. For the sake of secrecy and security, the armed police fashioned a large wooden crate from several larger boards, placing the coffin inside. To the outside world, it appeared they were simply transporting along oversized wooden box. Hey, Huang Jia, look. That one looks like Youyou. A woman, resting her hand on her still flat belly, exclaimed in astonishment from the large windows of a neighboring villa. Chapter 71, I am fine, but you have issues indeed, among all infants. I have only encountered a child as stunning as Youyou. Yuan Fu, whose real name is Huang Yanfei, is the lady of the Yuan Corporation. Yes, we are indeed fortunate. Sister Huang, after we took turns holding Youyou, it is rather peculiar that we all became pregnant around the same time, don't you think? Although the hospital provided differing timelines for our pregnancies, I truly feel we conceived simultaneously. It seems we ought to extend our gratitude to Youyou once more. Huang Yanfei gently caressed her belly, as the family doctor confirmed it would be a girl, just as Youyou had stated. Oh! Sister Huang. I recall that a Taoist priest resides in the villa next door, who previously set up a feng shui arrangement for our Zhao Corporation. Has something occurred? It appears serious. Could it be that he found Youyou too adorable and abducted her? I have heard that some Taoists utilize young boys and girls to concoct elixirs for immortality. Wang Yanfei, look over there. That is Su Lao's precious grandson. That must be Youyou. Wang Yanfei concurred with Lady Zhao by Shuhan's words, as she distinctly observed Youyou and Su Jinrue's faces, which were covered in dirt. I will inform Chu Xian. You call out to them to prevent the police from searching for Youyou's family again. Understood. Bai Shuhan raised her voice and shouted out the window, Youyou. Huh? Who called me? Youyou tilted her little head and, upon glancing up, spotted Bai Shuhan. Oh, I remember. That auntie is familiar. She gave me a beautiful bracelet and later gifted me a lovely little gold lock, along with dolls and jewelry. That auntie also gave me 300,000 on a card and then brought me many beautiful clothes and shoes. Youyou noticed the two individuals standing by the floor-to-ceiling window and furrowed his brow. Director. Could it be that Bai Kuan's neighbors have also fallen victim to his deceit? Should we interrogate them? After all, they are affluent. Li Zhang suddenly interjected. Yes. Let us go. The baby wants to see the baby. Excellent. They did not comprehend. Someone from above has arrived. Ensure you communicate effectively with the leaders. Youyou carried Youyou out of the villa and headed towards the adjacent one, with Su Jinrue, Yi Taotao, and the bodyguards trailing behind. Wang Yanfei had already sent someone to open the door and descended the stairs slowly with Bai Shuhan. Youyou? What has happened to this child? As they drew closer, they noticed the small strands of hair on Youyou's forehead had been singed into a curve, with burnt tips still hanging. Youyou just burned her toys. Fire is so much fun. Wang Yanfei and Bai Shuhan stood frozen, neglecting their host duties. What had they just heard? The two exchanged glances, trembling slightly. Could it be that the Taoist had done something to Youyou? Did they just hear Youyou's innermost thoughts? Youyou merely glanced at their expressions and deduced the situation. Ladies, I apologize for the unexpected visit. I noticed you both know Youyou, so I thought it best to greet you. Youyou's words roused the two from their stupor. They did not require special treatment, as the servants had already brought tea. Oh, I just called Youyou's mother. She said she would be here shortly. Wang Yanfei quickly regained her composure, her expression returning to normal. Ah, sister, what did you and Xian Jie discuss? Yi Taodao's face displayed anxiety. She had yet to devise a plan for reporting Youyou's disappearance. I mentioned that Youyou went missing and was rescued by the police. Who reported our address? Yi Taodao looked despondent. This dreadful incident was too coincidental. Huh? Youyou went missing? How come I didn't know? Youyou scratched her little head. But even if I went missing, I wouldn't be in trouble. However, both aunties would be. Wang Yanfei and Bai Shuhan were taken aback. Aunt Huang is being targeted by her own family. In the original text, as Youyou was absent from Lin Shiwei's full moon banquet, the plot did not change, leading to Aunt Huang's absence from the banquet where she tragically miscarried after drinking. She was never able to conceive again and ended up caring for her brother's child. Her brother's child was slowly poisoning Aunt Huang and Uncle Yuan. Aunt Huang, already frail, soon passed away. Her brother's family appropriated much of Uncle Yuan's wealth. And in his despair, Uncle Yuan uncovered this secret, nearly losing his life, only to be saved by Lin Shiwei. With Aunt Huang gone and no heirs, Uncle Yuan bequeathed all his assets to Lin Shiwei. Alas, such a tragedy. Sigh. This time, Youyou altered the narrative. Aunt Huang still could not evade her brother's family's malice, who would arrive tomorrow. Aunt Huang's mother would personally appear, feigning an accident that would lead to Aunt Huang's miscarriage. What a nefarious family! For some inexplicable reason, in just that brief moment, Wang Yanfei broke into a cold sweat. Bai Shuhan instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, casting a worried glance at Youyou. What about her? Who would seek to harm her? Bai auntie is also quite unfortunate. Bai uncle's family belongs to the Zhao clan. In reality, Uncle Zhao is a good man, but he is overly superstitious. Well, it's not entirely superstition, as the things he believes in do manifest in reality. His original feng shui arrangement for the company was quite decent. Otherwise, how could they have amassed such wealth? However, Uncle Zhao's excessive belief led him to seek out a Taoist to alter the feng shui again. Little did he know he had summoned a wicked Taoist. The arrangement he set up was a concealed misfortune array. Whenever that Taoist encountered misfortune or trouble, the feng shui would siphon the Zhao family's luck and transfer it to that malevolent Taoist. I recall the Zhao family frequently encountering issues, their products suffering incessant problems, ultimately inciting the ire of customers and netizens, leading to their near bankruptcy and eventual acquisition by the Lin family. Despite being seated, Bai Shihan could not suppress a stagger, nearly collapsing onto the table. Oh! I remember this incident occurred when Lin Shiwei was 5 years old. Why has it advanced so much? The baby knows. The wicked Taoist who arranged the feng shui for the Zhao family is the same one. Due to the baby's involvement, he has been apprehended early. He has already begun to experience misfortune. Having committed so many wicked acts, he is now facing retribution. Thus, the false feng shui of the Zhao family will commence its operation. Chapter 72. 3 women and 1 man. What to do? What to do? At this moment, Bai Shihan was overwhelmed with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. With the Taoist's predicament, who could possibly dismantle the deceptive feng shui arrangement? Oh! Are the two aunts feeling unwell? Youyou waved her tiny hand. Aunties, do not be anxious. Your little sister in your bellies is feeling uncomfortable. Sister Huang, I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home and must leave. When Chu Xian arrives, please convey my regards. Youyou, this is a gift from your aunt. I will visit you in a few days. Bai Shihan retrieved a card from her bag and pressed it into Youyou's small hand. Huh? Why is Aunt Bai giving Youyou another gift today? So much money. No, Aunt Bai has given Youyou so much money. Youyou must protect her. I will find an opportunity to dismantle that wicked feng shui arrangement. Bai Shihan paused her hurried steps towards the door. Fortune had smiled upon her. She had encountered the little celestial being, Youyou. This time, however, Bai Shihan felt more composed and no longer frantic. Youyou pointed a finger at Huang Yanfei's belly. Auntie, let me touch the little sister. She won't be harmed. Youyou, understanding Youyou's intentions, placed her on the table and Youyou crawled towards Huang Yanfei. Huang Yanfei, fearing that Youyou might not reach her, stood up deliberately to assist, encouraging Youyou to crawl slowly and carefully. Youyou beamed, pausing momentarily before sitting on the table and extending her tiny hand. Huang Yanfei's faint smile deepened, momentarily stalling as she felt a warm sensation radiating from Youyou's small, soft hand, enveloping her entire abdomen in a comforting warmth. She sensed that the child within her was also at ease, moving gently. The fetus stretched its limbs against her belly, as if greeting Youyou. Little sister, be cautious. Your uncle and aunt are not good people. And your grandmother is not kind either. After you are born, you must remain vigilant and remember to inform Aunt Huang. Huang Yanfei found this experience to be truly marvelous, and within her heart, she made a decision. Madam, Mrs. Lin has arrived. At that moment, Chu Xian entered with Ling Jia and 2 bodyguards, following the servant. Youyou turned her head and immediately felt guilty, retracting her small hands. Sister Huang, Youyou, I truly appreciate your help. They both waved their hands, expressions of guilt flashing in their eyes. One had failed to care for Youyou, and the other had caused trouble for her. Both felt quite embarrassed. Youyou, have you been playing with fire? Upon noticing the singed hair and the soot on Youyou's forehead, Chu Xian immediately guessed. Youyou sat on the table, shaking her head vigorously and waving her hands, her large, bright eyes gleaming. No. It was the flames that jumped up on their own. In conclusion, Youyou made a gesture as if to brush something away from below. Youyou pointed at Su Jinrui. If you don't believe me, ask the young man. Su Jinrui scratched his head in confusion. His grandfather forbade him from lying. But helping Youyou didn't count as lying, right? After some contemplation, he straightened his chest, speaking with conviction. No. It was the flames that suddenly leaped towards our faces. Ling Jia turned her head, stifling a laugh. It seemed they had forgotten about the last time they played with fire and got punished for denying it. This is my fault. I failed to supervise the child. Youyou recalled the space he entered with Youyou and felt a wave of anxiety. He had nearly caused a disaster. Miss Chu, I sincerely apologize. Youyou suddenly stood and bowed to Chu Xian. If he had not reached out to touch that boundary, perhaps Youyou would never have entered there. Youyou had warned him from the start not to touch it. He realized that his momentary lapse had led to them being drawn into that realm. Youyou, what are you doing? Chu Xian had already learned the situation from Huang Yanfei when she received the call. The simultaneous disappearance of Youyou and Youyou had indeed frightened her. However, knowing that Youyou had emerged safely and demonstrated her remarkable abilities, she had to acknowledge that Youyou was extraordinary, and any dangers she might face would likely be unlike those of ordinary children. She, too, might inevitably walk a unique path, much like her secretive visits to the base. Ultimately, as long as she was safe, that was what mattered. The way Chu Xian addressed him seemed to be an unspoken agreement among everyone. Of course, Youyou also learned about Lin Zai's character from Li Zhang, and he felt a deep sense of regret for Chu Xian. After seeing Youyou off, Huang Yanfei finally relaxed. They had gathered privately with Chu Xian a few times, thus becoming quite familiar with one another. Many personal matters were not suitable to discuss in front of Youyou. Go ahead and get Youyou and Rui cleaned up, Huang Yanfei instructed the nearby servant. These two little rascals were becoming increasingly mischievous. This was the third time they had played with fire. I caught them twice and punished them both. Chu Xian shook her head helplessly, glancing at Yi Taodao. Yi Taodao lowered her head, filled with remorse. Chu Xian had no intention of blaming her, but she needed to be guided more firmly. Therefore, Chu Xian ignored her. Sister Xian, I believe these two little ones are quite resourceful and wouldn't do anything too outrageous. This was likely just an accident. Yes. Youyou got too close when the fire was acting up. The echoes of Youyou's distant voice resonated in her ears. Let's have dinner here tonight. It's getting late. Don't dwell on your man. I saw him and his secretary at a hotel again last time. By the way, here's a photo our bodyguard accidentally captured. I initially intended to tell you in a few days, fearing it would upset you. Huang Yanfei retrieved her phone and displayed a picture for Chu Xian to see. Look at this. He seems to have a rather close relationship with this woman. They appeared quite intimate, and the photo was taken just after they exited the hotel. Chu Xian's eyes brightened. She never imagined that the female university student was not extorting money, but rather had successfully ingratiated herself with Lin Zai. This made the situation even more intriguing. 3 women and 1 man. Zhou Wanjun truly was incredibly unfortunate. Youyou's voice rang out once more. Chu Xian and Huang Yanfei turned simultaneously, only to see a short, stout figure darting past, zipping from the washroom to the kitchen. Huang Yanfei blinked, momentarily stunned, and asked, Xian, was that Youyou who just crawled past? Chapter 73, a heartfelt sigh. Chu Xian helplessly covered her eyes. Oh my, it truly is Youyou. Her speed is astonishing. It feels as though she just zipped across in the blink of an eye. Huang Yanfei gasped in surprise. Is her hand and knee all right? It's fine. Don't worry about her, Chu Xian replied with a hint of irritation. She is quite resilient. Perhaps it is due to Youyou's past life identity or something else. Not only is she naturally strong, but her little knees also show no signs of redness or abrasions despite scrubbing against the ground for ages. Auntie. Youyou is hungry and wants to eat. Youyou's voice echoed in her mind. Su Jinrui had already followed into the kitchen, standing at the doorway, inhaling the delightful aromas. The 2 little ones had been playing for quite some time and were already famished. The enticing scent rendered them immobile. Sighing, Chu Xian had no choice but to rise and head to the kitchen. This little one is such a foodie. Huang Yanfei chuckled and followed her. In the kitchen, Youyou sat in the very center of the floor, tilting her little head to reach out to one chef and then to another. The busy chefs glanced at the tiny figure on the ground, unsure whether to pick her up or give her something to eat. Auntie, Youyou is hungry. I want to eat. Youyou targeted a female chef, pouting her little lips while her big eyes blinked, instantly brimming with tears. The female chef, filled with compassion, frantically searched for something edible at the stove. With unparalleled speed, she managed to prepare some apple and banana puree for Youyou, her hands moving like a blur. She then casually tossed an apple and a banana to Su Jinrui, for fairness, as children should eat the same things to avoid squabbles. Wang Yanfei was astonished by her speed, thinking to herself, I might have underpaid her. Youyou, clutching her little bowl and spoon, broke into a joyful grin, drool trickling down her chin. Chu Xian hurriedly picked her up and stepped outside. How embarrassing! Youyou was easily appeased. A mere morsel of food was enough to send her off. This was a consensus among the chefs. Youyou refused to be fed, insisting on feeding herself. Curling her little legs as she sat on the sofa, one hand holding the bowl and the other skillfully scooping a bit of puree to feed herself. Delicious. Youyou's eyes sparkled as she savored the bite. Xian, Youyou is truly remarkable. Not even 6 months old, and she's already feeding herself. How adorable. If only my daughter were half as charming as Youyou, I would be eternally grateful. Wang Yanfei's eyes glimmered with envy. Chu Xian couldn't help but twitch her lips. Indeed. Cuteness is merely an external observation made by others about someone else's child. When one looks at their own, it can feel like a chaotic scene. Unfazed by any criticism, Youyou continued to eat with delight. After finishing, she still seemed unsatisfied. Not full yet, she looked towards Su Jinrui. He quickly tossed the apple and banana into his backpack, inadvertently hitting the head of a small chick inside. Madam, it's time to eat, the head chef called out. All right, bring everything out. Time to eat, time to eat. Youyou's little head turned eagerly, and she scrambled hastily on the sofa. She crawled from one side to the other, assessing the distance from the sofa to the ground, her little mouth slowly forming a pout. Youyou can't get down, Chu Xian chuckled as she lifted Youyou off the sofa. The little one still had remnants of tears in her eyes, pointing at the table and babbling, I want to eat that, I want to eat this, and also that. Sister Ling, smiling, emerged from the kitchen with several small bowls of steamed egg custard, placing them behind a larger bowl for concealment. Chu Xian, holding Youyou, sat directly across from the large bowl. Oh. Youyou pointed at the large red crab on the table, her persistent desire. Auntie Ling, I want to eat that big red bug. Sister Ling nodded with a smile, scooping a spoonful of savory egg custard from the small bowl behind the large bowl, pretending to scoop from the crab dish, and presented it to Youyou. Youyou tasted the custard, her eyes lighting up. Wow, delicious. Then Youyou pointed to another dish, and Auntie Ling scooped a spoonful of orange-flavored custard. Youyou continued to point to other dishes, and Auntie Ling dutifully scooped more custard of various flavors. The little spoon rotated between the small bowls of custard and other dishes, each spoonful offered to Youyou's eager mouth. Wang Yanfei was utterly amazed. So, it could be done this way? Youyou was thoroughly satisfied, and before long, she dozed off with her eyes half closed. The little imp had indeed eaten her fill, while the little master was taking care of 21 little spirits in Bai Kun's villa. Little master won't forget us, right? The spirits gazed at the darkening sky outside, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The little master wore a slight expression of abandonment, but resolutely declared, she will not forget us. She is doing splendidly in the Lin family and shares her offerings with me. Li Zhang and his companions were busy at the police station. A bag of spirit tablets lay on the desk, alongside a large coffin. The dry corpse inside had emerged from the coffin, curiously inspecting the computer on the desk, touching its surface and sniffing the instant noodles the officers were consuming, playfully opening and closing the door like a curious child. Li Jing and the others were particularly grateful that he could not stray too far from the coffin due to his incredible speed. If he were to escape, he was certain that even the most elaborate traps could not capture him. What era are you from? Having seen that gaunt face too often, they were no longer fearful. The dry corpse slumped dejectedly in the office chair, swaying slightly. What era? I've forgotten. I've been an immortal for over 1,000 years. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. An immortal? A dry corpse immortal? Then, how did you fall to the mortal realm and end up sealed in a coffin? Li Zhang inquired. The dry corpse immediately burst into tears, feeling deeply wronged. It's all that little witch's fault. Suddenly, Li Zhang recalled something and winked at the dry corpse. Youyou? Yes, who else could it be? The dry corpse seethed with anger. Chapter 75, Youyou. The little witch in the celestial realm. All the officers paused their work, leaning in to listen to the gossip. How could such a tiny being like Youyou possibly defeat you, a formidable celestial? It's simply inconceivable. After all, I am an esteemed immortal. Yet, her master is a venerable ancestor of the Tao realm, and her senior sister is equally powerful, having once been the heir to the king of hell. Born with a ghostly essence, she transcended to divinity, becoming the sole deity beyond the 3 realms. Not to mention, she has other formidable siblings. Do share. How did Youyou bully you? Li Zhang suddenly became intrigued. Such a little rascal, capable of supporting him for the rest of his life, residing in a villa. And yet she has such a formidable background? She didn't merely bully me, she has tyrannized the entire celestial realm. She's a little witch, perpetually idle, playing truant, and indulging in gossip. Gossip? Director Yu and several leaders happened to walk by the door, holding their breath, too cautious to interrupt. You have no idea. That little witch possesses a divine ability. She can discern the life history of anyone she gazes upon. It's one thing for her to know, she often thinks about it. And all the celestial beings can hear her thoughts. The moment she ponders, the entire celestial realm becomes aware. Tell me, which celestial has not toiled tirelessly to ascend? Who does not have a past, a secret? She divulges them all. How terrifying! The dried corpse began to weep again, continuing to lament. Can I allow her to expose my history? Certainly not. I fled, running and running. She pursued relentlessly. I was caught off guard and fell from the celestial execution platform. Woe is me. Alas, how tragic for an immortal. The officers could only shed a tear of sympathy. However, Youyou has never revealed our histories. The officers remained steadfast in their affection for Youyou, for she is undeniably adorable. The dried corpse ceased its tears, casting a sympathetic glance at the officers. She had descended to the mortal realm, her celestial power diminished. Unlike other immortals, she is born of a spiritual body. While we are mortals who have cultivated to become celestial, even without celestial power, as she ages, her power will inevitably grow. When that day comes, none of you shall escape. The officers. Oh dear, that does sound rather daunting. If I were to leap from the celestial execution platform, I would merely need to begin my cultivation anew. Of course, as an immortal, my cultivation would progress swiftly, and I would ascend once more in no time. Yet, having been absent from the mortal realm for so long, I let my guard down and was deceived into becoming a national teacher. I was robbed of my spiritual treasures and met my demise, my body sealed away. Death is but a minor inconvenience, as an immortal, lying in a coffin. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, I can ascend again, and unsealing my body would be a trivial task. But who would have anticipated that a vile Taoist would use a dark formation to corrupt my immortal body, turning me into a dried corpse? Woe is me. I was once handsome and charming, akin to the legendary Panin. My plight is truly lamentable. The officers. It is indeed tragic. A calamity of epic proportions. Outside the door, Director Yu exchanged glances with several leaders. It seemed that this dried corpse need not be specially confined. He would hardly pose a threat. What malice could possibly arise from such a naive celestial, one who harbors no defenses against anyone? Having wept enough, the dried corpse turned to Wang Yang. Could you spare me a few bites of that instant noodles? I haven't eaten in 200 years. Wang Yang. His instant noodles have gained unexpected prestige, having attracted the attention of 2 celestial beings. However, this unfortunate celestial has gone without sustenance for 2 centuries. Very well. Wang Yang handed the noodles to the dried corpse, who devoured them in mere moments. Delicious. Is there more? Wang Yang. Eventually, the officers managed to procure 3 bowls of instant noodles for the dried corpse, who consumed them all in one go before feeling satisfied. Director Yu and the others outside deliberated for a moment before stepping inside. The officers and judges of your era are quite different from those in our time. You bear the light of justice more brightly, and your merits are far greater. In our era, while they embodied justice, they were also steeped in malevolence. It dawned on Director Yu and the leaders that they were the judges referred to by the dried corpse, while Li Zheng and his companions were the officers. You cannot remain distant from this coffin. Is there a way to help you break free? Moreover, can your appearance be restored? Since you are an immortal, this state cannot persist. After some discussion, Director Yu and the leaders concluded that they could not hand over this dried corpse to the Cultural Relics Bureau. After all, he is not a mere lifeless object but a living being. Furthermore, in his current state, he would inevitably attract research, potentially being confined to a laboratory for eternity. Setting aside the fact that he is an immortal, even as a corpse, he has the right to preservation. A human life may last but a century, yet his existence. The dried corpse sighed. I must seek a powerful Taoist. It was a Taoist who sealed me away 200 years ago. As for my appearance, oh, I must find that little witch. My fate is truly lamentable. By the way, you fell from the heavens thanks to Youyou 200 years ago. How old was she at that time? Li Zheng inquired curiously. The dried corpse's face flushed with an unprecedented embarrassment. 1 year old. The officers. So, this year, Youyou is 201 years old? The embarrassment on the dried corpse's face vanished, replaced by disdain. In the celestial realm, a year equates to 100 years in the mortal world, the little witch is merely 3 years old. Upon uttering this, the dried corpse's expression shifted dramatically. Oh dear! A 3-year-old little witch. How troublesome. Everyone. Director Yu cleared his throat. No worries, she is just over 5 months old now. Finding a powerful Taoist may take time, but seeking out the little witch, cough cough, finding Youyou is certainly feasible. Youyou slumbered soundly until dawn. She sat up in bed, rubbed her eyes, and gazed around. The room was eerily quiet, save for her presence. Youyou leaned over the edge of the bed to assess the height from the floor to her bed, then turned her head and called out, "Little ghost head, carry Youyou down." No spirit responded. Youyou was momentarily stunned, then recalled that she had placed Little Ghost Head and the other spirits together. Oh no! I forgot about Little Ghost Head and the purged spirits. Youyou called out twice more, but received no reply, so she decided to roll off the bed. After all, it wasn't her first time. Falling didn't hurt. The door was ajar, and Youyou swiftly crawled out. Down the corridor on the second floor, a commotion erupted, with many people gathered there. Xin, her theft is evident, and the evidence is clear. You cannot show favoritism, otherwise, how will you manage the Lin family? You are the matriarch. Old Madame Lin declared with an unwavering expression. Huh? Who stole something? Youyou craned her little neck, straining to peer into the crowd. You're talking nonsense. You are the thief. We wouldn't even touch your filthy belongings. Yi Taodao, with her fiery temper, could no longer contain herself. Look at the quality of the servants from your Chu family. How dare a servant shout at me? Chu Xin, rarely seen with a darkened expression, glared sharply. Her eyes like hidden daggers. Mother, Taodao is right. Everything Sister Ling wears and uses is far more expensive than yours. She wouldn't even glance at your things. Seeing Chu Xin, who was usually meek and easily bullied, suddenly transformed, Fan Shualan was momentarily taken aback. Regardless, the items are in her room. She is undoubtedly the thief. The Lin family will not tolerate thieves. Drive her away. You're talking nonsense. You shameless old hag. Yi Taodao fumed, her fists clenched as if ready to strike. Look at the quality of your Chu family as servants. They lack morals and decency. Within a drawer lay a petite, exquisite safe. Youyou pressed her little pinky, and it clicked open. She took out the black card gifted by old Master Su and climbed into Fan Shuelon's room. Fortunately, Fan Shuelon was in a hurry to find something and left the door unlocked. She deftly climbed under the window cabinet, pried open the smallest drawer at the very bottom, and concealed the black card within. With agility, she crawled back out, reached the edge of the crowd, then closed her eyes and began to wail. Youyou, Sister Ling, disregarding her anger, rushed over and scooped Youyou into her arms. Youyou, with tears streaming down her face, waved her small hands vigorously, pointing at Fan Shuelon and then at her room. Auntie, I've hidden my black card in the old witch's room, in the bottom drawer of her window cabinet. Hurry and search. Youyou's thoughts echoed in the minds of Chu Xin and Yi Taodao. Oh, I suddenly recall that Youyou lost something very important. Could it be that this old witch stole it and then framed Sister Ling for thievery, intending to settle the score? Yi Taodao, lacking Chu Xin's composure, retorted directly. How dare you slander my mother? Do you even know who is in charge here? Lin Xueqing, who had been holding Lin Shiwei and watching the commotion, finally entered the fray upon seeing Fan Shuelon being cornered. In charge? Miss Lin, your house has long since fallen. The relationship between your servants and you is merely one of employment, not master and servant. Unlike us, we share a familial bond with the Chu family. Envy, jealousy, and hatred, aren't you? Lin Xueqing's words caused the faces of the Lin family servants to change. Chu Xin, unwilling to waste time tangling with Fan Shuelon, addressed the bodyguard directly. Mother, 3 people can create a tiger. Rumors can be harmful. To preserve your reputation and prevent others from speculating and taking advantage, we should conduct a search. With a wave of her hand, she instructed the bodyguard to proceed. Chu Xin, are you out of your mind? You dare to search my room? Fan Shuelon's shrill voice pierced the air. Mother, have you lost your senses? You just stated that I am the head of the Lin family. Moreover, what if rumors spread outside that the old matriarch of the Lin family is a thief? Isn't this for your own good? Chu Xin replied calmly. You infuriate me. Fan Shuelon gasped, unable to stop the Chu family bodyguard, standing there in a huff. You don't need me? But I recall my sister saying she wanted me to introduce the second young master of the Lu family to you. Do you no longer require my assistance? Lin Xueqing tilted her head slightly. Even without you, I can marry, humph. Besides, I have the Taoist priest Bai, who has promised to cast a peach blossom spell for the second young master of the Lu family after he finishes his current tasks. He will be devoted to me for a lifetime. Madam, we have found the young master's black card. Chu Xin glanced at the stunned Fan Shuelon and Lin Xueqing, feigning disbelief as she approached and took the card from the bodyguard's hand. This is impossible. Fan Shuelon shrieked, attempting to lunge forward. Hurry and disperse. What are you all standing around for? Doesn't the Lin family have work to do? Chu Xin yelled at the Lin family's gossiping servants. The servants hurried downstairs, exchanging glances and whispering among themselves. Chu Xin, are you doing this on purpose? Did you instigate this? Mother, please remain calm. Perhaps someone is stirring up trouble? Mother, do not forget, our Lin family does not possess a black card. What will the servants think if they see this? Fan Shuelon regretted summoning all the servants to hasten Sister Ling's departure. Yeah. Lin Shiwei pointed at Youyou in Sister Ling's arms, then at Fan Shuelon's room, waving her hands in a hitting motion. Lin Xueqing, unable to comprehend, could only comfort her. Don't be scared, it's fine. Youyou, in turn, waved her tiny arms at Lin Shiwei, babbling loudly enough to drown out Lin Shiwei's cries. After a few futile attempts to hit the air, Lin Shiwei, frustrated, burst into tears. Humph. You still want to hit Youyou? That'll infuriate you. Youyou tilted her small head back, clenching her tiny fists and mimicking a hammering motion towards Lin Shiwei. Alas, Mother, I can only leave Weiwei in your care. Look, these 2 little ones are already fighting. They can't be together. By the way, sister, you really don't need my help with the second young master of the Lu family, right? Actually, even if I wanted to assist, it wouldn't be useful, as Sister Ling has an obligation to the second young master. If you need my help, I can only turn to her. However, given what happened today, Sister Ling would surely refuse to help. Fan Shualon stood in the corridor, biting her teeth in frustration. Haha, this is delightful. Watching that old witch fume is simply exhilarating. Yi Taodao laughed while searching for clothes for Youyou. Sister Ling had prepared milk powder and supplementary food for her. Fan Shualon, lacking intellect, would have used this strategy long ago if it were effective. This was a wicked idea conceived by Zhou Wanjin. To have the old witch frame Aunt Ling and drive her away. That way, there would be no capable assistant beside Mommy. Aunt Ling is truly formidable. It was because of her that Mommy escaped danger time and again. Yet, ultimately, Aunt Ling met her demise before Mommy. Chu Xian felt a pang in her heart as the pain from her dream resurfaced. Chapter 76, a unique method of releasing souls. Chuxin furrowed her brow slightly. No wonder. The seemingly unworldly Lu Er Xiaoya should never have developed feelings for Lin Xueqing. Miss, Director Yu has arrived. Ah? Why has Uncle come? Is he here to see Youyou? Upon ascending to the second floor, Director Yu heard the faint voice of Youyou. Chuxin instructed Sister Ling to promptly brew tea and set it on the living room table. Youyou, with her chubby face, allowed Yi Taodao to clean her up before she picked up her small bottle to drink. Director Yu, accompanied by 2 officers, took a seat opposite Youyou. Miss Chuxin, I apologize for the inconvenience, but we may need Youyou's assistance today. There is no need to apologize. It is a good thing that Youyou can help. Director Yu gestured toward the 2 officers, explaining that they had spent the night at Baikoen's villa and that the spirits seemed quite disappointed. They claimed that Youyou could assist in guiding them to the afterlife, which is why he had sent his subordinates to seek her out. Youyou, with her bottle in mouth, turned her little head. I almost forgot. After I finish my meal, I will go. Is it Director Yu who has come? What an esteemed guest. Upon hearing the news, Fan Shualon hurriedly entered with Lin Shiwei and Lin Xueqing. Are you the matriarch of the Lin family? Director Yu regarded Fan Shualon with little warmth, aware of the Lin family's sordid reputation. Ugh, that old witch is trying to curry favor with Uncle. It must be Lin Shiwei's instigation. In the original book, when she was 5, she was deliberately kidnapped by traffickers and, upon being rescued by Uncle, became fixated on his fortune and merits. She had Baikoen use a formation to seize Uncle's merits and fortune, but for some unknown reason, Baikoen suddenly faced a backlash, losing his sanity. Wasn't it the heroine who sought to seize Uncle's fortune and merits? Did it happen prematurely? But why didn't you notice? No, this time it isn't the heroine. Director Yu's gaze fell on the infant in Fan Shualon's arms, his eyes clouded and profound. He steadied himself and said, Matriarch Lin, we uncovered a fraud case yesterday involving a certain Taoist named Baikoen, who purposely created various bizarre incidents for wealthy families only to later resolve them, thereby defrauding them of their money. We are currently compiling a list of victims and found that the Lin family is among them. I wonder if you have ever been deceived? Fan Shualon was taken aback, incredulously replying, by Taoist, has been captured? Not only has he been captured, but he has also committed numerous misdeeds and is now facing severe backlash, resulting in his madness. Madness? Indeed, he has completely lost his mind. Even psychiatric medication proves ineffective. According to the hospital's doctors, he is not expected to live much longer. Lin Xueqing sank into the sofa, looking utterly despondent. Why is he insane now? Why not later? Director Yu narrowed his eyes at her, contemplating the unusual behavior of Fan Shualon and Lin Xueqing. Suddenly, Lin Shiwei burst into tears, which was rather peculiar. Ha ha. Youyou appeared calm on the surface, but found amusement in her heart. Youyou, I have arrived. Sister Ling had just finished feeding Youyou when Su Jinrui's voice rang out. Su Jinrui had shaved his head. Yes, the hair in front was burnt too short, so I opted for a buzz cut. Youyou's bangs were cut into a curve, while her soft hair still brushed against her ears. Why are you all here? Su Jinrui's smile faded upon seeing Fan Shualon and the others. What an ugly creature. She looks nothing like a sister. Upon seeing Lin Shiwei, Su Jinrui made another biting remark. Wow. Lin Shiwei, whose cries had subsided, began wailing again. Miss Chushin. Let us depart. Director, you cast one last glance at Lin Shiwei and stepped outside. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Lin Shiwei held back Chushin, her face suddenly brightening with a smile. What is your relationship with Director Yu? Where are you going? Chushin shot her a glance, her expression indifferent. Baikun deceived me of my money. A few days ago. A's and mother were startled, and I found him through connections. He claimed that our family truly has a ghost, a vengeful spirit, demanding 10 million. I thought, for the sake of mother and A's health, 10 million it is. I gave him the money I had prepared to buy jewelry for you and mother. With that, Chushin raised her chin and walked out, indifferent to the distressed expressions of the two behind her. Deceived. Baikun is truly a fraud. Seeing the expressions of Fan Xuelon and Lin Shiwei, Lin Shiwei cried even louder, interspersing her sobs with unintelligible words, as if cursing them. Youyou, along with the others, arrived at Baikun's villa. The villa had been sealed, with armed police stationed at the entrance. Regardless, there were still many spirits inside, just to be safe. Youyou, you finally remembered me. A little ghost, disheartened, floated down to the ground and, upon seeing Youyou, rushed toward her. Director Yu watched as Youyou reached out to pat the air, cooing softly, I haven't forgotten. How could I forget? I thought of you all night. Practicing the incantation my senior taught me. Wow, you know the incantation? Hehe, I didn't remember. The little ghost. Everyone the ghosts. However, Youyou has this. Youyou opened her small hand, revealing a black, malevolent little whistle. This is the tree bone flute my senior gave me. As soon as I blow it, Uncle Bai and Uncle Hei will come to take you to the afterlife. Then, I will sever the connection between their tablets and souls. You are different. Your ashes need to be reburied properly. Even though Director Yu, Chushin, and Sister Ling could not see the ghosts, they shared the same anticipation for what was to come. Were Uncle Bai and Uncle Hei as they imagined? I will find Uncle Bai right away. Youyou curled her little legs and sat on the ground, producing the little whistle. Amidst the astonished gazes, she struck the ground twice with it. Hey, hey. Everyone instinctively rubbed their eyes, their astonishment deepening. Tree bone flute. I haven't blown you in a long time, so you must bring Uncle Bai to me. Otherwise, I will be greatly embarrassed. Youyou gripped the tree bone flute tightly in her small hands and puffed her cheeks, blowing into the flute with all her might. Chapter 77. Quick, hide. The crowd could not hear the sound of the bone flute, yet they sensed the ripples in the air. The spirits, however, huddled together in fear, trembling incessantly. Youyou puffed her cheeks and played the flute for a while, glancing around but finding no signs of movement. No one is coming? She mused, tapping the flute with her small hand. Could it be blocked? Old Bai, you go by yourself. I really cannot. It's so sudden, my entire soul feels uneasy. Hei Wuchang nudged Bai Wuchang, who vanished in a flash. Bai Wuchang, on the verge of tears, displayed an uncharacteristic crack in his usually impassive demeanor. Uncle Bai, where are you? Hurry! Youyou continued to tap on the bone flute, forcing Bai Wuchang to cover his ears, tortured by the cacophony. For the sake of his ears. Bai Wuchang steeled himself and appeared beside Youyou, discreetly retracting the surrounding negative energy. Oh my! Yi Taodao, Su Jinrui, and several officers widened their eyes in astonishment. What did they see? Was that Bai Wuchang? Just a fleeting glance from him rendered Yi Taodao and the others mute with fear. The little ghosts and other spirits shrank further into the corner, quaking in terror. Meanwhile, Youyou continued to blow into the bone flute, blissfully unaware of Bai Wuchang's arrival. Her small mouth babbling fiercely, You bad uncle, breaking your promise. Youyou won't play with you anymore. Bai Wuchang stealthily floated forward, standing before the group of spirits and brandishing the soul-binding chain. Under the pressure of the Soul Master's aura, the spirits trembled and formed a line. Too frightened to make a sound. Enraged, Youyou picked up the bone flute again and blew with all her might. This time, the volume was such that it forced Bai Wuchang to cover his ears once more. In that moment, he inadvertently revealed a trace of his soul's presence. Noticing, Youyou swiftly turned her small head Uncle Bai, and with a burst of speed, she climbed onto his leg, sitting at his feet. Why hasn't he Uncle He come? Bai Wuchang felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart, regretting his decision. He should have sent a junior soul master instead of confronting this little demoness personally. Uncle He has something to attend to. What about King of Hell? I haven't seen him in a long time. Bai Wuchang twitched the corner of his mouth. Youyou. He is your sister's father, not yours. You should call him Uncle King. He's Uncle King. He's my father. My sister's father is my father. The little one nodded vigorously. Bai Wuchang thought, Wang might not be too pleased. If I become her guardian, wouldn't all the tormented souls from the 3 realms come knocking at my door? Youyou. I still have unfinished business. May I accompany you next time? Bai Wuchang attempted to move his leg, but Youyou clung tightly, her large eyes scanning his face. Uncle Bai seems off. He encountered a female ghost yesterday, and that ghost. Bai Wuchang's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly tossed Youyou aside and, taking hold of the chain, vanished along with the spirits in a flash. And me? What about me? The little ghost watched in despair as Bai Wuchang disappeared. Though Chu Xian and the others could not see Bai Wuchang, they witnessed Youyou being dragged a few steps before her small body was lifted into the air and then fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone rushed over, fearful for her safety. Yet, Youyou quickly bounced back to her feet, her little tongue poking out a spit. I just fit the ground. Everyone. Really? Why does Uncle Bai seem to be avoiding me? I haven't finished talking to him. The officers and police, initially puzzled, understood the situation after Youyou mentioned the female ghost, connecting it to the previous remarks about the corpse immortal in the precinct. It was indeed uncomfortable. The little ghost, still sulking in the corner, was the only one close to Youyou, having not joined the queue. Hearing her, he perked up again. Uncle. The ghosts have all gone to the underworld to find the wooden tablets. Youyou extended her arms, wanting to be held by Officer Yu. With pride, she lifted her chin and patted her chest. At another villa belonging to Bai Kun, Lin Shiwei gestured to Zhou Wanjin. Are you saying that something essential is buried in this house? Lin Shiwei nodded, spreading her arms to indicate something large and square. Zhou Wanjin didn't quite understand, but she recognized its significance for her daughter. All right, let me think of a way. Suddenly, a talisman appeared in Lin Shiwei's hand, and she gestured once more to Zhou Wanjin. You want me to stick it on? Lin Shiwei nodded affirmatively. As Lin Shiwei swiped her face at the entrance of the villa, the door unlocked. Simultaneously, Zhou Wanjin affixed the talisman to herself and carried Lin Shiwei inside. The seal on the door was placed in the center, not hindering Zhou Wanjin's entry. Huang Yanfei stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out to calm her anger stirred by her family, and happened to see the door of Bai Kun South Villa open and close again. Yet, she saw no one, as if the door operated on its own. But she knew that was impossible. Someone, check the surveillance footage, particularly the neighbor's door. Huang Yanfei instructed a servant. The surveillance in the villa area was indeed tight, and due to angle issues, the higher cameras could capture the neighbor's door. Zhou Wanjin was cloaked in an invisibility talisman as she entered the villa with Lin Shiwei. It was only when they passed by the floor-length mirror that she realized. Following Lin Shiwei's guidance, they arrived at the kitchen. Chapter 78, The Celestial Being of the Dark Moon. As Lin Shiwei stepped inside, a scene of utter devastation unfolded before her eyes. Unable to contain herself, tears streamed down her cheeks, her small face flushed with anger. Zhou Wanjin was equally taken aback by the chaotic sight. Could it be that someone has taken everything? She pondered. Do not cry, my dear. You still have your mother. Lin Shiwei could only relent, weakly resting her head on Zhou Wanjin's shoulder. Without lingering, Zhou Wanjin embraced Lin Shiwei and departed. Huang Yanfei had been seated by the window, her gaze fixed on the entrance of the Bai Kun villa. Indeed, the door opened and closed of its own accord once more. This time, she could no longer remain seated. Through Youyou's insights, She was aware of the existence of spirits in this world. The phenomenon before her compelled her to reflect deeply. "Madam, we have reviewed the surveillance footage," reported a security guard from the Yuan family, approaching with a laptop. "I checked all the cameras within 30 meters of the neighbor's gate and found a mother and daughter." Wang Yanfei's eyes darted to the screen, astonishment washing over her. How could they be here? She had never regarded Zhou Wanjin and Lin Shiwei with any seriousness, only having conducted a cursory investigation while concerned for Chu Xian. The footage revealed Zhou Wanjin carrying Lin Shiwei to the gate, where they suddenly vanished, followed by the door's erratic movements. Wang Yanfei took a moment to compose herself, striving to regain her calm. Upon arriving at the police station, Youyou was met with warm welcomes from the officers. For some inexplicable reason, she felt that their gazes were different today than before. Could it be that I look particularly beautiful today? Have the uncles and aunties taken a liking to me? The officers smiled gently, presenting her with a bag made of snake skin. Youyou wiped away the negative energy from it and instructed them to incinerate the tablets inside. The dried corpse spirit observed this scene from a corner, its heart finally at ease. Despite being inept in the celestial realm, this spirited child had not brought disgrace upon them. After Youyou processed the tablets, she sat eagerly opposite the dried corpse, beaming at him. Yet in her heart, she thought, "Oh dear, you know you are frightfully ugly, yet you still wear a mask to conceal your face." The dried corpse nearly choked with indignation. Who had caused him to end up like this? Nevertheless, he dared not voice his grievances. Very well. The dried corpse extended a hand resembling desiccated wood towards Youyou. How did he know I was going to use celestial power to dispel the malevolent energy? Who exactly is he? The dried corpse regretted not slapping himself. How could he have been so proactive? Surely, as a celestial being, he should know how to dispel such energies? Fortunately, Youyou did not dwell on the matter. Placing her small hand upon his skeletal palm, celestial energy gradually diffused within her, coursing through every meridian and sinew. The dried corpse's arm visibly filled out, extending from his shoulder to his head and limbs. The onlookers were captivated, observing as his skin transformed to a snow-white hue, smooth as frosted fat. The celestial energy revitalized his flesh, hair, and even the garments he wore, rendering them vibrant and ethereal. A man? Why does this outfit seem so familiar? Where have I seen it before? As Youyou contemplated, the dried corpse hastily leaped away, darting back into his coffin. What a pity! He was so close to revealing his eyes. However, once Youyou departed, he could finally remove his mask. Today, the officers were no longer reluctant to part with Youyou. After she had rendered her assistance, they promptly escorted her out. Youyou leaned against Chu Xian's shoulder, gazing at the closed entrance of the police station, puzzled as she scratched her head. How strange. Are the uncles and aunties leaving work now? Oh well, never mind. My head itches. Inside the police station, everyone awaited the moment the dried corpse would remove his mask. Oh, but he was no longer merely a dried corpse. The celestial being of the dark moon was his title, one that had lain dormant for 2 centuries, as divine as his name suggested. The celestial being of the dark moon donned a robe of deep black adorned with lunar patterns, his cold phoenix-like eyes set within a gentle and refined visage, as if the tender moonlight had mingled with the chill of the night. Indeed, he was as handsome as he claimed, surpassing even the likes of Panin. Yet, his appearance seemed at odds with his boisterous nature. The softness of the moon and the coolness of the night bore no resemblance to his carefree demeanor. Thus, the celestial being of the dark moon temporarily took on the role of a public servant at the police station. Youyou slept soundly in the vehicle. Chu Xian rewatched the video on her phone, her expression grave. Could Lin Shiwei truly possess such formidable abilities? And as for Zhou Wanjin, she had underestimated her. Upon returning to the Lin family home, Zhou Wanjin and Lin Shiwei had already arrived. Sister-in-law, today I personally cooked a feast for you. Come and taste how delicious it is. As they approached the door, Lin Shiwei, clad in an apron, greeted them. Chu Xian's eyes glinted with sarcasm as she chuckled softly. With a servant to prepare meals, Why would the daughter of the Lin family need to cook herself? Oh, but it's because sister-in-law loves Jing cuisine. I learned each dish meticulously, hoping to brighten your spirits in the Lin household. Feel free to speak your mind, Chu Xian replied, her tone still gentle, her smile unwavering. Lin Xueqing grinned. Isn't Lu Ergong investing in City? I was hoping you could introduce me to him. Chu Xian cast her a sidelong glance, ignoring her as she ascended the stairs. Lin Xueqing, have you forgotten? I mentioned that seeking Ling Jia is far more suitable than seeking me. Ling Jia has saved the young Master Lu's life. I am not well acquainted with him. Lin Xueqing's smile faltered. Sister-in-law, isn't Ling Jia one of your people? Asking her for help is merely a matter of words. Chu Xian halted her steps. Oh, you make a valid point. Then you can take on the task of appeasing Ling Jia. After all, who is responsible for framing her, tarnishing both her and our mother's reputation? Uncovering the instigator will certainly bring some joy to Ling Jia. With that, Chu Xian continued up the stairs. By the way, if you are to take action, do so swiftly. If the investigation concludes today, Ling Jia can invite young Master Lu tomorrow. Lin Xueqing lowered her head, her expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 79. Superstition run amok. As anticipated, Lin Xueqing ascended to the second floor after lunch. Chu Xian observed her with a leisurely demeanor, listening intently as she recounted the entire incident involving the defamation of Sister Ling, implicating Zhou Wanjun as well. Apologize, Chu Xian said with an air of indifference. Lin Xueqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister-in-law, what did you just say? With a casual glance, Chu Xian replied, you and mother have wronged Sister Ling, and naturally, you must apologize. Over my dead body. I am a scion of the Lin family. She is merely a servant. Lin Xueqing protested, her anger palpable. Moreover, you must extend an apology on behalf of mother as well, considering her advanced age. As her daughter, it is your duty to do so. Yi Jia. Let us summon all the servants and let that little minx face some embarrassment. Youyou tugged at Yi Taodao's sleeve. Su Jinrui discreetly brightened his eyes, immediately straightening his posture. Oh, if only there were something to make a ruckus that all the servants could hear, how delightful it would be. Youyou blinked her large eyes, making her fingers snap audibly. Su Jinrui grinned broadly, unzipping his backpack, removing a gong from within, and gently setting aside the sleeping Xiao Qingqing. What on earth is this? Youyou inquired curiously, tilting her head. Su Jinrui's smile broadened. This is a toy someone gifted me. It makes a sound when struck. Yi Taodao, brimming with excitement, quietly embraced Youyou and led Su Jinrui out of the room. The trio arrived at the staircase on the second floor. Here we shall strike, Yi Taodao instructed. Su Jinrui nodded earnestly, raising the gong with one hand and striking it with the other. The resounding clang echoed throughout the villa. The servants, bewildered, peeked out to investigate the commotion. Come up, come up. Yi Taodao, being close to Chu Xian, garnered a modicum of respect from the servants, prompting them to abandon their tasks. Simultaneously, the bodyguards escorted Zhou Wanjun out. The servants, believing Zhou had misbehaved again, eagerly followed along. What is going on? What is the meaning of this? Fan Xuelan, who had been napping with Lin Xuewei, was abruptly awakened by the cacophony. Everyone gathered at the entrance of Chu Xian's room, effectively blocking the corridor. After considerable mental preparation, Lin Xueqing was ready to apologize to Sister Ling when she found the doorway obstructed. Little sister, if you wish to avoid humiliation, be swift. This is your only chance. Chu Xian remarked, a hint of mockery dancing in her eyes. Lin Xueqing, feeling anxious, closed her eyes and bowed twice towards Sister Ling. I am sorry. It was my mother who misunderstood you. That item was placed here by Zhou Wanjun to tarnish your reputation. I apologize on behalf of my mother. Her voice was soft, yet the impact was significant. The servants outside relayed the news instantaneously. Fan Xuelan witnessed this scene unfold, holding Lin Xuewei in her arms, nearly swooning with rage. Youyou. Fan Xuelan pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Xian, only to be shoved aside by a bodyguard. Make way, make way. Fan Shualan was left sputtering. Now even the bodyguards were bullying her? Lin Shiwei, upon seeing Zhou Wanjin detained by the bodyguards, began to wail. Mother, please take Weiwei away. What if she gets frightened? Am I to let Weiwei be terrified by a servant who has repeatedly caused trouble for our family? Chu Xin retorted sharply. I. Fan Shualan hurriedly shielded Lin Shiwei's eyes. Ha ha ha, splendid. Well done, strike that wicked woman. Youyou clapped her hands in delight. Lin Xueqing cowered in fear, turning away to cover her eyes, too intimidated to utter a word. Chu Xin continued to berate her. What, do you not accept this punishment? What sorcery did you employ to confuse the old lady into falsely accusing Sister Ling? Had it not been for my little sister, everyone would have been deceived by you. You sought to sow discord among us. Do you not deserve this? Today, in front of everyone, I shall teach you what transgressions are unacceptable. So you may remember this lesson. Zhou Wanjin, wise as ever, refrained from rebuttal or evasion, allowing the bodyguards to strike her. However, her eyes brimmed with deep-seated hatred and an impulse to obliterate everything. Fan Shualan ceased her defense of Zhou Wanjin, while Lin Xueqing remained selfishly oblivious to her own shame. After Zhou Wanjin's face had swollen from the blows, the bodyguards finally ceased their actions. Very well, Sister Ling. Since my little sister is so fond of Lu Xiaoya, let us invite him to our home tomorrow, Chu Xian spoke as if addressing Sister Ling. Yet her gaze was fixed upon Zhou Wanjin. Indeed, a glint of cold malice flickered in Zhou Wanjin's eyes. Chu Xian smiled faintly. Consider this a minor punishment. Should you incite the old lady again, do not blame me for being ruthless. Enough, everyone disperse, she commanded as her phone rang. It was Madame Zhao, by Shehan, requesting Youyou's assistance at the Zhao Company regarding a feng shui issue. Oh dear, Youyou is simply too busy. Hee. Tonight I must tell my senior sister in my dreams that Youyou is quite the popular one. After listening to the call, Youyou puffed out her chest proudly, beaming with delight. Chu Xian did not accompany her. The Lin family was at the pinnacle of their power. It was time to reel in the net. After today's events, Zhou Wanjin would undoubtedly feel utterly disheartened by the Lin family. Thus, she resolved to present Zhou Wanjin with another grand gift, aiding her in recognizing Lin Zai's true character sooner. Is this Youyou? Mr. Zhao and Bai Shehan were waiting at the door for Youyou, and upon seeing her in Yi Taoda's arms, they stepped forward eagerly. Indeed, who else but Youyou could be so adorable? Youyou waved her little hand in greeting to Mr. Zhao. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao's eyes sparkled, and his enthusiasm grew. It turned out that his wife was not speaking in jest. They could truly hear the heart's voice of this little darling. What does this signify? It signifies that heaven is favoring the Zhao family, and their fortunes are on the rise. TSK, this uncle is indeed superstitious. He has gone too far with his beliefs. Chapter 80. Exclusively for Youyou, it is no wonder he was deceived by the villainous priest. His excessive superstition rendered him incapable of rational thought, leading him to trust too readily in others. He firmly believed in those archaic feudal sayings, often indulging in ghostly films and accepting their methods of summoning and warding off spirits as truth. When he slept, he feared being haunted and would position one shoe's toe facing the bed and the other's heel against it. He squandered a considerable amount on talismans that could not dispel evil, filled his pockets with ineffective charms, and even adorned his phone case with faux protective symbols and designs. Furthermore, he had a penchant for covering mirrors when visiting the restroom at night, and never once would he comb his hair in front of one. Uncle Zhao also honored his grandparents and great-grandparents with offerings, praying earnestly for their blessings upon the Zhao family. Little did he know that his ancestors had long since reincarnated, and even if they were to hear his pleas, they could not assist him. Spirits of the netherworld cannot meddle in the affairs of the living. Listening to Youyou divulge such a plethora of her secrets, Mr. Zhao was initially taken aback, but his astonishment quickly morphed into elation. This revelation signified that he had discovered a genuine deity. With a divine being at his side, what did he have to fear? He had not harbored any doubts about Taoist Bai, yet recent events at the company had been troubling. First, An employee suffered an injury, then there were unexpected product malfunctions, followed by a flat tire on his private vehicle, and finally, a ruckus caused by a gathering of people leading to reporters seeking interviews. Little treasure Youyou, would you like to come play at Uncle's company? Mr. Zhao squinted his eyes in a smile, resembling a wolfish figure with ulterior motives. Youyou nodded her little head. MHM. Auntie gave Youyou a lot of money, so Youyou must help Uncle Zhao resolve the issues. The feng shui arrangement devised by Bai Kun was primarily situated at the front desk and Mr. Zhao's office. After all, such formations not only absorbed the company's fortune, but also gathered the collective energy of its employees, essentially constituting a wealth-attracting array. Moreover, it was also influenced by Mr. Zhao's own fortune. Fortunately, the problem was identified early, as Youyou had already noticed wisps of gray mist emanating from the front hall. If left unaddressed, the mist would gradually spread from the first floor to the top, eventually turning black. Youyou exclaimed and had the arrangements in the front hall shifted, while she tapped the initial placement of the items with her bone flute and waved her little hand. All right, let us go upstairs, she directed, pointing to the ceiling above. Youyou, Auntie will carry you up. White Shahan, relieved of her previous anxiety, took Youyou from Yi Taodao's arms. Mrs. Zhao, is it all right for you to carry Youyou? Considering you're expecting? Yi Taodao expressed concern. It's perfectly fine. The little sister is very well behaved. Youyou will lend her a touch of celestial energy to ensure a safe delivery, White Shahan reassured, though she suspected it would be a girl. Hearing Youyou's thoughts only heightened her excitement. The elevator they took was exclusive to Mr. Zhao, leading directly to his office. As soon as the door opened, Youyou sensed something amiss. Oh my goodness, Uncle Zhao must have been blessed by his ancestors to have reached this point. That vase. Others deceived him into believing it to be a sacred relic, once used with divine water, and he bought it. Yet, Uncle Zhao is unaware that it emerged from a grave. He dares to place it directly above his head on the shelf, the malevolent energy pressing upon him, threatening his very soul. Youyou clicked her tongue in disbelief. And that intricate little wooden carving, how lovely it appears. Its wood is so exquisite because it has been soaked in blood. Fortunately, there are no spirits within, just lingering malevolence and a trace of Yin energy. And then there's that as Youyou pointed out each item, Mr. Zhao flinched with every revelation. Ultimately, he discovered that his most cherished decorations were all ominous in nature. Secretary Li. Mr. Zhao called out. Yes, Mr. Zhao. What can I do for you? Have someone remove this, and this, everything. Burn them all. Huh? Secretary Li was momentarily taken aback. But Mr. Zhao, these are your favorite items. White Shahan discreetly pinched Mr. Zhao to keep him from revealing too much. It was only then that Mr. Zhao realized, clearing his throat, oh, for some reason, I feel particularly uneasy about them today, as if misfortune is looming overhead. Yes. That's what my sixth sense is telling me. My sixth sense has always been quite accurate. Youyou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow! This sixth sense is truly remarkable. If these items are not discarded, combined with this malevolent formation, wouldn't Uncle Zhao be doomed to misfortune? But how can one cultivate a sixth sense? If Youyou learns it, wouldn't she be even more powerful? Then she could hide things before Mommy confiscates them. The others were speechless. Should I ask Uncle Zhao to teach me how to develop my sixth sense? Youyou pondered, gnawing on her finger and gazing at Mr. Zhao with wide, sparkling eyes that were hard to resist. Mr. Zhao thought to himself that he could not teach her the sixth sense, but he could divert her attention with something else. Youyou, this is a charming little bag I acquired at an antique auction. It resembles an ancient money pouch, and I wish for your prosperity. Mr. Zhao retrieved a small, golden embroidered pouch, antiquated and crafted from unique materials. Oh! It is indeed a Qianquan bag. My goodness, Uncle Zhao's fortune is unparalleled. However, it serves no purpose for him. Without celestial energy, it cannot be opened or utilized. Youyou took the small pouch, examining it thoroughly. Why does it feel so familiar? The residual celestial energy feels so recognizable. Mr. Zhao's eyes widened in realization. A Qianquan bag? He recalled seeing it in novels. It turned out that this tiny trinket he had unknowingly collected was a celestial item. The tens of thousands he spent were indeed worth it. Isn't Uncle Zhao fortunate? He initially purchased this Qiankuan bag because its surface is entirely golden, embroidered with shimmering patterns, resembling a grand money sack. Thus, he would offer it up, lighting incense and bowing at specific times, hoping it would bring him wealth. Alas, Uncle Zhao is quite superstitious. How can one worship everything? Mr. Zhao's face flushed crimson. Well, since Uncle Zhao cannot utilize it, let it belong to Youyou. Once Youyou dispels this malevolent formation, she can set up a prosperous, wealth-attracting array for Uncle Zhao. Mr. Zhao was overwhelmed with joy. He suddenly felt that everything he had offered could be removed, and from now on, it would be exclusively for Youyou. Chapter 81. The arrival of the Ho-Ho's. Mr. Zhao felt that his idea was absolutely splendid, so he summoned his secretary to take pictures of Youyou. Upon seeing the camera, Youyou joyfully wriggled and posed in Bai Shihan's embrace, grinning widely. Mr. Zhao searched for the perfect angle in the lens, but found it challenging to maintain the pose while being held. His gaze drifted towards the statue of the god of wealth displayed nearby. After some internal struggle, he sincerely bowed to the deity and, with a firm resolve, decided to relocate the statue. Dear, let Youyou sit there, he instructed. Bai Shihan understood her husband's intent and placed Youyou in the spot where the statue had been. Youyou, puzzled, drooped her little hands and gazed with her wide, sparkling eyes, her brows arching in delight. With a click, Youyou, curled up with her little legs and showcasing her two tiny teeth, was captured by the camera. Go ahead, the exterior must be adorned with thick gold, Mr. Zhao directed secretarily. After a lengthy period of fussing, Youyou had grown weary, her little head drooping as she nestled in Yi Taodao's arms. Drowsily, she was escorted out by Mr. Zhao and Bai Shihan. Meanwhile, Su Jinrui, a fellow companion, was also showered with gifts. Upon opening her eyes, she encountered a pair of eyes staring back at her. Xianyu, wearing a mask, looked at Youyou, her expression seemingly filled with sorrow and helplessness. Li Zheng hesitated. Miss Chu, he wrecked 2 computers at our station and nearly caused a network collapse. We simply cannot accommodate him and had no choice but to send him to your home to keep Youyou company. Besides, he can eat a lot. And he has a knack for choosing the best food, consuming as much as 5 people combined. After calculating the costs, the department realized it was beyond their means. Why does this person seem so familiar? Let Youyou take a look. Xianyu tightened her mask, fearing Youyou would pull it down. I'm not familiar. Not familiar at all. I'm a dry corpse. Just call me that. That voice sounds familiar too. I think I've heard it somewhere before, Youyou pondered. Xianyu sealed her lips and shook her head, not daring to speak. Youyou, you helped him regain his appearance, so please take care of him as well. After all, you are the most formidable being in this world, and we cannot entrust him to anyone else, she flattered, prompting Youyou to lift her little head proudly. I promise. Youyou patted her chest with determination. Chu Xian had no objections to nurturing another person, especially if it concerned Youyou, but the coffin. The Lin family's servants stayed far away. The coffin, inherently ominous and with such an eerie exterior, felt unsettling merely being placed in the courtyard. Right. The coffin shouldn't be too far from him. It would be best to keep it in the room where he sleeps. Li Zhang opened a small cloth bag, revealing 2 gleaming golden bars that were exquisitely crafted. Fearing that Chu Xian might take them back, she quickly retrieved her Qiankuan bag and swiftly tossed the 2 gold bars inside. Moments later, the bag vanished from Youyou's grasp. Look, Mummy, it's gone. Youyou spread her tiny hands to show Chu Xian. Thankfully, the servants were far enough away that they hadn't witnessed the earlier scene. Li Zheng was momentarily surprised, but then reassured. A celestial being? Quite normal. However, one person found it abnormal, Xianyu, who was intently staring at Youyou. Youyou, where did you find that? Youyou looked up, her big, innocent eyes blinking. Now I understand why it felt so familiar. I know who it is. He is from the celestial realm. Before she could finish her thought, Youyou swiftly covered Youyou's mouth with one hand and whisked her away into the room upstairs. Yi Taotao blinked in confusion, realizing that in the brief moment of distraction, her arms were empty. At that moment, Li Zhang felt a hint of regret. If only Youyou's abilities could be utilized in their missions. But never mind, there will be future opportunities. The Chu family could afford the extravagance. Their police department could not. Youyou slapped Youyou's hand away. How did you know I live in this room? By now, Youyou had removed her mask, and Youyou had remembered Youyou, the celestial being she had pursued to the mortal realm. Of course, even though I currently possess a celestial body without celestial powers, I can still sense your aura. By the way, what brings you to the mortal realm? Youyou pinched Youyou's little nose, noting how much more adorable she had become in just a few months compared to when she was just over a year old. Youyou playfully slapped Youyou's hand, babbling away. Youyou, in disbelief, gazed at Youyou. Goodness, your sister, the protective maniac, actually allowed you to descend. Did you commit a blunder that even your master and sister couldn't overlook? Youyou vigorously shook her little head, her eyes resolute and bright, though internally she grumbled. I accidentally burned a painting in the Spirit Lord's palace while trying to sneak a peek. It said that the painting depicted a woman the Spirit Lord favored in the mortal realm. I just wanted to see it without intending to cause a fire. I also happened to encounter the little koi of the Spirit Jade Fairy on my way to sneak a peek. She claimed she wasn't afraid of water. So I tricked her into jumping into the brewing pond of the Spirit Peach Fairy, and she was drunk for 3 days and nights before waking up. And there's more. Enough, Youyou. Youyou soothed her own aching chest and suddenly thought that sleeping for 200 years might not be so bad after all. Better to be killed than to die from anger. So your sister sent you to the mortal world to stir up trouble because the celestial realm couldn't accommodate you? Youyou fiercely waved her little fists. That's not it. It's because everyone in the celestial realm believes I possess extraordinary abilities, which is why I was sent down to save the world. Ha ha. Youyou laughed heartily. Only a 3-year-old could be so easily deceived. It was clear that the celestial realm could no longer accommodate her. No, she was only half a year old now, even easier to fool. You must keep the items in my Qianquan bag safe. I've just regained my body and cannot practice yet. I will need to rely on the treasures within to restore my celestial powers. It will take me quite some time. Fear not. Youyou will assist you. Youyou extended her little hand and patted Youyou's shoulder. Outside the door, a crowd eavesdropping on the monumental events in Youyou's life was left in stunned silence. Chapter 82. Do not depart. Money. Youyou cast a glance at her, fervently hoping that she would not deride his past in her heart. From his observations, although not everyone in this mortal realm could hear her thoughts, a portion certainly could. If mortals were to uncover his past embarrassments, where would that leave his celestial visage? Who would still choose to worship him after knowing such tales? Though the mortals who worshipped him were blissfully unaware of how many lifetimes he had reincarnated. In this era, who still remembered the celestial Youyou? The servants hesitated to touch the coffin. Ultimately, it was several bodyguards from the Chu family who hoisted it up. Youyou's chamber was adjacent to Yi Taotao's, in close proximity to Chu Xin's room. Upon learning that another person had been taken in, Fan Shuelan's displeasure reignited. The instant she discovered the presence of a peculiar coffin, her fury erupted. Chu Xin. Have you forgotten that you still have elders above you? Our Lin family is not a shelter. As Chu Xin and the others gathered around the table for their meal, they paid no heed to Fan Shuelan's outburst, while Youyou, the subject of the commotion, was too absorbed in the delicious food to even lift his head. The flavors were exquisite. He had almost forgotten the taste of mortal dishes. Although he had long transcended earthly desires, having descended to the mortal realm multiple times without succumbing to temptation, why did he yearn for these simple dishes at this moment? As Fan Shuelan continued her tirade, even the bodyguards dining in the kitchen were too indifferent to approach. After finishing her meal, Chu Xin wiped her mouth with a napkin and remarked, "Mother, Our company is thriving now, and our Lin family's assets have increased. Historically, wealth and power are intertwined. By selling a favor to the bureau chief, our Lin family will reap even greater benefits. Fan Shuilan found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had heard that the police had brought the man and the coffin. The man was strikingly handsome, clad in traditional attire, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding a lustrous charm. Mother, please inform my younger sister to retire early, so she may be prepared to welcome young Master Lu tomorrow. This statement effectively silenced Fan Shuilan, who realized that the Lin family still needed her, rendering her unable to lash out. Frustrated, she turned away. Another comment transformed her initial anger into uncertainty, her once haughty demeanor dissipating as she left in a subdued manner. Humph. Not worth fearing. Yi Tao Tao rolled her eyes. All right, let us eat. Youyou will wake soon. Indeed. Chu Xian and the others always attempted to finish their meals before Youyou awoke. Everyone was savoring their food, oblivious to Lin Shiwei, who stood at the door of Xianyu's chamber, cradled in Zhou Wanjin's arms. Zhou Wanjin still bore the invisibility charm that Lin Shiwei had previously given her. Lin Shiwei gestured to Zhou Wanjin to enter, crouching beside the coffin. She traced the intricate runes etched into the coffin's side, deep in thought. Suddenly, Xianyu sensed the presence of a living being, placing his chopsticks down before vanishing from sight. Is something amiss? Yi Tao Tao also set her chopsticks down and followed him out. Xianyu stood beside the coffin, his sharp gaze scanning the room. What is the matter? What has occurred? Yi Tao Tao rushed in. Xianyu replied, there is someone in this room. Yi Tao Tao laughed, of course, there is. You and I are standing here plainly. Xianyu shook his head, not you and I. For me, it is a living presence. Zhou Wanjin pressed nervously against the wall, while Lin Shiwei gently patted her shoulder to provide comfort, her dark eyes fixed intently on Xianyu. Something is wrong. What have I overlooked? The coffin was not something an ordinary person could break, despite the absence of runes. The corpse within should not have appeared in this state. This was incorrect. Something must have gone awry with Baikuan. Yi Tao Tao surveyed the surroundings, but there was no sign of movement, not even a shadow of a ghost. Yi Tao Tao was no longer the same Yi Tao Tao. She had awakened her spiritual sight. Having gone to bed early, Youyou awoke in the middle of the night. She sat on her small bed playing with her feet for a while before her large eyes rolled around. The ghostly porcelain doll stirred, and a small ghost emerged, lifting Youyou off the bed. Youyou scampered out, heading directly for the door of the scoundrel Linzai. She did not venture into the kitchen, as the flower had been locked away. Just as the little ghost was about to use its powers to open the door, it overheard muffled voices from within. It signaled for Youyou to press her ear against the door. Indeed, scoundrel Linzai was on the phone, sounding somewhat irate yet restrained. How much? You truly are asking for a fortune. Do you understand what $1 million is? You demand $1 million so casually? Will you inform my wife? Do you think she would trust you or me? What? You have evidence? All right, $1 million it is. We will finalize it tomorrow. Linzai hung up the phone, fully awake. Youyou, shall we go scare him? The little ghost inquired, eagerly opening the door for Youyou. Youyou swiftly crawled to the coffin and knocked on its lid. Xianyu, still groggy, sat up with impatience, ruffling Youyou's hair. Youyou, it's time for bed, be careful or you won't grow tall. Having said that, he flopped back down. The little ghost sighed. You, a celestial being, have not slept for countless lifetimes, yet you still mix up your words? Youyou clenched her tiny fists and sighed heavily. Boring, no one to play with. She crawled out of the room, wandering around Yi Tao Tao's chamber until she finally felt a hint of drowsiness. In the morning, upon noticing the dark bruises on Youyou's knees, Chu Xian knew she had crawled out again during the night. She specifically instructed the bodyguards to let Youyou be as long as she did not venture out onto the second floor. Youyou had a dream in which someone playfully rubbed money against her face. It tickled, and she felt immensely pleased. Just as the money was about to leave her face, Youyou opened her mouth and bit down. Do not leave money. Gee. Chu Tianshi instinctively recoiled his hand, but, fearing he might hurt Youyou, he merely extended his disinfected finger forward. This little one, with just 2 teeth, bites so hard already? Whose voice is that? I've never heard it before. It sounds so lovely. Chapter 83. The gentle caress of Jade. Chu Tianshi smiled faintly, finally understanding what his brothers referred to as a surprise. They were able to hear Youyou's innermost thoughts. Youyou opened her glistening, obsidian-like eyes and broke into a wide grin upon seeing Chu Tianshi. It's Uncle Fourth. Uncle Fourth has come to see the baby. He must have come to bring the baby money. Chu Tianshi chuckled softly, his already gentle face becoming even more amiable. Wow! Wow! Card. Youyou's small hands moved like shadows. Chu Tianshi felt that he hadn't even steadied the card in his grasp before it vanished from his hold. So much money. Youyou clutched the card tightly. Your Uncle Lu Wei has come too, Chu Xian said, lifting Youyou to wash her up, using the opportunity to discreetly take the bank card away. Uncle Lu Wei? The one who is quite pitiful, burdened by the Chu family? Youyou's gaze shifted to behind Chu Tianshi. Lu Wei, still astonished by the ability to hear Youyou's thoughts, was further taken aback by her words. Uncle Lu Wei is indeed unfortunate, but it's all right now. With Youyou here, that Lin Xueqing shall not lay a finger on him. Youyou will make her regret it. Upon hearing Youyou defend him, Lu Wei smiled. Indeed, a gentle gentleman, even more so than my Uncle Fourth, as gentle as the celestial beings above. Yes, the celestial being is the most mild-mannered entity Youyou has ever encountered. Other deities flee upon seeing Youyou, yet the celestial being always smiles at her. What a charade! Xianyu, arms crossed against the wall, rolled her eyes in disdain. Meanwhile, the celestial being mentioned by Youyou was celebrating boisterously, one foot propped on a chair, holding a wine jug aloft in joy over Youyou's descent to the mortal realm. Come, fill your cups. Let us rejoice. For our celestial realm has regained its former tranquility. Drink to your heart's content. Today is a festive occasion. Aside from the Hongyuan clan, all deities have gathered. Raise your glasses and drink deeply. When joy abounds, spirits soar. This celestial being has decided to forsake seclusion and revel for a year before retreating again. By the way, how does the celestial being manage to silence the little demoness' heart each time? Let us share this secret with the other deities, so we may avoid her in the future. The celestial being tilted her head back and took a hearty sip before adding, with no distractions in the heart. One can smile at her. She adores pure and kind smiles. When you are devoid of thoughts, she becomes untroubled. Wise words. Haha. A sudden loud sneeze interrupted, as Youyou tilted her little head back, shaking it vigorously, causing her milk bottle to drop. On such a hot day, could it be she is unwell? Chu Tianshi, succumbing to his professional instincts, touched Youyou's forehead and began to take her pulse. No, Youyou will not fall ill. Youyou shook her head, signaling for Chu Tianshi to hold her. Miss Lin has arrived, along with Madame Lin, a maid announced at the door. Chu Xian smiled and instructed them to wait at the hotel, explaining that the Lin family had booked it specifically to host Lu Ershaya. Have the little sister take the guests to prepare and let her dress up nicely so as not to embarrass the Lin family. Also, remind her that being overly eager is of no value. Chu Xian remarked, that will not do, seeing her less is better, lest she tarnish your eyes. Besides, there is more entertainment to come. You are truly unchanged from your childhood, your temperament still the same. Why waste your youth avenging that man? Youyou chirped, I'm happy. With these bad guys playing with Youyou, I am so happy. Xian, you cast a glance at the others and couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. Humans are so cunning. Even in seeking revenge, they must resort to schemes. How boring. All right, let us tidy up and head over. Lin Xueqing was in her room, fuming due to the absence of her starry dress, which was meant for a prestigious banquet. However, time was of the essence, and she chose another outfit. Rushing to the hotel, Lin Zhe came directly from the company and was immediately confronted by the manager regarding the exorbitant hotel fees. Reluctantly, he paid from his own pocket to secure the precious brother-in-law from the Liu family. Though his company was flourishing, preparations for an IPO had left him with limited liquidity. Recent expenditures and extortion added to his financial strain, leaving him with little money. This banquet had nearly drained his resources again. Lin Xueqing looked exquisite and polished, exuding a smile that transformed her entirely. When Lu Wei entered the hotel alongside Chu Xian, he immediately noticed her, not for her beauty, but out of curiosity to see the little sprite that occupied Youyou's thoughts. Of course, the performance must be convincing. He needed to leave an impressive image for Youyou. Lu Xiaoya and Chu Si Xiaoya have arrived. The legendary Lu Xiaoya of the capital, indeed as gentle as jade, the gentleman from the celestial realm. Chu Siga has also arrived. Lin Zhe felt a pang of guilt for not being able to greet him properly. Lin Zhe had put effort into his conversation, successfully standing out among many. Chu Tianchi smiled subtly, nodding without speaking, while Lu Wei took the initiative to address Lin Zhe. "Oh, so you're Lin Zhe, the brother-in-law of Xian, who grew up alongside me. I consider her as dear as my own sister. May I call you brother-in-law without offense?" Lin Zhe was taken aback. "Not at all. Lu Erge, Chu Siga, please, come in." Xianyu shot Lu Wei a sidelong glance, thinking, gentle as jade. The gentleman from the celestial realm, just like that celestial being, his smile is so insufferable. I wonder what mischief he harbors. However, she decided to let it go. He was not the celestial being after all, and he was on her side. Lu Wei, oblivious to the disdain directed at him for resembling a celestial being, felt his gaze soften upon meeting Lin Xueqing's eyes. Lin Xueqing blushed instantly, her shyness akin to that of a maiden encountering a man for the first time. Chu Xian was taken aback to see Lin Xueqing so affected, unlike her previous demeanor when she met Xiaozheng. Indeed, Lu Wei was known as the foremost young master in the capital, a title bestowed upon him not merely for his looks, but for his character, temperament, and integrity, surpassing all others. "Hello, Miss Lin. I have heard much about you from Xian and Sister Ling." Lu Wei greeted Lin Xueqing with a smile. "Ah, little sprite. How dare you sully my Uncle Luer's eyes? I shall catch you." Chapter 84. Youyou has followers. Lu Wei chuckled softly upon hearing Youyou's heartfelt words, his melodious and magnetic voice causing Lin Xueqing to mistakenly believe she had captured his interest, filling her with covert delight. "All right, let us converse as we walk. We shall dine first. I have heard that the wine and cuisine at this hotel are unparalleled in the city. Hosting a banquet here would indeed be an extravagant affair." Indeed, President Lin's business is flourishing. Such grandeur is only fitting. After all, today we are hosting a welcome banquet for young Master Liu and young Master Chu. Any other venue would hardly be worthy of their stature, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely correct. The gathering included several esteemed executives and spouses, such as Madame Yuan Huang Yanfei, Madame Zhao Bai Shuhan, and the husbands of a few other prominent ladies. They were all familiar faces in the business realm, well aware of Lin Zhe's trivial matters. Since it was an opportunity to indulge Lin Zhe's generosity, enjoy a complimentary meal, and interact with the young masters of the Chu and Liu families, who could resist? Thus, everyone who attended the last banquet was present, along with those lesser individuals who had missed out before. How delightful! More people make for a livelier atmosphere. Chu Xian had indeed cast a wide net with her invitations. Lin Xueqing found herself seated beside Chu Xian, while young Master Liu sat directly across from her. She was quite pleased with her position, sneaking glances at Lu Wei, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Fan Xuelan, seated beside Lin Xueqing, occasionally nudged her to temper her enthusiasm. However, at that moment, Lin Xueqing was oblivious to Fan Xuelan's concerns. Lin Xuei quietly nestled in Fan Xuelan's embrace, her gaze dark and inscrutable, lost in her own thoughts. Youyou, on the other hand, could hardly contain her excitement in Xianyu's arms. In fact, Xianyu appeared even more restless, impatiently awaiting the arrival of the dishes. Youyou playfully poked Xianyu's forehead with her tiny finger. You eat so much. Be careful not to turn into a big, plump immortal. It was evident that Youyou had heard tales of Xianyu's impressive appetite. Don't worry, during cultivation I shall expel any excess. Normally, a banquet would follow a precise protocol, but due to Chu Tianshi's late arrival, they began dining without delay. Sister, doesn't this banquet resemble an engagement party? It's entirely different from previous business gatherings. Chu Xian's comments sent Lin Xueqing's thoughts adrift, causing her to overlook the disdainful glances cast her way. The ladies at Madame Yuan's table were stifling giggles amongst themselves. Are they that hungry? Yi Taodao cast a glance at Xianyu. Xianyu and Youyou nodded in unison. Come, let me take you to get a piece of cake. Xianyu exclaimed, her limbs moving faster than her brain. Before Yi Taodao could finish her sentence, Xianyu had already risen, holding Youyou. However, they were intercepted midway by General Zhao. Youyou, let me show you something, he said, presenting his phone. Youyou leaned in curiously as General Zhao tapped to reveal a photograph. Upon seeing it, Xianyu's eyes widened in astonishment. What did he see? Someone had fashioned a golden statue of Youyou and was even venerating it. To top it off, the incense burner was also made of gold. Youyou clapped her hands in delight, her little body bouncing against Xianyu's arm. I love it. I absolutely adore it. I want to offer incense to my own statue. And I must tell my senior sister that I have followers now. He. Just then, several individuals entered, including some shareholders from the Lin family and Lin Zai's secretary, Huang Lishan. The shareholders were invited by Chu Xian, while Huang Lishan was summoned by Lin Zai. When Chu Xian spotted Huang Lishan in that starry dress, she exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Wei, who naturally shifted his gaze to Huang Lishan. She wore that gown far better than Lin Xueqing. Her already enchanting beauty was accentuated by the elegant attire, making her appear both innocent and alluring. That lady's gown is exquisite. Upon hearing Lu Wei's compliment, Lin Xueqing followed his gaze and, in a fit of rage, leapt up, exclaiming, You, why is my gown on you? Miss Lin, I had no idea, President Lin insisted. Huang Lishan feigned innocence, her expression pitiful. Ah, so that's why my gown went missing, you little thief. Lin Xueqing shouted, attempting to pounce on her. Sister. Lin Zai barked her name. At last, Lin Xueqing calmed down reluctantly, sinking back into her seat. Huang Lishan greeted Lin Zai and the others at the table before moving to a distant table. Yet, Lin Xueqing noticed that Lu Wei's gaze frequently drifted toward Huang Lishan, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Jealousy coursed through Lin Xueqing, nearly driving her mad. Were it not for Fan Xuelan's occasional nudges, she would have charged over to slap that woman. At that moment, her ire even extended toward Lin Zai. Lu Wei, with apparent intent, turned to inquire of Chu Tianshi, do you know who that young lady was? Chu Tianshi shook his head, admitting he was unfamiliar. But he acknowledged, she does wear that dress beautifully. Lu Wei shifted his gaze back, further fueling Lin Xueqing's anger, while Lin Zai felt a similar discontent. Youyou, cradled in Ling Jie's arms, gazed wide-eyed at the table, her eyes nearly falling into the dishes. The hotel chef had ingeniously crafted Youyou's food to mirror the banquet's offerings, albeit in miniature portions. Surveying her small plates resembling the adult servings, Youyou had no desire to request food from the larger dishes. I'm little, my tummy is small, I'll eat from the small plates. When I grow up, I'll eat from the big ones. This time, if there are dishes Youyou doesn't have, Aunt Ling will ask the chef to prepare them next time. Ling Jie coaxed, urging Youyou to open her mouth. Youyou found this reasoning sound and obediently opened her mouth, her gaze fixated on the food being consumed by others. So delicious. The dishes at Uncle Lu's hotel are truly delightful. Indeed, this was Lu Wei's hotel. In line with the principle of keeping resources within one's circle, Chu Xian had chosen Lu Wei's establishment for the banquet. Lu Wei had invited a renowned band from abroad to perform on stage. The large screen behind them displayed music videos of the band members. As guests savored the culinary delights while enjoying the music, the atmosphere was one of sheer joy. Suddenly, an exclamation pierced the air. My goodness. What is that? Everyone turned their gaze to the screen, only to find that the previous music video had vanished, replaced by visuals of two intimately entwined figures. Chapter 85. Your doppelganger has descended. Is that Lin Xueqing? Someone suddenly exclaimed at the banquet. Yes, it truly is her. My goodness, how could she? TSK, this is rather audacious, isn't it? She even recorded it. Lin Xueqing was still lost in the tenderness of Lu Wei's gaze when she suddenly heard her name and instinctively looked up. To her horror, the screen displayed footage of her entwined with Xiao Zheng from that fateful night. Although the lights were off, her face was remarkably clear. While Xiao Zheng remained turned away from the camera, his face obscured. Ah! Lin Xueqing screamed frantically, clutching her head. After confirming that everyone present had seen it, Chu Xian pretended to panic and stood up, urging, "Someone, turn it off, turn it off. Investigate this immediately. We must expose the instigator." The video was short, and as the bodyguard rushed to switch it off, it fortuitously reached the end, where bold characters appeared. Lin Xueqing, you materialistic wretch. Do you think you can abandon me for someone of higher status? Dream on. Wow. What's happening? Why are you covering your little eyes? Youyou clung to Xuanyue's hand, her mouth still munching on food. Xianwei, with one hand covering Youyou's eyes and the other covering her own, mumbled through her chews. In broad daylight, shamelessness like this is truly scandalous. All right, let us continue eating. Sister Ling chuckled at the sight of the two. Seeing that the large screen was now blank, Xianwei resumed her meal. Youyou, blissfully unaware of the commotion, was wholly focused on the dishes presented before her. In the banquet hall, only the two of them were enjoying their meal. At this moment, Lu Wei stood up, his previously gentle demeanor instantly replaced by a frosty glare. His eyes sharp as an eagle's. Xian, Sister Ling, is this truly the girlfriend you introduced to me? Our Lu family does not disdain the poor or covet wealth. We do not prioritize family background or appearance. However, should one possess such a character, even a celestial being would not be welcomed at our doorstep. This banquet ends here. I shall pretend I have never been here. Xian, Sister Ling, for your sakes, I will overlook the humiliation my family has suffered today. Otherwise, I will ensure the Lin family faces ruin. With that, Lu Wei turned to leave. Young Master Lu, please listen to me. As Lin Xueqing chased after him, she noticed Lu Wei's gaze lingering on Huang Lishan, igniting her fury further. So, it was this brazen vixen. Lin Xueqing, in a fit of rage, lunged at Huang Lishan, clawing at her face. It's all your fault. You stole my dress and covet my man. Tell me, did you orchestrate that video? It must have been you. You shameless wretch. Help. It wasn't me. The dress was given to me by your brother. It's you. You seduced my brother and now aim to take my man. You are nothing but a harlot. As Lin Xueqing grew increasingly frantic, Lin Zhe bellowed, Lin Xueqing, stop this at once. Lin Xueqing turned to Lin Zhe, her face streaked with tears, her makeup ruined. It's all you're doing. You are my brother. How could you give my things to her? You know that was my favorite dress, costing me all my savings. You brought her here. If she hadn't come, how would young Master Lu have noticed her instead of me? Is she truly that pristine? You and she. With a sharp slap, Lin Zhe could no longer hold back. Lin Xueqing stared at him in disbelief, then sobbed as she fled the scene. The entire banquet hall was abuzz with whispers, and the cacophony of Fan Xuelan's furious scolding combined with Lin Shimi's cries only added to the chaos. Lin Zhe hadn't anticipated the situation spiraling out of control. Feeling utterly defeated. Brother-in-law, how could you act so thoughtlessly? He is the second young master of the Lu family, a figure of great renown in the capital. Aren't you making things difficult for him? We all know of his obsessive cleanliness. If you wish to befriend the Lu family, even having him acknowledge a sister would suffice. How could you? Sigh. It's a wonder you have not turned against Xin and Sisterling. You truly are foolish. Chu Tianchi abruptly waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Chu Xin, noticing that Youyou and Xianwei had both indulged and were now contentedly burping, stood up. A's. I thought you were capable enough. How could you fail to manage a simple banquet? This opportunity was hard-won by Sisterling and me. Also, what did your sister's last comment mean? Are you involved with that secretary? Lindsay, you had better provide me with an explanation. Sisterling, let us go. Youyou, full, had already fallen asleep in Xuanyue's embrace. Xianwei, having satisfied her appetite, began to ponder. Indeed, those with gentle exteriors often harbored deceitful intentions. Lu Feng pinched Youyou's chubby cheeks as she slept. Second brother, your performance was commendable. The Lin family has certainly stirred up quite the spectacle this time. Lu Wei leisurely prepared tea, his movements graceful as if painted in a portrait. Xin, you may now reel in your net, Chu Tianchi remarked with a smile. Chu Xin nodded slightly, though she lamented that Zhou Wanjin had suddenly become aware. If she were a love-struck fool, she might have added more fuel to the fire. What a shame. Lu Feng poured a cup of tea for himself, smiling lightly. What a pity. Her current calm does not guarantee her future composure. Just a spark. And we shall ignite the flames. If she does not care for that man, does she not care for her own daughter? As far as I know, she possesses little wealth. Chu Xin's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, as the Lin family neared destitution, she would undoubtedly seek a way to secure some funds. She would certainly insert herself into the fray. Xianwei cast a sidelong glance at Lu Wei, silently critiquing him. It seems that those who appear gentle and harmless are often the most cunning. Young Master Xianwei, do you find anything amiss with me? Lu Wei had sensed Xuanyue's attitude towards him from the start. Xianwei shook her head, replying, No, I merely find you reminiscent of a particularly detestable celestial being. Calculating. The doppelganger must have been living among mortals for over 20 years now. Chapter 86. To offer support what? The immortal of the Mo family nearly brought down the celestial palace in a fit of rage. Indeed, that statement rings true. Particularly Lu Wei, who bears a striking resemblance to the Mo immortal, raised an eyebrow. Is it possible that even immortals harbor mutual disdain? Is there discord among your celestial realm? Xian Yu's expression grew complex. It is not that there is no harmony, rather, the discord is predominantly due to her. Youyou? The crowd had only gleaned from Youyou's heartfelt whispers that Xian Yu was a high-ranking immortal, yet they remained oblivious to her true identity, as well as the intricate dynamics of the celestial realm. Xian Yu sighed deeply, her face a picture of despair. Alas, this is a long tale. That little demoness. Youyou, you all must be aware of her thoughts. In your mortal realm, not everyone can hear her inner voice. While in our celestial and divine realms, even the spirit flowers can perceive it. She has a penchant for divulging the past secrets of any immortal or deity she encounters, which has become common knowledge throughout the divine realm. However, the Mo immortal stands as a unique exception. He is the only immortal throughout history who has not been pierced by Youyou's heart, nor has any secrets been revealed about him. Consequently, we have relentlessly questioned him about his mysterious abilities, yet he steadfastly denies any such claims. Over time, our frustration has grown, yet we must continue to show him respect, seeking ways to extract some information from him. The crowd exchanged glances at Youyou, who was soundly asleep, appearing harmless and adorably innocent, evoking a sense of complexity in their emotions. Xian Yu, don't you ever tire of holding Youyou? Yi Taodao asked compassionately. Xian Yu's face fell instantly. Do you think I wish to hold her perpetually? It's not that I cannot stray too far from my coffin. I can only emerge by being close to her. Alas, chased by her in the heavens and on the ground, I must carry her everywhere. I am the most unfortunate immortal in existence. Woe is me. Xian Yu, a figure of striking elegance and ethereal grace, wept openly before the crowd, leaving them at a loss for words in terms of consolation. Particularly for Chu Xin, the mother of the instigator, her feelings were even more intricate. This banquet had once again ended in disaster. Lindsay bowed apologetically to all the guests, his smile strained, his back aching, and his feet tormented from standing. Not only had he not eaten a morsel, but he had also squandered money needlessly. Additionally, if he wished to navigate the social waters of City, he would have to seek out each person to apologize personally, accompanied by gifts, which were indispensable. To make matters worse, the Lin family's 2 vehicles had been commandeered by Lin Xueqing and Fan Xuelan, each taking one. He was left with no choice but to share a vehicle with company employees. Huang Lishan recalled the sight of the young Master Lu at the banquet, feeling somewhat distracted. Yet she had to placate Lindsay. After all, Chu Xian's sister had connections. If Lu was not suitable, there were still Sun and Wang, the other young masters. If she could win over Chu Xian's heart, what was there to fear? In the future, the Lin family would establish themselves in the capital. As time passed, the incident would fade from memory. Moreover, with the Chu family's influence, suppressing this matter would be a trivial task. Lindsay's spirits lifted at the thought, and the gloom in his heart began to dissipate. Indeed, as long as he could secure Chu Xian's favor, the Chu family could resolve any issue. If Lu was not an option, they could simply seek another. There would always be those eager to curry favor with the Chu family. In the back seat of the car, 2 employees exchanged disdainful glances, quietly messaging Yuanpa. Lindsay remained blissfully unaware. Convinced that Yuanpa had chosen a truly insightful secretary for him, feeling quite gratified. Upon receiving the message, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile. Huang Lishan truly had a knack for this. One had to admit Yuanpa's keen eye. With that in mind, she decided to start with her. Upon waking, Youyou found herself alone in the room once more. Habitually, she called out a few times, and upon receiving no response, she patted the porcelain doll. The little spirit, accustomed to her, promptly lifted her down from the bed. Using both hands and feet, Youyou quickly crawled out. "Carry me, I want to go too." Xianyu suddenly emerged from nowhere, scooping Youyou into his arms. The little spirit stuffed the porcelain doll along with its cloth bag into Youyou's tiny hands, and then climbed in herself. Youyou tugged at Xianyu's sleeve. "Your mother is out there catching bad guys. Let us go support her." Chu Xian, accompanied by Ling Jia and several bodyguards, had cornered Lindsay at the hotel, the same hotel where Lindsay had met Huang Lishan previously, in the same room. Yi Taodao, familiar with the surroundings, led Youyou and Xianyu upstairs. At the door to the room, Chu Xian stood resolutely. Lindsay incessantly apologized. Xian. I swear it has nothing to do with me. I merely had a drink after receiving some distressing news. She deceived me into thinking there was a contract to sign. I truly knew nothing. It was she who undid my clothes. It appeared that Chu Xian and her group had just arrived. Yi Taoao leaned in to whisper to Xianyu. Feeling her soft breath, Xianyu's ears flushed red. He quickly averted his gaze from the flutter of feelings that had just surged within him, focusing ahead. Chu Xian remained silent, her expression one of hurt. Mr. Lin, if you truly have no connection with her, prove it by slapping her twice. Such a simple task need not be elaborated upon. Wow, Ling Mama is impressive. While concubine Rong would do it herself, Ling Mama orders others to do it. Youyou thought, sensing Chu Xian's awareness of her presence, sighed softly. Seeing Chu Xian's expression soften slightly, Lindsay complied with Ling Jia's request. Lin, you know I'm doing this for you. You can't hit me. This situation isn't solely my fault. Before Huang Lishan could finish her sentence, Lindsay delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed loudly, leaving 5 red marks on Huang Lishan's cheek. Xian, look, I am truly devoted to you, I swear. A smile spread across Chu Xian's face. I believe that too. Azay is not that kind of person. After a pause, she added, but don't hurt Azay's hand. You all, strike her. One of the bodyguards stepped forward, and before Huang Lishan could react, he began to rain slaps upon her face. Chapter 87, Finding money and sharing half. It was not until Chu Xin had struck Huang Lishan's face until it swelled grotesquely that she commanded her subordinates to cease. A's. You know what to do next, don't you? Chu Xin's rare demeanor of superiority and disdainful gaze led Lin Zhe to mistakenly believe she had undergone a transformation. Lin Zhe was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. All right, let's go, he declared dismissively, as if she were merely a trifling object. With that, Chu Xin turned on her heel and departed, leaving Lin Zhe to follow behind, incessantly apologizing like a sycophantic lapdog. Huang Lishan could only feel the excruciating pain radiating from her face, gently cradling her disfigured features while her eyes blazed with intense hatred. Wow, your mother is quite formidable, Youyou remarked, her eyes glimmering with excitement as she eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Enough, let's hurry. If the young lady finds out we took Youyou out, we will be punished. Yi Taodao felt a twinge of guilt, uncertain if Chu Xin had overheard Youyou's thoughts earlier. After all, they had been quite a distance away. Perhaps she hadn't heard, right? Yi Taodao drove at breakneck speed, and when Youyou finally managed to hold it together until they exited the vehicle, she placed Youyou down only to heave against a tree trunk. Yi Taodao shot her a disapproving look, and after parking the car, she rushed to scoop up Youyou. Huh? Where's Youyou? Wasn't she just here? The person who had stealthily taken Youyou was completely shrouded, obscuring her view of his face. Yet, Youyou remained calm, her large, glistening eyes blinking innocently, appearing quite obedient. Truly a little fool, so easily swayed. Youyou was not obedient. She was merely curious about the strange object covering the man's mouth and eyes. Ah! She pointed at the man's mask and sunglasses. To the man's astonishment, he understood her meaning and couldn't help but smile wickedly. The little one was not afraid of him. Youyou tilted her head and repeated her calls. Do you want this? He asked, gesturing to his mask and sunglasses. Ah! Youyou nodded vigorously. Never did he anticipate that the illegitimate son of the Chu family would turn out to be such a simpleton. As the man chuckled, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his cheek, unable to suppress a cry. Youyou, quick as a flash, yanked off his mask while he was still in shock. The elastic straps of the mask snapped under her force, painfully tightening around the man's ears. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses when, to his dismay, Youyou continued her assault, pulling off his sunglasses with glee. As pedestrians passed by, the man, fearful of being discovered, wished he could silence Youyou then and there. He navigated the pathways of the villa district's grand garden, intentionally taking a convoluted route to evade surveillance cameras, ensuring his true intentions remained concealed. Just then, Youyou's curious gaze fell upon the hat perched atop the man's head. With it in place, she couldn't reach his hair. Seizing the opportunity as the man looked around, she swiftly grabbed his hat and yanked it forcefully, almost dislocating his neck. What are you doing, you little rascal? The man shouted, drawing the attention of passers-by. Youyou giggled, quickly retracting her hand, tugging on the hat before carelessly tossing it aside. The onlookers, who had initially been suspicious of the man, were now charmed by Youyou's laughter. For what child would be so joyful in the presence of strangers? With the man's hair now exposed, Youyou beamed, revealing her two tiny teeth as she laughed, and in a flash, seized his hair. Let go, he cried in agony, instinctively reaching to swat her hand away, only to be restrained by a firm grip. What do you think you're doing? What kind of parent are you? It's perfectly normal for a child to tug on hair, just bear with it. Why would you resort to hitting her? An elderly gentleman interjected, appearing before the man. The man, tears streaming from the pain, struggled to articulate his suffering. It hurts. It really hurts, he stammered, pointing to his head, utterly at a loss. How could a child be so strong? You're just being dramatic. Grow up, the old man retorted. Just as his words hung in the air, a piercing scream erupted, startling the birds in the garden. Youyou had yanked a bloody tuft of scalp hair from the man's head and tossed it to the ground. The man's scream drew the attention of everyone nearby. Realizing he could no longer linger, he hastily scooped Youyou into his arms and fled toward their predetermined location. As he carried her to a waiting vehicle, the elderly gentleman suddenly sensed something amiss, shouting, "Kidnapper!" That was a kidnapper. Call the police quickly, and alert the property management to prevent their escape. Youyou, undisturbed and curled up in the back seat, gazed at her surroundings with bright, sparkling eyes. She's quite well behaved, not crying or making a fuss. The man in the front passenger seat remarked, "Well behaved? What nonsense. That little monster just tore a chunk of my hair out. If there hadn't been witnesses, I would have throttled her. But that won't do. The employer specified she must remain alive. Once we receive the ransom, we can dispose of her." The man in the front continued. However, upon observing Youyou's enchanting appearance, he reconsidered. "It's a pity to waste such a beautiful child. Once we secure the ransom, we could sell her off in the mountains as a child bride for an additional profit. After all, the employer need not know. Besides, she is so quiet. Those mountain folk adore such children. Youyou, these people are very wicked. They've kidnapped you to extort money from your mommy. And they intend to sell you far away, where even your mommy cannot find you. They are truly evil." A little ghost emerged from a cloth bag, fuming, its pale face reminiscent of a pufferfish. "BRR. Why is it so cold? Lao-san, don't set the air conditioning so low." The man was still dabbing at the blood on his scalp. The driver, referred to as Lao-san, glanced around, perplexed. "No. I was too preoccupied with the fear of them securing the north gate that I didn't have time to turn on the air conditioning. I'm sweating profusely. But now it does feel a bit chilly. Yes, these individuals are quite malevolent. 2 of them have even taken lives. However," Youyou grinned, "they have plenty of money. I will find all of it and share half with the little ghost." Chapter 88. Where did this little demon come from? Is this child foolish? Why is she still smiling? She's drooling. The man in the passenger seat glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly spoke. Youyou's smile faltered, and her little mouth closed. Youyou pointed at the man in the passenger seat and began to scold him. "You're the foolish one. And your whole family is foolish. How dare you insult Youyou? I'll make you bald." This little brat is still cursing. Just look at her puffed up cheeks. She's quite adorable. The driver cast a glance in the rearview mirror and remarked, "I believe we can raise the price to double what we initially discussed." Unable to reach the villain's hair in her fury, Youyou eventually fell asleep. After leaving the villa area, the car's license plates were removed, allowing the driver to proceed leisurely past monitored areas. After a considerable time, the vehicle turned into a narrow forest path, not a road, but a relatively smooth dirt track, indicating the location's seclusion. Youyou had sprawled out in the back seat, fast asleep, her rosy lips occasionally smacking as if dreaming of delicious food, unaware that the Lin family was in a state of panic. Yi Taotao had already parked the car within the yard and entered the Lin residence. Meanwhile, Youyou disappeared into the Lin family's courtyard, undoubtedly connected to the family. Unfortunately, the surveillance cameras were not functioning, leaving her whereabouts unknown. Yi Taotao was filled with regret, tears streaming down her face as she searched every corner of the courtyard for Youyou, even dispatching Xiao Hahong and Xiao Huihui to assist. At that moment, the security office of the villa area reported that a beautiful baby had been abducted. Only then did Chu Xian and others arrive at the villa's grand garden to search. The elderly man approached Chu Xian upon seeing her, eager to share the details, as Youyou bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman before him. With the help of the elderly man and several passers-by, Chu Xian found Youyou's discarded mask, sunglasses, and hair with blood on the ground, physical evidence. Hearing the elderly man's account of Youyou's situation, Chu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, for she had some confidence in her daughter, especially since the little rascal was still by her side. Li Zheng and his team arrived quickly, checked the surveillance footage, identified the man, and, after a brief analysis, set off in pursuit of the vehicle that had kidnapped Youyou. Completely unaware of the chaos her disappearance had caused, Youyou awoke to the delightful aroma of food. What smells so good? Youyou sat up abruptly, twisting her little head to look around. She found herself on a worn sofa, with a coffee table before her and the previously mentioned kidnappers seated across from her. In addition to them, 2 more stood guard at the door, each holding a box meal with several dishes laid out on the table. Youyou grew anxious, pointing at the various plates on the table. This little one is rather clever. At such a young age, she already knows she wants to eat. A bald man entered, adorned with tattoos, a large gold chain around his neck, shiny gold earrings, and a hefty gold watch on his wrist. Upon seeing him, Youyou's eyes lit up, and she extended her little arms, asking to be held. The bald man chuckled. This child was either foolish or audacious, asking to be held? Ha ha. The kidnappers burst into laughter. Get this little one some milk powder, or she'll get too thin to sell at a good price, the man with the gold chain said. Though the milk powder was not as tasty as what she had at home, Youyou was not picky. Holding the little milk bottle in one hand, she waved at the bald man with the other, pointing at the dishes on the table and then at the gold chain around his neck. What a greedy little child! The bald man suddenly laughed and reached out to Youyou. She quickly finished the milk from the bottle, tossed it aside, and clung to his arm, settling into his embrace. Once secure in his arms, she pointed at the dishes on the table. The kidnappers were eating hastily, and the food on the plates diminished at an alarming rate. Youyou grew anxious, tugging at the bald man's chubby face while gesturing toward the dishes, making her demands known. The bald man was unfazed. You can't eat. Youyou paused, then closed her big eyes and tilted her head back, bursting into tears. Her cries were piercing, echoing as if they could be heard 10 miles away. This infuriated the bald man. Stop crying. Youyou ignored him, her cries unwavering. The bald man grew angrier. If you don't stop, I'll strangle you. Youyou's wails subsided for a moment, and she turned furious. How dare you touch the baby? The baby will touch you. Youyou waved her small hands and yanked at the bald man's gold chain with all her might. Caught off guard, the bald man felt the chain tighten around his neck, causing him severe pain, and he had to tilt his head back. Boss, help the boss! The kidnappers exclaimed, abandoning their meals to rush forward. However, oh my god, this little brat's grip is impossible to loosen. One kidnapper exclaimed in panic. Are you weak? She's just a little child. Another kidnapper advanced to grab Youyou's small hand. No, really. I can't break free. How is that possible? Another kidnapper joined in, only to find himself equally powerless. Meanwhile, Youyou grew frustrated and, in a fit of anger, swung her little fist at one kidnapper's nose. With a thud and a faint crack, a sharper, more piercing scream followed. The kidnapper glanced at his bloodied hands, nearly fainting. Oh no, I think my nose is broken. The bald man continued to hoarsely yell, his head tilting back further. The other kidnappers, startled by Youyou's strength, stood frozen for a moment before frantically shouting, "Unbuckle the chain. Loosen it, and give it to her." Indeed, after opening the gold chain's clasp and twisting it a half-turn, the bald man's neck was finally free. Youyou held the chain triumphantly, her smile dazzling the kidnappers. Where did this little demon come from? The bald man shouted in frustration as he angrily tossed Youyou aside. However, Youyou clung to his shirt, refusing to let go. The bald man was nearly driven mad before he could pry Youyou away. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ear. My earring. Liquid trickled down his earlobe, and without needing to touch it, he knew he was bleeding. Chapter 89, Woo-woo. She is a little devil boss. She just tore 2 holes right out. The bald man's ears indeed bore 2 gaping wounds, blood flowing profusely. Medic. Quick, bring me some medication. He only recalled having once inflicted such wounds upon others. Never did he imagine he would find himself in such a predicament. Youyou giggled with delight. Hurry, get her away from me. The bald man grimaced in pain. Boss, I can't get her off. The little one seemed glued to him. No matter how he tried, she wouldn't budge. Enraged, he drew a handgun from his waist and aimed it at Youyou's head. "You little brat, let go of me, or I swear I'll shoot." Youyou turned her little head, her large eyes blinking curiously at the gun's muzzle. This foolish child. She didn't even realize. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Youyou's tiny hand squeezed, and the gun shattered into pieces. The bandit stared in disbelief, as if struck dumb. "Ah, my gun, it was my only one." The bald man wailed, his cries more pitiful than before. "The boss, she must be a monster," one of the bandits whispered in fear. Upon hearing this, Youyou became indignant, pouting and turning her head away, her small hand suddenly swinging out. With a loud slap, a bright red handprint appeared on the second bandit's face, visibly swelling. It hurts, it hurts." The second bandit clutched his face, hopping in agony. Not yet satisfied, Youyou pointed her finger at him and scolded, You are the monster. You and your whole family are monsters. You've made me so mad, I'm going to make you bald." Youyou was at a loss for words, her anger mounting. One hand held tightly to the bald man's clothing, disregarding the golden chain around his neck, while the other hand grasped the second bandit. The bald man, seeing this, quickly tried to pry her off, crying and wailing, "Second, she's after you. You must take her away." "Boss, I'm scared too. She's too eerie." The second bandit desperately tried to retreat, struggling in vain against Youyou's grip. Bandit 3, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, suddenly suggested, "Let go of them, and Uncle will give you something tasty." Youyou turned her little head, her earlier ferocity dissipating, her face adorably innocent. Seizing the opportunity, Bandit 3 exchanged glances with the bald man and the second bandit. The bald man, seizing the chance, attempted to toss Youyou to the ground. However, to his astonishment, he felt an opposing force, as if he could not shake her off, no matter how hard he tried. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified. A ghost. She's a ghost. The second bandit, who had managed to slip free from Youyou's grasp, also jumped back in fright. In an instant, all the bandits retreated against the wall, trembling in fear. Youyou looked around, her expression one of confusion. "Strange, why are they all running away? Little ghost, can they see you?" The little ghost floated alongside Youyou, shaking his head in disbelief. "They shouldn't be able to see me. Perhaps they are too foolish, thinking you are a ghost." Youyou nodded in understanding, waving her little hand at the quaking bandits. "Uncles, I'm not a ghost. I'm a person. Look, I have a shadow." It seemed she was beckoning them to come closer. The bandits, huddled together, trembled even more violently. "Little ghost, let us go find them. That bald uncle's big golden watch, I haven't taken it yet." The little ghost's eyes lit up. Yes, that watch must be quite valuable, so large. Then, the bandits watched in terror as Youyou floated towards them. They screamed, scattering in fear towards the exit. They tugged at the door with all their might. Yet it wouldn't budge. They scattered again, running to the windows, but the ordinarily creaky windows were now as solid as steel, refusing to open. "Little ghost, why do they want to escape so badly? Do they think I'm not cute?" "You need not worry. I've sealed the doors and windows with my ghostly power. They cannot escape." Youyou felt the little ghost was moving too slowly, signaling him to let her down. Thus, Youyou swiftly crawled across the ground. How is she so fast?" "Hurry, run," yelled the second bandit, pushing the hefty bald man. It was as if a pale little ghost from a horror film had found its prey. So terrifying, so terrifying. With a sudden burst of speed, the bald man sprinted away, his body shaking, seemingly unaffected by the weight he carried. "Quick, to the left. Run. What should I do?" She's catching up. Thus, the scene unfolded with Youyou crawling in pursuit while the bandits fled in all directions. Li Zheng and his team parked their vehicle about 200 meters away from the dilapidated factory, carefully concealed among the trees. Given Xianwei's remarkable speed, they had decided to bring her along, transporting her coffin in a separate vehicle. Xianwei rubbed her chest, feeling the nausea of car sickness ebbing away. She was fine. Quite well, in fact. Raising her eyelids, she felt only dizzy from the car's rapid pace. Li Zheng and the others did not heed her words, but signaled to their teammates, beginning to advance stealthily using cover. A separate team maneuvered to the rear of the factory, preparing for a pincer attack. Li Zheng crouched by the door, listening closely to the sounds inside. Then suddenly kicked the door open, aiming his handgun into the room. Inside, 7 bandits huddled together against the wall, sitting on the ground. Their greatest concern, Youyou, sat in the center of the room, resting on a sofa cushion piled high with, gold jewelry, cash, watches, even cigarette boxes, fine liquor, bank cards, snacks, and 7 mobile phones. All manner of items were scattered together, quite eye-catching. Most importantly, Youyou held a large chicken leg in her small hands, munching away. Her face smeared with grease and dirt. Though the chicken leg bore only a few small bite marks from her tiny teeth, it still retained its meaty substance. Waaaaah! Police comrades, you've finally arrived. The bandits cried out, their faces lighting up with relief upon seeing Li Zheng as if he were a long-lost relative. Chapter 90. My confession. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, the police officers behind Li Zheng were momentarily taken aback. The captors appeared to be in a pitiful state, their garments tattered and seemingly torn. One had a drooping ear with blood slowly oozing from it, while another had a broken nose, with dried blood streaking beneath it. The faces of others bore multiple scratches and tear stains, their appearances disheveled, resembling refugees from a distant land. In stark contrast, the instigator, Youyou, sat calmly at the center. Raising her tiny paw and exclaiming, "Uncles, Youyou has a delicious chicken leg. It's so tasty." As the police entered, the captors, akin to lost souls encountering long-lost kin, knelt down and urged forward on their knees. "Officers, I am guilty. Please take me away. My transgressions are earthly. Let the laws of men punish me, not the little demon. I confess, I wish to serve my sentence. The police station is just and does not summon spirits. I will never emerge again. Oh, please. I confess. I beg you to imprison me." In an instant, the burly captors broke into tears, their wails echoing like a cacophony of despair. Observing from outside, Chu Xian and others felt their hearts race, witnessing the spectacle unfold. "I told you she was fine, yet you refused to believe me." Xian Yu, leaning against the wall with one foot raised, chewed gum while gazing at the moon suspended high above. She mused that she could upend the heavens and stir the earth. Mere mortal captors could not possibly restrain her. Chu Xian, at a loss for her feelings, meandered into the room. Youyou. The little girl eagerly presented the chicken leg to her mother. "Mommy, this chicken leg is so delicious." As Chu Xian lifted Youyou into her arms, the sight of her cherubic, greasy face dispelled all the anxiety and regrets that had plagued her. She felt a profound sense of gratitude that Youyou was not an ordinary child, thankful that fate had bestowed her upon her. "Officer, please, I wish to confess." "I will cooperate," stammered the bald man, his hand trembling slightly. "We were offered 2 million to kidnap this little demon. I mean, this Youyou. We were told she was the illegitimate child of the eldest master of the Chu family, and that we could extort money from them, then dispose of her. We believed the eldest master would not contact the authorities, as his wife would not tolerate this child. Our hearts were stirred, and we went along with it. But we never anticipated that this little demon was a ghost. She can fly and moves faster than a rocket. She took all our belongings and would not relent until she tore our clothes and pulled our hair. We even attempted to feed her, but she rejected milk and demanded food instead. We were forced to go out and buy her something to eat. It was terrifying. I want to go to prison. The outside world is too frightening. Who instructed you to kidnap Youyou?" Chu Xian's anger surged within her, barely contained. "We don't know," came the voice, altered to be neither distinctly male nor female. "In our line of work, the cardinal rule is to not inquire about the employer. We simply do the job for the money." Li Zheng interjected, "It's just those few individuals. The public believes Youyou and Lin Shimei are twins, but your family knows Youyou is your daughter. Besides those few who mistakenly think she is your brother's illegitimate child, no one else can be implicated. Youyou, engrossed in her chicken leg, lifted her little head and called out to Li Zheng, "Uncle Li, it was the scoundrel and the old witch who orchestrated this." However, it was Zhou Wanjun who provided them with the idea. They saw that uncle did not greet Lin Shimei, and they assumed Youyou had stolen their affection. They believed that without Youyou, the uncles would dote on Lin Shimei. Chu Xian trembled with rage, realizing she had been overly lenient. After a night of playful antics, Youyou fell asleep in the swaying vehicle, while Chu Xian found herself wide awake, her hatred coalescing into a palpable force. Just as she began to doze off, a piercing scream shattered the stillness, followed by cries. Fuming, she rushed outside to find Chu Xian standing at the entrance, bathed in the morning light, while Zhou Wanjun knelt before her, being struck by bodyguards. Xian, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Zhe, still harboring feelings for Zhou Wanjun, questioned, recalling her as his initial choice for a wife. Hearing Lin Zhe's voice made Chu Xian feel nauseated. "It's nothing, merely disciplining a servant." "Stop. Everyone. Cease this at once." Regardless of Lin Zhe's shouts, the Chu family bodyguards remained unmoved. "You two, take Weiwei to the old lady's quarters. From now on, the old lady is not permitted to raise Weiwei anymore," Chu Xian commanded two other bodyguards. "Yes, ma'am. Stop right there." Lin Zhe attempted to intervene, but was forcefully shoved aside by a bodyguard. "Chu Xian, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" At that moment, Lin Zhe's phone rang. His expression darkened as he glanced at Zhou Wanjun before stepping aside to answer. "What do you want now? 2 million? You man. Have you lost your senses? I have already given you enough. You must understand that even if you report this, you will face consequences. I have concealed my identity for you, allowing you to avoid working at the Lin family while still providing for you and your family. Is that not sufficient? Hello? Hello?" Lin Zhe, frustrated, slammed his hand against the wall as he gazed at the darkened screen. He had no desire to deal with Zhou Wanjun any longer and hurriedly exited. Moments later, the hallway was filled with the sound of Lin Shimei's sobs and the furious accusations from Fan Xuelon and Lin Xuecheng. Two bodyguards carried Lin Shimei away, with Lin Xuecheng and Fan Xuelon in hot pursuit. Their expressions shifted dramatically. "From today onward, Weiwei will reside with me as her aunts and grandmother. You will require my permission to see her," Chu Xian declared, aware that the maid would likely never be seen again. Lowering her head, she leaned close to Zhou Wanjun's ear and whispered, "I heard your child has passed away. Perhaps it is time to refrain from interacting with others' children and accept this reality." Chapter 91. Not like biological father and daughter Xinxin. This seems inappropriate. Weiwei has always been under my care. I can hardly sleep without her. Moreover, how could Wanjun possibly be the instigator? That's unimaginable. Youyou's disappearance has left everyone anxious. Fan Xuelon, with a feigned smile, attempted to soothe the situation. Chu Xian did not engage in debate, acknowledging, indeed, she suffers from a mental illness. What mischief might she not commit? Thus, to prevent her from dragging you and your younger sister into chaos, I have resolved to admit her to a psychiatric facility. Upon witnessing Chu Xian's icy and resolute expression, Zhou Wanjun seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "No, please don't." Lin Shimei also wept hoarsely, struggling in the bodyguard's embrace. "Xinxin. She is a relative from my maternal family. Otherwise, I could arrange for her to stay elsewhere, under supervision, ensuring she does not return to the Lin household." Fan Xuelon added. Chu Xian, remaining calm and composed, replied, "Mother, if she does not go to the psychiatric hospital, the police will apprehend her. Especially since the kidnapper has already confessed. Let us not forget that our Lin Corporation is on the verge of going public. Any scandal could spell disaster. The choice is yours, Mother." Fan Xuelon hesitated, her lips trembling, yet she refrained from speaking further. The room fell silent, save for Lin Shimi's anguished cries. "Sister, do you have any objections?" Chu Xian asked Lin Xueqing. She quickly shook her head, devoid of hesitation. After the emotional turmoil she endured yesterday, she lacked the capacity to concern herself with others. Chu Xian turned her gaze towards Zhou Wanjin, a hint of scorn flickering in her smile. "Let us send her to the psychiatric hospital. Inform the doctors to keep her under strict surveillance. We cannot allow her to escape and abduct other children. Please." No, Zhou Wanjin's protests were ignored as the bodyguards forcibly ushered her into the vehicle. She pounded against the window, her heart filled with loathing as she glimpsed Lin Shimi's tear-streaked face and those heartless individuals, her resentment reaching a boiling point. Through her daughter, she learned that the greatest obstacle was Youyou. Thus, she persuaded Lin Zhe to utilize his means to orchestrate Youyou's abduction and subsequent demise. Lin Zhe had maintained contact with the kidnappers, ensuring that any investigation would not lead back to her. Chu Xian was evidently aware of her intentions, which prompted her desire to confine Zhou Wanjin. But what of Shimi? What would become of her daughter? Lin Shimi was carried into Chu Xian's room. Perhaps exhausted from her tears, she fell silent. Lin Xueqing, seated nearby, sobbed softly, "Sister-in-law, please help me. What should I do?" "I would suggest introducing you to other prominent young men from the capital, but as you can see, without addressing the video involving Xiaozheng, you will never escape his clutches." My younger brother mentioned Xiaozheng has long since vanished, making him impossible to trace. The hotel surveillance yielded no evidence of him. In any case, be cautious. If he seeks you out, feign compliance and find a way to destroy that recording. Xiaozheng had fled. He was caught surreptitiously filming under a girl escort and was quickly exposed, prompting a police report. Fearing capture, he avoided trains and planes, opting instead for clandestine transport, hiding in rural corners. While in this desperate state, he received a message from Chu Jianglu regarding Lin Xueqing. Observing the woman he sought to align with, now pursuing other men, filled him with a profound sense of despair. Unable to remain still, he secretly infiltrated an event and, with Chu Xian's covert assistance, successfully unveiled the video. Whether any suspicious individuals were identified at the hotel was at the discretion of the hotel management. After Lin Xueqing left in a daze, Chu Xian shifted her focus to Lin Shimi, who sat silently on the sofa, her dark eyes devoid of tears or cries. This was the first time Chu Xian scrutinized Lin Shimi with such seriousness, recognizing the child who nearly replaced her biological daughter. Perhaps due to Youyou's influence, she no longer feared Lin Shimi's gaze. Lin Shimi, however, did not possess the ability to manipulate emotions at all times. The Lin family was crumbling, losing its former threat. But this child Youyou awakened. Xianwei, yawning, brought Youyou in, her long hair unkempt. "Ah!" Youyou, full of energy, raised her tiny fists to capture Chu Xian's attention. "HM? Who is this child?" Xianwei paused, taken aback upon seeing Lin Shimi. "Humph. She is the daughter of that scoundrel and Zhou Wanjin, Lin Shimi. The nefarious false daughter meant to replace Youyou. Uncle Xianwei, hurry, Youyou wants to grab her." For the first time, Xianwei did not heed Youyou's sentiments. Kneeling down to meet Lin Shimi's eyes, Youyou, perched on Xuanyue's arm, kicked her little feet against him, reaching out to grasp Lin Shimi's hair. "Ouch!" Lin Shimi cried out in pain. Unlike Youyou, who could move freely, Lin Shimi was confined to sitting and could only flail her small hands in a futile attempt to fend off Youyou, scooting backward. With a sudden tug, Youyou managed to pull several strands of Lin Shimi's hair. "Shimi!" Lin Zhe rushed in, drenched in sweat and without a glance at Chu Xian. He scooped Lin Shimi into his arms. This behavior was highly unusual, Xianwei observed, never having regarded Lin Zhe as a caring father. Chu Xian, however, was accustomed to Lin Zhe's demeanor. Whenever Lin Shimi cried, Lin Xuelan and Lin Xueqing often displayed erratic behavior, protective yet not overtly so. Xuanyue's attention shifted back and forth between Lin Zhe and Lin Shimi, sensing something amiss. Chu Xin, you had better have a valid explanation. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Strangely, Lin Shimi did not resemble Lin Zai at all. Xian Wei voiced his inner thoughts. Youyou paused in her playful antics. HM? Really? I hadn't calculated that. The senior sister's narrative does align. Xian Wei continued, this Lin Shimi bears no resemblance to Lin Zai, and her eyes, where have I seen such peculiarity before? Chapter 92. A tangled mind. Youyou, please retrieve the Qianquan bag. Xian Yu gently pinched Youyou's little nose. This little sluggard, who was so keen on prying into others' thoughts, was now hesitant to speculate on the minds of Lin Shiwei and Lin Zai, who stood nearby. Youyou promptly produced the Qianquan bag and opened it. With a cacophony of clattering sounds, a heap of items tumbled onto the ground. While the other objects were unfamiliar to Chu Xin, she immediately recognized Youyou's gold bars, bank cards, and even half a piece of jade cake along with 2 small cookies with bites taken out of them. Noticing Chu Xin's gaze shift, Youyou hastily snatched the jade cake and cookies, concealing them behind her back. Chu Xin, burdened with worries, nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Xian Yu rummaged through the bag and extracted 2 translucent stones, glimmering as if veiled in ethereal mist. Here, consume these, she said, offering the divine stones to Youyou before gathering the remaining items. These 2 stones possess the most potent celestial energy. I acquired them from the mouth of a spiritual tiger in the Sea of Heaven. Youyou wrinkled her little nose and leaned in to sniff. Do they smell of false saliva? Fear not. I have washed them thoroughly in the ocean, Xian Yu replied, her expression one of discontent. Having risked her life to obtain the stones, she was now compelled to gift them to the very cause of her descent to the mortal realm. In the midst of Chu Xin's astonishment, Youyou tossed the small stones into her mouth and spat out a few puffs of air. How is it? Is the celestial energy formidable? Xian Yu inquired. Youyou nodded vigorously, and in an instant, her small form soared into the air. Wait for me. Xian Yu quickly pursued her, swiftly embracing Youyou and sealing the Qianquan bag. After Youyou stowed the bag away, Xian Yu whisked her off to Lin Zai's room. Chu Xin, regaining her composure, hurriedly followed suit. What a spectacle! The speed at which Youyou crawled had already embarrassed the champion sprinter. Now, who knew what would happen if she took flight? You must observe her eyes and her mind closely. I find them eerily familiar, Xian Yu murmured to Youyou, who nodded enthusiastically, her mouth agape in excitement. She too yearned to uncover Lin Shiwei's secrets. Lin Zai was still on the phone, impatiently scolding the other party. I tell you, do not be insatiable, or you shall regret it. Youyou, bestow some celestial energy upon my eyes, she instructed. Youyou, with a gentle pat on Xian Yu's head, began to observe Lin Shiwei. Seated on the bed, Lin Shiwei tilted her head, inadvertently locking eyes with Youyou and Xian Yu peeking around the door. At that moment, both were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment, mouths slightly agape. She has something in her mind. Indeed, there is something within her head, they echoed in unison. This individual was peculiar, often eliciting an unguarded trust and closeness. Although I had been devoid of celestial power at that time, my ethereal form was far better than my current state. My body had been continuously infused with celestial energy, enabling me to perceive the fortunes and misfortunes of mortals, which led me to encounter that person. He deceived me into entering the palace under the guise of recommending me as the national master. I believed that with the resources afforded by such a title, my restoration of celestial power would be expedited. Thus I acquiesced. Little did I know, he recognized my celestial identity from the outset and repeatedly tricked me into opening the Qianquan bag, seizing many of my celestial fruits and herbs, along with my celestial token. Eventually, upon realizing the deception, I sealed the Qianquan bag, but he had already stabbed me in the heart. At that moment, perhaps due to the eruption of my celestial life force, I discerned a mass within his mind. Moreover, he could conjure talismans and elixirs out of thin air, possessing certain Taoist skills. Your master and senior sister have transcended to become deities, You must have some understanding of these matters. Youyou curled her little legs, half lying down in contemplation, her fingers idly scratching her feet. Lin Shiwei can also summon talismans and medicines from thin air. What connection does that villain have with her? Chu Xian, unable to perceive the contents of Lin Shiwei's mind as described, recalled a similar individual who had fatally pierced Xianyu, the celestial being. The thought of Youyou being harmed in a similar manner caused her breath to hitch painfully. Such resemblance could not merely be attributed to their prowess. It was undoubtedly the entity within their minds. In that moment, Chu Xian's thoughts drifted to surgical instruments. If only she could extract the contents of their minds, perhaps this turmoil could cease. Or might her latest concoction numb their nerves, rendering even their conjured elixirs ineffective? Indeed. He must be utilizing the abilities acquired from within to seal my body and celestial soul within this coffin. By this reasoning, Lin Shiwei must comprehend these symbols as well. Pondered Xianyu. The room fell silent among the three. Youyou, I have arrived, Su Jinrui shouted as he burst into the room. I brought you some delightful toys. Grandpa says they are for playing with sand at the beach. Look. Su Jinrui brandished a water bucket from his bag, which contained a small shovel, rake, and fishnet. Youyou's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exchanged a glance with the equally thrilled Xianyu. Indeed, they could engage in such activities. Chapter 93. The Sure family. As Youyou turned around, she prepared to climb. Chu Xian, quick-witted and agile, rushed over, but her embrace missed its mark, and Youyou slipped away like a slippery fish. Youyou, wait for me. I want to go too, Su Jinrui exclaimed, following suit. Chu Xian gazed at her empty arms, directing a reproachful stare at Xianyu. With a guilty laugh, Xianyu replied, It must be that your embrace is too slippery to hold. See, I can catch her. With that, she dashed off. Coincidentally, Lin Shiwei and Lin Zhe were both absent. Youyou, in a fit of anger, was pounding her tiny fists on the spot where Lin Shiwei had previously sat. Her small fists thudded against the soft sofa, creating little indentations. Youyou's eyes lit up, and she turned her head eagerly, nodding vigorously. Children have a remarkable ability to forget quickly. A mere novelty captured her attention. Noticing that Youyou and Su Jinrui were thoroughly enjoying themselves in the garden, Chu Xian handed the hair that Youyou had tugged from her head to a nearby bodyguard, then went in search of a few strands of Lin Zhe's hair to take to Lu Fang's company for identification. Meanwhile, Lin Shiwei found herself under the care of Fan Xuelan, who took her to the residence once inhabited by Zhou Wanjin, incessantly berating Chu Xian along the way. Lin Zhe, overwhelmed and neglectful of the children, hurried to the room previously shared with Huang Lishan. Huang Lishan, wrapped in a towel that barely concealed her, had droplets of water cascading down her fragrant shoulders. Lin Zhe, momentarily captivated by the scene, soon furrowed his brow. Speak, what is it you desire? He demanded. With little interest, Huang Lishan's smile faded as she replied, Do not dismiss me. I request only a change of position and an additional 1 million. A million? Lin Zhe clenched his fists in exasperation. Another million? The constant extortion is intolerable. He struggled to suppress his mounting fury. Huang Lishan, unperturbed, dressed herself. After all our time together, you only provided me with a modest apartment worth a mere million. Despite being beaten by your wife because of you, I said nothing. I have borne too much. I only seek 1 million. A standard job offers only a few thousand per year. I might as well accept being your mistress. But do you truly value this secret? She handed Lin Zhe a note. His expression shifted drastically, his pupils dilating. How do you know? He asked, alarmed. Huang Lishan calmly seated herself, her smile playful. For 1 million, this matter remains between us. Grant me a new position, and I shall perform my duties diligently without further entanglements. Lin Zhe's complexion fluctuated between anger and resignation before he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, await my call. As he exited the hotel, memories of recent phone calls demanding money enraged him, and he kicked a tree beside the car. The bodyguard in the shadows captured everything on film and sent it to Chu Xian. Fearful of allowing Yi Taodao and Xian Yu to take Youyou outside, Chu Xian confined everyone to the house. Youyou, reveling in her playtime in the garden, attempted to harness her magical powers, scattering soil everywhere. Xian Yu, Yi Taodao, and Su Jinrui were thoroughly covered in dirt. Youyou, just like before, when you see Lin Shiwei, try to extract what is in her mind with your powers. If that fails, Uncle will assist you with items from my bag that possess magic. I have sacrificed my own restoration to immortality for your sake. Youyou patted Xian Yu's thigh while sitting atop a mound of dirt. Understood. When the time comes, I'll have my senior sister help you. She has an abundance of wonderful things. Lin Xueqing, shedding her previous gloom, radiated vitality and confidence. She trotted to Chu Xian's door and politely knocked. Sister-in-law. Today I met a nobleman from Beijing, a member of the Shi family named Shi Tianlang. Do you know him? The Shi family? Chu Xian mused, intrigued. She was aware that the Shi family was a prominent clan in Beijing, but how could they be connected to an city? Shi Tianlang? Youyou, perched on the ground and raking the carpet with a small tool, lifted her head. It seems this Shi Tianlang is also closely linked to the Chu family. In the original story, when Mommy was found by her second uncle, they moved to Beijing with the Lin family for development. Shi Tianlang was infatuated with Lin Xueqing at first, but since she was interested in the Lu family, he had to withdraw. Of course, he wasn't truly enamored with Lin Xueqing. He merely sought to leverage her connection to the Chu family. Presently, the Shi family seems to be encountering business troubles and is seeking assistance from the Chu family. However, the Shi family is unscrupulous and Shi Tianlang is no good man. He is abusive. Unable to marry Lin Xueqing, he wed his aunt's sister instead. Later, when the Chu family came under the Lin family's control, he deemed his aunt's sister worthless and essentially killed her. To curry favor with the Lin family, he even became Lin Xueqing's lackey. He is despicable. I want to give him a beating. After hearing Youyou's sentiments, everyone turned their attention to Lin Xueqing. Chu Xian cleared her throat. Sister, where did you meet someone from the Shi family? Lin Xueqing's face flushed crimson as she spoke softly. I encountered him while taking a solitary stroll by the river. He thought I was going to commit suicide and held me, persistently urging me to be strong. He said I was a victim and should not wallow in self-pity. He offered to marry me, revealing his identity as a member of the Shi family. Ah, a clear ulterior motive. How convenient. A rogue seeking a little enchantress. You must bind him tightly. Do not let him harm my aunt's sister. Xian Yu and Yi Taodao nodded in agreement, fully supporting Youyou's intentions. Chu Xian smiled gently. The Shi family is indeed respectable. Though not as illustrious as the Lu family, they are still significant, far superior to the Lin family. How about this? You call Mom and invite Shi Tianlang over tomorrow for a visit. Let her have a look. Chapter 94. Insufficient celestial power. Youyou, unable to wait for Lin Shiwei, fell soundly asleep. The bravado he displayed towards Chu Xian during the day had dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile and tender eyes. As he cradled a bouquet of flowers, Chu Xian glanced over, a mocking smile gracing her lips. It was indeed a lovely sight. Albeit tarnished by the hands of this man. Xian, I have encountered some difficulties recently and require 5 million. Could you possibly lend it to me? Lin Zhe implored. Feigning surprise, Chu Xian retorted, Ah Zhe, our company is on the verge of going public. Do you really not have even 5 million? It's not for the company. Lin Zhe hurriedly clarified. For the past few months, I have only ensured our household's livelihood, placing all other funds into the company's account for this very moment. True. But you're aware that my recent expenses have been covered by the Chu family. The money is in Ling Jia's hands, and I cannot simply ask for it. Tomorrow, the young master of the Shi family will visit our home to see my younger sister, and I need funds from Ling Jia to entertain him. This situation is rather delicate, and Ling Jia may not readily agree. Lin Zhe seized upon a crucial detail, inquiring, who? Which young master of the Shi family? The Shi family from Jing City, still rather prominent. Yet, my sister is quite fortunate, though she missed out on Lu Ershao. She has garnered the favor of the young master of the Shi family. It seems she possesses quite the fortune. Lin Zhe fell silent, choosing not to revisit the prior subject. He engaged in casual conversation with Chu Xin before departing. Is he considering my sister? Ling Jia emerged from the inner room, holding Youyou's recently changed little clothes. Chu Xin shook her head slightly. Who knows? Does this family truly have anyone's best interests at heart? However, the fractured relationship between the siblings may be temporarily mended by the Shi family's involvement. In the dead of night, Youyou awoke after a restful slumber. At this point, she no longer needed her little ghost companion. She sat on her small bed for a moment before climbing down. Utilizing a bit of celestial power to support her petite form, she quietly landed on the ground. Of course, her little ghost companion continued to float nearby, opening doors for her. The room of Fan Xuelan was tranquil as Youyou made her way to Lin Shiwei's small bed. As Youyou climbed onto the bed, Lin Shiwei opened her eyes as usual. Perhaps due to the nighttime, Youyou perceived that the darkness in Lin Shiwei's mind had intensified. With a giggle, she grinned widely and used her celestial power to wrap around the dark mass within Lin Shiwei's head. Just then, a piercing wail echoed in Youyou's mind. Rubbing her little ears, she observed that the dark entity was writhing and seemingly attempting to escape. Imitating the action of raking through something with a small rake, she pulled at the entity with her celestial energy. At that moment, Lin Shiwei suddenly burst into tears. Shiwei, what happened? Fan Xuelan, awakened by the commotion, hurriedly examined her clothing. Lin Shiwei pointed outside, but upon inspection, Fan Xuelan found the door securely closed, with nothing amiss. Calm down, don't cry. Tomorrow, Grandma will take you to see Mama, Fan Xuelan soothed, cradling Lin Shiwei as she walked around. After a prolonged period of pointing and crying at the door, Lin Shiwei, seeing no resolution, simply fell back asleep. Youyou, feeling vexed, puffed up her cheeks and made her way to Xianwei's room. Knock, knock. Youyou sat on the floor, tapping on Xianwei's coffin lid. Annoyed, Xianwei covered his ears and rolled over, sinking back into the soft mattress of the coffin. Youyou, growing impatient, continued to knock and called out a couple of times. Xianwei sat up, eyes still closed, and said, Youyou, I, Xianwei, am now immortal. If you don't let me sleep, I will be utterly exhausted. With that, he reclined once more. Youyou huffed in response and climbed up. Seeing this, her little ghost companion promptly lifted her up. As Youyou crawled inside, she felt around and discovered it to be quite satisfactory. She rolled about a few times on Xianwei's side before settling on the mattress next to him. To express her apologies for the trouble she had caused, Chu Xin had specially arranged the coffin's side with yellow satin and silk, even commissioning a mattress tailored to fit the coffin's dimensions, resembling the elaborate arrangements made for ancient emperors. Xianwei was quite pleased, feeling very comfortable within. The coffin was spacious enough that, even after lying down, there was still ample space beside him, perfectly accommodating Youyou. Curious, Youyou poked at the soft yellow cushion, momentarily forgetting about her earlier intentions. Thus, with her small body sprawled out, her head tilted, and her little bottom in the air, she fell asleep. Unbeknownst to her, after she drifted off, the runes on the coffin's side suddenly glimmered with a faint light, flickering softly. When Chu Xin and Ling Jia awoke the next morning and found Youyou missing, they were no longer anxious. They first searched Ji Taodao's room and then proceeded to Xianwei's chamber, where they spotted the porcelain doll beside the coffin. And understanding dawned upon them. Youyou and Xianwei remained fast asleep within the coffin, while the little ghost companion also slumbered inside the porcelain doll, oblivious to the stirrings in the Lin household. In anticipation of the young master of the Shi family, Chu Xin had instructed the servants to begin preparations early. Fan Xuelan, energized as if infused with enthusiasm, took a hands-on approach, wearing a smile befitting a relative eager to meet a noble son-in-law. Xianwei found himself in a dream. Having finally seized two richly infused celestial stones, sitting on the beach ready to consume them. Suddenly, a massive wave surged from the ocean, drenching him from head to toe. "Damn that spirit tiger white shark!" Xianwei exclaimed, sitting up in anger, instinctively reaching for his spirit sword, only to remember that it had been deceitfully taken from him. "Huh? Youyou, what are you doing here?" Youyou pointed beneath Xianwei, gesturing with her tiny hands. "Xianwei, uncle, shame on you. Even over 1,000 years old, still wetting the bed." Xianwei. This enemy who had pulled him down to the mortal realm, he vowed never to coexist with her. Xianwei changed into a new robe. Having received several tailored sets from Chu Xian in the same style, so he didn't mind wearing them. Though they were mere ordinary garments, incomparable to his celestial attire. He felt that once stained, they could never be cleansed with celestial power, especially since he currently lacked such power. After a hearty breakfast, the duo was restless and ventured out to see the commotion. Chapter 95. The golden son-in-law. The Lin family surrounded Shi Tianlang, showering him with warmth and affection that felt more intimate than that of a family. When Chu Xian appeared, cradling Youyou in her arms, Shi Tianlang unexpectedly called her sister-in-law. What was going on? Not only was Chu Xian taken aback, but even Lin Xueqing and Fan Xuelan paused for a moment before bursting into even more enthusiastic laughter. "Sister-in-law, I fell in love with Xueqing at first sight. I wonder if you would endorse our marriage?" Shi Tianlang inquired. Had their relationship escalated to the point of discussing marriage? So soon? She had only stepped away for a brief moment, merely enough time to change and groom Youyou. He fears that mommy will seek out uncle and the others to investigate him, hence he wishes to promptly solidify his relationship with Lin Xueqing and hasten their marriage. This way, once the Lin family aligns with the Chu family, he will become part of the Chu clan by marriage. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled as she chuckled lightly. "Young Master Shi, the situation is this. I have suffered from amnesia for quite some time, thus I am not well acquainted with your family. Xueqing is exceedingly innocent and kind-hearted, making her susceptible to deception, so I cannot agree just yet. After all, you have only known each other for a brief period. Is it truly appropriate to discuss marriage so soon?" "Oh dear," Fan Xuelan subtly nudged Chu Xian and then smiled at Shi Tianlang. "Young Master Shi, do not take offense. My daughter-in-law is merely meticulous and deeply cares for Xueqing, which is not a sign of distrust." Lin Xueqing, visibly anxious, chimed in, "Sister-in-law, I am willing. Young Master Shi is a wonderful person. Ha ha ha, does Shi not realize that mommy is about to sever ties with the Lin family? Once he marries Lin Xueqing, the Lin family will become a fallen house, and I wonder if he will go mad with regret. I long to witness that moment." Chu Xian would undoubtedly honor Youyou's sentiments and not let her down. She made a point to consult Lin Zai's. "I can see that my younger sister is sincere, and young Master Shi indeed has genuine intentions. Although I am the elder sister-in-law, I cannot play the villain and disrupt their union. What do you think?" Lin Zai readily agreed, "Of course. I feel an immediate connection with young Master Shi. Such is fate." Chu Xian nodded. "Excellent. Then you both should arrange a visit to the Shi family and discuss the engagement date." "Sister-in-law, we have decided to obtain our marriage certificate as soon as possible, followed by the wedding," Lin Xueqing stated, her face flushed. Chu Xian was taken aback. She had just been contemplating how to expedite their marriage. Naturally, Shi is eager to marry Lin Xueqing quickly. He believes mommy is particularly fond of the Lin family and that she is loved by the Chu family. Thus, he fears that the longer they wait, the more likely he will be informed of any unfavorable rumors about him. Marrying early will secure his position as a prospective in-law of the Chu family, albeit indirectly. However, our Lin family has yet to go public, and we are still an unremarkable clan. Would the Shi family truly agree? Should we wait until the company is listed before finalizing anything? Shi Tianlang replied, "Not at all. I don't want the Lin family to go public and attract attention, especially those who might approach Xueqing due to her beauty and status, thereby disrupting my pursuit. I informed my parents last night, and they are very fond of Xueqing and are not concerned about her past experiences. They only feel pity for her. They said that as long as Xueqing is willing, we can obtain the marriage certificate and grant her the title of young mistress, and then prepare for the wedding. The wedding will not be too far off. At most in 10 days, my parents have already begun preparations. Indeed, my in-laws just called me to promise a substantial bride price, which demonstrates their sincerity, Fan Xuelan added, her pride evident. Chu Xian glanced at the group, secretly relieved that Lin Shiwei was not present. Otherwise, she might have attempted to intervene. Since the Shi family was so earnest, she certainly could not act as a barrier to their union. Initially, she had been troubled about her younger sister's marriage. However, given the circumstances, it seemed a joyous resolution, alleviating her fears that her sister would be looked down upon by her in-laws. Sister-in-law, please take good care of my younger sister. In the future, our Chu family and the Shi family shall be connected by marriage. Shi Tianlang had been eagerly awaiting this affirmation, and he was instantly elated. By the way, while the wedding ceremony is important, the date for obtaining the marriage certificate is paramount, as it requires an auspicious day. Should I arrange for someone to calculate the most suitable day for you? Shi Tianlang shook his head. Sister-in-law, no need. My parents know a master, and last night they consulted him using our birth dates. The master indicated that 5 days from now, the sun will be at its zenith, symbolizing the everlasting nature of Xueqing and my love. Upon receiving the specific date, Chu Xian's smile grew even brighter. That is splendid. She did not linger further, feeling it inappropriate to intrude upon their warm exchanges. However, such delightful news certainly warranted sharing with Xiao Zheng and other members of the Lin family. The Lin household was filled with joy and excitement. Zhou Wanjun had finally emerged from the psychiatric hospital. She gazed at her phone, which displayed images of Lin Zhe entering various hotels with different women, as well as properties and luxury goods he had purchased for them, alongside millions in spending money, her eyes burning with rage. She had endured humiliation and hardship for him, demeaning herself to the role of a maid, enduring beatings and insults without retaliation. Now, as the Lin family approached its public listing, she had not even crossed this bridge before it was dismantled. Most distressing was that in the past few days, Lin Zhe had not visited her even once, nor had Fan Xuelan or Lin Xueqing. The only visit she received was from her daughter, who was carried by a Lin family maid to see her. Ironically, the sister-in-law she had once considered a close confidant was now preparing for her own wedding without offering her a shred of information. How utterly ironic! Using the new phone provided to her by the hospital director, Zhou Wanjun sent a message, and soon after, an irate Lin Zhe arrived. Zhou Wanjun, what exactly do you want? Lin Zhe was already feeling overwhelmed. Lin Zhe, let us part ways. After all this time, I have endured so much for you, and you ought to compensate me in some way. Lin Zhe's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated such a request from Zhou Wanjun. He had painstakingly gathered a few million to appease those greedy individuals, and now this. Part ways? Are you insane? Weiwei is our daughter. Once I secure the Chu family, you will be the rightful mistress. And now you wish to separate from me? Mistress? Zhou Wanjun scoffed derisively. Mastering the Chu family? Lin Zhe, you have yet to even set foot inside the Chu family, and you are already flirting with others. Do you truly believe you can command the Chu family? Do you think the Chu family is filled with fools? Lin Zhe retorted, whether the Chu family is foolish or not does not affect Xinxin. She is well aware of my relationship with Huang Lishan, yet she has not made a fuss or sought a divorce. Trust me. Once our company is listed and enters the capital circle, I will have a way to take control of the Chu family. Do not forget about Weiwei. Do you still remember Weiwei? Zhou Wanjun suppressed her rising fury and decided to relinquish the topic. Give me 50 million and return Weiwei to me. I will leave with her. Chapter 96 Evidence Impossible. Lin Zhe rejected without a moment's thought. Give me 20 million and Weiwei. That is my minimum requirement. Lin Zhe, you know that I am aware of all your secrets. If Chu Xian discovers that Weiwei is not her child, Can you guess how she will react? Lindsay furrowed his brow. She won't do anything to me. I know her well. She cannot live without me. Indeed, she may not react strongly, for she does not spend much time with Weiwei and holds little affection for her. Conversely, she dotes on Youyou as if he were her own. However, Lindsay, do not forget that you are the one who killed her biological child. Furthermore, the recent disappearance of Youyou was also orchestrated by you. I wonder if she can accept this truth. You, Zhou Wanjin, you know I would never treat you unfairly. At most, I indulge in some fleeting pleasures. But Mrs. Lin will undoubtedly be yours. Rest assured, once the Lin Corporation goes public, we will relocate to the capital. After moving, I will have the opportunity to interact with the Chu family. Moreover, Weiwei has already provided me with numerous drugs. Soon, I will have control over the Chu family. Trust me. Zhou Wanjin stepped forward in fury and slapped Lindsay. You dare mention Weiwei? You spend your days indulging in debauchery, showing no concern for her. You do not understand her feelings. You neglect her, subjecting her to endless grievances within the Lin household. What do you do aside from exploiting her? Zhou Wanjin. You shameless woman. I have already made concessions. What more do you want? Blame me for being blind to your true nature when I first chose you? If you seek money, you will find no door open. If you wish to leave, go ahead, but leave Weiwei behind. Very well. Lindsay, if you act unjustly, do not blame me for being merciless. If you refuse my demands, I will expose everything to Chu Xian. Dream on if you aspire to be the favored son-in-law of the Chu family. Zhou Wanjin turned to leave. How dare you? Lindsay, in a fit of rage, seized Zhou Wanjin by the throat. All the anger he had accumulated from being extorted was unleashed upon her. You pests, all you do is extort me, as if I, Lindsay, were made of clay. If you do not allow me peace, do not expect to find comfort yourselves. His grip tightened further. Zhou Wanjin struggled at first, but soon her strength waned. It was only when her body went limp that Lindsay suddenly realized what he had done. Had he killed her? Had he indeed taken the life of the woman he once loved most? No, he must not let her escape. He surveyed his surroundings, finding no witnesses or cameras, a cruel glint passing through his eyes. He removed Zhou Wanjin's outer garment, wrapped it around a heavy stone, and tied it securely to her before dragging her to the riverbank and pushing her into the water. After completing this grim act, his hands trembled as he sat for a long while, gathering himself before standing to leave. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of binoculars observed from afar. Chu Xian had not anticipated Lin Zai's ruthlessness. She had administered a substance to provoke his fury, intending to sever his ties with Zhou Wanjin. But Lin Zai had accelerated her plan. Excellent. When Zhou Wanjin's body was recovered, it was already horrifyingly pale. The two were oblivious to the unfolding events, lost in their own world, entirely unaware of Lin Zai's distracted state. Lin Zai fixated on his phone, the words unknown assailant. Please provide information, keeping his heart in a state of tension. Fan Shualan, too, did not notice Lin Zai's demeanor, as Lin Shiwei's incessant crying aggravated her until the police notified her to claim the body. Only then did she learn of Zhou Wanjin's demise. Although she had never been particularly fond of Zhou Wanjin, she had always maintained a place for her in her heart as her daughter-in-law. After all, Zhou Wanjin was obedient and understood Weiwei best. All of Fan Shualan's frustration was directed at Chu Xian. It is all your fault. You insisted on sending her to a mental institution, and now look what has happened. She is dead. You are truly a scourge. She committed no grave offense. Why could you not tolerate her? You have caused her death. Mom, what are you talking about? This has nothing to do with Xian. Lin Zai interjected nervously, eager to soothe her. Zai, do not blame your mother. After all, she is family, and with a death comes sorrow. How about this? Since you believe I caused her death, let my brother spend a fortune hiring a private investigator to find the culprit. Once we uncover the truth, Mother will surely be placated. Xian, the police will certainly conduct a thorough investigation. There is no need to trouble my brother, Lin Zai interrupted. Zai, rest assured. My brother's private investigator is highly skilled, and results will be forthcoming within a day. Regardless, I acknowledge my part in this. I will cover her funeral expenses. Having said this, Chu Xian turned to leave. Xian. Lindsay attempted to follow but was stopped by the police. Mr. Lin, please proceed to claim the body. As the deceased's family, you must be informed of the circumstances surrounding her death. Lindsay felt disoriented, and his unease intensified upon arriving at the police station. Li Zheng quickly sensed his abnormality and signaled his team to investigate his whereabouts. Chu Xian, of course, did not permit Chu Tianyi to hire a private investigator, for she possessed complete video evidence. Yuan, bring me all the contracts. We will conclude this tonight. Lindsay hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth and seek assistance from the Chu family. He never underestimated their capabilities and believed a private investigator could uncover the facts. Yet, if the Chu family sided with him, they could easily destroy any evidence in the investigator's possession. At that moment, as Lindsay wrestled with his turmoil, Chu Xian tossed the evidence before him. Zay, you have disappointed me greatly. As Fan Xuelan prepared to scold him, she noticed Lindsay's body trembling. Following his gaze, she too saw the footage of Lindsay committing murder and disposing of the body. My son, what have you done? Lindsay suddenly knelt before Chu Xian. Xian. Please help me. I did not mean to. She insulted you, and I lost control. Chu Xian laughed, incredulous that he would still attempt to deceive her at such a moment. Indeed, the footage captured only the visuals, devoid of sound. But was he unaware of the concept of lip reading? Chapter 97 Sign Heiress, we are family, and I am certainly here to assist you. However, you may not yet be aware that the police are currently investigating you. I can arrange for a private investigator to eliminate certain evidence, but I cannot intervene with what the police have already collected. What shall we do? Xin, you must save him. He is your husband. Without him, how could you enjoy such a stable and comfortable life? Chu Xian cast a scornful glance at Fan Xuelan. Did she still not grasp the gravity of the situation? Then what do you suggest I do to save him, mother? Fan Xuelan's eyes darted, and her expression turned sinister. Find someone to take the blame for him before the police catch on, and have them turn themselves in. If that doesn't work, Xin, you could take his place and claim it was unintentional. He wouldn't face the death penalty. As long as A's is here, our Lin family will endure. And you will never suffer. Plus, your elder brother is quite capable. They will surely find a way to extricate you. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian couldn't help but laugh in anger. Mother, your reasoning is indeed sound. However, my brother and the others would never agree to such a thing. Besides, you are of an age where you have enjoyed a lifetime. It wouldn't matter if you took the fall for A's. With A's and me out here, along with our Chu family, we will certainly find a way to get you out sooner. A's, what do you think? Lindsay remained silent, while Fan Xuelan appeared increasingly anxious. Well, I merely suggested this. We could always hire someone. Fan Xuelan chuckled awkwardly. Yes, hire someone. Money will suffice. Lindsay chimed in. At that moment, a flustered Yuan rushed in. Mr. Lin, there's been a situation. Lindsay's heart sank, and he asked nervously, What has happened? Yuan handed over several documents. Someone is spreading rumors about Mr. Lin's reputation. It appears our Lin family may not be able to go public. The documents contained intimate photographs of Lindsay entering hotels with various women. Additionally, during the investigation of the Zhou Wanjin case, the police encountered several brutish men who had previously bullied her at a hotel. Those men implicatingly stated that everything was orchestrated by Mr. Lin, claiming that he intended for them to bully you. Mississippi Lindsay immediately felt guilty and vehemently denied. That's impossible. Yet the impossibility was not the crux. They mentioned accomplices who possessed evidence and had already dispatched individuals to apprehend them. Yuan continued. The eldest young master has stated that he can arrange for someone to take the blame for your husband, as many would forsake themselves for the comfort of their families. However, this requires connections. Unfortunately, your husband's reputation is beyond salvage at this point, as the news has already spread, complicating the company's public listing. To speak frankly, your husband's character not only affects the company's listing, but will also influence its future development. Businessmen are driven by profit. Once your husband is elevated, who will care about his past misdeeds? Upon hearing the first half, Lindsay and Fan Shuelan's faces glowed with ecstasy, but as the latter part unfolded, they began to waver. Chu Xian feigned concern, saying, "How can this be? The Lin family is A's life's work. I wouldn't dare take over." Yuanpe responded, "Miss, I understand your unwavering affection for your husband. Thus, the eldest young master and the others will support you regardless. However, this is a matter of life and death. Your husband's life hangs in the balance. Your decision can alter everything." Just then, Chu Xian's phone rang, displaying a call from Officer Yu. She put it on speaker. "Miss Chu, may I ask if your husband is home? There is a case suspected to be related to him. If he is at home, please inform him to come to the police station. As friends, I won't send anyone to collect him." After this, the call ended. Lindsay was now thoroughly panicked, anxiously rubbing his hands as he paced. "What should I do? What can I do?" Yuanpe placed the documents on the table. "Mr. Lin, please sign swiftly. Time is of the essence. Complete the signing so that I can have the eldest young master make arrangements and accompany you to the police station." Lindsay, in a frenzy, picked up the pen. "Where do I sign?" Yuanpe flipped through the pages for him. Lindsay hastily signed without even glancing at the contents. After completing the task, Yuanpe handed the documents to Chu Xian, his eyes brimming with mirth. "Miss, the remaining matters are in your hands. I will accompany your husband. Rest assured, the lawyers we hired will arrive promptly. He will not face any issues." Chu Xian grasped the implications, smiling as she nodded. "Thank you, Brother Yuan." "Ah." The unspoken meaning. The lawyer serves as both witness and evidence. No issues indicates not minor troubles, but significant ones. Lin, the scoundrel, is finished, and I, Youyou, shall soon be free. Upon hearing Youyou's thoughts, Chu Xian realized that either Xianyu or Yi Taotao was eavesdropping. With the prospect of leaving this place brightening her mood, she paid no mind to it. "Mother, do not worry. My brother is always prudent. A's will be fine this time. Also, you must watch your words. Do not speak to anyone about this matter. By the way, please handle the Zhou Wanjin situation first. I will seek out connections to smooth things over with Officer Yu." After Chu Xian finished speaking, she turned and headed upstairs. Fan Shuelan responded with a dull acknowledgement, feeling an uneasy sense of foreboding. "Have they signed yet?" Yi Taotao peeked through the door, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chu Xian placed a stack of documents on the coffee table. Xianyu shot her a glare. "As if you aren't free here, you're still a servant, sleeping earlier than the mistress and rising later than a pig." Xianyu exploded. "Have I carried you for nothing? When have I ever done so? I sacrificed my hard-earned celestial stones for her. I might have to give her everything in my Qianquan bag. You, a mere mortal, have no idea of the worth of celestial stones and the various celestial artifacts within. You could never purchase a single one in a lifetime of toil." At that moment, Youyou interjected, "No mortal can buy celestial artifacts with a lifetime of earnings. Where would they even acquire them? They are not for sale." Yi Taotao chuckled. Xianyu felt further aggrieved by Youyou's retort, sobbing, "I have given you everything. You ungrateful little brat, and you still won't speak up for me. I can't even break this cursed coffin's restraints, so I cannot cultivate. Why didn't you learn properly from your senior sister back then?" She could open this rune restraint with just a glance and a wave of her hand. Why is my fate so miserable? Chapter 98. Unveiling the dark entity. Youyou was aware that Xianwei could hear her innermost thoughts. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that others could also listen in. Thus, she spoke freely, unrestrained by caution. "Do not forget, your master is poorer than anyone else. It is your senior brothers and sisters who are the wealthiest. Seek their assistance. And remember, you owe me interest. I have lingered on this earthly plane for over 2 centuries, nearly encountering your father, the king of the underworld. How is that possible? Uncle Bai and the others would never seize your soul. Your essence is not under the jurisdiction of the underworld. Youyou continued to babble animatedly. By the way, we are about to move soon. What shall we do about Lin Shiwei? She is quite the enigma. Will she manage to rescue that scoundrel and his ilk again? Yi Taodao interjected suddenly. Oh, I almost forgot. We must go and extract the strange thoughts from her mind, Youyou declared, shaking her tiny fist. Quickly, open the Qiankuan bag, Xianwei urged. Time was of the essence. They needed to act swiftly. Such a mysterious individual might vanish from sight at any moment, making her impossible to track down. Youyou tugged vigorously at the Qiankuan bag's tail, and a multitude of items tumbled forth with a cacophony. Xianwei rummaged through the contents. This is a celestial pearl that I harvested from a millennial tree in the misty grove. It glistens beautifully as a headpiece. I had intended it for my future bride. But never mind, you may have it. And this box? I spent an entire day and night chopping that ancient tree for this little piece of wood. And after much effort, I crafted this box. With a sigh, Youyou opened the box, revealing a dazzling array of vibrant red beads, each radiating a golden luster, utterly enchanting. Youyou gasped, I want them, I desire them so much. The celestial energy contained within those beads was equivalent to that of a previous celestial stone. Without further hesitation, she placed her hand atop the box and absorbed the energy of the beads along with the box itself. You claim to accomplish nothing in the celestial realm, merely indulging in mischief. If only your soul carried the celestial energy from your descent, it would suffice, Xianwei teased, tapping Youyou's little nose. Youyou, grinning playfully, continued to absorb the celestial energy until the box disintegrated into powder. She then blew forcefully at the dust, which swirled up, covering Xianwei and the others in a fine layer. Giggling mischievously, Youyou darted away in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian wiped her face and gazed at the powder in her palm, struggling to fathom what Youyou would be like when she could walk and run. Lin Shiwei remained in slumber, having wept for an extended period before finally succumbing to exhaustion. Fan Xuelan, concerned for Lin Zhe, was too preoccupied to attend to her, leaving only a maid to watch over her. The little imp had not accompanied her, and Youyou could not open the door, so she sat outside, glancing back over her shoulder. Now you understand my worth? Xianwei lifted Youyou by the collar and opened the door. Upon seeing Xianwei and the following Chu Xian, the maid greeted them before stepping outside. Lin Shiwei, sensing something amiss as before, awoke immediately. Sitting up cautiously, she clenched her tiny hands, glaring at the now clambering Youyou. Just as Youyou raised her hand, Lin Shiwei swatted it down. In retaliation, Youyou pushed Lin Shiwei, who then pushed back. The two little ones engaged in a playful scuffle, leaving the adults nearby astounded. However, Lin Shiwei was no match for Youyou's strength and was soon overpowered. Humph. You wicked creature, Youyou will extract you from her. Lin Shiwei began to wail, hoping to summon Fan Xuelan. Alas, Fan Xuelan was preoccupied with handling Zhou Wanjin's affairs. Youyou once more enveloped Lin Shiwei's head with celestial energy and gently tugged. At that moment, the dark entity began to writhe and evade capture. Not only Xianwei and the already awakened Yi Taodao, but even Chu Xian bore witness to the scene, her mouth agape in astonishment, a shiver coursing down her spine. What manner of entity could dwell within a person's mind? Evidently, Youyou found this task much easier than before, as she extracted 1/3 of the dark mass in mere moments. The entity clung tenaciously to Lin Shiwei, who cried out in agony, instinctively curling up as the pain became evident. Youyou intensified her efforts, her left hand joining in the pulling. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed as the entity fully detached from Lin Shiwei's consciousness. In that instant, Xianwei promptly encapsulated the dark mass within a pouch, sealing it securely. Ah, this is the demon-binding bag, Youyou remarked, tapping the pouch and feeling no movement from the entity within. What was this strange being? Neither ghost nor demon nor spirit. Yet it was inextricably linked to the 6 realms. For now, it would be contained in this bag and placed within the Qianquan bag for future deliberation. Once Xianwei confirmed that the dark entity would not escape from the pouch, he turned his gaze towards Lin Shiwei. Was the little one unconscious? Just then, Chen Tai passed by the door, noticing Chu Xian and the others, and paused before entering. Dr. Chen, could you take a look at this child? Although Chen Tai was surprised that Chu Xian was concerned for Lin Shiwei, he dutifully examined her thoroughly. Strange, it seems she fainted from some impact. Is it serious? Chu Xian inquired. Chen Tai shook his head. It should be nothing of concern. Let her rest for a while, and we will reassess once she awakens. By the way, Miss, I have been working on that medicinal formula you provided me last time. However, it still lacks something essential and has met with repeated failures. Chu Xian nodded. It was understandable. The formula had been created by accident when she had mistakenly combined the wrong ingredients. It was unstable, despite her meticulous attention to detail in each step. Sometimes it succeeded, while other times it failed. By the way, the last batch you produced was quite good. It can influence a person's mind without being overt. A resounding success, better than the original formula. Chen Tai grinned broadly. The original formula was provided by you, Miss. I merely made slight adjustments. He felt fortunate to have aligned himself with the right person, for such a medicinal formula was the realm of top-tier alchemists. Individuals like him would likely never even qualify as assistants to those elite talents. Chapter 99. Death Penalty. Chu Xian summoned a servant to watch over Lin Shiwei and then, accompanied by Ling Jia, headed straight to the police station. Upon arrival, Lin Zhe was immediately apprehended and handcuffed. I have committed no crime. This has nothing to do with me. Lin Zhe shouted. Vice President Yuan, please tell them this is not my doing. Yuan maintained a businesslike smile and replied, Mr. Lin, do not be anxious. If you did not commit the act, then it shall not be attributed to you. However, if you did, there is no escaping the consequences. Lin Zhe, bewildered, watched as Yuan handed a stack of documents and a USB drive to Officer Li. Officer Li, I officially report on behalf of Miss Chu. Lin Zhe of the Lin family abandoned his own daughter in the wilderness on the day of our Miss's birth, constituting the crime of abandonment. Secondly, Lin Zhe attempted to defile our Miss in a hotel with hired individuals, though mistakenly harming another woman. Thirdly, Lin Zhe employed kidnappers to abduct Youyou for ransom, intending to kill her. Fourthly, Lin Zhe personally murdered Zhou Wanjun, the biological mother of Lin Shiwei and his mistress, which is a capital offense. Fifthly, prior to all of this, Lin Zhe took advantage of our Miss when she was unwell, under the influence of drugs, and induced her into a relationship, deceiving her into marrying him for the purpose of fraud, thus stealing her entire savings and property amounting to 150 million. This constitutes entrapment and fraud. Lastly, during his time with our Miss, Lin Zhe cohabited with his mistress in the Lin household, producing Lin Shiwei, which constitutes bigamy. All evidence, including documentation, video evidence, and the testimonies of hired individuals, lies within this case. Lin Zhe suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. You deceived me, he exclaimed, collapsing to the floor. Helpless and watching Yuan Po's departing figure in despair, unable to utter a word. At that moment, he resembled a lost dog, sobbing and laughing simultaneously. Unsure whether it was regret or anger he felt, Lin Zhe was convicted without rebuttal. Despondent, he confessed everything, each revelation igniting the ire of the officers present. After Chu Xian completed her statement at the police station, she requested to see Lin Zhe once more. Dressed elegantly, Chu Xian was a stark contrast to Lin Zhe, who sat across from her in handcuffs and leg shackles. This was the first time Lin Zhe had witnessed his wife in such refined attire. He had never realized how breathtakingly beautiful she could be. You did this on purpose. You have always done this on purpose, haven't you? Lin Zhe finally grasped the reality. Chu Xian smiled faintly. Indeed, it was all intentional. In less than half a day, Lin Zhe had transformed into a disheveled figure, worn and haggard, with red-rimmed eyes. But what does it matter? Your husband has become a murderer. What good can come from that? You are now the wife of a killer. Chu Xin looked down upon him with disdain. You seem to have forgotten the contract you signed today. It contains the divorce agreement. And my representative has already submitted it for processing. We shall soon be divorced. Oh. And you not only signed the company transfer agreement, but also the share transfer and property transfer agreements, along with the divorce contract. In a fit of rage, Lindsay stood, ready to strike. You vile woman. Has my Lin family ever wronged you? To schematically take everything from me. The Lin family is my life's work. It belongs to me. Behave yourself. Officer Lee firmly restrained Lindsay in his seat. Your Lin family? Lindsay, have you lost your mind? If it were not for me, Chu Xin, your Lin family would have collapsed long ago. You deceive me into joining the Lin family solely because I possess considerable wealth. While your family was in dire straits, you used my money to sustain the Lin family, to open the Shangza Hotel, and sold my properties, giving all the proceeds to your mother. The glory of the Lin family is entirely due to me, Chu Xin. At this moment, Chu Xin, slightly agitated, suppressed her fury and continued, by the way, do you wish to know who currently holds the Shangza Hotel? Lindsay, with bloodshot eyes, seemed to have an inkling. It is in my possession. You are aware of the Material Appraisal Agency, right? It is run by Lu Wei's subordinate, Lu Feng. The Lu family has a good relationship with my Chu family. Lu Feng is my brother, and you voluntarily returned the hotel to me. Yes, returned. You knew all along that Shiwei is not your daughter? Chu Xin replied with a calm smile, of course. I must also inform you that Youyou is my biological daughter. When you had someone abandon her in the freezing cold, my elder brother happened to find her on the road. Lindsay threw his head back and laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. No wonder, no wonder. I was truly blind, deceived. By the way, I have another secret to share, lest you die unknowing. The daughter you take pride in, Lin Shiwei, is not your child. Chu Xin revealed a paternity test report, showcasing it to Lindsay. Unfortunately, you killed Zhou Wanjin before you could learn the truth. Lindsay, upon hearing this, completely lost his mind. Impossible. This cannot be true. Do not worry. I will not disclose this to your mother. Although your mother and sister are both accomplices of yours, I am too kind-hearted to let them suffer. Thus, they will remain free. I was wrong. I will be devoted to you from now on. Please help me, will you? Lindsay. When you treat others as fools for too long, you become the fool yourself. As for why you married me, was it not for my substantial wealth and status? You sought to leverage me to ascend to the Chu family, aiming to control us and bring ruin upon our family, using us as stepping stones. You may deceive me, but when it comes to my family and Youyou, you shall meet your demise. Lindsay stared, wide-eyed in shock. Did she truly know everything? Did she comprehend the deepest secrets of his heart? Chapter 100. It's time to go home, rest assured. I shall never reveal to you the true identity of your mother. Lin Shiwei, allowing her to toil in that dilapidated village, enduring hardships and nurturing others' offspring. Ultimately, I extend my gratitude for your cooperation with Yuanpa in expanding the Lin family business, which will henceforth be renamed Tianyu. Thank you. With that,